Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. Defecting from Navy, robbing heavenly tribute. 1HT Chapter 1 Traveling through the world of One Piece. Brain storage brain-crushing place in the world of One Piece, in the cabin of a warship. A man wearing a Navy uniform who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. It can be seen that this man's eyes are full of confusion and confusion. Where is this? Am I not dead? Lin Fan was a little surprised that he was not dead. After all, he was hit by such a big truck. At this moment, Lin Fan reached out his hands to cover his brain in pain. Strange memories came over me like a tide, and they lasted for several minutes before stopping. Lin Fan also let go of his hand and stopped covering his head. I traveled through time? I traveled through time into the world of One Piece and became an ordinary soldier escorting the heavenly gold to Mariejoia? No, although he is said to be an ordinary soldier, he is actually just a handyman. The memory shows that the original owner's body has always been relatively weak, and the high fever caused by the high-intensity chores immediately cooled down. As for his life experience, he is an orphan and has no relatives. The memory shows that my hometown was invaded by pirates and then burned down. Lin Fan sat up, holding his aching head, and shook his head to wake himself up. System, are you there? The first thing Lin Fan did was shout to the system in his mind. As a time traveler, it makes sense to have a system, right? After waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear the imaginary mechanical sound in his mind, and Lin Fan's expression suddenly dropped. Without a system, no cheats, and no plugins, could he really live to old age just by relying on his status as an ordinary sailor? Safety is guaranteed. After all, the warship he is on is escorting Tianshongjin, and no one will keep an eye on him. Throughout the entire One Piece world, the robbery of heavenly gold only happened once, and that was at the hands of Shichibukai Doran Fumingo. Don't think that Doflamingo can negotiate with the Five Elders and become Shichibukai just because he grabbed the heavenly gold. Others can. If you look deeper into the hierarchy, who is Doflamingo? He is a former celestial dragon. Without this identity, the world government will directly give you a buster call. Forget it, without cheat, at most I'll just be content and live to be old. Lin Fan quickly comforted and convinced himself that one day he might be lucky enough to pick up a devil fruit quilt. Speaking of devil fruits, there's one right now. But Lin Fan didn't dare to be greedy for that devil fruit. This time, in addition to some gold, Bailey and some specialties, the heavenly gold also has a devil fruit. I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is. As a marine, Lin Fan only heard from others that this time the sky gold has a devil fruit. In addition, he was accompanied by a Tianlong man and his bodyguards. At this moment, Lin Fan was startled, his eyes widened, and then he showed joy in the next second, and a smile appeared on his face. Because, in his mind, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding, a suitable host has been detected. Is the host bound? Bind, I want to bind. Lin Fan got excited, nodded wildly and then shouted directly. Without him, I was so excited. I originally thought that without the system, I would have to live an ordinary life in this One Piece world, but I didn't expect that the system would come to another village. It's coming. Ding, binding, please wait. 1%, 10%, 30%, 0.55%, 80%, 99%. The non-intelligent system of destined person number 9527 was successfully bound. Ding, host gets a binding gift package. System, open the binding gift package. Lin Fan also couldn't wait to issue instructions to the system to open the gift package. There's no way, it's too insecure. You must have force on your body, otherwise you will feel too insecure. After Lin Fan issued the command, the mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding, host opens the upgrade gift package and gets a crazy blood constitution, no side effects version, a first level witness color domineering card, a first level armed color domineering card, a first level conquerors domineering card, and a devil fruit awakening 1 card, 1 Paramisha shockwave fruit. Crazy blood physique, no side effects version. After use, the crazy blood physique will be perfectly inherited. Physical strength will skyrocket, speed will skyrocket, power will skyrocket, and recovery power will skyrocket. In the activated state, the overall attributes of the body will skyrocket again, and the more you fight, the braver you will become, and there is a 1% chance of causing an irreversible laceration to the target for a month, and after the laceration stops, the wound will leave a dark wound that cannot be healed. Since it is a side effect-free version, it will not lose its sanity. The first level hegemony card of knowledge and knowledge. After using it, you will awaken and master the first level hegemony of knowledge and knowledge. Effect. You can capture targets that are hostile to you within a certain range, and you can also proactively find targets within a certain range. When fighting, able to detect the opponent's attack trajectory. First level armed color hockey card. After use, you will awaken and master the first level armed color hockey. Effect. You can attach armed color hockey to any part of the body, increase attack power and defense, and can also be attached to weapons. First level conqueror's hockey card. After use, you will awaken and master the first level conqueror's hockey. Effect. Release a powerful king's aura, which can stun weak targets. Devil Fruit Awakening card. After using it, you can choose one of the devil fruits you own to enter the awakening state. Paramisha Shockwave Fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Note: Strong physical fitness is required as support. After seeing all the items, Lin Fan was overjoyed and the smile on his face never stopped. Awesome, so awesome. The system is indeed a system, very generous. A gift pack comes with these heaven-defying things. If nothing else, let's just talk about the crazy blood constitution. This thing is heaven-defying. With this thing, he is basically the Xiaoqiang of immune to death. Lin Fan also used it directly as a thought. The next second, Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bed, felt a fever all over his body, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Then, my whole body was full of strength. Is this the crazy blood constitution? Awesome. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Fan exclaimed in his heart that the system was awesome. Then, Lin Fan also had an idea and used 3 domineering cards. The memory of how to use 3 kinds of domineering energy appeared in my head out of thin air. Everything was so natural. Again, the system is awesome. Chapter 2 Eating Devil Fruit, 3 options. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan stretched out his right hand. With a thought, a strange-looking fruit appeared out of thin air. It is the Paramecia shockwave fruit. Devil fruits do look really different. After muttering something, Lin Fan also frowned and got to the point. That is whether to eat it or not. As we all know, each person can only eat 1 devil fruit. Wrong. Lin Fan shook his head and denied that one person could only eat 1 devil fruit. He thought of one person. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. This guy became the biggest winner during the war and got Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. When reading forums, someone said that the reason why Blackbeard can eat 2 devil fruits is because his body structure is different from that of normal people. It is also said to be the ability of the dark fruit. Finally, it is said that Blackbeard has 3 souls in his body, so he can eat the 2nd devil fruit. Ma Dan. Even the natives can have 2 devil fruit abilities. Lousy is a man with a system. Have eaten. Lin Fan made a decision and started eating. A native can have both abilities. There is no reason why Lin Fan, a time traveler with a system, can't do it in the future. After taking 1 bite, Lin Fan's expression immediately put on a mask of pain. The taste is so G hard to describe, it's like the aged taste of that and that. Resisting the urge to spit it out, Lin Fan forcefully swallowed the mouthful of fruit in his mouth. After swallowing it, Lin Fan had the memory of initially using the shockwave fruit. As expected of something produced by the system, you can get started directly. If it were anyone else, they would still have to figure it out on their own. Then, he threw the remaining fruit directly into the trash can. You only need to swallow the first bite of a devil fruit to gain abilities, and the rest can be thrown away. Even if others pick it up and continue to eat it, they will not have the ability. Lin Fan also knew a lot about the ability of the shockwave devil fruit. Very good, any attack can be accompanied by shockwaves. The more powerful it is developed, the greater its power. If paired with the top Sakura and Bamadu, it would be even more heaven-defying. At the same time, Lin Fan also understood why the shockwave devil fruit system requires a strong physique. This is because every time a shockwave is released, oneself will also be affected by the rebound. Only a strong physique can ignore the rebound damage. I have a crazy blood constitution, so I can completely ignore this problem. Sure enough, System Dad loves himself. Lin Fan clenched his fists and thought with a smile on his face, a bright future was waving to him. Naturally, it is impossible for the Marine Corps to continue doing this, it is too boring. In addition to escorting the heavenly gold, he is always on call to protect the Tianlong people. He is as tired as a dog, his salary is still low, and there is no room for advancement. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, host trigger option. Option 1. Escort Tianshongjin to Mariejoia safely. Reward, animal vegetable dog fruit. Option 2. Betray Marine and find a chance to leave. Reward, Paramecia bubble fruit. Option 3. Betray Marine, steal the heavenly gold, kill the celestial dragons. Reward, 1 Chichao exquisite heart, improved version. Looking at the 3 options and rewards, Lin Fan frowned slightly. Just when he was considering what choice to make, there was a bang and the room door was violently broken open. I saw a guy in a navy uniform with a sinister face who could tell at first glance that he was not a good guy, took his foot back. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he immediately yelled, "Wilk Lin Fan, how dare you let Lousy's pigeons go? I'll kill you." The big man walked towards Lin Fan as he spoke, his eyes full of anger and his fists clenched. Obviously, he was preparing to beat up Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan, the moment he saw the person coming, he immediately knew what was going on. Bullying. That's right, it's bullying. My predecessor was bullied all the time because I was easier to bully. Especially being bullied the most by the guy in front of me. Today was originally Lin Fan's hard-earned rest day for a month, but the big man threatened the original Lin Fan last night that he would have to work for him today. But by coincidence, the original Lin Fan had a fever that night, and then it got cold during the day, and his body was occupied by Lin Fan who had traveled through time. Looking at the tall man with a ferocious face, Lin Fan stood up and made his choice. Just when the big sailor was about to hit Lin Fan's handsome face with a punch, Lin Fan finally moved. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the opponent's fist. The big man is just a low-level marine, he is just stronger, there is nothing special about him. Lin Fan is no longer the rookie Lin Fan he was before. With a crazy-blooded physique, Lin Fan's physical fitness has improved dramatically. What? How is this possible? The big man's fist was firmly held by Lin Fan, and his eyes suddenly widened with an expression of disbelief on his face. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile, and at the same time his eyes flashed red. Before the big man made any move, Lin Fan had already punched out, hitting the big man in the chest. The shockwave devil fruit ability was activated, and the big man died suddenly, with blood flowing from his mouth. When he died, the big man's expression was still one of wide-eyed disbelief. Lin Fan let go of his hand, and the big man's body hit the wooden board. Looking at the big man's body, Lin Fan's breathing was very rapid, his heart was beating fast, and his whole mood was high. I killed someone? But why didn't I feel scared or anything? Instead I felt happy. Could it be? I am essentially a murderer. Just when Lin Fan suspected that he was a murderer in his heart, he suddenly felt a sudden clarity in his body, and the inexplicable feelings he had before disappeared. Is it the resentment from the previous life? Lin Fan also immediately made a guess. This guess was derived from reading thousands of novels. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan clenched his fists and exhaled. Time to get down to business. Lin Fan walked past the corpse and walked towards the door without looking back. Goal. Gold in the sky, the fate of the celestial dragon. That's right, he chose the third option. The rewards for options 1 and 2 are too abstract. Just by looking at the names, you can tell they're junk devil fruits. There is another reason, that is, as a time traveler who has watched the One Piece anime, who doesn't want to kill a celestial dragon. These guys, the Tianlongs, are so annoying and deserve to be killed. Of course, if it is a beautiful female celestial dragon, it is okay not to kill her. It would be great to catch her as a maid and give her a high sense of accomplishment. What's more, the reward for this option, Chichao Exquisite Heart, is a good thing as soon as you hear the name. Chapter 3 Obtaining the Animal-type Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Immortal Phoenix Form Devil Fruit. Actually, the most important thing is to know it from memory. The lack of strength of the team escorting Tianshongjin was the reason why Lin Fan decided to take action. There were a total of 3 warships escorting Tianshongjin this time. The highest commander's rank was Major General, and the highest commanders of the other 2 warships were colonels. Also, this Major General is not an elite Major General like the Marine headquarters. He is just an ordinary Major General. His strength is not great, and he is not a devil fruit user. No one dares to rob Tianjin. Brother Ming ignored it that time, so the configuration of the escort is always low. If it's too high, it's a complete waste. This is the confidence of the world government, and it also represents their arrogance. They just don't believe that anyone dares to rob the heavenly gold. The reason why there are Tianlong people on board this time is completely accidental. Just when I was going to collect the gold from the sky, this Tianlong man was playing in that country, and then the boat happened to break down. After walking out of the room, Lin Fan also walked directly towards the warehouse containing heavenly gold. That's right, the warship he was on was a ship containing gold from the sky. At the same time, it is also the ship where the Tianlong people are. After a smooth journey, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. There were 2 Marines standing guard at the entrance of the warehouse, and they discovered Lin Fan immediately. The 2 were just about to prepare for the gate of opening when Lin Fan glared at them and used Conqueror's Hockey. The 2 sailors rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Lin Fan didn't kill him, it was because he still had a conscience. I reached out and turned the door handle, but it didn't open. It's locked, which is normal. No matter how generous you are, it is still necessary to lock the door. The shockwave ability was activated and the lock was easily broken. Lin Fan opened the warehouse door and saw gold in the sky. There are many boxes, large and small. At this moment, Lin Fan saw the danger and sensed the danger. He also immediately launched a shockwave under his feet to crack the wooden board, and the whole person dodged into the warehouse. The second Lin Fan entered the warehouse, there was a bang and the door of the warehouse was kicked open. The person who came was wearing a white suit, a white robe, and a mask. He was the famous CP0 member. Although this CP0 is wearing a mask, his expression under the mask is a bit surprised and confused at this moment. The other party was obviously just an ordinary sailor, but he managed to escape his aggressive lock. The members of CP0 are all Grandmaster Marine Form 6, and most of them are dual hockey masters. Lin Fan also saw his attacker and immediately recognized him, CP0. Lin Fan was not surprised by this. Although CP0 is said to be an intelligence agency, it has another name, the Guardian of the Celestial Dragons. Just from the name, you can tell that he is a senior bodyguard of the Tianlong people hiding in the dark. Who are you? How dare you steal gold from the sky? Send your name, I won't kill unknown people. Of course, this member of CP0 would not think that Lin Fan was an ordinary sailor, but a madman who got on the ship and dared to steal gold from the sky. Possessing 2 colors of domineering power and the 6th form of Grandmaster Marine, this CP0 was very conceited. In his opinion, Lin Fan was already the soul of his subordinate. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not immediately pay attention to this CP0. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, all the large and small boxes in the warehouse disappeared immediately, but they were already stored in the system space. Everything happened so fast, CP0 was stunned and blurted out, "Nani? What kind of cover-up is this? Villains die from talking too much, don't you know?" At this time, Lin Fan finally spoke. Lin Fan's eyes immediately turned blood red, and his whole body exuded a crazy aura. This is Lin Fan activating his crazy blood constitution. Now that there was a ready-made opponent, Lin Fan naturally wanted to test the extent of his abilities. The crazy blood constitution not only increases physical attributes, but also comes with unique combat skills. There was a crackling sound and Lin Fan appeared in front of CP0. The speed is very fast. Under the mask, CP0's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Why can't I catch the other party's traces with my knowledge? So fast? Lin Fan had no intention of explaining CP0's doubts, so he punched directly. The black fist wrapped with armed domineering energy immediately hit the opponent's chest, and the shockwave Devil Fruit's ability directly shattered his internal organs. CP0 didn't resist at all and was punched away. He broke through several layers of wooden boards and fell directly into the sea, and then sank into the sea. The whole person rolled his eyes and fainted. The reason why he didn't die directly was because the CP0 took the animal-type hippopotamus fruit. As we all know, those with animal devil fruit abilities have relatively strong vitality. When the noise was made just now, most people were already running towards the warehouse. The Tianlong people ran at the front, bodyguards followed closely, Major General Marine also followed, and another CP0 also followed secretly. Just when they arrived, they saw a black shadow flying backwards from the warehouse door, smashing through the wooden board and falling directly into the sea. The speed was too fast, and it was impossible to see clearly what it was or who it was. After Lin Fan punched CP0 away, he also checked the devil fruit in the system space. As a result, when he saw it, his eyes widened instantly and he said, FK. Items. Animal-type bird fruit phantom beast species immortal phoenix form. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is a very awesome devil fruit. You're so lucky, right? Lin Fan quickly came to his senses, and then exerted force on his feet, activating the shockwave devil fruit ability, coupled with the speed of the activated crazy blood state. There was another loud sound, and Lin Fan's figure disappeared on the spot, and then appeared in front of the Tianlong people. Lin Fan, whose eyes exuded a scarlet murderous aura, suddenly appeared, immediately frightening everyone. Among them, Hell's Saint, the celestial dragon who was facing Lin Fan, couldn't help but tremble all over. His lower body couldn't hold it in, and a light yellow liquid that exuded a disgusting smell flowed out. He sensed a death threat. The red-eyed man who suddenly appeared was really trying to kill him. He didn't take his identity as a Hell's Holy Dragon into consideration at all. Die. Lin Fan didn't feel any guilt at all for attacking the Tianlong people. What's more, he has already made the choice given by the system, so the Tianlong people must die. Come on, Shockwave Fist. With one punch, the Black Fist comes with a devastating shockwave ability. Shave. Iron. Another CP0 in the dark flashed in front of the Tianlong people, crossed his hands, activated his armament hockey and used iron blocks at the same time to superimpose the defense. It can be seen that he is the owner of the tiger fruit, the king of animal beasts. Chapter 4 Killing the Celestial Dragon and Eating 2 Devil Fruits Again. Boom. Lin Fan's fist hit CP0's arm. As soon as they made contact, CP0's expression immediately changed drastically, and blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't block Lin Fan's punch. Behind him, Hell's Saint, the celestial dragon, had been hit in the brain by the shockwave and died on the spot. At the same time that the Tianlong people were stunned, the voice of the system also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, host kills Tianlong for the first time and gets a kill gift package. Ding, host achieved the optional goal and received a Chichao Exquisite Heart, improved version. The next second, CP0 met the same fate as his colleague and flew backwards. It hit the Tianlongren directly, and his body flew backwards. Then it hit a few unlucky bodyguards again, and the sailors flew backwards and fell into the sea. This sudden scene left everyone present unable to react. A-hole, how dare you attack the Tianlong people? Major General Marine was the first to react. His expression was shocked, angry, and frightened, and his eyes were about to burst. He pulled out a knife and slashed at Lin Fan. As a result, Lin Fan easily clamped the chopped long knife with 2 fingers with armed domineering aura. The other sailors also came to their senses and raised their guns or drew their swords. The bodyguards of the Tianlong people immediately ran towards the big hole. As the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, if anything happens to the celestial dragon Her Saint, they will not be able to survive. Lin Fan also directly released Conqueror's domineering energy, which instantly stunned everyone present, rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground. Including Major General Marine, whose sword was caught by Lin Fan, was also stunned by Conqueror's domineering force. Throwing away the long knife in his hand, Lin Fan directly opened the kill gift package. This was an unexpected surprise. He didn't know that there would be a big gift package for killing a Tianlong for the first time. Ding, host opens the kill spree and gets a 3-color domineering upgrade card, a Superman telekinesis power fruit, a heavenly sword, an infinite food-making machine, and a celestial dragon identity plate. 3-color hockey upgrade card. After use, the hockey of knowledge, the hockey of weapons, and the conqueror's hockey will each be upgraded to the next stage. Superman telekinesis fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Yishin sword. A sword made of meteorite iron from the sky. It can cut iron like mud and won't stain even a drop of blood. Unlimited food-making machine. Just invest 100 Baileys to exchange for 1 kilogram of any food, including liquid drinks. The identity plate of the Tianlong people. After using it, you will become a member of the Tianlong people, and any previous past will be cancelled. After reading the contents of the big gift package, Lin Fan also checked the Chichao Exquisite Heart. 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart, improved version. After use, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart will engulf the host's original heart. Effect. Can take 7 devil fruits, and remove side effects, strengthen vitality recovery, increase strength, and enhance physical fitness. After reading it, Lin Fan smiled. The system is awesome. Impatiently, Lin Fan was also ready to fuse the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart immediately. Just when he was about to think of something, Lin Fan suddenly remembered his current situation. Although everyone on this warship was stunned by Conqueror's Hockey, there were 2 other warships nearby. There was such a big movement here, the other 2 warships must be approaching. And if I just fuse the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart so hastily, wouldn't I be a living target? Ding, host's concerns are detected. Ding, host, please don't worry, it only takes 1 second to fuse the Chichao Exquisite Heart, and there will be no discomfort in the process. Hearing the words of the system in his mind, Lin Fan also raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this system intelligent? The next second, Lin Fan's brows widened. He figured it out, if there is wisdom, then there is wisdom. Anyway, I am making money while living now, so why do I think so much? The current situation is to enjoy and live every day well. So what if it's a conspiracy theory? If so, I can't resist. If not, then it goes without saying. The system integrates the 7 orifices in Exquisite Heart. The next second, Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart and then returned to normal. No, it cannot be said that it has returned to normal. It should be said that it has become stronger after a new heart. After changing the heart and feeling it, Lin Fan directly used the 3-color Domineering upgrade card. He also clearly sensed that there were people approaching from both sides. Immediately, Lin Fan saw a devil fruit appear in each of his hands. After showing a disgusted expression, Lin Fan also put the fruit in his hand to his mouth. After taking 1 bite, his eyes suddenly widened. Sweet. After swallowing the fruit in his mouth, Lin Fan took another bite of another devil fruit. Still sweet. Exquisite Heart with 7 orifices. Lin Fan's whole body was seen burning with black and purple flames, and then a pair of black and purple wings appeared out of thin air behind him. This is the devil fruit ability that was snatched. Flying high into the sky, Lin Fan swept away his domineering look. After finding the nearest land, he flapped his wings and turned into a ball of black and purple meteors heading towards the land. Lin Fan had no intention of destroying 3 warships and killing all marines. No need, just some workers. Of course, the premise is that these people are not blocking the way. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will die. Report. Report to the Colonel, Tianlong is dead, dead. What? After hearing what his subordinate said, a strong man about 2.5 meters tall wearing a marine officer's uniform turned pale as a sheet of paper, and then his legs went weak and he became unsteady. At the same time, Marine General Porozolino, codenamed Kizaru, received orders from the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and was quickly approaching the location of the draconian Herz Santos. Not long after, a yellow flash appeared on the plywood of the warship, and it quickly formed the appearance of Kizaru. Looking at the big hole that had been penetrated, Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and said, "Oops, I'm late, it's really terrifying." Soon, Kizaru also knew what happened. He took out a phone bug from his clothes and contacted the Warring States Fleet Admiral in Marineland. Boom 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 boom. I am Sengoku, Perusalino. How is the matter handled? Who is the attacker? Also, is the Celestial Dragon Herz Saint okay? As soon as the call was connected, the Warring States Fleet Admiral, who was far away in Marineland, couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 5 Bounty of 980 million belly. Mr. Sengoku, when I arrived, the attacker had already run away. There were all unconscious people on the warship, who were stunned by Conqueror's Hockey. It turns out to be an attacker with Conqueror's Hockey. It's really scary. After a moment of silence, the phone rang again with the voice of Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Perusalino, where is the Dragon Man Herz Saint? Is he okay? This time it was Kizaru's turn to be silent. Sengoku Fleet Admiral on the other end of the phone suddenly felt his heart sinking when he heard that Kizaru had become silent, and he had a very bad thought. Could something have happened to Hell's Saint? Kizaru on the other side of the phone did not remain silent for too long. He spoke again after a second. Mr. Sengoku, the celestial dragon named Hell's Saint is dead. His death was terrible. The 2 CP-0s responsible for protecting the celestial dragons were seriously injured and fell into a coma and fell into the sea. The animal devil fruit users were seriously injured and fell into a coma. The current enemies are really scary. Later, Kizaru also reported the attacker's situation one by one. Although Kizaru loves fishing, he is still very reliable when dealing with things. He reported to Warring States everything he knew about Lin Fan's situation from the marine soldiers who woke up. Of course, Lin Fan did not forget that Tiantianjin was kidnapped. The call ended, the phone was hung up, Kizaru put away the phone bug, and then the figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It's time to have afternoon tea. The killing of the Tianlong people was none of his business. What he was responsible for was catching the attackers. Now the attacker is running. Oh, that'll be fine. Keep fishing when you have to, and keep on doing what you have to do. Marine Headquarters, Marine Vendor, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States punched the table directly, and he was in a very bad mood. The Tianlong people died, the attackers escaped without being caught, and the gold in the sky was gone. Damn it, Wilkie Lin Fan, you really will find something for me to do. Just take the heavenly gold. Why do you want to kill the Tianlong people? Damn thing. The Celestial Dragon was killed, and as Marine Fleet Admiral, he had to take care of it. Warring States also reviewed what he heard. First of all, 3 years ago, the village where Lin Fan was born was massacred by pirates, and all his relatives died. Lin Fan was not in the village at that time, and then Lin Fan chose to join Marine for revenge. 3 years have passed like this, and Lin Fan still has not succeeded in taking revenge. There was a devil fruit among the heavenly gold escorted this time, and Lin Fan knew about it from some unknown source. What do devil fruits represent? Power. And if Lin Fan wants to take revenge, what he lacks is strength. Therefore, Lin Fan made a decision. You have to get this devil fruit in the gold in the sky, so that you can have the strength to take revenge. Then he took action. Then, he successfully obtained the devil fruit, and gained the ability of the devil fruit. But because he was too tight, he accidentally made a big noise. Then it was noticed by CP0. CP0 possesses the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, so it is not surprising to find Lin Fan. After obtaining the devil fruit, Lin Fan's strength greatly increased. As a result, 2 CP0s were seriously injured. As for the death of the Celestial Dragon, it must have been the Celestial Dragon named Hell's Saint who had a head cramp and ran to the front to watch the show, and was accidentally killed by Lin Fan. Most Tianlong people have the habit of joining in the fun and standing at the front. During the fight with CP0, Lin Fan awakened Conqueror's Haki, thus stunning everyone else on the warship. Then Lin Fan ran away. I don't know what kind of devil fruit the devil fruit was. I just said I saw something black rising into the sky and then disappeared. Damn you kid, you just robbed the heavenly gold. Why do you want to kill the Tianlong people? A-hole. Bang. Seng Guo was so angry that he slammed the table again. It was such a coincidence that there shouldn't have been any celestial dragons on the ship. Originally, the draconian Her Saint did not deserve to die. Originally, Lin Fan would quietly leave the warship to take revenge after getting the devil fruit. But the fact is that it was such a G coincidence that the Tianlong people's ship broke down, and the warship happened to be collecting the gold from the sky, and then the Tianlong people changed their usual attitude and were willing to board the warship. Boom 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 boom. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Looking at the phone bug, Seng Guo answered the call with a not very good expression. The person who made the call was one of the 5 elders currently in Pangu City, the supreme palace of Mariejoia. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of one of the 5 elders rang from the phone bug. Sengoku, is the matter settled? Is that boy Hell's okay? Quote. After a moment of silence, Warring States finally responded. I sent Porcelino over immediately after receiving the notice. When Pelusolino arrived at his destination, the attacker had already run away without a trace. Tianlong Renhe Saint was killed, 2 CP0s were seriously injured and fell into the sea, and all the soldiers on the ship were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. What? That boy Hells was killed. Damn it, someone in this world dares to kill a Draco. Damn it. Bang. Warring States Fleet Admiral clearly heard the sound of things falling to the ground from the other side of the phone. He could completely imagine the current mood of the 5 elders in Mariejoia. Quote. 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 At the end of the matter, the 5 elders ordered the Warring States Fleet Admiral to send people to patrol the East Daxia Sea. Once Lin Fan was discovered, he would immediately kill him. At the same time, a wanted notice for Lin Fan was printed, with a reward of 980 million belly. After the 5 elders hung up the phone, they immediately contacted the king of the underground world, Big News Mogos, and then threatened the other party not to expose the robbery of Tianjin. After some back and forth, Big News Mogos agreed. The robbery of Tianjin would not be reported, but the killing of Tianlong would definitely be reported around the world. The matter of Tianjin being robbed is too special, and the 5 elders will definitely not allow it to be exposed. Subsequently, the 5 elders ordered that the people who silenced the 3 warships, including the 2 seriously injured CP0s, were also silenced. After the arrangements were made, the 5 elders issued an order again, sending a total of 5 CP0 groups in groups of 2 to the East Daxia Sea to search for traces of Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan's traces were found, they immediately informed via phone bug that Marine Headquarters generals would be sent forward to solve. Lin Fan, the guy who dared to kill the celestial dragons, must be dealt with within a short period of time to let the entire world know that world government has zero tolerance. The East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea area, and the pirates there are very weak. The world government has not built an organization in the East Daxia Sea. Even the Marine Headquarters only sends some people to garrison some large islands. In short, there is basically no news about the East Daxia Sea, world government and Marine Headquarters. Chapter 6 Nami the Thief Cat. On the other side, Lin Fan had arrived at the nearest land. This is a small town with a fairly dense population. The first thing Lin Fan did was change his clothes. It is worth mentioning that Lin Fan used the Devil Fruit Awakening card to use Superman's telekinesis power. If Lin Fan wanted to, he could take this small piece of continent directly into the sky and take it away. The power of the telekinesis Devil Fruit is similar to that of the Piao Piao Fruit, but it is more powerful. Telekinesis can forcibly control the body of the weak. This technique is similar to Doflamingo's use of silk thread to forcibly control others, but Lin Fan only needs a thought to do it. After changing his clothes, Lin Fan left Bailey behind and walked around on the street. Residents walking on the street are in a hurry. It can be seen that the expressions on these people's faces are full of sadness. This is true for everyone. After walking around, Lin Fan didn't see a single smile. Lin Fan also frowned slightly. Is this the current situation of ordinary people in the One Piece world? As he walked, Lin Fan unknowingly came to the door of a bar. Standing outside, you can clearly hear the yelling coming from inside. Lin Fan was about to enter, but the door opened from the inside first. Lin Fan recognized the person who came out at a glance. It was Nami, the thief cat. Nami was in disguise at the moment, wearing a small Karami outfit and a headscarf on her head. Nami didn't notice Lin Fan's presence at all. She was staring at the bar and walking towards the door. Obviously, Nami got into the bar and got the location of the warehouse from a guy, and he must have gotten the key. Nami, the thief cat, was born in the kingdom of Aoiko. The war made her an orphan, and she was later brought back to Kokosia village by her adoptive mother Belmir. Later, the dragon pirates enslaved Kokosia village and made an agreement with Nami to buy back the village for 100 million. Nami therefore went crazy and stole things everywhere, just to collect 100 million belly. But every time when the collection is almost done, the marine scum Colonel Mouse, who is in cahoots with the evil dragon, will confiscate Bailey and have to start over. It can be said that he was a very miserable person in the early stage. Looking back, Nami ran away. The result was that he bumped into Lin Fan, who was immediately shocked and fell to the ground. Stolen wallets fell off one after another, including the keys to the ship's warehouse that belonged to this group of drinking pirates. A golden key is very conspicuous. Even the camouflage scarf on Nami's head fell to the ground, and her orange hair completely appeared. Nami didn't even care about the pain in her butt and the problem of her turban falling off, but subconsciously turned her head to look inside the tavern. Then he looked at the pirates who were drinking in the tavern. The scene was very quiet for a moment, and the scene seemed to be frozen. Nami's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and her back was also slightly wet. To suffer. This was the only thought in her mind at the moment. Nami just wants to cry now, and at the same time, she hates the guy blocking the road. If it weren't for the guy blocking her way, she would have slipped out of the tavern and been on her way to the pirate ship warehouse. Thinking of this, Nami turned her head and glared at Lin Fan with anger. From this look, Nami naturally saw Lin Fan's appearance. So handsome. Nami is 18 years old this year. After all, she is a girl who has just grown up. A girl will get pregnant. The setting of this book, regardless of age and figure, the setting of Nami-chan in this book is that she has long hair and an E-cup. Ba ba ba. Nami, it's already this time, why are you so crazy? As expected of Nami, Nami quickly broke away from Lin Fan's beauty, and then, quickly picked up the wallet and keys on the ground. The whole process took less than a second, and her hands the speed is ridiculously fast, as if it has been activated. Nami ran away immediately after picking up the things. She was confident that she could escape the capture of the pirates in the tavern. This is the confidence she gained from being a cat thief for so many years. She doesn't want the headscarf anymore, she can just buy another one or wear one. As for Lin Fan who was blocking the road, Nami did not let go. When passing by Lin Fan, she reached out and touched Lin Fan. The result was that it was all empty. Lin Fan and Bailey's gold were all placed in the system space. It would be weird if Nami had touched them. Poor guy. Nami didn't find Lin Fan's wallet, so she couldn't help but label Lin Fan as a poor man in her heart. Just as Nami ran out of the tavern door, one of the pirates in the tavern shouted, "Captain, that key just now looks like the golden key to the warehouse on our ship." "Captain, I know that woman, she is the thief cat Nami." "Yes, I know her too, she is Nami the thief cat." Quote. The reputation of the thief cat is still very loud in the East Daxia Sea. There is no way, Nami is really too crazy. She has stolen too many things from pirates and was put on a bounty of 10 million belly. Nami was completely immune to the foul language spoken in the tavern. She had heard so many of them over the years. At the same time, I felt happy that she had run out. It's like a fish in the ocean. It's impossible for those pirate scum to catch her thief cat Nami. What Nami didn't notice was that she was actually running in place. Lin Fan activated his thought, and his telekinesis ability was directly applied to Nami. As one of the beauties in the world of One Piece, she naturally has to be included in her ship. Thief cat, don't run away, don't get caught by Lousy. If caught, Lousy will train you to be an RBQ, and after you've had enough fun, he'll take your head and get a reward of 10 million belly. Come on, brothers, catch the thief cat. You can wait for the boss to finish playing and come up second. Come on. Quote. Quote. All the pirates in the tavern stood up from their seats with their weapons in hand and chased Nami while shouting obscene words. As soon as Lin Fan thought, Nami immediately entered the tavern from outside the tavern, and she still kept running. As soon as Nami saw Lin Fan in front of her, she was immediately stunned, but she still didn't stop running. I have to say that Nami kept this habit really well. At this time, Nami finally found himself running in place. Nami suddenly felt scared. Is it haunted? Before Nami could get too scared, Lin Fan showed a handsome smile and said, Nami, the thief cat, you hit me and ran away without apologizing. It's really rude. Also, there is a bounty of 10 million Baileys on your head. If you run away, won't I lose 10 million? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nami also stopped running, with a look of fear and despair on her face. Tears also flowed from her eyes, and she fell to the ground with empty eyes. Lin Fan's handsome face, in Nami's eyes at this moment, was like a devil. Chapter 7 Nami is worthy of being Nami. It's over, I can't escape this time. Nami naturally knew that the pirates had offered a bounty of 10 million berries on her. She was originally very proud of this, because she thought no one could catch her. But now, she's been caught. Nami also knew that Lin Fan was a devil fruit user, and the reason why she was running in the same place and not running far was because she was affected by his ability. Regarding the devil fruit user, Nami had only heard one thing, that they were very powerful. After seeing Nami's expression, Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed, as if he had gone too far with the joke. Nami-chan was actually scared and cried. Ha ha ha, you little thief Nami, where are you going? Here you go. Although he saw Nami run out of the tavern and then saw Nami inexplicably return to the tavern, the pirate captain who had drunk too much and had a bounty of 12 million did not think much about it. He just wanted to catch Nami. He will steal the cat, and then ravage it and treat it as a thief. When he has had enough fun, he will take it to the person who offered the reward and exchange it for a reward of 10 million Baileys. Seeing that the unknown pirate captain, who was 2.8 meters tall, was about to grab the neck of Nami-chan, who was sitting on the ground with empty eyes, Lin Fan refused to stand it. Damn it, Nami-chan is the first queen Lousy has reserved. The first crew member, what are you trying to do with your hands, you ugly guy? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lousy hasn't even started yet, you big fool actually want to get ahead. As Conqueror's domineering aura was released, all the pirates in the tavern, including the unknown captain, widened their eyes and fell to the ground and died. The Conqueror's power has been upgraded to a higher level, and it is enough to shock and kill some weak rookies. In addition, the upgraded level of observation hockey assisted in accurately locking onto the target, thus preventing no innocent person from dying. The pub owner and his employees standing behind the bar were trembling with fear. They were really scared. It was already scary to entertain a group of pirates, and now there's another person who looks very powerful. Who knows if he will be killed suddenly? After dealing with the small fish, Lin Fan looked at Nami again. Where are the people? How could Nami, such a big person, disappear? Subconsciously, Lin Fan used his observation hockey and immediately locked onto Nami's position. Well, just slipped out of the pub. So, Nami-chan was acting just now. How naughty. Woman, you have caught my attention even more. Now that he possesses absolute strength and has a system to rely on, Lin Fan is more relaxed than ever before. Even when facing Marine General, Lin Fan did not panic. The mythical beast Immortal Phoenix is not just a boast. Also, the telekinetic devil fruit is not just for show. Even if we can't beat him, Lousy will run to the sky or dive into the sea, who can do anything. If you don't agree, you can also fly one and try it or go into the sea to chase it. There is also the Shockwave Devil Fruit, which, combined with the Armed Color Domineering, can cause damage to your internal organs even without Ryu Sakura. Without rushing to find Nami, Lin Fan found a seat and sat down, then asked the boss to serve some special dishes and beer. Although he has an infinite food maker, it is better not to reveal the secrets of space easily. Soon, the dishes came up and the beer was not left behind. Lin Fan started eating right away, then drank beer in big gulps. The taste is okay. The reason why he could eat and drink so confidently was naturally because he used his observation hockey to monitor the entire process to ensure that the food was not poisoned. When traveling in the world, it is better to be cautious. Although it seems difficult to get poisoned with my current physique, this habit is a good habit. Nami on the other side ran wildly after running out of the tavern. When he found that he was not blocked by the devil fruit's ability, a smile finally appeared on his beautiful face. After a while, he turned into an alley and disappeared. Nami is rushing to the coast. She wants to quickly get the treasure from the pirate's warehouse and run away. Beyond the coast, her boat was hidden nearby. It was very easy for Nami to sneak onto the pirate ship, use her beauty to attack two pirates who were looking at the warehouse door, then use the key to open the warehouse, and move away the half box of gold and half box of Bailey. This half box of gold is worth about 5 million belly. Afterwards, Nami rowed a boat and returned to Kokosia village with Bailey carrying the stolen gold. She has long been familiar with these sea routes. Without a pointer, she can also identify the direction by other means. So, why Nami is a natural navigator? This is not the talent. Rowing the boat beautifully, Nami couldn't help but think of Lin Fan again. Although he looks handsome, his words are so cold. Luckily I can run fast. You still want to trade me for 10 million Baileys. That's a beautiful idea for you. Nami stopped rowing, and the boat automatically moved along with the wind and waves. I saw Nami starting to count the Baileys that had been stolen in recent times. Nami usually only steals from pirates, nobles and some rich people. She has no interest in common people. It's not that Nami has principles or anything, it's just pirates and nobles, the rich are rich, and the common people are dying of poverty, with no money or money at all. She was too lazy to take action. Looking at the 10,000 yuan bills, Nami's eyes immediately became the symbol of money. 10,000 Baileys, 20,000 Baileys, a total of 3,635,401 Baileys. Bailey is divided into denominations of 10,000, 5,000, 1,000, 500, 100, 50, 10, 5, and 1. The first three are banknotes, and the following are coins. With more than 3,635,400 belly plus some gold worth almost 5 million berry, I can save about 80 million berry. If I successfully steal the pirates' money 2 or 3 times, I will be able to save 100 million belly, and I can buy back Kokosia village from that B***************, D, the evil dragon. Thinking of this, Nami also smiled with great joy. Nami is also caught up in her own fantasy. In the fantasy, Nami walked up to the evil dragon with 100 million belly on her back, and then bought Kokosia village back from him. The villagers of Kokosia village no longer need to submit protection fees to the evil dragon, and the lives of every household begin to improve. Don't think that Nami's harvest can be hundreds of millions of belly at a time, but it is not easy to succeed every time. Once, it took Nami nearly 2 months to get 10 million belly. And that time, Nami was very close to death. At that time, a bullet hit the wall, only 3 centimeters away from Nami's head. If Nami is less lucky, she will receive a box lunch. Chapter 8 Interlude. On the sea, Nami rowed the boat towards the village of Kokosia. Everything was just as she thought. With the wind in her favor, she could take a break from paddling without affecting her speed. Just when Nami thought there would be no accidents, an accident occurred. In front of her, Nami spotted a pirate ship heading in her direction through the telescope. And looking at the flag of the pirate ship, Nami felt inexplicably familiar. Then, Nami remembered. This is the Red Scorpion pirates. She once stole their treasure. That was the closest she had ever been to death. Nami panicked and her face immediately turned very ugly. I turned quickly and paddled as hard as I could, my heart beating fast and I was extremely nervous and scared. Nami couldn't imagine what would happen if she fell into the hands of the Red Scorpion pirates. I immediately started to imagine in my mind that she would be regarded as a RBQ. As soon as Nami thought of this, she shuddered. Previously, she had used her beauty to steal the treasure of the Red Scorpion pirates, and she knew clearly what kind of people the pirates of the Red Scorpion pirates were. Especially the pirate captain nicknamed Red Scorpion, who was simply a **X hungry ghost. When Nami discovered the Red Scorpion pirates, the lookout on the pirate ship also spotted Nami through a telescope at the first moment. When he saw the orange-haired Nami on the boat, he immediately shouted excitedly to the Red Scorpion captain, whose bounty was 9.55 million Baileys, "Captain Red Scorpion, we found a ship ahead of us. The little boat is Nami the thief cat, and she is alone. She also discovered us and is paddling desperately to escape." When he spoke the latter part, the lookout's tone was full of mockery. How can rowing with oars be better than their automation? The Red Scorpion, who was sitting on the deck chair drinking wine and eating meat, stood up excitedly when he heard the lookout's words. To make sure he heard it correctly, the Red Scorpion shouted at the gate of opening. "What? Say it again. Who did you find?" "Nami the thief cat." The lookout also shouted loudly again. "Captain, we actually encountered the thieving cat Nami. We can't let her go." As he spoke, the pirate thought of Nami's pretty face and great figure. He couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of lust. "Captain. Quote. Quote, quote. Red Scorpion drew his saber and shouted out an order. "Pass my order, advance at full speed, target the thief Nami. Catch this BCH alive for lousy, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. Go, catch the thieving cat Nami. Captain, you are wise. Catch the thieving cat Nami." Quote. 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 The other pirates on the Red Scorpion pirates were also very excited and waved their weapons. On the other side, Nami, who was rowing quickly, could hear the noise coming from the pirate ship from a long distance away, and she became even more nervous and scared. Nami also made a decision. At the last moment, she could only give up the treasure and jump into the sea to escape. Then just leave it to fate. Although she can swim, this is the sea, the endless sea. Besides, there are dangers in the sea. Who knows if a monster will suddenly appear? The Sea of One Piece is home to all kinds of strange creatures, the most powerful of which is naturally the giant Poseidon. Nami, come on, you can't fall, you haven't bought back Kokosia village from the evil dragon, you can't die. Belmir, please protect me with your spirit in heaven. Nami hopes that something unexpected happens to the Red Scorpion pirates, such as the ship capsizing. But the reality was different from what Nami had hoped. The Red Scorpion pirates' ship had no accident at all and was approaching quickly. Damn it, if I had known I would be so unlucky, I should have brought some explosives with me. I don't know how many meters in the sky, Lin Fan was sitting on the air, holding a glass in his hand. The glass was filled with juice bought from the food maker. He was drinking it leisurely, and then watched Nami rowing a boat. With the second-level domineering power of seeing and hearing, locking Nami is easy. The telekinesis devil fruit ability immediately flew up, and soon he was directly above Nami. Oh, Nami-chan, what will you do without me? So, just be my queen, or crew member. Lin Fan muttered, and then Conqueror's Haki was activated, instantly killing all the pirates on the pirate ship. This was not over yet. The power of telekinesis directly acted on the pirate ship, causing it to turn 180 degrees and then sink into the sea. Lin Fan's operation didn't even take a second. Nami, who was rowing like crazy, once again turned around to see the Red Scorpion pirate's boat approaching her at that distance. As a result, when I saw it, the rowing movements of my hands stopped. Where is the boat? What about such a big ship? Nami was dumbfounded, her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were full of confusion. After more than 10 seconds, Nami moved again. She shook her head, stretched out her hand to rub her eyes, and then looked at the sea again. Well, it's still empty. There's nothing on the sea, just endless sea water. Wrong. An illusion. Nami began to suspect that he was too tired and was hallucinating. After all, who would believe that a ship disappeared without a trace? Nami rubbed his temples with both hands and muttered, "Ah, I've been so tired recently that I'm even hallucinating. It seems that after returning, I will have to rest for a few days before going to sea again." Having said that, Nami still felt strange in her heart. It's as if it's not an illusion, the ship of the Red Scorpion pirates is real. That incomparably real sound, but, now there is nothing on the sea. Nami suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, didn't think anymore, took out the pointer, readjusted the direction, and continued rowing. In the sky, Lin Fan, who possesses the second-level hegemony of seeing and hearing, clearly heard Nami talking to himself, and just smiled at it. Nami sailed along the sea breeze again, and Lin Fan followed in the sky, enjoying the wind. Lin Fan is very satisfied with his current situation. When in his previous life could he be so free to blow the wind and drink juice? After delivering a batch of food, I was so tired that when I returned to the rental house, I lay down and just wanted to sleep. In order to live in a big city. Is that called life? That's called living. P.S. The new year is coming soon. I hope this book will be a big hit and help me earn some money to eat. I will not be banned again. If I am banned from writing novels next year, I will not work in the factory. At the same time, I wish my fans and book friends good health, family fun and a lot of money in the new year. Of course, if you make money, it would be best if you can give some gifts. Chapter 9 Deeds Exposed. Half an hour later, a news bird appeared and accurately dropped a reward notice on Nami's boat. The newspaper is not given. The reward is free, but the newspaper costs 100 Baileys. As for Lin Fan, he gave Newsbird 100 Baileys and got the newspaper and the reward order. Lin Fan first picked up the reward order and looked at it. The first thing that came to mind was naturally his photo of Lin Fan. Yeah, I can take the photo. In the photo, Lin Fan has an expressionless face and domineering eyes. It's time to use Conqueror's Haki. I have to say that the guy who took the photo was really good at taking photos and finding opportunities. Then there's the name. God Eater, Wilk Lin Fan. Reward amount. 980 million Baileys. No matter life or death. Lin Fan put the reward order into the system space as a souvenir. Then I read the newspaper. The content of the newspaper was naturally about Wilkie Lin Fan's murder of the draconian Hell's Saint. But there was no mention in the newspapers about the theft of heavenly gold. Lin Fan also smiled and didn't care about this. He suppressed the news that heavenly gold was robbed. In fact, he had expected it. The only people who can make the underground King Big News Morgan's compromise are the 5 elders who are at the top of the world. The reason why the 5 elders suppressed the news of the theft of heavenly gold is also very simple, that is, to prevent it from getting out of the way. There are too many crazy people in this world. Once they start, it will be like opening Pandora's box. On the other side, Nami, who was tired from rowing, just lay down and closed his eyes to rest for a few seconds when his head was covered. Nami reached out and took it, and when she looked at it, even on the back of her hand, she immediately knew it was a new reward order. Nami sat up again, then turned over the reward notice and read it. At this sight, Nami's eyes almost popped out. Isn't the person on the reward order the handsome guy she bumped into in the pub? Wilkie Lin Fan. Reward amount. 980 million Baileys. Nami pointed at the bounty amount with his fingers and counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 980 million Baileys. After counting the bounty amount, Nami was immediately stunned. Unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Nami felt a burst of joy in her heart. She actually deceived a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 1 billion, and then ran away from him. Nami suddenly felt that she was so powerful and started to feel a little dizzy. At the same time, Lin Fan's reward order also spread around the world, including urgently printed newspapers. Onigashima, the residence of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. At this moment, Kaido was drinking wine and thinking about going to Marine's headquarters, Marineland, to chat with old friends tomorrow. Jin, the leader of the three disasters, walked into the mansion from outside, holding a newspaper and a reward order in his hand. Boss Kaido, something big happened on the sea. Jin walked up to Kaido, and as he spoke, he handed Kaido the newspaper and the reward order in his hand. Kaido also reached out and took it, laughed and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, Jin, you are making too much fuss, what big thing can happen in this sea? It can't be that someone killed the celestial dragon, right?" Then, Kaido squinted his eyes slightly and read the newspaper as if he was drunk. As a result, Kaido sobered up immediately after seeing this. Damn it, the celestial dragons were slaughtered. The last time the Tianlong people were slaughtered was the Valley of Gods incident decades ago. At that time, he was just a trainee pirate. Although he participated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he did not do much. Moby DK. Ha, the kid these days is really bold. An old and strong man with needles inserted into his body and infused with nutritional solution couldn't help laughing when he saw the newspaper saying that Lin Fan had conspired with the celestial dragons and defeated two CP0s. The old man has a very eye-catching white beard. He is none other than the white-bearded Edward Newgate, one of the New World 4 emperors, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Dad, is something good happened? Why are you so happy? Next to the pineapple head, Marco, the captain of the first team and known as the Phoenix, couldn't help but ask when he saw his father Whitebeard smiling so happily. It's nothing, I just saw an interesting kid. With that said, Whitebeard also handed the newspaper to Marco. Shanks on the Red Fourth, Big Mom from all over the world, and a lot of people from various towns in various countries also saw the contents of the newspaper. Everyone reacts differently. In the palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which is called the Daughter's Kingdom in the Windless Zone, the Empress Boya Hancock, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't come back to her senses after reading the contents of the newspaper for a long time. How dare someone in this world dare to kill a celestial dragon? Empress Boya Hancock naturally didn't know about the Valley of the Gods incident decades ago, which had long been blocked by the world government. Empress Boya Hancock has a childhood shadow that cannot be erased. She was once a slave of the Draco. Until this moment, there was still a hoof print of the 9 heavenly soaring dragon on the skin of the Empress, back. This mark will bring a lifetime of shame to Empress Boya Hancock. Even though Empress Boya Hancock is now a superior Shichibukai with legal rights to plunder, she still cannot take revenge. Originally, Empress Boya Hancock had accepted her fate, feeling that no one in this world would dare to kill the celestial dragons. However, after reading the contents of the newspaper, Empress Boya Hancock immediately had a strong feeling for Lin Fan. Sense of curiosity. Then, Hancock saw the reward notice in Lin Fan. All of a sudden, she fell. Lin Fan was already handsome, but in the eyes of Empress Boya Hancock, there were countless more layers of filters. Empress Boya Hancock immediately decided that she would go to sea to find Lin Fan and the man who dared to kill the celestial dragons. Garp, who was on vacation in the East Daxia Sea, also received a call from warring states, asking him to be ready for support at any time. In response, Garp took the opportunity to extort 100 packs of senbei from Sengoku. But the warring states period was heartbroken to death. Marine Headquarters General Akainu Sakaski, who claims to have the most lethal lava fruit ability, also recommended himself to the warring states period to go to the East Daxia Sea to find Lin Fan, and was approved. But Lin Fan had no idea about all this and the target he was looking for. He was still following Nami leisurely in the sky. Chapter 10 Appearance. The entire East Daxia Sea became lively, and the Marine branch stationed there also received orders from the headquarters and sent out warships one by one to patrol the area. Among them are Colonel Mouse, who cooperates with the evil dragon for a win-win situation, and Colonel Monka, the legendary axe king who beheaded Garp. Smoker, a Logia devil fruit user nicknamed Smoker, also went out to patrol the sea with his assistant Dasky. In short, there are many marine warships patrolling the East Daxia Sea for a while. Nami-chan, who escaped the Red Scorpion pirates, was very unlucky and unexpectedly met an old acquaintance, Colonel Mouse. Nami found the familiar numbered marine warship through the telescope, and her fists were clenched tightly, and veins popped out. Naturally, Nami remembered the boat number of Colonel Mouse, the B************D who had repeatedly gone to her house to rob her of money on the charge of illegally obtaining large amounts of money. When she came back to her senses, Nami's expression became even more ugly. On her current boat, there are almost more than 8 million belly. Naturally, Nami was not willing to have the money confiscated by Colonel Mouse, but she had no choice. It can only be thrown into the sea, and no one can get it. Nami didn't think Colonel Mouse would do anything to her. On the other side of the warship, Colonel Mouse also learned from his subordinates that he had encountered the thief cat Nami. Then he immediately thought that the thief cat Nami must have stolen property on board, and immediately ordered to move forward at full speed, targeting the thief cat Nami. Just as Nami thought, Colonel Mouse had no intention of doing anything to Nami and had no intention of catching her. Over the years, Colonel Mouse has made a lot of money, so he didn't bother to arrest Nami, the person who brought him here. Seeing the warship coming at a high speed, Nami bit her lips with an unwilling expression on her face. If only I could have strong power so I wouldn't be bullied. Nami also gave up the idea of throwing Gold and Bailey into the sea after weighing the pros and cons. The main reason is that Nami is afraid that her behavior will anger Colonel Mouse, although Colonel Mouse will not do anything to her. But what about the villagers of Kokosia village? If Colonel Mouse vents his anger on them, then she, Nami, will be the sinner. Tears of reluctance flowed from her eyes, and Nami clenched her fists tightly without letting go. Nami once again hated himself for not having strong power. If he had enough power, the dragon pirates could handle it, and so many innocent people would not have to die in the village. Later, Nami accepted her fate. So he began to comfort himself, it was just a loss of more than 8 million Baileys. It's okay, I'll go to sea another day, and I can easily get more money with my own abilities. The warship quickly stopped next to Nami's boat. Colonel Mouse stood on the boat and looked at Nami, and shouted with a smile, "What a coincidence, isn't this Nami, our famous thief cat in the East Daxia Sea?" Seeing the smile on Colonel Mouse's face, Nami clenched her fists tighter and gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Seeing Nami's appearance, Colonel Mouse felt even happier, so he didn't care and continued to speak. "Okay Nami, the thief cat, don't act like I'm a bad guy. Hand over the things on the boat quickly. I think you're a poor person too, so I'll be merciful and let you go. I won't arrest you." "Oh, I'm such a good person." In the end, Colonel Mouse shamelessly said that he was a good person. I don't know where he got his shame from. He was so damn shameless. The adjutant of Colonel Mouse standing next to him immediately flattered him and said, "Haha, Colonel Mouse, you are so humble. You are always a good person." The assistant officer also followed suit and said, Yes, Colonel Mouse, you are a good person to begin with, you are too humble. Yes, Colonel Mouse, you are a good man. I have never met a good man like you in my life. Quote. Quote comma. Quote. Colonel Mouse is not a good guy, and the bird that follows him is certainly not a good guy either. Isn't this why every crazy person is fawning over Colonel Mouse? Lin Fan in the sky also saw that the time was ripe, and in a flash, a pirate appeared behind Nami. Oh my god, it's a good thing first betrayed Marine. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to be a Marine like you scum. The sudden sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Nami, when she turned around and saw Lin Fan, her beautiful Caslin eyes widened with a shocked expression on her face. It was him, the person he bumped into when he was about to leave the tavern not long ago. When did this person appear behind him? Also, how did it come about? Now this is on the sea. The moment Colonel Mouse saw Lin Fan, he immediately recognized him. Not long ago, he had just read the newspaper and the reward notice. Also, the reason why he went to sea was to meet the order issued by the headquarters to find the man in front of him. Naturally, Colonel Mouse would not do things sincerely, but would drive a warship around his branch. But, I happened to encounter it. Colonel Mouse's body began to shake uncontrollably, and his legs became uncontrollably weak. He wanted to turn around and run, but his body was completely out of control. It's Wilkie Lin Fan, the murderer of the Celestial Dragons. One Lieutenant Junior Grade recognized Lin Fan's identity and couldn't help shouting out with fear on his face. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone on the warship became uneasy. They had all seen Lin Fan's reward order, and the 980 million reward order blinded their eyes. In the East Daxia Sea, the bounty amount for the so-called big pirates does not exceed 50 million belly. Ah, it's Wilk Lin Fan, the great criminal with a bounty of 980 million, run. Ah, run quickly. Quote. Quote. Quote comma. Quote. There was chaos on the warship, and some people even prepared to go to the warehouse to get a rubber inflatable boat. Lin Fan had also read some One Piece comics and was deeply impressed by this mouse colonel. This girl is just a piece of garbage marine, doing things that are only for the common people. The most important thing is that this guy likes to catch Nami and pick her wool. The reason why Nami still hasn't saved 100 million after so many years is because this guy made a huge contribution. He went to Nami's house and took all the money away, euphemistically calling it confiscated. Noisy, give me some peace. Lin Fan directly activated Conqueror's Haki, and everyone on the warship was immediately hit in the next second. One by one, blood flowed from their orifices and their eyes widened. They died suddenly, and then fell to the ground one after another. There was no one alive on the entire warship. Lin Fan didn't feel any guilt at all for killing such a scumbag. Lin Fan also knew that none of Colonel Rat's subordinates were good things. Even if there was a really good Marine, he would have been squeezed out of Marine long ago. Chapter 11 forced Nami to be a maid. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Fan looked at Nami. I found Nami looking at the warship in a daze, and suddenly I had an idea. The power of telekinesis was applied to Nami, and Nami was lifted into the air for a short distance, and then turned around. In this way, Lin Fan came face to face with Nami. Nami was 1.7 meters tall and Lin Fan was 2.1 meters tall. However, because Nami kept her head raised, her eyes were exactly aligned with Lin Fan's. Not to mention, she really deserves to be a heroine. She is really beautiful, without any trace of makeup, and her figure is also wrong. She actually understood D's will at such a young age. After carefully looking at Nami up and down, Lin Fan got back to the topic, sat down on the spot, and then said, Okay, thief cat, those marine scum have been dealt with, it's your turn. As soon as Nami heard Lin Fan's words and thought of Lin Fan's reward of 980 million, her legs suddenly became weak and she immediately sat down. Nami forced a smile and said, "Handsome guy, we don't know each other, right? I accidentally bumped into you when I was long, and I apologize to you now." "Sorry." After saying that, Nami clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Fan to apologize sincerely. Lin Fan immediately saw a flash of white snow and almost trembled. In the past, you could only see it on your mobile phone, but now you can actually see it up close, and it's really different. "Wait, I'm off track." Lin Fan immediately looked away and continued the topic. "I'm not talking about this trivial matter. It's just a bump. I won't care about it. I'm not that stingy." Hearing this, Nami immediately rolled her eyes. "Aren't you stingy? You used your devil fruit powers to drag me back to the tavern." Although she was thinking this in her heart, Nami would definitely not say it out loud. She put on a pitiful expression, looked at Lin Fan and asked softly, "Handsome guy, why don't you just say it, little girl? I really can't remember anything." Lin Fan also directly pointed to the box containing gold and Bailey next to him and said, "You stole my money." As soon as he heard about money, Nami instantly forgot his fear and defended, "What did you say? This is not your money. I obviously stole it from the pirate ship at Crescent Town Pier." Lin Fan said calmly, "Originally, it was exactly as you said, but those pirates were killed by me, so the money on their ship was naturally my trophy, and then you took it. What do you think? Did you steal my money?" After hearing this, Nami opened her mouth to refute, but she didn't know how to refute. It was exactly as Lin Fan said. He killed the pirate, so the money on the pirate ship was naturally his spoils. Lin Fan also directly stated his ultimate goal. "Nami, I will give you two choices now. The first is to become my personal maid, responsible for washing, cooking and warming my bed. Second, become my bed warming maid, responsible for washing, cooking and warming my bed." Quote. "Okay, let's choose. Aren't these two choices the same? What's the difference? Hello?" Nami shouted angrily, reappearing the classic expression in the anime. "So what? I saved you twice. You shouldn't think that the pirate group that appeared was an illusion, right? They were dealt with by me, just like Marine this time." As he spoke, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and gestured towards the warship. The warship rotated 180 degrees just like the Red Scorpion pirates ship before, and then sank to the bottom of the sea together with the corpses on board. Lin Fan is the only person who can use abilities in the sea. Nami watched the whole process, and was shocked again and couldn't close her mouth. "Now, immediately fulfill your duties as a maid, come and press my shoulders." After speaking, Lin Fan rose up, then automatically turned around, facing away from Nami. Lin Fan was not worried at all about being attacked by Nami. After all, his physique was no joke. Nami at this moment is just an ordinary girl. After Nami heard Lin Fan's words, she turned to look at Lin Fan's back, gritting her teeth. Then his eyes caught a glimpse of the oars, and he immediately came up with the idea of sneaking up on Lin Fan and giving him a blow on the head. With this thought, Nami thought of Lin Fan's reward of up to 980 million. Just give up and commit suicide. The evil dragon was so powerful with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. How powerful would Lin Fan be, with a bounty of 980 million? Then Nami thought of Lin Fan's words again and saved herself twice. A strange feeling arose in my heart. Nami's life has not been easy over the years. Thinking of this, Nami suddenly had an idea, that is, to ask Lin Fan for help and ask him to kill the dragon pirates and save Kokosia village. So, Nami immediately stepped forward and pinched Lin Fan's shoulders obediently. "Is this strong enough?" Nami asked very gently. "A little harder." Listening to Nami's voice that was obviously not right, although Lin Fan felt a little weird, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, the sound was pretty nice, so he deserved it. "Well, okay," Nami responded, then increased his strength. Lin Fan also closed his eyes and enjoyed it. A comfortable batch. Lin Fan also felt a little emotional. In his previous life, it would have been very difficult for a beauty of Nami's level to touch his shoulders. I can't find it at all. Nami is so beautiful without makeup. ... Squeezing and squeezing, Nami tried to speak. "Handsome guy, you. Little maid, call me master." Quote. Quote. Nami was speechless, but thinking of asking the other party, Nami exhaled and continued to speak. "Master, can you do me a favor, your little maid?" After Nami said these words, her whole face turned red. Too shy. Nami never thought that one day she would say these words and have such an attitude. Lin Fan suddenly yawned, and then said, "I'm sleepy. Let's take a nap first. You can talk about it when you wake up." In fact, he probably knew what Nami was going to say. During this time, Nami has not yet met the protagonist Luffy and the others, and is still stealing money from pirates in the East Daxia Sea. This means that the dragon pirates still occupy Kokosia village. I believe what Nami is going to say is this. Then, Lin Fan naturally rested his head on Nami's long white legs, closed his eyes and started to sleep. At the same time, the power of thought acted on the boat, and the boat immediately rose into the sky. This sudden lift into the air startled Nami, but she soon returned to normal. Lin Fan said that he would talk about things after waking up. Although Nami was a little disappointed, she soon returned to normal. At least he didn't refuse. As for Lin Fan sleeping on her lap, Nami didn't care. Looking at Lin Fan's handsome face, Nami's face turned redder and redder. She even thought about the name of her and Lin Fan's baby. Chapter 12: A Sumptuous Gift Package. Lin Fan closed his eyes and did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he opened the gift package given by the system just now. Here's the thing. When Lin Fan gave Nami two choices, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding, host completes the achievement of bullying men and dominating women, and will be rewarded with a gift package. At that time, Lin Fan immediately prepared to sue the system for defamation. But I have to say that the gift package is very fragrant. Ding, host opens the gift package and gets 1 Logia Cloud Fruit, 1 Marine 6 Style Perfect Mastery Card, 5 Color Awareness Cookies in the shape of a heart, 1 Healing Pill, and 1 Storm Charge Battleship. Logia Union Fruit. After eating it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Perfect Mastery of the 6 Marine Styles card. After use, you will perfectly master the 6 Marine Styles: Shaving, Arashi Kick, Moonwalk, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Paper Painting. Knowing Color Awakening Cookies, Heart Shape. After eating these heart-shaped biscuits, there will be a 50% chance of successfully awakening the knowledge color hockey. Failure to awaken will increase the brain's reaction speed, can be used multiple times. Healing Pills. After taking them, you will immediately recover from injuries, including any physical illness. Note: domination cannot be restored. Storm Charge Battleship. A battleship made of alloy from another world, with unparalleled defense, an intelligent system, and support for light energy charging. After looking at all the items in the gift package, Lin Fan yawned again and again, feeling unbearably sleepy, and immediately fell asleep peacefully. At this moment, the boat has risen to an altitude of 8,000 meters, and is protected by a telekinetic barrier. The reason why Lin Fan suddenly felt sleepy was entirely because his body was caused by too much force in a short period of time. Once you wake up, you'll be fine. Unknowingly, Nami also fell asleep leaning on the boat with her hands on her pillow, and then she dreamed. In the dream, Lin Fan agreed to her request, destroyed the dragon pirates, and restored freedom to Kokosia village. Then she was with Lin Fan. Soon after, she became pregnant and gave birth to a child with Lin Fan, and then lived happily together for a lifetime. Nami, who was asleep, also showed a sincere smile, and the beauty of the beauty was immediately revealed, but it was a pity that no one appreciated it. Not long after Lin Fan eliminated Colonel Rat, the matter came to light. The Marine headquarters discovered that the warship of the 16th branch had lost contact. Originally, each warship had to report to the headquarters at regular intervals. But when the time came, only the warship of the 16th East Daxia Sea branch did not report to the headquarters. Donghai, near Windmill Village. A warship with a dog's head biting a bone on its bow was traveling at a very slow speed on the sea. Its number was HQ-3. This warship is the exclusive vehicle of the marine hero nicknamed Iron Fist Monkey D. Garp. Boom 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 boom. Garp was sitting on the deck eating donuts and senbei while basking in the sun, with his adjutant Bogart standing straight behind him. Garp did not devote himself to searching for Lin Fan, but was lazy, and the warship only wandered around the Windmill Village. Regarding Lin Fan's killing of the celestial dragon, Garp immediately applauded him on the spot. Garp completely looked down upon the superior good-for-nothing Dracos. In addition, Lin Fan didn't kill Marine on the ship, he just used Conqueror's Haki to stun everyone. Therefore, Garp had no hostility towards Lin Fan at all, and had no intention of looking for him. A soldier died, but Garp believes that there must be a reason for Lin Fan to kill him. Otherwise, if there were so many people on the warship, why would you be the only one to die? The phone on the table rang. Garp answered it impatiently, then picked his nose and said, "Warring States, I didn't find any news about Lin Fan here. Do you have any news about that brat?" Garp, the warship of the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea has lost contact. You are the closest. Now hurry over and see what is going on. The approximate location is. Quote. After hanging up the phone, Garp immediately sailed towards the approximate location. Garp is still very concerned about the loss of contact with the 16th branch. Of course, if Garp knew what Colonel Mouse had been doing over the years, he didn't know what would happen. There is a high probability that he will also set out to find it, and then send him on his way. Garp is quite reliable. Every time he returns to the East Daxia Sea, he will deal with the pirates he encounters along the way to ensure the safety of the towns and villages nearby. But the East Daxia Sea is too big, and Garp can only clean up the pirates on his itinerary. Therefore, the dragon pirates will still occupy Kokosia village and several nearby villages. Marine General Akainu is still on his way to the East Daxia Sea. All the pirates he encountered along the way were destroyed by him. The pirate ships were directly destroyed. The attack power of the rock berries was very abnormal. In short, meeting Akainu's pirates was like a lifetime of bad luck. All died without a burial place. Akainu is a naked hawk. He doesn't bother to catch pirates, he only destroys them. The same goes for other marines on his ship. Mariejoia, where the Draco lives. Only his family was saddened by the death of Hell's Saint. The other celestial dragons all ignored the matter and even laughed secretly at the fact that Hell's Saint was killed by ants. It can be seen that throughout Mariejoia, there are many slaves of various races. Many of them have collars around their necks and are connected to iron chains, led by the celestial dragons like dogs. Each of these slaves has numb and empty eyes, and they have obviously lost themselves long ago. It can be seen that some slaves were once famous pirates, adventurers, national heroes, etc. But now, they all have only one identity, that is, slaves. There is also a mark on their bodies, called the Flying Dragon's hoofprint. The mark is on a random location, and the mark will be printed wherever the celestial dragon points. I have to say, the Tianlong people are really a bunch of damn guys. Chapter 13 Garp, Trigger Options. The Great Sea Route, on the Windless Belt. The Kuja pirates ship is being pulled forward by two sea snakes. The Windless Zone is a special sea area. As the name says, there is no wind or waves in this sea area. Of course, the lack of wind and waves will not be the reason why others dare not sail easily in calm areas. If you want to sail, there are still ways. The reason why most people dare not sail in the calm zone is because the calm zone is the territory of Poseidon species, and the nest of Poseidon species is in the calm sea. The Poseidon class is a kind of sea beast with extremely powerful vitality. If it is too large, it will be difficult for even marine generals to deal with it. In the cabin, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock sat on the throne and looked at a reward notice. The reward order was clearly Lin Fan's reward order. Ever since she saw the news in the newspaper, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock had a special affection for Lin Fan, the handsome man who killed the celestial dragon. Then, he kept rubbing his face against the reward order, his face turned red, his eyes were blurry, his long legs were squeezed tightly, his whole body was twisting and turning, and he had to change several pairs of shorts. The child of this concubine and Master Lin Fan will be called Lin Kefan. Oops, it seems that I will soon see Master Lin Fan and be held in his arms. Thinking of this, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock needs to change her pants again. 3 hours later, Lin Fan woke up from his sleep and immediately opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was Nami's very broad sense of justice. After staring for a few seconds, Lin Fan also got up from Nami's lap. Men, just be yourself and watch whatever you want. Lin Fan's movement also woke up Nami. When Nami woke up, she was a little confused. After all, she was still dreaming. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he unconsciously opened his arms and hugged Lin Fan as he did in his dream, and then gave Lin Fan a sweet kiss. The moment they touched him, he smiled and said hello, Brother Fan, good morning. Lin Fan was completely confused, his head went blank for a while, and he remained motionless. What's going on? Why did Nami wake up like this after a long sleep? But when I thought about it carefully, I didn't suffer any loss, so it didn't matter to him. The next second, Nami reacted, then raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, meeting Lin Fan's eyes. Thinking of what he had just done, Nami's face suddenly turned red, her ears and neck were also red, and steam appeared on her head. What a shame. Ah, Nami, what did you do? Are you sick? I saw Nami quickly let go of his hand, then turned his head away, covering his face with his hands, not to see anyone. Little maid, I have decided that you can call me Brother Fan from now on. There is no need to call me young master. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, the white steam on Nami's head burst out instantly, which meant that Nami became even more shy. By the way, little maid, I remember what you wanted to say to me before I went to bed. You can tell me now. As soon as Lin Fan got down to business, Nami was no longer shy and immediately returned to normal. Then she turned to face Lin Fan again and said, Master, I. Call me Brother Fan. Nami opened her mouth to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Fan's voice. Upon hearing this, Nami's face, neck, and ears immediately turned red again. Rolling her eyes at Lin Fan, Nami gave in once again and spoke again. Brother Fan, can you do me a favor? Tell me and listen. After speaking, Lin Fan grabbed his right hand out of thin air, and a large glass of juice immediately appeared in his hand. Lin Fan also drank from the straw. Naturally, juice can be purchased from the food maker for 100 belly. Even if the item is placed in the system space, it can still be used. As for Nami, she was originally planning to ask Lin Fan to destroy the dragon pirates. But after seeing Lin Fan conjuring juice out of thin air, he was so stunned that he forgot to speak, and just stared with wide eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan bought another glass of juice, then handed it to Nami and said, Here, just tell me if you want to drink. You are my maid, I am not stingy. Nami subconsciously reached out and took the juice, then reacted. What the hell, I don't want to drink juice. But where does the shock juice come from? Hey. Lin Fan finally saw what Nami was thinking, so he said, Little maid, this is one of your devil fruit abilities, Brother Fan, so don't be too surprised. Tell me about you and see if I'm interested. After hearing this, Nami also stepped into the topic, looked at Lin Fan seriously and said, I would like to ask you to help clean up the dragon pirates in my village. In return, I will willingly become your maid. At this moment, Nami was in a very uneasy mood, her eyes were full of expectation, and her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes because of nervousness. Lin Fan smiled and reached out to touch Nami's head. Are you willing to be my maid? No problem, I agree. Wait a moment, a guest is coming. I'll greet him and come right back. You can keep it safe for me first. With that said, Lin Fan handed the juice into Nami's hand, then stood up and jumped off the boat. In the sea not far away, a dog-headed warship was heading in this direction. The moment the warship appeared, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind, and then 3 choices appeared in front of him. Option 1. Fight Garp head-on. Defeat Garp. Reward. 10 armed color hockey awakening cookies pentagonal star shape. Option 2. Destroy the HQ-3 warship. Reward. An animal ant fruit. Option 3. Avoid seeing him. Reward. A 21 sword sharp knife called Han Xing. ... Lin Fan was speeding towards Garp's warship. Lin Fan naturally knew why Garp appeared. What else could it be other than to arrest him, a guy who was so bold and dared to kill the celestial dragons? If I guessed correctly, there should be some generals. Because they were in the sky, Garp's knowledge and color haki did not discover Lin Fan. Instead, Lin Fan's knowledge and color haki discovered Garp immediately. The first moment he discovered Garp, Lin Fan decided to have a fight with Garp to prove his strength. And just in time, the option was triggered. There is no reason not to accept the free reward. Lin Fan chose option 1, so he had to think carefully about why he didn't choose option 2. The main reason is that the Marines on the Garp ship are relatively good Marines. There is no need to sink the HQ-3 warship and cause them casualties. Although he, Lin Fan, is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. Of course, if you are facing someone like Colonel Mouse, haha, just kill him or not. After all, killing a bunch of scum is still doing a good deed. Chapter 14 Battle with Garp, win. UB ****************, D, why don't you put me down? As soon as she saw Lin Fan jumping off the boat, Nami looked down and her heart suddenly collapsed. Hearing Nami's shout, Lin Fan just smiled and ignored her. Brother, I'm going to find someone to fight with. What if I put you down and get hurt? ... Lin Fan fell quickly, his whole body covered with a telekinetic shield, which protected him from wind resistance. After descending to a certain height, Lin Fan also adjusted his posture, and then quickly stepped on the air with his feet to use moonwalk. His whole body flashed in the air, and after a while, he also appeared on the mast of the warship. He didn't hide himself, or couldn't hide at all. If you want to hide yourself, you need to cultivate your domineering energy to the extreme, so that you can hide yourself and not be noticed by other people's domineering energy. At the same time, Garp and Bogart also noticed Lin Fan's arrival, and both raised their heads to look at Lin Fan. Garp, the rank of Lieutenant General, winner of the title of Marine Hero, winner of the title of Iron Fist, has refused to become a general many times, possessor of 2-color domineering, and likes to fight with fists. Bogart, Garp's adjutant, has the rank of Lieutenant General. He was previously Cyborg Kong's adjutant. He is powerful, has 2-color domineering, is good at using swords, and is a great swordsman. Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp, you should be looking for me. As he spoke, Lin Fan disappeared and appeared next to Garp, holding a donut in his hand and putting it in his mouth. UB ***********, D, who allowed you to eat my donuts? Garp said, reaching out and preparing to snatch the donut back from Lin Fan's hand. Bogart put his hand on the handle of the knife and drew it at any time. Garp naturally missed it, and Lin Fan stuffed the donut into his mouth. After swallowing, Lin Fan showed a bright smile and said, Lieutenant General Garp, your donuts are so delicious. You little B**********, D, how dare you to deliver it to my door and steal my donuts to see if I won't give you any pleasure. Garp directly punched Lin Fan, and Lin Fan's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, the plate with several donuts on the table disappeared. When Lin Fan's figure appeared again, it was at the same position as the mast. Garp also knew that Lin Fan was not simple, although he only made a tentative move. The information given by Warring States period is wrong. According to Lin Fan's information given to Garp by Warring States Fleet Admiral, Lin Fan is a person with Conqueror's Haki. He was able to defeat CP0 because he snatched the devil fruit and then ate it. It is not yet known what the devil fruit's ability is. But after this small test, Garp also guessed that Lin Fan would have Wen's Haki, and it was not the kind that had just awakened, but the kind that had been developed to some extent. Kid, give me back the donuts. Garp said, and his figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already at Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan also disappeared in the next second and appeared on the sea. The donut has been taken into the system space by him. Lieutenant General Garp, come on, let's have a good fight. What an arrogant brat, I quite admire you for killing the celestial dragon. However, appreciation is appreciation, and you actually encountered it. I can only arrest you and send you to Impel Down City. After Garp finished speaking, he also used the Haki of seeing and hearing to predict a little bit of the future, and then the whole person disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Fan. I saw Garp punching Lin Fan, his entire fist filled with armed domineering energy. Wherever the fist passed, the air was squeezed until it made a crackling sound. This punch is the strongest punch Garp can use currently. If Lin Fan kills Luffy or kills someone close to Garp, Garp will burst out with stronger power. After all, it is a small life for relatives and friends to offer sacrifices to the sky and use this to burst out with stronger power. Tradition. Lin Fan also punched out to fight Garp, also using arm domineering, and at this critical moment, he also used the technique of domination. Betangle is a technique of using Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki that has almost reached the peak can be used to kill. Although Lin Fan's armed Haki is weaker than that of Garp, in this punch, he also used the power of Batang and Shockwave Devil Fruit, coupled with the super strong physique brought by the crazy blood physique and the immortal phoenix. He is not at all. I feel like I will lose in a fistfight with Garp. The fists of one large and one small collided, and both Lin Fan and Garp felt the attack from each other. Lin Fan suffered internal damage from the armed Siba Chi Liang, but it was not a big problem for his physique. As for Garp, he was hit by a shock wave and was very uncomfortable. The destructive power of the shock wave devil fruit can be said to be a weakened version of the shock wave fruit, and it is extremely powerful. Damn it, why is this kid so strong? On the warship, Bogart was also very shocked when he saw Lin Fan and Garp fighting each other. Bogart knew how powerful his boss was. Bogart also immediately took out the phone bug and contacted the Sengoku Fleet Admiral at Marine Headquarters. Quote. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Bogart, the target Wilkie Lin Fan has been found, and Lieutenant General Garp is currently fighting with him. Wilk Lin Fan is very powerful, not inferior to Lieutenant General Garp. Please send support from Warring States Fleet Admiral. His current location is. Quote. When Bogart reported to the Warring States period that he had discovered Lin Fan and Garp had already exchanged fists with each other dozens of times in the air. The powerful aura exuded by the two swept the entire sea into rough waves, and the Poseidon species that had originally been entrenched were also swimming in a hurry. Go away, for fear of suffering an unreasonable disaster. With a bang, they punched each other again, and then Lin Fan and Garp stepped aside with a tacit understanding. Garp dodged and used the Marine 6th style to shave his head back onto the warship. Lin Fan, on the other hand, stood firmly on the sea, and the two of them just looked at each other. It can be seen that blood is flowing from Garp's mouth and Kakuzu, but Lin Fan is fine. This is the difference in physical fitness. No matter what you say, Garp is just an ordinary person. You be ********************************** D, I'll give you the donuts, how about it? Are you interested in joining Marine again? I'll introduce you to Sengoku. Reaching out to wipe the blood on his mouth, Garp smiled and spoke loudly. After exhaling and calming down, Lin Fan responded with a smile. Ha ha ha, Lieutenant General Garp, thank you for your kindness. I am very satisfied with the battle this time. See you next time. With that said, Lin Fan was also preparing to leave. Lin Fan also had a rough idea of his own combat prowess. Wells Lin Fan, take my sword. Bogart pulled out his saber and slashed a blue sword energy towards Lin Fan. A great swordsman. Impact punch. Lin Fan punched out, instantly shattering the sword energy, then glanced at Bogart and stepped away. Lin Fan was still a little surprised that Garp's lieutenant was a great swordsman. He has watched so many episodes of One Piece, but he has never seen this person take action. I didn't expect that he would be a great swordsman in his first move, and his strength should be at least at the level of a candidate general. The reason why he didn't become an alternate general like Momoshiki and Otoko probably has something to do with his personality, which is low-key, very low-key. Chapter 15 The Warring States period valued Lin Fan and sent Kizaru to support him. Watching Lin Fan leave, Garp laughed heartlessly. There is a new powerful guy in this ocean. Ahem. Quote. As he was laughing, Garp started coughing violently. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Garp turned around and prepared to go to bed, and at the same time prepared to return home. Bogart immediately used Den Den Mushi to contact Sengoku Fleet Admiral again to report the situation. Bogart, remember to tell Zongguo that I'm injured and I'm going back to my hometown to recuperate. Oh, and remember to tell Sengoku that the other party should be a user who ate the Paramesha shock wave devil fruit. Quote. What, Bogart, you said Wilkie Lin Fan was as good as Garp. How is that possible? How can he be that good? Far away in the Fleet Admiral office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, New World, Zongguo stood up excitedly, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Bogart, that D Garp didn't let me win, did he? In order to determine Lin Fan's fighting ability, Zongguo also asked his old partner Garp whether he was letting him win. Because Lin Fan killed the celestial dragons for no reason other than to kill Marine, Zongguo began to wonder if his old partner Garp would let him go. After all, my old partner Garp really hates the celestial dragons. The reason why he refused to become a Marine Admiral is because a Marine Admiral has the responsibility to protect the celestial dragons. Reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Lieutenant General Garp did not hold back. He even used Ryuzakura, but still could not do anything to Wilk Lin Fan. Also, according to Vice Admiral Garp's observation, Wilk Lin Fan is a user of the Paramesha Shockwave Devil Fruit, which is a powerful ability. When Wilk Lin Fan was fighting with Vice Admiral Garp, his armament color Haki is obviously inferior to him, but because of the ability of the Shockwave Devil Fruit, he is not at a disadvantage at all. Before leaving, he easily smashed my sword with a punch. In short, This Lin Fan, the fleet admiral of the Warring States period, is very dangerous and is completely inconsistent with the information you sent us. Quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote comma 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 dot dot quote. Bogart chatted with Zhang Guo for a while, informing him of Lin Fan's latest situation, and also told him that Garp was injured and needed to rest. What he got in return was a burst of anger from the Warring States period. In the end, it came to nothing. When a general is away from the battlefield, he may not obey military orders. Garp is determined to go back to Windmill Village to find his grandson Luffy to build a relationship with him and to crush Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. Fleet Admiral Office, Marineford. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Guo rubbed his eyebrows. Lin Fan could actually fight against Garp without losing at all. Also, the devil fruit that was stolen turned out to be a powerful devil fruit. Sengoku just felt tired at the moment. In recent years, rookie pirates have risen one after another. Among them, Portgas D. Ace, who possesses the Logia flame fruit and is nicknamed the Fire Fist, is the most active and powerful. However, the new forces of his marine are obviously inferior to those of the pirates. Now there is an even more powerful Lin Fan. And Lin Fan couldn't pass the omen for Shichibukai, so he could only be destined to be an enemy. After thinking for a while, Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo also called the fastest man among the three admirals. The call was quickly answered. Mashimoshi, Fleet Admiral of the Sengoku period, I am Borsalino, what can I do for you? Borsalino, Lin Fan is unexpectedly strong. Garp is evenly matched with him and cannot arrest him. Similarly, Sakazuki is certainly not able to arrest Lin Fan alone. So, you should go to Donghai immediately to support Sakazuki in arresting Lin Fan. If you can't arrest him, you can also kill him. In short, Lin Fan, this trouble, must be dealt with. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone without giving Kizaru a chance to reply. Oh my, there's really no time for me. The new guys nowadays are more powerful than each other. They can even fight on par with Mr. Garp. It's really scary. After Yellow Monkey finished his nagging, he drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, stood up, his whole body turned into golden light, and then disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived on the warship belonging to Kizaru. At this moment, the soldiers on the warship were also busy making preparations before setting sail. Dot 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 dot. In the first half of the Great Route, Admiral Akainu's warships are still sailing. Akainu stood on the bow with an expressionless face. The latest news about Lin Fan was also reported by his adjutant. Akainu didn't care about this at all. In his opinion, Garp was too old, so he was beaten to a draw by a young man. If it were him, he would have buried this guy named Lin Fan in the sea long ago. That's right, Akainu was planning to bury Lin Fan in the sea instead of arresting him. Along the way, many pirates died at the hands of Akainu. One of them was originally going to have a role in the future, the spring man Bellamy nicknamed Hyena. Yes, that's right, half of the town of Mogu was destroyed by Akainu and is full of lava. Bellamy was unlucky to meet Akainu. He was sent to meet Tainai with just one punch from Akainu, and his subordinates were soon killed as well. Akainu showed no mercy when it came to killing pirates. Dot 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 dot. On the other side, Lin Fan also used telekinesis to fly up to the sky to find Nami after moving away from Garp for a distance. As for his physical condition, he has recovered. The immortal phoenix has a very good healing effect. As for the consumed physical strength, it cannot be recovered immediately and the body has to recover on its own. However, he has a strong physique and recovers his strength quickly. After this battle with Garp, Lin Fan had a rough idea of his own strength. Royal Level, Chapter 16 Sincere Nami. Royal Level Combat Power. Although I have never fought against the four emperors, but he was able to defeat Garp without much effort, which definitely shows that he has the strength of an emperor. Dot 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 dot. It didn't take long before Lin Fan appeared silently behind Nami. A-hole, I'm so PD off. You ran away, but why don't you let me go first? Why haven't you come back yet? I'm hungry. Nami didn't bring any dry food with her. According to her plan, she could reach the next land during mealtime. Lin Fan simply slapped Nami on the head. He didn't use much strength, but it was definitely painful for Nami. Ah, it hurts. Nami immediately put on a mask of pain, lowered her head, covered her head with her hands, and tears flowed unconsciously. Little maid, you are so proud of yourself that you even dare to call me AB asterisk 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 D. This is a lesson for you. Lin Fan also quickly sat on the boat and looked at the juice that Nami had finished drinking. Lin Fan didn't care and just took the cup. Brother Fan, how come you appear and disappear without making any sound? Covering her head, Nami spoke with some grievance. In his mind, he imagined himself beating Lin Fan violently, making Lin Fan beg for mercy and call for his mother, and then he would let him go. I won't tell you. Lin Fan glanced at Nami and then took out the infinite food maker. Nami curled her lips when she heard that, and greeted Lin Fan warmly in her heart, and then she saw the infinite food making machine appear out of thin air. Nami no longer felt strange about Lin Fan being able to take things out of thin air. However, Nami couldn't help but be curious about the unfamiliar infinite food maker and asked, Brother Fan, what is this? While speaking, Nami reached out and touched the infinite food maker. The cool metal feel. This thing is called the infinite food maker. As the name suggests, it can produce unlimited food. 100 Baileys can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of food or alcohol. It is something I got from another world using the power of a devil fruit. Nami's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. An infinite food maker. Can it produce infinite food? 100 Baileys for 1 kilogram of food or alcohol. Wouldn't that mean she could start making money as a food and alcohol vendor? Nami's eyes became symbols of money, and she began to imagine herself lying on Mount Pele. It can never be spent. It can never be spent. What are you thinking about? This thing is mine, not yours. What are you dreaming about? As soon as Lin Fan saw Nami's expression, he knew what this money grubber was thinking, and he simply gave her another slap in the face to bring her back to reality. If you want to be a maid, you must have the awareness of being a maid and not think too much about anything else. Money is just a string of numbers, nothing special. If you want money, why not just rob a pirate ship? No big deal. Ah, it hurts. Nami's beautiful fantasy was shattered in an instant. She covered her head with her hands again and tears flowed unconsciously again. Nami got angry all of a sudden. She wanted to let Lin Fan know that even a maid has a temper. Nami raised her head while enduring the pain, glared at Lin Fan, and shouted, H. As a result, just as he was about to say something, he saw Lin Fan smile and gesture, and immediately chose to follow his heart and admit defeat. Nami's expression changed instantly. She smiled and said in a gentle tone, Brother Fan, I'm hungry, can you use this thing to make me something to eat? Chapter 17 Untitled. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Fan also controlled the boat to descend rapidly. After taking a look, Nami held her head and closed her eyes and lay on the boat. After a while, the boat entered the sea again. Lin Fan also took out the storm charge battleship given by the system. A huge metal battleship appeared out of thin air next to Lin Fan and Nami. The storm charge battleship was very good looking, and Lin Fan nodded slightly with satisfaction. Then he directly picked up Nami like a princess, activated his telekinesis, and flew towards the deck of the battleship. Ah, what happened? Why did it fly? Money, my money. Nami did not notice the storm charge battleship immediately. Instead, she immediately thought of the money on the boat after realizing that she was being carried by Lin Fan and flying up. This is Nami the cat thief. With a snap, Lin Fan slapped Nami's buttocks. Don't move around. I have already collected the money. Also, little maid, watch your words, that's my money, not yours. After being slapped on the butt and hearing Lin Fan's ruthless words, Nami suddenly felt bad. Arriving on the battleship, Nami finally noticed the battleship. When did there be an extra ship? At this moment, a beautiful girl appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Fan Nami. It is the intelligent butler of the battleship. Welcome Master Lin Fan to use the storm charge battleship. I am Alice, the smart butler. I am happy to serve you. After speaking, the beautiful girl floating in the air also bowed towards Lin Fan. May I ask if the master approves of the second life form Nami currently existing on the battleship? Recognition. May I ask if the master recognizes Nami as a long-term crew member? Recognition. May I ask what level of permissions the master has given to crew member Nami? Currently, level 2 to 5 permissions can be given, or no permissions can be given. If there is no permission, he will be restricted to a certain area and monitored 24 hours a day. If he violates the regulations, he will leave the restricted area. A shouting notice will be given once. If you do not listen to the shouting and return to the limited area within the specified time, the battleship's intelligence system will handle it and capture will be the first choice. Quote. Lin Fan glanced at Nami when he heard this, and Nami was also looking at Lin Fan eagerly at this moment. Grant secondary authority. Okay. Master. Alice's eyes flashed red. Nami's information has been registered. Welcome Nami to be the second owner of the storm charge battleship. I am Alice, the smart butler. I am happy to serve you. Alice, call me Brother Fan from now on. Now I want to take a bath. Please help me put the water in first and lead the way. Okay, Brother Fan, please come with me. Alice, who was floating in the air, also led the way, and Lin Fan followed with Nami in his arms. At this time, Nami, who had finished being shocked, also realized what Lin Fan had said. Her face suddenly turned red, and then she began to struggle and shouted, Oh, let me go, just go and take a bath. Put me down first, hey. Then, Nami discovered that struggling was in vain. Immediately, Nami thought of something and asked the smart butler directly for help. Alice, help me quickly and save me from the big pervert Lin Fan. After Alice heard Nami's words, she turned around without slowing down and responded to Nami. I'm sorry Nami, I can't fulfill your request because I don't have enough authority. After speaking, Alice stopped looking at Nami and continued to lead the way. With a snap, Lin Fan slapped Nami's butt again. Go take a shower. You smell like sweat, and I don't like it very much. After saying that, Lin Fan looked at Alice and ordered, Take Nami to take a bath. Okay, Brother Fan. Nami was taken from Lin Fan by Alice, and Lin Fan also walked into the men's bathroom. Chapter 18 Arriving at Kokosia Village. When Lin Fan came out of the bath, Alice appeared immediately. Brother Fan and Sister Nami are currently in the control room. She is supplementing the charts of the storm charge battleship. Well, I understand. Alice, Head northwest. Okay, Brother Fan. Take me to the control room. Okay, Brother Fan, come with me. Alice, who was floating in the air, led the way, and Lin Fan followed behind. Lin Fan was not surprised that Nami appeared in the control room to supplement the charts. The door to the control room opened, and Lin Fan walked in. At a glance, he saw Nami, who was wearing a maid uniform, pulling in the air with his hand. Yeah, authentic maid outfit. Nami did not notice Lin Fan's arrival. Her attention was entirely on the 3DC chart. The Storm Charge battleship has just been launched, so naturally there is no chart of the One Piece world. At this moment, Nami is supplementing the chart of the East Daxia Sea, adding in all the places she is familiar with so that the battleship chart will not be blank. Hey, the boat is moving. This direction is Kokosia Village. Nami also finally discovered that the warship shown on the chart was moving. Based on the direction of movement, Nami quickly knew where it was heading. Lin Fan came to Nami's side in an instant, put his arms around Nami's waist, looked at her beautiful face with a smile and said, "Little maid, didn't you say that you wanted me to take care of the dragon pirates and then be my maid willingly? Brother Fan, what I promised will naturally count. Let's set off immediately. I will make you feel at ease as soon as possible, and I won't have to look at you. There is always sorrow." Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Nami and Lin Fan looked at each other, their hearts beating rapidly, and they were also very moved. Nami suddenly smiled, and Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Can you imagine what it feels like when a super beautiful girl who is less than 20 centimeters away from you suddenly smiles at you? Thanks. After saying that, Nami stood up on tiptoes, put her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and gave her first kiss to Lin Fan's lips. Quote. Suddenly, Nami pushed Lin Fan away, glared at him, and ran away with a red face, neck, and ears. Lin Fan stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, then looked at his hands. After shaking hands, Lin Fan also showed an awkward smile. I can't control it. Well, not to mention, it feels great in the hand. 7 p.m. The battleship finally arrived at Kokosia Village. Lin Fan also directly reached out and hugged Nami's waist and flew off the battleship. After landing, Nami immediately broke away and stood aside. Obviously, she is still a little bit upset about what happened before. Who is Lin Fan? A shameless guy. Lin Fan forcibly hugged Nami, and Nami began to struggle. Let me go, you horny guy. Let me go, you lecherous B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Quote. Quote. Lin Fan ignored Nami's struggle and directly activated his aura of knowledge to cover the entire island. Kokosia village is not very big, it is just a small island. Lin Fan's domineering power has also reached the second level, covering the entire island in less than a second. Little maid, I used the hockey of insight to sense the island and found only 6 fishmen. What should I say? Do you want to deal with them now? Hearing this, Nami also stopped struggling and let Lin Fan hold her waist. Aaron and the others must have gone to other nearby villages. Every once in a while, they will go out to sea to drive a pirate ship to collect protection fees. Calculating the time, they should be back soon. Nami gritted his teeth and said, his hands clenched into fists at some point. Naturally, the dragon pirates will not only collect protection fees from Kokosia village alone. Chapter 19 Nokigao. Aaron and other major fishmen were not found, so Nami also led the way to her home. On the way, Lin Fan also felt bored, so he said, Little maid, if I don't show up, and you save 100 million belly to find Aaron, he will really leave Kokosia as promised to you. Village. Hearing this, Nami stopped and fell into deep thought. Won't. She got this answer subconsciously. Who is Aaron? After knowing him for so many years, Nami is already very familiar with him. Haha, let's go. There's no need to worry about this issue. After all, I'm here now. Lin Fan reached out and rubbed Nami's head, smiled, and walked in front. Well, I understand. Nami also smiled again and followed quickly. During the short period of time she had known Lin Fan, Nami knew that Lin Fan was a man of his word. With this, that's enough. Not long after, Nami led them to the door of the small house where she and her sister lived. There was light in the house at the moment, and it was obvious that Nami's sister was there and not sleeping. There are also some orange trees planted next to the house. There are already orange and plump oranges growing on the trees, which look very appetizing. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind, and 3 choices appeared in front of him. Option 1. Invite the little maid's sister Nokigao to join the ship as a crew member. Reward. 1 Logia devil fruit. Option 2. Do not invite Nokigao on board. Reward. An 8 trigrams Palms Grandmaster card. Option 3. Knock Nokigao unconscious and take her directly to the ship. Reward. Paramesha, a soft devil fruit. Lin Fan was also a little surprised when he heard the voice in his head. Unexpectedly, the system option was triggered. Even if no option appeared, he was still prepared to invite Nokigao on board. After all, Nokigao is also a beauty who is not inferior to Nami in appearance. Nami walked directly towards the door. She hadn't been home for a while, and she missed her sister Noki very much. At the same time, she also wanted to share with her sister Lin Fan's promise to deal with the dragon pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Sister Nuaochigao, I am Nami, I am back. Just after Nami's voice sounded, footsteps approaching from afar also sounded in the room. With a creak, the door opened. A smiling Nojiko appeared at the gate. Nami, are you back? Lin Fan also saw Nokigao for the first time. Nami has short blue hair and looks more mature. She looks like a big sister. She wears a vest, denim trousers, and a pair of sandals. She has a curvy figure, and the granary is even bigger than Nami. In the anime, this girl's character is gentle and kind, making her an excellent wife choice. Nami immediately hugged Nokigao, and Nokigao also smiled and hugged Nami. Really, now that you have grown up, you still look like a child. After hugging for a while, the two women separated. Nuaochigao finally noticed Lin Fan beside him, and also noticed Nami's dress. Nami, who is this? Also, why are you wearing a maid outfit? Without waiting for Nami to react, Lin Fan immediately stepped forward and squeezed Nami away, then reached out and grabbed Nuaochigao's hand. With a serious and gentlemanly expression on his face, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a handsome smile, and he said, "Hello, beautiful Miss Noshigao, my name is Wilkie Lin Fan. I wonder if I am lucky enough to invite you to travel this vast world with me. Your sister Nami has agreed to be my maid. I think, Miss Nuaochigao, you don't want to be separated from your sister, right?" Nokigao was confused after hearing Lin Fan's words. Nami agreed to become the maid of the person in front of her. Nami was about to explode, but her head was held down by Lin Fan. Hush, little maid, your brother Fan and I are doing business, just stand aside quietly and watch. I ride a horse. Okay, I tolerate it. You put a bounty of 980 million Baileys on your head. You are awesome. Nami took a deep breath, and then really stood aside. Nokigao watched the whole process, and felt incredible when he saw his sister Nami obediently listening to Lin Fan's words. Is this still the Nami she knows? Ahem. Beautiful Miss Nuaochigao, you haven't given me an answer yet. I think you don't want to be separated from Nami again, right? After all, this separation may be very long. Lin Fan still had that handsome gentleman expression, and his destructive power on women could be described as huge. Nuaochigao's heart also began to beat faster and faster, and a blush appeared on her face. Nuaochigao turned to look at her sister Nami. It was the first time she encountered this situation and she didn't know how to answer. The key is that my sister Nami became a maid, and she didn't refute it. What is going on? Nokigao's brain was a little confused. Nami couldn't bear it anymore, she blushed and took her sister Nokigao's hand and walked into the house. She wanted to inform her sister Nokigao about the situation. Nami also hopes that her sister Nokigao will come on board, and she does not want to be separated from her sister Nokigao for too long. According to Lin Fan's intention, he wanted to have a try on the Great Sea route. Isn't this going to last a year and a half? Nami pulled Nokigao into the house to talk about the matter. Lin Fan did not follow her, but left room for the two sisters to talk. As for him, he walked towards the orange grove. When I first watched the anime, I was very interested in these oranges. I don't know if the taste is the same as the oranges from my previous life. Thinking about it, Lin Fan had already walked in front of an orange tree. He reached out and picked a yellow orange from the orange tree, then peeled it and started eating. Well, it's delicious, very sweet and juicy. As for whether there are pesticides, I don't know. Lin Fan doesn't care. After all, his physique is here. Pesticides don't matter, as long as they are not poisonous to death. Inside the house, Nami pulled her sister Nuaochigao to sit on a chair, and then told her everything about her encounter with Lin Fan. Including her begging Lin Fan to take action to solve the problem of the dragon pirates liberating Kokosia village and then becoming a maid herself. After listening, Nuaochigao's expression changed. Finally, she held her head with one hand, looked at her sister Nami with a smile and asked, Nami, have you fallen in love with Lin Fan? Upon hearing this, Nami's face, neck, and ears suddenly turned red. I didn't. No, don't talk nonsense. Nami came right out and denied it 3 times, shaking his head and waving his hands. Chapter 20. Trick Nami into eating a whole devil fruit. Nokigao didn't say anything, just stared at his sister Nami with a smile. As a sister, Nochigao is really happy for her sister to find a reliable man. Little did he know, a greedy man also regarded her as his prey. Nuochigao rolled his eyes and had an idea to tease Nami. Nami, since you don't like Lin Fan, then I won't be polite, sister. Lin Fan is my type. He is handsome and powerful. Nochigao has already learned from Nami that Lin Fan is just with a move of his hand, a warship turned 180 degrees and sank into the sea and disappeared. Hearing this, Nami's pupils dilated and she opened her mouth to say something. However, after seeing the look in her sister Nokigao's eyes, she suddenly felt shy and said angrily. Sister Nuochigao, whatever you want, if you like that big B*********** D Lin Fan, just go after him. Women chase men. I believe you can win over Lin Fan soon. Nokigao continued to act, put on a surprised expression and said, oh. Really, Nami, do you really think so? Right. At this point, Nami has only one way to go. Okay. With your encouragement, Nami, sister, I will take action. Sister, I also need a man. As Nuo Chigao said, he stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he deliberately stopped and turned around to face Nami and said, Nami, I'm looking for Lin Fan. I'm so nervous. Nothing to be nervous about, just go. Nami raised her head proudly and spoke. That's okay. Then, Nami heard her sister Nokigao's footsteps getting farther and farther away. Nami finally couldn't help it anymore and secretly looked back. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan, who was sitting at the door, stood up immediately. After swallowing the orange in his mouth, he took out a clean white cloth and wiped his hands. Then he put one hand on the door frame, showed his signature handsome smile, and said, Beautiful Miss Nokigao, have you finished talking to Nami? How is it? Have you considered it? Do you want to accept my invitation to become my partner? I can help transplant your orange grove to the ship. Quote. Okay. I accept your invitation, Mr. Captain. I also want to see everywhere in the world. Nuauchi smiled and nodded in agreement. Nami's dream is to draw a completely worldwide nautical map. Naturally, Nokigao also has his own dream, which is to see all over the world. The reason why Nokigao agreed to board the ship was that she didn't want to be separated from her sister Nami for too long, and she wanted to travel around the world. Of course, Lin Fan's words about being able to transplant orange groves also touched her. The orange grove was planted by her and Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, and she didn't want to be separated from her. Mr. Captain, please come into the house. As the master, I cannot let you stay outside overnight. After saying that, Nuo Chigao also stood aside to make way for Lin Fan. Hey, of course I won't refuse Miss Nuo Chigao's invitation. Lin Fan also walked directly into the home of sister Nokigao Nami. When Nami saw this, he immediately looked away and pretended not to know. After Lin Fan entered the house, he also walked towards the little maid Nami. Nokigao closed the door and walked back. Little maid, your sister has agreed to my invitation and come on board. How is it? Are you happy? You don't have to separate from now on. After Lin Fan sat down on the chair, he smiled and told the good news to the little maid Nami. Hearing this, Nami's face flashed with joy, and then she thought of what her sister Nochigao said just now, and suddenly felt a little sour for some reason. HMPH, big pervert. Nami snorted coldly, and then turned away from Lin Fan very proudly. Mr. Captain, what happened to Nami? Nokigao also sat back on the chair at this time. When he saw the condition of his sister Nami, he couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, the little maid is having a bad temper. Lin Fan said, reaching out and rubbing Nami's head. Don't touch me. Ah. Nami shook her head wildly and tried to get rid of Lin Fan's hand, but to no avail. Lin Fan's hand, as if coated with glue, never left Nami's head. When Nuo Chigao saw this, she also smiled and watched the interaction between Lin Fan and her sister Nami with interest, then picked up the cup and drank some water. After teasing Nami for a while, Lin Fan withdrew his hand. A-hole. Nami stared at Lin Fan with a very angry expression, gritting her silver teeth. It's so shameless. I have no face at all in front of my sister Nuo Chigao. Actually, if I help you avenge and kill the dragon pirates, it's better for you to resolve your hatred yourself. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nuo Chigao Nami's expression suddenly became serious. The two women were about to ask Lin Fan what he meant, but when Lin Fan moved his hand over the table, two strange fruits appeared on the table. These are two devil fruits, the Logia Union fruit and the Logia Kaosao fruit. You two sisters have one pill each, so you can take revenge. The two sisters' attention was immediately attracted by the devil fruit on the table. Nami knows about devil fruits, but not much, but she also knows that after taking devil fruits, they will become very powerful. Nojiko learned about the existence of devil fruit from Nami's mouth, which was roughly the same as Nami's knowledge. Mr. Captain, are you really going to give the devil fruit to us two sisters? Nokigao was very shocked and said, according to what she knew from her sister Nami, a devil fruit is worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of belly. Nami on the other side did not speak, but bit her lip and stared at Lin Fan. Everything is in the eyes. You are all mine, isn't it right for me to increase your combat power? Lin Fan also smiled, waved his hands and said. For some reason, Nuo Chigao always felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fan's words. Nami bit her silver teeth, glared at Lin Fan and then looked at the devil fruit on the table. Big pervert, he really misses his sister. Snort. I choose this. Nami reached out and took the gray-white Yuyun fruit in his hand. Sister Nuo Chigao, you don't need to be polite, just eat. After saying that, Nami opened her mouth and bit the devil fruit. Because Lin Fan was thinking about her sister Nuo Chigao, Nami took this bite with emotion. The mouth is wide open, and the mouth is full. As for Lin Fan, he smiled and watched Nami eat, preparing to laugh. Sure enough, Nami's expression immediately changed in the next second. What did I eat while riding the horse? Nami subconsciously wanted to swallow it out. At this time, Lin Fan moved and directly covered Nami's mouth with one hand and pressed Nami's head with the other. At the same time, he said, Little maid, this is the taste of devil fruit. You can't spit it out, you must eat it. Now, you have to think about it. If you eat it, you will be able to defeat the fishmen of the dragon pirates and liberate Kokosia village. Chapter 21. Nami wants to hit someone online. Little maid, this is what devil fruit tastes like. You can't spit it out, you have to eat it. You have to think about it. If you eat it, you will be able to crush the fishmen of the dragon pirates and liberate Kokosia village. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nami stopped vomiting and nodded to show that she understood. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan also let go of his hand. Nami was seen wearing a mask of pain and forced to swallow the devil fruit in her mouth, and then continued to eat the rest. Lin Fan did not remind Nami that she would gain strength by taking one bite. The little maid is too out of touch and needs to be taught a lesson. It was very difficult. Nami ate the whole devil fruit. Unable to wait, Nami immediately poured water and started pouring it into his mouth. The smell of devil fruit is too overpowering. She didn't want to take another one in her life. Miss Nagio, it's your turn. Lin Fan also turned to look at Nokigao, smiled and reminded him. Okay. Even the gentle, kind and virtuous Nokigao became afraid of the taste of devil fruit after seeing his sister Nami eating devil fruit. I saw Nokigao picking up the devil fruit and getting ready to eat it. Lin Fan immediately stretched out his hand to stop him, covering Nokigao's mouth with one hand, and placed his fingers on Nokigao's sexy and soft lips. Miss Najigao, wait a moment. When Nuo Chigao heard this, he stopped moving and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan reluctantly took back his hand, and then said, devil fruit, just take a small bite. You will gain abilities after taking the first bite. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nami, who was still pouring water, suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Fan with an expression of disbelief. Lin Fan looked at Nami with a contented expression and said, I told you to eat so fast, I didn't even have time to tell you. Nami's fists were clenched, and black clouds appeared on her body, with lightning appearing and crackling in them. A-hole, punch me. Nami punched Lin Fan directly. You could see that Nami's arms turned into black clouds, and her fists were filled with thunder and lightning. With a bang, Lin Fan was punched away by Nami. He hit the wall and fell down, with thunder and lightning flashing all over his body. The sudden scene made Nami stunned. Nami, you. Mr. Captain, how are you? Nuo Chi stood up and immediately ran towards Lin Fan. Nami wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Then he immediately stood up and ran towards Lin Fan with an anxious look on his face. Brother Fan, how are you? Lin Fan was seen looking at the ceiling with his eyes open. There was thunder and lightning flying around his body, and his whole body was trembling, as if he was going to die. Mr. Captain, how are you? Nochigao came to Lin Fan and knelt down directly on the spot, with a worried look on his face. Nami also came and stood aside, with a worried and self-blaming expression on his face, and tears began to appear in his eyes. At this time, Nami and Nokigao had forgotten that Lin Fan was a man with a bounty of 980 million. Nokigao stretched out his hand to touch Lin Fan, and then quickly withdrew his hand. Lin Fan was still wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning. Miss Najigao, can you grant me a wish? Lin Fan spoke very weakly. Mr. Captain, I promise you whatever you say. I'm still a virgin, and I still had my first kiss. I don't like that my first kiss didn't go away even after I died. I wonder if you can grant my wish. Lin Fan also spoke, weakly, again, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning on his body disappeared in time after the words fell. You be asterisk 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 D, keep pretending. Nami roared, and then hit Lin Fan with even more violent thunder and lightning. Originally, Lin Fan's disguise was perfect, but later on, Lin Fan showed flaws. Because, Lin Fan had kissed Nami mouth to mouth before. Where is the so-called first kiss? This flaw was caught by Nami. Seeing that his disguise was seen through, Lin Fan stopped pretending and stood up immediately, then easily grabbed Nami's thunder-filled fist. Oh my, the little maid found out. It's such a pity. I almost tasted Miss Nojiko's lips. ... After the interlude, Nuo Chigao also took a bite of the grass fruit and mastered its ability. How do you feel, Miss Nogigo? After opening his eyes, Nuo Chigao also responded with a sweet smile. It's a very magical ability. And I feel like I don't even need to eat. Lin Fan also frowned upon hearing this. Why does it sound so familiar? By the way, Marine General Green Bull claims to not need to eat. His devil fruit is the sensen fruit. The Nuo Chigao is a grass fruit, which may be a subordinate fruit of the sensen fruit. Therefore, General Green Bull really doesn't need to eat. Sister Nuo Chigao, I also ate the devil fruit, why don't I feel like I don't need to eat? Nami pouted. Lin Fan gave Nami a shudder on the head. It hurts. Nami immediately covered her head and cried out in pain. You silly maid, there are different abilities between devil fruits and devil fruits. The reason why Miss Nojiko feels like she doesn't need to eat is because of the properties of her fruit. After speaking, Lin Fan looked at Nokigao and continued, Miss Nokigao, if I guess correctly, you don't feel the need to eat before you need to bask in the sun, right? Well, that's right. Mr. Captain actually guessed it. Mr. Captain, you are really awesome. Nuo Chigao also smiled and nodded in recognition, and then praised Lin Fan by the way. Miss Nuo Chigao, is there any reward? Lin Fan also climbed up the pole, grabbed Nuo Chigao's hand and spoke with an affectionate expression on his face. I wonder what reward Mr. Captain wants. As a woman with the attributes of a royal sister, Nuo Chigao will naturally cooperate when being teased. The best thing is to be able to taste your lips, Miss Nashigao. Lin Fan was also completely shameless in speaking out his thoughts. Since coming to the One Piece world, binding the system and opening the gift package to become one of the great masters in the world today, Lin Fan has completely let himself go. With a bang, Nami punched the table and roared, "Hey, hey, hey, what's going on with you? I'm still here." The little maid is really annoying. She always causes damage at such times. It's really troublesome. Lin Fan reluctantly let go of Nokigao's hand and spoke with regret. As soon as he said these words, an angry symbol burst out from Nami's forehead, his fists were clenched tightly, and thunder and lightning flashed. Apparently, the irritable Nami has unknowingly become more proficient in using the power of this fruit. Nuo Chigao covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, her eyes still looking between her sister and Lin Fan. Chapter 22 Two women awaken their dual-color domineering power. With a touch of Lin Fan's hand, 4 biscuits appeared on the table. Lin Fan also introduced the 2 sisters. These are the biscuits of the awakening of hockeyness in the color of knowledge and the awakening of hockey in the color of armed biscuits. Hockey is another thing different from devil fruit that can enhance one's combat power. The domineering power of seeing and hearing can allow you to sense danger, react in time, and also be able to accurately lock targets and achieve precise strikes. After practicing to a certain level, you can also predict the future. Some people are gifted and can also understand for animals, that includes the Poseidon class. Armed hockey can be attached to any part of the body to enhance its defense and attack power. When attached to the fist, it can come into contact with various weapons without falling into disadvantage. It is even trivial to resist bullets, and it can also be hit directly. The body of a Logia Devil Fruit user can also be attached to a weapon and used to increase the hardness and lethality of the weapon. When practiced to the extreme, it can directly cause damage to the enemy's body, and can also produce powerful sword energy. There is another type of Conqueror's Hockey. This kind of hockey can only be awakened by one person in a million. It is a symbol of the king. Mastering Conqueror's Hockey in the early stage can stun weak group targets. With more proficiency, it can be attached to fists or weapons. When you practice to a higher level, you can make your attacks unable to be avoided by others, and you can also shock the target from a distance, causing strong damage to the target or making the target unable to move for a period of time. At this point, you can inadvertently reveal something a little bit of domineering power can stun or even kill weak enemies. This is domineering. Come on, you two eat the biscuits quickly. There is a 50% chance that these biscuits can awaken your corresponding domineering energy. Let me see how lucky you are. After listening to Ba Chi's introduction, Nuo Chigao Heel Nami couldn't wait to awaken Ba Chi. The 2 sisters looked at each other, nodded in unison, then picked up the biscuits and ate them. At the same time, he was also prepared for the cookie to taste as unpalatable as a devil fruit. As soon as the biscuits entered their mouths, the 2 sisters opened their eyes unexpectedly at the same time. The cookies are actually orange, strawberry flavored. Nokigao and Nami ate different kinds of biscuits. One of them ate the Armed Color Hockey Awakening biscuit, and the other ate the Knowledge Color Hockey Awakening biscuit. After the 2 women finished one piece, they continued to eat another piece, and then they both stared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the 2 women from side to side and asked, "How are you? Are you awake?" Just as Lin Fan spoke, Nochigao's whole body turned dark, and then returned to normal. At the same time, the basic use of armament hockey appeared in her mind. As for Nami, a light flashed all over her body, and the basic use of the hockey of insight and color appeared in her mind. Obviously, both sisters have awakened, but they have only awakened one kind of domineering power, and it is still a different kind of domineering power. I have only awakened one kind, which is armed color hockey. What I awakened was the hockey of seeing and hearing. Nuo Chigao and Nami spoke one after another, and you could see that their expressions were not very good. He seems to be wondering why he can't awaken 2 kinds of domineering energy if his luck is so bad. What's your expression? There's only a 50% chance. If you eat 2 pieces of awakening, you're already lucky. Here, 1 more biscuit for each person. I still have some biscuits, so don't worry. After comforting him, Lin Fan took out the domineering awakening cookies again. The cookies for Nuo Chigao were the ones that awakened the hockey color of knowledge and knowledge, and the cookies for Nami were the cookies that awakened the hockey color of the armed color. Yeah, I got it. Okay, Mr. Captain is so gentle. The 2 sisters responded, then picked up the biscuits and ate them again. The expressions of the 2 women also became very serious, and they waited for the result. Lin Fan just looked at the 2 sisters from side to side, thinking in his mind that the 2 sisters were not biological sisters, but they looked similar, and they were both so beautiful. Damn it, I want them all, hugging them from left to right is the best. And no children in the future will go hungry. You can tell at a glance that there is enough food in the granary. Damn Oda, the setting is so big, I like it so much. 2 seconds later, Nami and Nuo Chigao also had the result and both woke up. This means that the 2 of them are still very lucky. After all, there is only a 50% chance, and it will not overlap. I feel it. Nami opened his eyes and raised a hand. In less than a second, his wrist began to be covered with the armed color, and soon his fist was also covered, and the armed color was completely covered with domineering force. As for Nuo Chigao, her eyes were still closed. The combination of her sheer power and her devil fruit ability directly enveloped the entire island. As long as there were plants, she could easily learn about the situation. Opening his eyes, Nuo Chigao said excitedly, my hegemonic power can actually cover the entire island, and then I can talk to the plants and borrow their perspective, and I can also move quickly to the place where the plants are. Quote. Congratulations to Miss Nokigao, you have superimposed the Haki of seeing and hearing with the devil fruit ability. In the future, if you practice the Haki of seeing and hearing to the extreme, you will even be able to sense plants all over the world. There's no way I can do this. Lin Fan took the opportunity to take Nokigao's hand again and started playing with it. He had no intention of letting go after speaking. A-hole, you just keep talking. Why are you holding my sister's hand? Nami roared angrily again, mentally labeling Lin Fan a super pervert. Oops, I was discovered by the little maid again. It's really annoying. Lin Fan could only reluctantly let go of Nokigao's little hand, while Nokigao continued to look at Lin Fan and his sister Nami with an anti-smile. In the open space outside the village, Lin Fan, Nokigao and Nami stopped. This was Lin Fan's suggestion that the two sisters come out to explore devil fruit abilities and develop moves. Little maid, you go first. Attack me as hard as you can. Don't worry about hurting me. I'm very hard. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nuo Chigao's face turned red and he rolled his eyes at Lin Fan. Obviously Nuo Chigao, the royal sister, is not pure. On the contrary, Nami seemed silly and sweet. She didn't think wrong at all, but responded very excitedly. Look at me beating you until you can't get out of bed, and asking you to bully me. Take the move. Nami's whole body showed such characteristics, and he entered the elemental form. The entire surrounding area was instantly shrouded, and the white clouds were instantly transformed into dark clouds, and then thunder and lightning intersected and crackled. Got you, little maid. Lin Fan, who was surrounded, still put one hand in his pocket, then stretched out his hand to grab Nami's lightning fist that sneaked up on him. Thunder and lightning crackled and the thunder snake swam away, but it did not cause any harm to Lin Fan. The attack failed, and Nami quickly transformed into elements, escaped and was caught by Lin Fan. Of course, Lin Fan let it slip, otherwise Nami would not be able to elementalize. After Nami's elementalization, the entire area began to attack Lin Fan with thunder and lightning. I have to say that Nami is really suitable for such fruits and has been developed very well. But, it's still too bad. Little maid, it's my turn. Lin Fan easily dodged the incoming lightning and smiled. Lin Fan was seen accumulating strength on the spot, and then jumping to one place with a bounce. There, Nami is there. When Nami saw this, she also wanted to move her position. But it's still too late. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Nami's neck with his armed and domineering hand. The next second, all the dark clouds dissipated. Nami's figure appeared, and her neck was held by Lin Fan. Lin Fan let go of his hand and said with a smile, the fruit ability has been developed well, but it's still a little lacking. Little maid, you can also drain the oxygen within the area covered by the clouds, causing the opponent to suffocate and lose consciousness or kill him directly. Also, you can use clouds to trap the enemy's legs, restrict the opponent's movements, etc. Use your brain, the development potential of devil fruit is huge. Chapter 23 A New Day, continue to develop new moves. After 2 hours, the exercise was almost done. Both women have developed good attack moves, and their life-saving elementalization can also use their knowledge and Haki to sense danger in advance and then avoid it. At least, it has combat power worth 50 million Baileys. He still lacks combat experience, but he is more than enough to deal with the dragon pirates, who don't even have devil fruits. Okay, that's it. You have developed your devil fruit abilities and used your Haki very well. You can already deal with the dragon pirates. It's just a matter of actual combat. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the two sisters Nuochigao and Nami were immediately very happy, with smiles on their faces. There is nothing more comfortable than taking revenge on an enemy with your own hands. Not a single fishman of the dragon pirates can escape, they will all die. Both sisters issued death notices to the dragon pirates. Even though the two sisters are good-natured people. But the dragon pirates are really unforgivable, and only death can solve everything. In Kokosia village, dozens of people were killed by the dragon pirates, including Nokiko Nami's adoptive mother, retired Marine Belmere. The dragon pirates not only enslaved Kokosia village, but also controlled nearby villages. There must have been people in the nearby villages who were killed by the fishmen of the dragon pirates. All in all, the dragon pirates had hundreds of lives in their hands. Let's go back and rest. As he said this, Lin Fan appeared naturally between the two sisters, and then held one in his arms. Even though the two women were sweating, Lin Fan didn't care at all. Couldn't he just go back and take a shower? Surprisingly, neither woman resisted. Nami surprisingly didn't jump out. It was really unexpected. In this way, the three of them slowly walked back to the home of the two sisters, Nami. Along the way, Lin Fan was extremely happy. After all, the opportunity to hold a beautiful woman in one arm is rare. When he arrived at the door of his house, Nuo Chigao also stepped forward and took out the key to open the gate of opening. Nami walked into the house shortly after. Just like that, Lin Fan's opportunity to experience holding a beautiful woman in one hand ended. The door was not closed, so Lin Fan immediately walked into the room. It's okay, maybe I can hug someone to sleep with at night. Then, Lin Fan watched Nuo Chigao walk into the bathroom with Nami. Can you join me? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nokigao gave Lin Fan a roll of his eyes, and then responded, Mr. Captain, Dama. Nami turned her head and turned into a mouth-opening fang-like person and shouted, go have your spring and autumn dreams. After yelling, Nami pulled her sister Nokigao and entered the bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. Hearing the sound of locking the door, Lin Fan touched his nose and said to himself, really, little maid, who are you locking the door to prevent? I am a good man of the new era, I just want to give everything to everyone. What's wrong with me for having a beautiful and gentle girl in a home? ... This is Mr. Captain's room, good night. With that said, Nuo Chigao was ready to leave. However, his wrist was grabbed by Lin Fan, and Nokigao could only stop and look at Lin Fan with confusion in his eyes. Miss Nuo Chigao, can't you think about it? I'm really not used to sleeping alone. Please let me hold you to sleep. I will never move. Lin Fan showed his 8 shining teeth and spoke with a serious expression on his face. The tone of the words was very sincere. Mr. Captain, the relationship between us has not reached the point of sleeping together, so you can just make do with it for one night. With a smile on his face, Nochigao retracted his hand decisively and made a cross sign, rejecting Lin Fan's proposal, and then left Lin Fan with a beautiful back view as he walked away. Lin Fan curled his lips and looked disappointed, so he could only close the door and lie down on the bed to sleep. In Nokigao's house, the two sisters, Nuochigao and Nami, slept together after a long absence. The two sisters faced each other and talked about the private whispers between women. If Lin Fan heard this, he would probably have a nosebleed. I have to say that when two women sleep together, the topics they talk about are too indescribable. Nami was also fooled and teased by Nokigao, and told her about giving Lin Fan her first kiss. Then it caused a burst of teasing from Nokigao, but Nami was so shy the whole time, her face was as red as a monkey's butt. Oh, I'm ignoring you, Sister Nuochigao, I'm going to bed. Nami was completely crushed by the whole process, so she had no choice but to use sleep escape. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan also opened his eyes. The whole person is in good spirits. After opening the door, Lin Fan also saw Nuochi Gaojung wearing an apron making breakfast in the kitchen. What a good wife and mother. This sentence popped into Lin Fan's mind. If in the previous life, I had such a beautiful, kind, gentle and considerate girl as my wife, I would probably be very happy. Hearing the sound of the gate of opening, Nuo Chigao turned around and greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Captain, did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but get excited. I didn't sleep very well, mainly because I didn't have Miss Nuo Chigao by my side. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nuo Chigao also covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Captain really loves to joke. Not long after, Nami also got up. Not long after, the three people sat on the chairs and ate the breakfast cooked by Nokigao. A poached egg with 2 ham sausages, 2 bacon sandwiches and a glass of milk. It can be said to be rich in nutrients. After breakfast, Nuo Chigao cleared away the dishes. I just sensed the entire island with hockey, and the dragon pirates haven't come back yet. How about you two sisters continue to develop your fruit abilities while you have time now? Hearing this, Nuo Chigao also nodded and said, yes. Just listen to you, Mr. Captain. I have no objection. Nami also responded. Being able to take revenge with his own hands, Nami is full of energy. After that, the three of them went to the place where they were last night. Lin Fan, on the other hand, gave the two sisters advice on which direction to develop their moves. If there was an attack method to develop, it would naturally also require protective measures. Then, Nuo Chigao developed a 360-degree plant shield with no blind spots. When the enemy attacks the shield at close range, Nokigao can also take the opportunity to pop out thorns to sneak up on the enemy. Nuo Chigao also developed his escape ability very well. She has been able to use any plant on the island to teleport over long distances, which is very good. You can also create a plant house in a few seconds. In this way, you don't have to worry about having no place to live when you are in the wild. Chapter 24 The Dragon Pirates are back, go to the Fishman Paradise and have a misunderstanding. As for Nami, she is also very good at developing such fruits. Not only can it fill an area with clouds, but it can also turn the clouds into dark clouds and unleash lightning attacks. It can also drain the air in the clouds, causing the enemy to suffocate and lose consciousness. That's not all. Nami can actually communicate with the clouds in the sky to change the situation within a certain distance, turning the originally sunny sky into dark clouds. It can cause the dark clouds in the sky to launch violent thunder and lightning attacks on enemies within a wide range of the ground, with a wide range and great power. Possessing the Haki of Knowledge, Nami is able to carry out precise strikes without damaging friendly forces. Also, Nami can also fill his body with lightning and become a thunder person. The Thunderman form is obviously a close attack state, and every attack can cause lightning damage. It can also unexpectedly release clouds to block the enemy's sight or simply wrap the enemy's head with clouds and drain the oxygen to suffocate the enemy. If you are attacked, you can sense the Haki in advance and use it to elementalize at the appropriate time to avoid damage. There is also a move to escape, which is to form a cloud under your feet, so that you can use the characteristics of the cloud to fly. It is very easy to run away, chase people or rush on the road. Sure enough, Nami fits this fruit very well, and her abilities have been developed in many ways. Until noon when Nokigao was making dinner, the dragon pirates had not returned yet. Originally, Lin Fan offered an infinite food maker, but Nochigao rejected it. She said that she was enjoying the process of cooking. If she didn't have time to cook, the infinite food maker would be her second choice. Respecting the other party's choice, Lin Fan ordered a barbecue by the way, and Nuochi smiled and nodded in agreement. After dinner, he felt bored and took a nap. Nojiko went to the orange grove with Nami to talk and laugh. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Kokosia village started to get lively. Because, the dragon pirates are back. The dragon pirates are back, and it's time to pay the protection fee again. Yes, and they also collected a lot of protection fees, but they probably killed many people who didn't pay the protection fees. Alas, the money I've worked hard for a month is gone again. Shish, keep your voice down. If you hear it, it's over and you'll be killed. This group of damn fishmen know how to exploit the weak of us. The Marines at the nearby marine base are also the same. These people are really damned bastards. Shut up, stop talking, do you want your life? The neighbor next to him immediately covered his mouth, and then quickly looked around for fear of being heard by others. Seeing that no one was around to hear him, he let go of his neighbor's mouth, and then said that he wanted to go to the Fishman Paradise and not die near my house, and then hurried home. Nokigao Nami's house. Lin Fan was sleeping, but when he noticed the return of the dragon pirates, he immediately opened his eyes and stood up. Miss Nokigao, little maid, the dragon pirates are back. After hearing this, Nuochi High Heel Nami also immediately stood up from the chair with a serious expression. You can see that they are still a little nervous. Lin Fan walked up to the two women, reached out and touched each head with one hand and said with a smile, don't be nervous, with your current strength, you can easily kill all the fishmen in the dragon pirates. Remember, you are devil fruit users and landlubbers. You must not touch the sea water. Okay, I understand, Mr. Captain. Yeah, I got it. Nokigao and Nami both spoke out. Afterwards, the three of them also left the house and headed towards the Fishman Paradise. On the way, I happened to meet the only police officer on the island, Aegean. A man wearing a hat with a windmill stuck in it, with 2 bunches of beard and some scars on his face. He looks fierce, but he is actually very kind-hearted. He likes Nami's adoptive mother Belmir and treats Nokia very good with Nami sisters. Nami, are you back? Najigao, where are you going? Jian was a little surprised when he saw Nami. After all, Nami is often not in the village and often goes out to save money. Then, out of concern, he asked where the 2 sisters Nog, Gao and Nami were going. Then, Aegean also saw Lin Fan. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he felt that this man was very familiar, as if he had seen him before somewhere. Is it Jian? We are getting ready to walk around. Noki said with a smile that she had no intention of telling Takaru the truth, and it would not be too late to tell them after the dragon pirates were dealt with. Aegean, long time no see. He also greeted Aegean with a smile. However, Aegean kept focusing on Lin Fan's face. The more I look at it, the more familiar it becomes, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. When Lin Fan saw Aegean staring at him, he couldn't help but said, Aegean, right. Can you stop staring at me? I don't like men, my sexual orientation is normal, and I like beautiful women. Children, such as Miss Nokigao and Nami. Aegean, on the other hand, didn't care at all what Lin Fan said. He finally got up, and why did he feel familiar when he saw Lin Fan? Yesterday, he just saw the report about Lin Fan in the newspaper. I also saw Lin Fan's reward order. You are Wilco Lin Fan, the god slayer who killed the celestial dragons, and the great pirate with a bounty of 980 million belly. Well, after coughing, Lin Fan emphasized. Well, you must be talking about me, but I am not a pirate. First just quit Marine unilaterally. I should be called a Marine traitor. Nokigao, Nami, you two hurry up, I'll cut off your queen. Jian yelled loudly, and then threw himself at Lin Fan. It seemed that he was trying to hug Lin Fan to give Nuochigao and Nami more time to escape. Of course, Aegean naturally thought that Nuochigao Nami was controlled by Lin Fan. Well, faced with Aegean opening his arms to hug him, Lin Fan naturally reacted immediately and directly activated telekinesis on Aegean's body, making Aegean float in the air and unable to move. Lin Fan naturally did not have this habit of being hugged by an uncle. Nuochigao and Nami were still in a state of confusion at this moment. What's going on? Why did Aegean suddenly tell them to run away and stop him? Then, Nuochigao noticed Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye, then thought of Aegean's words, and suddenly knew what was going on. In short, it was a misunderstanding. Chapter 25 Arriving at Fishman Paradise, Nami takes action. Aegean, you misunderstood. Things are not what you think. Lin Fan is a good person. Nuochigao also introduced Lin Fan to Aegean. When Aegean heard that the 2 sisters Nuochi and Nami had agreed to board Lin Fan's boat, Aegean suddenly felt bad. He looked at Lin Fan with an extremely unkind look, as if his cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Same. As mentioned above, Aegean likes the adoptive mother Belmir of Nuaochigao and Nami, and treats the two sisters Nuaochigao and Nami as his own daughters. Then when he heard that Lin Fan actually gave the devil fruit to the two sisters Noki and Nami, Jian's expression was one of confusion. Because he doesn't even know what a devil fruit is. Nokigao also explained the devil fruit to Takaru, and then demonstrated some of its abilities, and Nami also performed. Then, Jian was dumbfounded. Naturally, he knew that the so-called devil fruits were very good things and must be precious. However, Lin Fan actually gave one to each of Noki and Nami sisters. This also showed that Lin Fan had a deep love for Noki. One of the two sisters, Chigao Nami, had a purpose, and the purpose was naturally achieved. Given all the good things like the devil fruit, it is natural for Jian to think that Lin Fan has plans for one of Noki and Nami. After all, he gave such a valuable thing. Who would believe it without any intention? It's just a pity that he wrong guess. Lin Fan is very greedy, he wants both sisters. Finally, Nochigao also said that he would go to Eren to judge him for the crimes he committed, to avenge the innocent villagers who died in the hands of their fishmen, and to avenge Belmir who died in the hands of Eren. Lin Fan also cancelled his telekinesis, and Aegean regained his freedom. Nokiko, Nami, are you really sure of defeating the Fishman pirates? Aegean also accepted that Lin Fan, the big bad guy with a bounty of 980 million, was no longer a bad guy. However, Ken was still a little worried about Nokigao saying that he wanted to seek revenge from the dragon pirates. Ahem. Jian, right, don't forget me, I'm a big villain with a bounty of 980 million. I'm very powerful. After saying that, Lin Fan flexed his muscles. Snort. Jian gave Lin Fan a cold snort, then turned and left. Obviously, he knew that with Lin Fan here, the dragon pirates would never be able to harm the two Nokiko and Nami sisters, so he left with peace of mind. Najigao, Nami, you two sisters should be careful and stay safe. I know, Aegean. Quote. 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 Let's go. The group of 3 people continued to walk towards the Fishman paradise. In fact, Lin Fan proposed to use telekinesis to rush on the road, fly directly into the Fishman paradise, and appear from the sky. But they were rejected by the two sisters. Lin Fan had a relaxed expression on his face, with his hands behind his head and a piece of grass he picked from somewhere in his mouth. The two sisters, Nuaochigao and Nami, had serious expressions and looked straight ahead. It can be seen that both sisters are very nervous. This can be seen from the fact that the two sisters stopped talking. Nuochi was so nervous that her hands were sweating. Nami also held a metal rod in her hand, which she said was her weapon. At this moment, her hands were holding the iron rod tightly, which was enough to see her nervousness. Jian on the other side also summoned everyone in the village, and then rushed towards the Fishman paradise with weapons. How could he watch the two sisters Noki and Nami facing the dragon pirates alone? Lin Fan, don't be nervous, relax. As long as you don't go into the sea, you two sisters are invincible. Even Eren worth 20 million cannot survive a single move in your hands. As they walked, they found that the two sisters were too nervous. Lin Fan also put his arms around the two sisters and spoke with a smile. A-hole, you took advantage of my sister again, let me go. Nami was hugged by Lin Fan and became less nervous after hearing Lin Fan's words. But when he saw Lin Fan, a pervert, hugging his sister Nokigao, he immediately exploded. He raised his hand with the iron rod and smashed it on Lin Fan's head. You could see that the iron rod was still wrapped with lightning. Oh, the little maid discovered me again. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the iron rod, not even using his armor and domineering force. Due to his physical strength, the thunder and lightning summoned by Nami didn't hurt him at all. With Lin Fan's current strength, he can defeat the so-called supernovas of the future evil generation with one punch and one kick. Nokigao put her hand to cover her mouth and smiled as she watched Lin Fan interact with her sister Nami. After Lin Fan's adjustment, Nami was no longer so nervous. It didn't take too long for the 3 of them to arrive at the Fishman paradise. This Fishman paradise was modeled by Eren based on Sabayati paradise. It occupies a large area and costs a lot of money. But Eren wasn't worried at all, because he had robbed Pele or collected protection fees. When Lin Fan, Nuochigao and Nami approached the Fishman paradise, they immediately heard loud laughter coming from the paradise and talking to their companions about their evil deeds and how many people they had killed. This was something the eyes are something worth showing off. Not to mention Nuochigao and Nami, the aboriginals who had witnessed the fishmen killing villagers, even Lin Fan, a heartless person who had traveled through time, put away his cynical expression and became serious when he heard these words. The two sisters, Nuochigao and Nami, clenched their fists tightly and gritted their teeth. A lot of grass grew out of the surrounding land without any warning, which was obviously affected by Nokigao's mood. As for Nami, her body was already filled with thunder and lightning, transforming into a lightning man. Nami, who had a relatively hot temper, couldn't bear it anymore and immediately rushed to the gate of the Fishman paradise. Nuochigao also ran after him, while Lin Fan walked slowly. As long as he is here, nothing will happen to the two sisters, Noki and Nami. One of the fishmen guarding the gate was drowsy and was very derelict in his duties. But this is normal, this is the Fishman paradise, the base camp of the dragon pirates. But no one dares to break in. Nami ran straight to the door angrily. Finally, the little Kalami fishman who was looking at the door heard the footsteps and turned around to see Nami. Seeing this, he immediately woke up. Because the Nami at this moment was different from the Nami he had seen before. Now Nami was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and her aura was very scary. Nami. Naturally, Nami also saw the little Kalami fishman looking at the door. Without any hesitation, she directly aimed at it with the iron rod in her hand. Go to hell. The next second, a thunder snake sprang out from the end of the iron rod and flew towards the little Kalami murloc at a very fast speed. The little Kalami fish man was hit directly at the moment without any reaction. After a burst of crackling sounds, the little Kalami fish man fell down in blackened smoke, and was electrocuted to death. Thunder and lightning are one of the most powerful elemental attacks. As a little Karami, it is naturally impossible to resist it, even if the fishman's physical fitness is 10 times that of a human. Chapter 26 Bounty 2000 Bailey Aaron, died. Nami's move was also very loud, and immediately alerted all the murlocs in the Murloc Paradise, including Murloc Aaron, who offered a reward of 20 million belly. What's wrong? What happened? What's going on? What's with the bright light and crackling sound just now? It's over there at the gate. What happened at the gate? The movement just now seemed like thunder and lightning. It's broad daylight, the sky is clear, where can there be thunder and lightning? A-hole, what happened? Quote. Biro, what happened? A fishman shouted towards the door. Apparently he knew the fishman named Kalami who was guarding the door. In addition to the leaders of the dragon pirates, the other little Karami also picked up their weapons and walked towards the door one by one. At this moment, Nami entered the fishman paradise. Seeing Nami, all the little fishmen Karami were stunned for a moment. Before they could say anything, Nami took action directly. Such a vacuum cage thunder and lightning strangulation. Nami shouted loudly and released clouds towards the little Karami. After a while, the clouds wrapped all the little Karamis in it. Nami also directly sucked out the oxygen, and then controlled the clouds to isolate the oxygen from the outside. Lin Fan looked very satisfied when Nami did not force her to take action directly. This girl can handle it. What is this? I can't see it. A-hole, who is doing this? Stand up for lousy, I won't hack you to death. Ah, I can't breathe. Help, I can't breathe either. Boss, help me. At this moment, the originally white clouds turned into dark clouds under Nami's control. As soon as the dark clouds appeared, thunder and lightning began to flash in them. The next second, a crackling sound sounded. The little Karami in the cage was attacked by lightning. Ah, quote. Little Karami only had time to scream, and then they all fell to the ground and died. Nokigao also entered the fish man paradise and immediately saw a lone fish man preparing to attack Nami. Nami still lacked combat experience, so she let this fish man get so close. You know, Nami is very domineering. Tangled and devoured by thorns. Nuo-chi shouted loudly and squeezed the fishman's hand. The ground under the fishman's feet immediately broke open, and some thorns came out. Then they quickly tied the fishman's body tightly, making it unable to move. This is not over yet, these thorns penetrate directly into the fishman's skin, and then absorb the fishman's vitality. After a while, the fish man became a dried fish and died completely. This is because this little fishman Karami is too good. If the defense was not broken, Nokigao would not be able to swallow the opponent's life force. Seeing the effect of Nuo Chigao's attack, Lin Fan also nodded to express satisfaction. Nokigao's move is quite good, but it may become ineffective against a strong opponent. It's okay, it's just my first actual combat, so it doesn't matter. Over at Nami, the clouds also dispersed. I saw all the little Kalami fishmen falling to the ground with black smoke coming from their bodies, and they were all so cold that they couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, Nami, you did it. Die to me. The leader of the dragon pirates, who had a bounty of 5.5 million berries, roared and spit out several water arrows directly at Nami. 100,000 volts. Nami ignored the water arrows and swung the iron rod at Ju. A thunder snake that was more powerful than before rushed out and quickly headed towards Chirp. Grass shield. Nami wanted to use elementalization to directly ignore the water arrow attack, but Nokigao obviously knew better and immediately summoned a grass wall to block the water arrow. Nokigao thought of Lin Fan saying that devil fruits are afraid of seawater and cannot come into contact with seawater. And the water arrows that chirped, who knows if they were seawater. Nami is very likely to be injured and cannot bet. With a crackle, Chu was swallowed up by the razor on the spot. The razor exploded. After a burst of dazzling light, Chu was already gone, and the entire fish man body became Kurozumi. Oh, it fell directly to the ground. Logia's damage is so exaggerated. As for Eren, he also saw that Nami and Nokiko both possessed devil fruits. His face became very ugly. Eren is a fish man who has seen the world and was once a member of the Sun Pirates. Later, Captain Tiger died, and the other men were sent to prison by Marine, including Eren. However, because Kaishia Jinbei agreed to become a Shichibukai, the members of the Sun Pirates were released. Eren was released because of this. After coming out, he led some of his companions to leave the Fishman Island and come to the East Daxia Sea because of his disagreement with the sea hero Jinbei. Knowing that he was no match for the monsters in the Grand Route, Aaron managed to develop in the East Daxia Sea, which was known as the weakest sea. He became one of the biggest pirates in the East Daxia Sea and enslaved dozens of villages to collect protection fees. They also worked together with Colonel Mouse, the Marine General of the 16th branch who was responsible for the security of this area of the sea, to make dirty money together. Only then have they lived in peace for so many years. Aaron also saw Lin Fan, but because Lin Fan didn't take action, he didn't pay much attention. He just didn't know why, but he always felt that Lin Fan looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Let's all go to sea. The traitor Nami and her sister are both devil fruit users. Aaron roared and was about to jump into the sea. As a fishman, the difference in combat effectiveness in the sea is not as big as that on the shore. No, sister, take action quickly, they are going to the sea. As Nami said that, she was about to take action, and Nokigao was also ready to take action. But it was still a little slow after all. The fish people took action immediately after hearing their boss's words. But Lin Fan was much faster than them. Want to go into the sea? Ha ha. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and his telekinesis ability was activated, immediately creating an invisible barrier. Some fishmen who were about to enter the water directly hit the wall of air, and their heads were immediately bleeding. Ah, my head hurts so much. What's going on? Why can't I go into the sea? Quote. Quote. When Nami and Nuo Chigao saw this, they also knew that Lin Fan was responsible. Then without further delay, he immediately launched an attack. Then, the only remaining fishman alive was Aaron. Aaron naturally couldn't go to the sea, and then he saw Nami and Nokigao killing his subordinates as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and his whole body suddenly felt bad. D, come and die, I'm Aaron. Aaron took his serrated sword and rushed towards Lin Fan quickly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The reason why he dealt with Lin Fan instead of Nami and Nuo Chigao was because Aaron believed that the reason why they couldn't go to sea was Lin Fan's fault. If Lin Fan hadn't taken action, how could his subordinates have been killed by the Nami sisters? Aaron, your opponent is me. Million-volt Brontosaurus. Nami roared and used her current ultimate move. A thunder dragon rushed out from the end of the iron rod and hit Aaron. Bayakao bundle. Not to be outdone, Nuo Chigao reached out and pointed at Aaron. As Nuo Chigao's ability was activated, the surrounding plants rushed towards Aaron as if they were alive. Aaron was not afraid at all, he picked up the serrated sword and started to chop. But it was no use. In less than a second, Aaron was tied up and unable to move. At this time, the thunder dragon also hit Aaron. There was a flash of lightning and a crackling sound for a while before stopping. I saw that Aaron was still holding the serrated sword in his hand, and his whole body was flashing with the blackness of the thunder snake and motionless. The next second, Aaron's tall body fell forward, completely cold. Chapter 27. Looting the 16th branch, Warring States Fleet Admiral was furious. Lin Fan also looked into the sea, and there was another big thing missing there. It was a manatee, very big. This is also a member of the Dragon Pirates, and he has done a lot of bad things. The family was about to be in order. Lin Fan directly used the Conqueror's Haki to lock the name as Mumanity, and then struck away with a precise touch of Conqueror's Haki. A direct hit, and Mumu bled from all his orifices and vomited farts on the spot. At this time, Lin Fan also remembered something. It seems that a leader of the Dragon Pirates named Hachi saved Pluton Rayleigh before. If he kills him, he might become an enemy of Pluton. Lin Fan took a look and soon saw Xiaoba who had been cooked with electricity. Xiaoba's body was still spitting out black smoke. Oh, dead. That's okay. If you want to make enemies, just make enemies. It's just an old and immortal guy. It's no big deal. At this moment, Lin Fan discovered something and looked up at the sky in the distance. There, a news bird just flew away. The other half, the two sisters Noki and Nami, were in a trance. The Dragon Pirates were expelled from the Dragon Pirates by these two sisters. Are they going to avenge their adoptive mother Belmir and those who were killed by the Dragon Pirates? Well done, Miss Nachka, well done, little maid. Lin Fan also raised his thumbs to the two women and spoke out compliments as soon as he opened his mouth. With a wow sound, Nami burst into tears, and then she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and burst into tears. Nuo Chigao also smiled and stretched out her hand to wipe away her tears. The nightmare in her heart was that Aaron, the culprit, was killed by the two sisters. Lin Fan let Nami hold her and cry, and reached out to touch Nami's hair. Lin Fan knew that Nami had suffered a lot over the years. This was the time for her to vent her emotions. She only needed to provide a body to be held and then she didn't have to do anything until Nami was relieved. Soon, after venting the pressure accumulated over the past few years in Lin Fan's arms, Nami's face showed a smile again. This smile is different from the past. It is the first smile after letting go. It is very beautiful. Brother Fan, thank you. Nami also left Lin Fan's arms, stretched out her hand to wipe her tears and said. Little maid, it's better to show your thanks with your words than to prove it with your actions. For example, let's take a bath together tonight and I'll rub your back. FKU, you think so beautifully. Nami immediately changed her face, blushed, raised her foot and stepped on Lin Fan, then trotted towards her sister Nokigao. I saw the two sisters hugging each other, and the picture was very beautiful. Not long after, Aegean's voice sounded. Come on, folks, fight with the fish people. How can we let Noki and Nami take risks? Afterwards, everyone in Kokosia village was seen rushing into the fishman paradise with farm tools. Then, I saw the bodies of Lin Fanuo, Shigao and Nami lying on the ground. That's Aaron's body. Nami and the others really did it. This is the body of Kadri Shauba. This is a drunkard's salt roast. Bisaro is here too. Quote. 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 After that, a group of people also found Aaron's treasure house and got all the Baileys, hundreds of millions, a lot of money, which made people unable to look away. Especially Nami, her eyes turned into money. The money should be divided equally among all the villagers in the nearby villages. Greedy for money, Nami still made a decision and said with a smile. Let Nokigao, Nami, Aegean and others return to the village first. Lin Fan also rose directly into the sky and headed towards the marine base of the 16th branch. Although Colonel Mouse is dead, he must still have the people's hard-earned money, and it is 100% a large amount of money. At the same time, Lin Fan also knew that it was time to leave. I believe that the pursuers behind him will catch up. If he doesn't leave, he may be buried in Kokosia village. With the accurate direction, Lin Fan quickly arrived at the 16th branch. Currently, there are not many Marines in the 16th branch. Previously, most of the Marines were on warships with Colonel Mouse. Lin Fan did not hide his intentions, but appeared at the door of the 16th branch openly. It was immediately discovered by Marine in the branch, and was also recorded by the phone bug. The picture was immediately broadcast to Marina Fando's monitoring room. Since the disappearance of the 16th branch, Marine Fando has remotely taken over the internal surveillance footage of the 16th branch to see if any clues can be found. No, I saw Lin Fan. Report, the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea discovered the god killer Wilk Lin Fan. As soon as Marine, who was responsible for the observation, saw Lin Fan on the screen, he immediately stood up and shouted a report. Soon, Warring States Fleet Admiral also got the news and came to the control room. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, Warring States immediately took out his phone and contacted Garp. Ever since Garp had a fight with Lin Fan and said he would return to his hometown to recuperate, Warring States had no contact with Garp. Because he knew that the old guy Garp would pass by the 16th branch when he returned to Windmill Village, and Garp would definitely check it out. But now Wilkie Lin Fan is in branch 16, where is Garp? The previous surveillance footage did not show Garp arriving at the 16th branch. Logically speaking, Garp should have arrived long ago. After all, Wilkie Lin Fan only showed up at branch 16 after a day. Boom 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 boom. Bah, bah, finally, the phone call got through. The phone bug in Fleet Admiral's hand also looks a lot like Garp in Warring States period. Garp, where are you B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** branch. According to the time, you should have arrived at the 16th branch a long time ago. Why do you not appear in the surveillance screen? How do you explain it? As soon as the call was connected, Warring States immediately started questioning him loudly, spitting out a lot of saliva, and even the unlucky phone bug was splashed a lot. Garp on the other side of the phone bug was holding the phone bug away with one hand and picking out his nose with the other, with a careless expression on his face. After Sengoku Fleet Admiral finished speaking, Garp took the phone closer and laughed loudly and said, "Ah ha ha ha, old man, don't get so angry, my ship broke down, and it's still there till now. Emergency repair." With that said, Garp flicked the boogers off his fingers, and then continued, "Besides, I can't do anything about that B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************10 soon as Garp said this, the phone was cut off by Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Sengoku really knows this old guy Garp very well. Chapter 28 Taking the Fourth Devil Fruit, Speed Fruit. After cutting off the phone bug, Sengoku Fleet Admiral contacted Marine General Akainu Sakazuki. The call was quickly connected, and the Warring States Fleet Admiral immediately spoke out. "Sakazuki, where are you?" Wilkie Lin Fan appears at the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I'm about to pass Orange Town, and I'll rush to the 16th branch with full firepower. Good. Quote. Quote. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku Fleet Admiral contacted Kazaru General Porosalino again. Quote. Quote. In the center of Orange Town, the buggy pirates who have occupied the place are drinking and eating meat in the bar. Little did they know that they were very lucky to escape. If Akainu hadn't received a call from Sengoku and planned not to pay attention to Orange Town, they would all be corpses at this moment. If Akainu Sakazuki, the Marine General who pursues absolute justice, knew the central town of Orange Town is occupied by a group of pirates, there is a 100% chance that Meteor Volcano will come directly and destroy the entire town including all the pirates. Basically, none of the pirates in the East Daxia Sea can survive Akainu's magma attack. Not to mention the East Daxia Sea Even in the new world, how many pirates can survive meeting Akainu Sakazuki? This is the strength of the most powerful general, leverage. Are you in the 16th branch? Wilk Lin Fan, don't be found by me, otherwise, I will pierce your heart. Akainu stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the sea and talking to himself, with white smoke still emitting from his body. Kizaru on the other side also learned from the Warring States Fleet Admiral that Lin Fan appeared in the 16th East Daxia Sea Branch and took a pointer from his subordinates, and then the whole person turned into light and disappeared. With the location and pointer, it's easy to handle. Marine Donghai Branch 16. After Lin Fan appeared, he immediately cleared the field with Conqueror's domineering force. The black and red Conqueror's domineering power spread rapidly, instantly killing all the Marines in the 16th branch, leaving no one behind. The Marines who are still in the 16th branch until now are basically the same as Colonel Mouse. Therefore, Lin Fan was very skillful and decisive in killing without any hesitation or discomfort. Even if the killing is wrong, it is irreversible. Malinvondo. Warring States Period Fleet Admiral has been watching Lin Fan in the monitoring room since he discovered that he was in the 16th branch. When he saw Marines all falling down in the surveillance video, his face became very ugly. The phone bug seems not to be affected by Conqueror's hockey. Of course, the Warring States Fleet Admiral also didn't know that all the Marines in the 16th branch were dead. Damn Conqueror's dominance. Fleet Admiral of the Warring States Period gritted his teeth, wishing he could teleport to the 16th branch and transform into a Buddha form to give Lin Fan a slap in the face. Warring States could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan strode into the Marine base with one move in seconds and was furious. The nearest Garp was delayed because the boat broke down, and it has not been repaired until now. Warring States Fleet Admiral did not suspect that Garp was lying, and Garp would not lie under such circumstances. It was just a visit to the 16th branch, it was a convenient way for Garp, so there was no reason to lie. Akainu Sakazuki is still in Orangetown, still some distance away from the 16th branch. Not to mention Kizaru Pelusalino, it's further away. But the first person to arrive at the 16th branch must be Kizaru Pelusalino. The whereabouts of Wilkie Lin Fan was not known before, so Kizaru Pelusalino could only enter the East Daxia Sea on a warship. But now that we have a place, it's different, the fastest man is no joke. Marine Donghai Branch 16. Lin Fan walked into Colonel Mouse's office and directly violently opened the gate of opening. Lin Fan was a little stunned when he saw the situation inside. It's too ordinary, not like the office of someone who has embezzled hundreds of millions of dollars. Colonel Mouse's office was just like the offices of other officers Lin Fan had seen. There was nothing different. Something is wrong, something is definitely wrong. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. Secret room. Some rich people or corrupt officials have too much money and don't have money in the bank, so they can only build a secret room to hide the money. Thinking of this, Lin Fan thought, and Conqueror's domineering power directly shook the entire wall of Colonel Mouse's office. Found it. The next second, Lin Fan's figure appeared in front of a cracked wall. You can see through the cracked seam that there is a layer of metal inside. Lin Fan reached out and touched the wall. Impressed by his shockwave ability, the wall instantly broke open, revealing the true face of the metal thing. This is clearly a very large safe built into the wall. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the password, so he could only choose the simplest and crudest method. Reaching out to hold the handle of the safe, the shockwave ability was activated, directly destroying the entire structure inside the lock. Immediately, Lin Fan opened the safe. The things inside also appeared in front of Lin Fan, a pile of gold products inlaid with gems of various colors, and many Baileys, piled on top of each other. But Lin Fan didn't look at any of this. Lin Fan focused on a fruit with a spiral pattern. This is clearly a devil fruit. I don't know where Colonel Rat got it, and he didn't even eat it himself. Lin Fan guessed that the reason why Colonel Mouse did not eat the devil fruit might be because he wanted to sell it. After all, an ordinary devil fruit costs at least 100 million. There is still a price but no market. If you really sell it, it should be doubled. Lin Fan also reached out and picked up the devil fruit and then examined it. Paramecia Speedy Fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Paramecia Speed Fruit. It seems pretty good. After Lin Fan thought about it for a few seconds, he took it to his mouth and started eating. Yeah, it's sweet, it tastes the same as the devil fruit I ate before, it's quite juicy, and it's quite thirst-quenching. After taking a bite, Lin Fan also initially mastered the ability of the Speed Fruit. Speed Fruit, as the name suggests, the effect after taking it is to become very fast. As the saying goes, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Lin Fan just felt like he wanted to run now. The ability of this devil fruit can also be used to run on the sea. As long as the speed is fast enough, people will not sink. Lin Fan now really hopes that General Kizaru will fight with him to feel how fast the speed of light is. Chapter 29 Kizaru attacks and defeats Kizaru. The remaining gold and jewelry in the safe were all put into the system space by Lin Fan with a wave of his hand. Lin Fan was also planning to take this money and return it to the villagers. Money in this world is just a number to Lin Fan. Wanting money is really easy. You just need to find pirates or nobles to rob them. There are many rich people. And they won't feel any discomfort when robbing them. After all, they know how the money comes from. With a bang, a big hole was opened in the wall of Colonel Mouse's office, and Lin Fan flew out directly from the big hole. After things are done, it's time to leave. At this moment, Lin Fan crossed his hands in front of his head and activated his armed domineering energy. A yellow flash suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan, and a long leg kicked Lin Fan directly. The huge force directly kicked Lin Fan away. Lin Fan was like a cannonball, hitting the ground with a swishing sound, instantly creating a big crater and sending smoke and dust everywhere. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. The yellow flash condensed into a human form, and then it was completely finalized. A very wretched-looking uncle appeared. This man was none other than Perusalino, codenamed Kizaru, one of the 3 most powerful marine generals. Perusalino was wearing a Justice Marine robe, an orange and yellow suit, and leather shoes. At this moment, he was unleashing the ultimate move of the Shining Fruit, 8-foot Magatama towards Lin Fan's position. The next second, countless dense oval-shaped yellow light balls were seen shooting towards the center of Lin Fan's landing position on the ground. But most of the light balls were blocked by an invisible shield. Other light balls hit the ground, directly setting off bursts of smoke and dust, and the ground cracked and shattered. Kizaru also saw that his light ball had no effect, and then stopped decisively, falling from the air to the ground. It's such a terrifying devil fruit defensive move. It can't even be penetrated. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan, didn't you eat the Paramecia Shockwave devil fruit? You actually have such a defensive move? The smoke and dust dispersed, and Lin Fan stood unharmed. Lin Fan also smiled when he saw Kizaru. Just after eating the speed fruit, Kizaru, the man known as the fastest, came to the door. Isn't this a good opportunity for a fight? Oh my, General Kizaru, as an enemy, how could I tell you my information? Lin Fan said, not caring at all that Marine knew about his devil fruit ability. You will know after a fight, this is normal. Yeah, that's such a pity. Kizaru nodded in response, with a look of pity on his face. But what Lin Fan saw was a look of vulgarity on his face. General Kizaru, you kicked me just now and let me feel the experience of being kicked by light, so now please feel my speed. After saying that, Lin Fan appeared in front of Kizaru with an expression of surprise and confusion on his face. Lin Fan did this entirely because he was too fast, not because he was shaving. Lin Fan directly punched out, his arm was covered with weapon color, Conqueror's was also wrapped around it, plus the Shockwave Devil Fruit and the speed bonus of the Speed Fruit. This punch is just right to directly destroy a medium-sized island. Just when Lin Fan was about to hit Kizaru with a punch, Kizaru's figure instantly turned into yellow light and disappeared. With a bang, mixed with the crackling sound of air being squeezed, the island not far away exploded, destroyed and disappeared instantly. That small island was originally used to train naval soldiers. However, after Colonel Mouse took office, he basically did not arrange for his subordinates to go to the island for training, and it seemed to have become an abandoned island. And this abandoned island finally ended its life, being smashed to pieces by Lin Fan's punch. It was so fast and so powerful, it almost hit me. The new guys now are so scary. Kizaru in the distance returned to his original state and spoke with lingering fear. Just the tone of voice, I don't know if this guy is telling the truth or not. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the speed still too slow? That's right. How can you unleash the full power of a devil fruit when you just ate it? Phew, a yellow laser shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan also dodged easily, and then pointed at Kizaru. There was a pop, and Kizaru couldn't dodge in time, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Injured, Kizaru paused for a moment, then turned into a flash of light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away. And just in front of Kizaru, Lin Fan appeared and punched out, causing the air to shatter and crackle. Lin Fan also basically confirmed that Kizaru was no match for him at all. So, I don't plan to play anymore. Time is running out, it's time to end, General Kizaru. Lin Fan activated his crazy blood constitution and his eyes turned scarlet. Feeling Lin Fan's change, Kizaru was also a little surprised. This mission is really not easy. Just when Kizaru started to speak, Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared. Kizaru was startled, with a bit of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Fan's speed suddenly increased so much that he didn't even react. With a bang, Lin Fan hit Kizaru with one punch. Kizaru vomited out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then, Kizaru's figure flew out like a cannonball. During the flight, Kizaru couldn't help but spit out blood again. He was hit by a punch entangled with the Armament Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, the Shockwave Devil Fruit ability, the speed bonus brought by the Speed Fruit, and Lin Fan's own strength. Kizaru felt that all his internal organs were seriously injured and he would need at least a month to rest and recuperate after this battle. Lin Fan appeared again and threw a punch as well. Kizaru was so frightened that his scalp was numb. Still coming? Then there was a flash of golden light, and Kizaru's figure disappeared on the spot. Lin Fan's punch also missed. Yashikani no Magatama. Kizaru's figure appeared in the air, and without saying a word, with blood on his mouth, Kizaru released his ultimate move directly towards Lin Fan. Countless yellow light balls shot towards Lin Fan. This time the oval-shaped light balls were bigger and faster. Lin Fan didn't have time to dodge and could only hold up his telekinetic shield to resist. Boom boom boom. Lin Fan was pushed towards the ground little by little. When the ball of light disappeared, Kizaru's figure also disappeared. It was obviously Kizaru who ran away. On the other side, the fleeing Kizaru spat out blood again and spilled it into the sea. Oh my, You are indeed the one who is so inseparable from Mr. Garp. Are the newcomers so scary nowadays? Yellow Monkey ran away, and Lin Fan didn't care. As the fastest man, it is basically impossible to stop the other person from escaping. Besides, Kizaru is a Marine Admiral, so he is not that easy to kill. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino and obtained a mysterious treasure chest. Got a treasure chest. It's really good. Lin Fan also opened the treasure chest directly. He didn't like to leave things overnight. Ding! Host opens the mysterious treasure chest and obtains the ultimate artifact, a fragment of the Book of History, a confinement bracelet, a 3-color domineering upgrade card, and a scroll of inheritance of the great swordsman of the dragon-slaying swordsman Longma. Ultimate artifact. A fragment of the Book of History of Time. Gather 8 fragments to assemble the ultimate artifact, the Book of History of Time. Effect. Whatever is written in the Book of History of Time with the feather pen of time will become reality. Imprisonment bracelet. Can be used on any target. Once the selected target wears it, they will not be able to disobey the host's orders. The Great Swordsman's Inheritance Scroll of Dragonslayer Ryuma. After use, you will perfectly inherit the legacy of Dragonslayer Ryuma. After seeing the rewards, Lin Fan also took a deep breath. A history book of years. Possessing this thing means being the eternal ruler of this world. Lin Fan knew that this thing came from the cartoon, The Adventures of Jackie Chan. What made Lin Fan speechless was that the villain Saint Lord possessed the history book of time and was finally sealed. Then, Lin Fan used the 3-color domineering upgrade card. The next second, Lin Fan could feel that the 3 kinds of domineering aura in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Observation Haki can predict the future, and Armament Haki can cause internal damage, which is Ruo. The biggest change is Conqueror's Domineering, which can attack or stun the target from a distance. Good. Then he took out a glowing scroll. It is the inheritance of Longma. Lin Fan also used it directly, and the scroll turned into golden light and drilled into Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan also perfectly inherited Longma's heritage. Awesome. Powerful. Lin Fan also gave 4 words to evaluate Longma. Naturally, Longma's swordsmanship attainments have reached a very high level. It is even more common to have sword energy with a normal attack. Lin Fan took out the Yishin sword, grasped the hilt and pulled it out. His eyes suddenly widened. This Yishin sword is actually the glowing one from the movie version. At this moment, the sword in Lin Fan's hand was shining with golden light, emitting a very powerful aura. In the movie version, the character can just strike out with a sword at will. Lin Fan immediately and casually swung towards the buildings of the 16 branches, and a golden sword energy flew out from the sword of the heavenly sword, directly cutting off a part of the building neatly. Holy shit, it's so powerful. In that attack just now, he did not use the basic attack from his inheritance, it was just a very casual swing. 6. From now on, we will also be a man who has sword energy when attacking normally. Lin Fan was very happy. After taking back the sword of heavenly sword, he turned around and flew away without looking back. With the blessing of the speed fruit, his speed was extremely fast and he soon returned to Kokosia village. Chapter 30 Banquet. On the other side, Big News Morgans also obtained the video of the battle between Godkiller Wilk Lin Fan and Marine General Kizaru Pelusolino, which ended with Marine General Kizaru Pelusolino escaping. Big news, big news. Ha ha ha, there will be another headline tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Come on, hurry up and print the newspaper. I want people across the sea to know that the Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan defeated Marine General Kizaru Pelusolino. Quote quote. Quote. Newsbirds are magical beings. Dog head. Kokosia village. Half an hour after Nami and others returned to the village, Lin Fan also returned. Then he took out Bailey's gold and other things in front of the villagers, and said, Colonel Mouse colluded with the dragon pirates to harm the people, and I have sent him to the sea to feed the fish. This is because he has been embezzled and bribed. The money should be returned to its original owner. Some villagers in Kokosia village also took out hidden boats and put them into the sea, and then went to nearby villages to inform people in other villages to come to Kokosia village to get money tomorrow. Before dawn, a huge bonfire was set up in the central square of the village, and the villagers expressed their happiness with a banquet. Singing, dancing, laughter and laughter filled the entire square. At this moment, Lin Fan could clearly feel their emotions, including joy, happiness, and relief over Aaron's death. These villagers were oppressed by the dragon pirates, and they were exhausted every day and night worrying that they would not be able to collect enough protection money or that their family members would be killed. But from now on, we will no longer suffer this kind of oppression, because the dragon pirates have been eliminated. The two sisters Nokiko and Nami also put the credit for destroying the dragon pirates on Lin Fan. After all, without Lin Fan giving them the devil fruit and the biscuits for awakening Haki, they would not have been able to kill the dragon pirates. Thieves. Lin Fan was also warmly received by the villagers and drank wine. His strong physique made him remain calm and refuse no one who came. In the end, many villagers were drunk. Then, Aegean, a silent man, called Lin Fan aside to chat. Boy, since Nokigao Nami and the others have decided to sail on your ship, you must protect their safety. Speaking of this, Aegean's face became very serious and continued, if anything happens to them, I won't let you go. Hearing this, Lin Fan poured a sip of wine into his mouth, turned around and left, saying with a smile, TCH, I thought you were going to introduce your young daughter to me, but I didn't expect you were talking such nonsense. Miss Nokigao and Miss Nami are my crew members. You don't need to tell me that I will protect their safety with my life. UB asterisk 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 D, I'm not even married, where did I get my daughter? Aegean got angry and yelled at Lin Fan. After it was over, Aegean also smiled. Then he walked to a tombstone, and the name on it was Belmir. Belmir, Nuaochigao and Nami have found a reliable guy and are ready to go to sea, but I always feel that this guy is not good-hearted. Quote. Quote. Back at the banquet, Nami walked over as soon as she saw Lin Fan, then looked at Lin Fan with suspicion and asked, You didn't try to deceive the ignorant little girl, did you? When Lin Fan heard this, he was immediately happy. Do you think I am this kind of person in your eyes, Nami? Also, how dare your little maid speak like this? Lin Fan directly gave Nami a shudder, and then left a message. As a maid, if you dare to make fun of you, brother Fan, and me, this is a lesson for you. As he spoke, Lin Fan walked towards Nokigao. Damn it. Nami gritted her teeth and covered her head as she looked at Lin Fan's back. It hurts so much, I don't feel sorry for her at all. Chapter 31 Marine Retreats. After Kizaru on the other side escaped, he finally stopped on an uninhabited island due to his injuries. As soon as he stopped, Kizaru spit out a mouthful of blood again. Only those with animal devil fruit abilities will be physically stronger. If users with Paramesha and Logia abilities are not special races, their physical abilities will not exceed the limits of the human body no matter how powerful they are. Even if Kizaru is a marine general, he is just an ordinary person. Physical fitness. Lin Fan's punch was really too powerful. Reaching out to wipe the blood from his mouth, Kizaru also sat directly on the ground. Ouch, what a scary newcomer. One punch was so terrifying that I almost got killed. Ahem. After waiting for a while, Kizaru took out his phone and started contacting Marinefando's Warring States Fleet Admiral. There was no surveillance phone installed outside the 16th branch, so Warring States did not know that Kizaru had already fought with Lin Fan and then lost and ran away. Bah, the call was quickly answered. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. Pelusalino, this is Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Did you capture Wilk Lin Fan or kill him? Quote. Quote. Kizaru on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say when he heard Sengoku Fleet Admiral's words. Not getting an answer, Warring States Fleet Admiral also knew that something unexpected must have happened. His face also became very ugly, and he was about to continue speaking, but Kizaru on the other end of the phone still spoke out. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I have encountered Wilkie Lin Fan, and I am no match for him. Quote. Wilk Lin Fan's speed is very fast, as if he had eaten a speed devil fruit. Quote. Quote. Now it was the turn of Fleet Admiral, the Warring States period of Marinefant, to be silent. Kizaru, one of the most powerful marines, was defeated, and he said that the enemy was very fast. You know, you, Kizaru, are called the fastest man. I understand, Porosalino, please withdraw first. I will notify Sakazuki to return. Okay, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Quote. 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 After hanging up the phone, Kizaru also called the adjutants on his warship, then told them to go to the specific location, then hung up the phone, and then lay down on the beach. The weather is just perfect. It's perfect for a nap. Kizaru simply closed his eyes and began to rest. He is now seriously injured and is not suitable for walking, so he can only lie down in place to recover his strength. When the warship arrived at its destination, he endured the pain of the wound and rushed there. Then he could find a military doctor for treatment and take the warship back to Marineland to recuperate. At least 1 month. No, 2 months without mission. You can fish reasonably. Damn it, the Warring States period actually wants me to return. After hanging up the phone, Akainu Sakazuki's face was gloomy and extremely angry. He was angry, but in the end Akainu ordered the warship to return to Marinefando along a different path than when it came. In this way, more pirates can be eliminated. A lot of pirates have died at the hands of Akainu these days. Although the East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea, bounties are generally very low. But there are many pirates. The reason why Akainu chose to obey the order and return was actually for other reasons. That is, he would definitely not be able to find Wilkie Lin Fan even after he arrived at the 16th branch despite his disobedience. He was not as fast as Kizaru and could reach his destination in a short time. What Akainu didn't know was that Kizaru had suffered from being the first to arrive because he was too fast. Sengoku once again ordered the Marines in the East Daxia Sea to stop looking for Wilk Lin Fan and let all the Marines return to their jurisdiction. Subsequently, Warring States Fleet Admiral called Garp's phone number again. Asked Garp to go to the 16th branch to see how the situation is, and then immediately return to Malinfando to attend the meeting. No refusal is allowed for any reason. After hanging up the phone from Garp, Sengguo immediately dialed the number of one of the 5 elders, the highest commander of the world government. The phone was quickly connected, and Sengoku informed him of Kizaru's situation and his arrangements one by one. The Warring States period is preparing to hold a supreme meeting about Wilkie Lin Fan, and all high-level officials will be present. After hanging up the phone, Warring States Fleet Admiral sat on the chair very exhausted. Taking out a mirror and looking at it, Warring States Fleet Admiral found that he had more gray hair, and could only sigh helplessly. Marine Fleet Admiral is not easy to be the supreme leader of Marine. Warring States period Fleet Admiral regrets that he should have followed the example of his old friend Garp and stayed at the position of Lieutenant General without promotion. On the other side, although one of the 5 elders was a little surprised that Lin Fan defeated Kizaru, he did not notify CP0 to stop the action. Anyway, in the eyes of the 5 elders, CP0 is just a bunch of pariahs. If they die, they will die. It doesn't matter at all. In a blink of an eye, the banquet was over, and Lin Fan, Nuo Chigao, and Nami walked back to Nochigao Nami's home together. Lin Fan naturally lived in the home of the 2 sisters. Ajien suggested that Lin Fan sleep at his place, but Lin Fan sternly refused. Just kidding, where can you find the bed fragrance of a beautiful girl in your bad guy's bed? Lin Fan was not worried that Marine would know his whereabouts and implicate Kokosia village. Because he has watched One Piece and knows that Marine's information about the East Daxia Sea is really messed up. Many members of the Marine Corps in the East Daxia Sea are filled with people like Colonel Mouse and Menka. What kind of correct message can you expect them to convey to the Marine headquarters? There are honest Marines like Smoker, but each Marine has its own jurisdiction. If you leave the jurisdiction, you will be in trouble. And I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I won't miss this night. More importantly, he is sure to kill any enemy who comes. The person he is now is no longer the person he was before. The 3-color domination has reached the 3rd stage, and it is not even a little bit stronger than before. What Lin Fan didn't know yet was that Marine had already retreated, leaving only CP0 in groups of 2.5, totaling 5 groups. There are 5 groups of CP0 in the huge East Daxia Sea. How can it be so easy to meet Lin Fan? And even if they meet, they will definitely die. After all, Lin Fan's strength has reached an extreme level. Back in the house, the 2 sisters discussed and gave Nami's room to Lin Fan, and then the 2 sisters lived together. In fact, there is still an empty room, but that room belongs to Bellamere. Even though the person is gone, the room that belongs to her still exists. Chapter 32 Nokigao Nami fully joins. Ahem. Nami, Miss Najigao, I will now give you another chance to choose whether you want to go to sea with me. Lin Fan coughed and then spoke with a serious expression. He still couldn't be too selfish. After all, the enemy he offended was not simple. Although he has strong strength, he can ensure the safety of the 2 sisters and prevent them from getting hurt. By killing the celestial dragon, I offended the world government, which is equivalent to offending Marine. The world government and Marine will pursue me forever. If you get on my ship, you will be considered my accomplice and will be wanted. So, I think it is necessary to tell you and give you a chance to choose. Quote. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he became quiet. The 2 sisters Nuochigao and Nami glanced at each other, and then nodded in unison. Then they all smiled again, knowing each other's decision. Immediately, Nuochi's gentle voice sounded first. Mr. Captain, I want to go to sea and see the whole world, but my strength is too weak. I hope you will protect me. Fan, brother Fan, I have said that I will become your maid from now on. I keep my word. From now on, I will be your maid. As your maid, of course I will go wherever you go. Quote. Nami's arrogant voice also sounded after Nokigao. Both sisters made the same choice. Lin Fan also smiled, and then subconsciously reached out and rubbed Nami's orange hair. Oh, I'm so annoying, don't rub my hair. I'm going to hit you. Nami immediately began to struggle, and then punched Lin Fan. Nokigao smiled again as she watched her captain interact with her sister. At night, it's time to sleep. Just when Lin Fan was about to enter Nami's boudoir, Nami suddenly appeared. Lin Fan stopped, looked at Nami with a smile and said, "Little maid, what's the matter? Are you unable to sleep and want to sleep with brother Fan and me?" After saying that, Lin Fan looked Nami up and down and said, "Well, she has a good figure." When Nami heard Lin Fan's words and saw Lin Fan's eyes looking at her, her face turned red to the extreme and she was very shy. "A-hole, what nonsense are you talking about? You have a beautiful idea." Nami immediately raised her foot and stepped on Lin Fan's foot in shame and anger. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Fan also pretended to be in pain, and his expression was very exaggerated. "Are you acting too fake?" Nami turned into an emoticon again and yelled. "Oh my, little maid, you found out." Lin Fan also stopped his performance, then blinked and asked, "By the way, little maid, what do you want from me?" After hearing this, Nami returned to her quiet and beautiful appearance, a blush rose on her face, and she was a little shy. Lin Fan was a little dumbfounded. Don't tell me, Nami-chan like this is too lethal, right? That, Nami was a little speechless, and her appearance at this moment, in Lin Fan's opinion, was even more beautiful. Nami-chan looks so kawaii like this. Suffering is a heart-pounding feeling. No matter what, Lin Fan has only traveled through time for a few days, and he still has no resistance to Nami, the heroine of the One Piece world. Who said that in his previous life, he was just a loser who sent out for S**X, and he never had a girlfriend who was very beautiful after makeup. What's more, the Nami-chan in front of me is so beautiful, completely without makeup. Nami finally breathed out and made up his mind. Then, Nami suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was shocked and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is Nami-chan's expression too serious? Immediately, Nami was seen wrapping her arms around Lin Fan's neck, pushing Lin Fan's head down while she stood on tiptoes. Bang bang bang. Not only Nami's heart was beating fast, but Lin Fan was too. Although I had already had my first kiss before, this was the third time I kissed Nami on the lips. The first time was when Nami fell asleep and took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. The second time was when she was moved by Lin Fan and then took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. When the two lips came into contact, they began to be unable to pull themselves out. In order to avoid what happened last time, Lin Fan also became more honest with his hands and just hugged Nami's waist. After kissing for a while, the lips parted. Their eyes met. Nami said, "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan smiled when he heard this, looking very handsome and sunny. It's better to say thank you with your words than to prove it with your actions. How about you sleep with me tonight? FKU, big pervert, what are you thinking about every day? Nami stretched out her hand and pinched Lin Fan's waist, then moved away and ran away. You can see that Nami's face, neck, and ears are all red. It's not easy if you don't agree. Why pinch me? Lin Fan looked at Nami's leaving figure and muttered, and then walked into Nami's boudoir through the gate of opening. Well, it's unexpectedly plain, but there is a faint fragrance in the room that proves it is indeed a girl's room. After stretching his body, Lin Fan also lay down on the bed. We had a big fight today and drank wine at night. It's time to rest. Kizaru, that fishing general, must have been very uncomfortable after receiving his strongest punch except for the fact that he didn't use the Immortal Phoenix Devil Fruit ability. Lin Fan recalled the situation in the One Piece anime and knew that Kizaru is an orthodox human, not a race with thick blood and defense, and he still eats the Shining Fruit, a Logia Devil Fruit that does not increase physical strength. So how can he improve his physical fitness? It's not hard to go there. He received a punch from his entangled armed Haki, Conqueror's Haki, the speed boost from the Speed Fruit, and the penetrating impact from the Shockwave Devil Fruit. His internal organs must have been injured. Hey, no wonder this old boy Kizaru didn't compete with Akainu and Aokiji for the position of Fleet Admiral. Probably because his physical fitness is not as good as the other two. Akainu and Aokiji's physical fitness is very powerful. Although they are pure humans, they are definitely the top beings among humans. After all, the two fought for 10 days and 10 nights to compete for the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. The fighting method for these 10 days and 10 nights should be to fight during the day and rest at night. Otherwise, the physical strength is a bit exaggerated. In the anime, it didn't take long for the protagonist Luffy to defeat Kaido. All I can say is, it collapsed to pieces. Chapter 33 Garp arrives at the 16th branch. In the evening, Garp's warship finally arrived at the 16th Marine East Daxia Sea branch. The first time they arrived at the 16th branch, the Marines on the Garp warship saw the neatly shaved branch building with a piece missing. Garp knew that this was the result of the battle between Porcelino and Lin Fan. Afterwards, the warship docked at the port, the stairs were lowered, and the Marines disembarked in an orderly manner and entered the port and then entered the 16th branch. Bogart looked at the neatly chipped building and said, the person who took action is also a great swordsman. This is caused by the sword energy. Garp was a little confused when he heard it, great swordsman. Porcelino. Well, this Flash kid does know how to use a sword, and he's pretty good at it. Bogart saw Garp's expression and guessed what he was thinking, and continued, this should not be caused by Porcelino. After hearing this, Garp picked his nose and asked with a laugh, Bogart, do you mean to say that it was the brat Wilk Lin Fan who caused it? That kid didn't even have a sword on him, and he didn't use a sword when he fought with me. A really great swordsman would have fought me with a sword. No, Lieutenant General Garp, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that Wilk Lin Fan may have a partner who is a great swordsman. Garp didn't say anything after hearing Bogart's words, because he also felt that it was very likely that Lin Fan had a great swordsman partner. But according to what Warring States said, Porcelino only had a fight with Lin Fan and did not mention that Lin Fan had a partner. Shaking his head, Garp did not continue thinking. It was none of his business, it was the Warring States period that should have a headache, not his Lieutenant General Yishi. Let's go, Bogart, let's go down and see the situation of the 16th branch. Garp said, also walking towards the stairs. Bogart followed. But at this moment, a frightened Marine soldier ran out from the 16th branch. Dead, all dead, Lieutenant General Garp, everyone in the 16 branches is dead, no one survived. A branch originally occupied a small area, but was quickly explored by Garp's Marines. But they were horrified to find that everyone in the branch died with their eyes wide open. What did you say? Garp put away his playful smile, stretched out his hand and grabbed the reported sailor and brought him to him. The soldier also trembled and spoke again. Report card. Lieutenant General Garp, all the sailors in the 16th branch are dead. A-hole. Garp threw down the sailors and walked toward the 16th branch aggressively. Bogart and some other officers followed closely and walked toward the 16th branch. Garp also quickly saw the dead sailor, and he recognized at a glance that he was killed by Conqueror's hockey. Wilk Lin Fan. Garp lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, veins popped out, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. Lieutenant General Garp, we found evidence of the crime of Colonel Rat who was stationed in the 16th branch. Please take a look at it. Just then, a sailor with the rank of major came to Garp with some documents. Although he felt the amazing aura from Garp, he still spoke. What? Evidence of guilt. Garp's aura suddenly disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the major, then took the things and started looking at them. These were Colonel Mouse's account books and diary. Lin Fan found them and threw them on Colonel Mouse's desk. No serious person keeps a diary, but Colonel Mouse is obviously not a serious person, and he actually writes a diary. And it's a diary that records the facts of his crimes. Maybe Colonel Mouse thinks that the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, so he can spend his whole life as a local emperor in the East Daxia Sea, taking corruption and bribery. Garp directly looked at the incriminating evidence. When he saw it, Garp's face suddenly darkened, veins popped up on his head and hands, and the hand holding the incriminating evidence was trembling slightly. Upon seeing this, Bogart also took the evidence from Garp's hand and looked at it. Upon seeing this, his face immediately turned ugly. The powerful sword energy in his body suddenly poured out uncontrollably. Fortunately, he controlled it in time so he didn't accidentally hurt his own people. The incriminating evidence was taken away, and Garp read Colonel Mouse's diary. His face became even darker. These damn bastards actually dare to collude with pirates to oppress the people, harm the people, make people's lives miserable, and fire the sailors who have a righteous heart in their hearts. How can they be so corrupt? Garp's furious voice came out of his mouth. At this time, he was already a dynamite barrel that was about to be ignited, and his anger had nowhere to vent. Although Bogart didn't speak, one could tell from his face that he was equally angry. It's getting late now. Let's rest for a night and then head to the nearest village. Garp closed Colonel Mouse's diary and spoke calmly. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp. Arrange some people to throw all the bodies into the sea. The evidence of the crime and the diary of Colonel Mouse all recorded that the entire 16th branch was complicit in the crime, and those sailors with good intentions and justice had long been dealt with. They were either killed or sent home. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the dog-headed warship left the 16th Marine East Daxia Sea branch and headed for the nearest village. After arriving at the village, Garp took people to the island. It was obviously time for everyone to go out, but when Garp walked to the village, he found that every household had their doors and windows closed. Through the perception of color and domineering, there are people in these rooms, and they are all looking in their direction. Damn it. Garp's face looked very ugly, remembering the evidence of the crime and the contents of Colonel Mouse's diary. Colonel Mouse wrote in his diary, everywhere Marine went, the villagers hid in their homes and did not dare to come out. This annoyed him very much and he did not receive the protection money quickly. So we can only kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, then select the unlucky ones and kill them on the street on the grounds that they are pirates, and then call the villagers to come out, otherwise they will be massacred on the charge of colluding with pirates, and no chickens or dogs will be spared. Quote. 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 Finally, after Garp understood the situation, he directly issued an order to go to Kokosia village. He wanted to kill those mermaids with his own hands. Chapter 34 Going to Sea. It was a new day, and Lin Fan opened his eyes early. After stretching his body, Lin Fan started doing push-ups directly on the ground. It turned out that it was too easy, so I changed it to one hand. Still too easy. In the end, I had no choice but to change it to one finger. After exercising, Lin Fan also walked out of the room and prepared to take a shower. Then I saw Nokigao preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Nami didn't see it, so he was probably still sleeping. Good morning, Miss Nokigao. Nuo Chigao also turned around and looked back after hearing the sound of the door opening, and then saw Lin Fan's shirtless body. Suddenly her face turned red, for no other reason than because Lin Fan's figure was very satisfying to her and it was her type. Not very strong, not very muscular, but you can tell from a glance that he is very powerful. Good morning, Mr. Captain. Nuo Chigao also greeted Lin Fan with a smile. She was wearing an apron and was full of big sister attributes. I did some exercise in the morning, and I'm going to take a shower. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Nuo Chigao and then walked to the toilet. Quote. 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 Not long after, Nami with messy hair also walked out of the house wearing cool clothes. Those long white legs are simply to die for. At this time, Lin Fan also walked out of the toilet after taking a shower. At this moment, Lin Fan was fully dressed, looking like a sunny pretty girl. He has already stored clothes in the system space. Then, I saw Nami-chan's legs, which looked like she hadn't slept well last night. Lin Fan couldn't look away at all. These legs are so long, it's a bit scary. Nami really didn't sleep well last night. After kissing Lin Fan, she was molested by her sister Noki. Then when she closed her eyes and prepared to sleep, all she could think about was Lin Fan and she couldn't fall asleep at all. Then she finally fell asleep, but she dreamed of Lin Fan again, and the two got married. Then she woke up and found that it was dawn. Immediately, Nami also noticed Lin Fan staring at her legs. Nami wanted to get angry and yell at the pervert, but suddenly she remembered that the previous treasure was taken away by Lin Fan. So, Nami reached out and touched her leg and said softly, "Does it look good?" Lin Fan nodded subconsciously and responded, "It looks good." "Then do you want to touch it?" Nami said further seductively. Lin Fan nodded wildly, without looking away, and responded quickly, "I think so." "Then come here. But why don't you come over and touch me?" Nami said, her tone even coquettish. Lin Fan trembled all over, and then slowly walked towards Nami. Then, he stretched out his hand to touch the big white leg and swallowed nervously. At this time, Nami's gentle and playful voice sounded, "Brother Fan, if you return my treasures and Bailey that you took away before, you can touch them for 1 minute." Lin Fan's hand was about to touch Nami's leg. Just as Nami finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly retracted his hand, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the dining table. "Forget it." Looking at Lin Fan leaving, Nami gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it was so close, how could this pervert stop at such a critical moment? I'm so angry." Nami pouted and went to wash up in a bad mood. Nuo Chigao watched the whole process with an ant smile on her face. She loved watching Lin Fan interact with her sister Nami. Quote. 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 After breakfast, Lin Fan also told Nokigao and Nami that he would leave Kokosia village at 10 o'clock. Leaving early can avoid some trouble. What Lin Fan didn't know was that Marine had already withdrawn, leaving only 5 groups of CP0. The chance of encountering the vast East Daxia Sea is still very low. There is no way. World government and Marine do not pay much attention to the East Daxia Sea, which also means that they do not deploy any intelligence agencies in the East Daxia Sea. Only the Grand Line is the main deployment area for world government and Marine. In front of Belmir's tombstone, Lin Fan, Nuo Chigao, and Nami appeared. Lin Fan leaned against a big tree with his hands in his pockets and watched the two sisters talking to their adoptive mother. Not long after, Nuo Chi, Gao Nami and others came to Lin Fan. "Mr. Captain, let's go. The big pervert is gone." Dwang. Ah, it hurts so much. Nami's head was hit violently by Lin Fan again. She covered her head with both hands and lowered her head, almost bursting into tears. "Little maid, why are you talking?" Lin Fan felt that Nami, the little maid, wanted to go to the house without being beaten for a day. Nuo Chigao watched the interaction between the two with a smile. "When I returned to Nami's house in Nokigao, there was a familiar person standing at the door. It's Ajian." When Ajian saw Lin Fanuo, Chigao and Nami, he forced a smile on his face and said, "You should be going to sea today, right? Najigao, Nami, you can go with peace of mind. I am still here in your orange orchard. Don't worry, you won't die." Lin Fan was about to say that the orange orchard was going to be transplanted, but Nokigao reached out and blocked his mouth. Lin Fan looked at Nokigao with some confusion. Nokigao smiled back at Lin Fan, then looked at Ajian and said, "Ajian, I'll leave it to you while Nami and I are away." "Sister, you." As soon as Nokigao said these words, Nami was also a little confused and wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Nochigao. "Nami, let's just transplant some seedlings." After saying that, Nokigao winked at Nami. Nami was stunned for a moment and realized what her sister Nokigao was thinking, and then she nodded with a smile. The reason why Nokigao decided to give up transplanting the orange orchard was because she felt that Ajian might like this orange orchard more than she did. Because this orange grove was planted by Melbel. Nokigao naturally knew Ajian's feelings for her adoptive mother Melbel. If Melbel had not died, the two would have been together by now. Lin Fan also thought of what Nuo Chigao was thinking, so he didn't say anything. He quite admired Ajian as a real man. If the history books of the years are collected in the future, I will satisfy his dream for many years and resurrect Melbel. Resurrecting a person is nothing for the history books. After all, this is a book that can change everything. No one can resist. I don't know if that guy I am is a boy or a girl. If he's a girl, he's pretty. When you get the history book, let I am become your own dancing girl. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't hold his lips tight anymore. Nami happened to see Lin Fan's expression and immediately stepped on Lin Fan's toes. "Pervert, big pervert," smiles so lewdly and lustfully. Quote. 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 Finally, Lin Fan helped transplant some orange seedlings onto the ship. He also took the two sisters Noki and Nami to the sea officially. The villagers of Kokosia village waved and watched on from the coast. Chapter 35 New Reward Order. The storm charge slowly sailed away, and the villagers of Kokosia village waved and watched it go off at the shore. Nohigo, Nami, be careful on your journey and remember to come back and check back. Nohigo, Nami, have a safe journey. Brother Lin Fan, you have to take good care of the two sisters, Nokigo and Nami, or I will be rude to you. Quote. Quote. Quote, quote. Lin Fan, Nuo Chigao and Nami stood at the end of the boat. Lin Fan leaned against the railing with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing. The two sisters, Nachi and Nami, waved goodbye towards the island, their eyes moistened. Quote, quote. Quote, quote. Just as Lin Fan and his companions were setting out on their journey, New World, which was the first to receive the news released by Morgans, exploded. The headline in the newspaper was, Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan defeated General Kizaru Borsellino, one of the top 3 marine fighters who possessed the Logia Shining Fruit, and became the 5th after red-haired Shanks. The Emperor of the Sea. There are 4 photos in the newspaper. One photo shows Kizaru's shoulder being hit by Lin Fan's shockwave finger gun and bleeding. One photo shows Kizaru being hit by Lin Fan's punch and spitting blood. One photo shows Kizaru flying backwards and spitting blood again, and the last photo shows Kizaru the ape escapes. I don't know if Big News Morgan's news bird took these photos, it's amazing. The news of the annihilation of the Arlong pirates was also printed in this newspaper, but because of its low quality, it was only placed in the corner of the newspaper. Unless you read the newspaper carefully, you will basically be attracted by the headlines about Lin Fan defeating Kizaru. The big guys who had seen the news about Lin Fan killing the Tianlong people had a very indifferent attitude towards Lin Fan, almost just watching it for fun. But now it's different. Lin Fan actually defeated Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals of Marine. You know, even for the 4 emperors, it is very difficult to defeat one of the 3 generals, or even impossible to defeat him at all. The name of Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan resounded throughout the entire Grand Line. Many pirates have expressed their desire to follow Lin Fan and follow his lead. The news from the 4 seas was delivered a little later. After all, it was delivered by news birds. Not long after, Marine also printed out Lin Fan's latest wanted poster. It's still the same picture, but the amount is no longer 980 million. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. Dead or alive. Reward amount. 2,850 million. The reason why it is so high is of course due to the bonus from the battle with Garp. As a marine hero and the man who chases after One Piece Roger, Garp's fighting ability is not to be underestimated. The next attack on Lin Fan will be launched by the 3 generals together. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. After seeing the newspaper, the face of the Sengoku Fleet Admiral turned extremely dark. Although it was true, Marine would be greatly embarrassed if it was known by the whole world. Damn it, my head hurts. Sengoku Fleet Admiral began to miss his lost youth, when he was only a lieutenant general and lived a carefree life every day. Aokiji, who was out on a mission, also returned to Marineford. His expression did not change after seeing the newspaper, but he remembered Lin Fan's appearance deeply. The expressions of other marine generals and soldiers who saw the newspaper were all very interesting. Most of them were angry and threatened that if they caught Big News Morgans one day, they would hack him to death with knives. However, some high-ranking generals, including lieutenant generals in the headquarters, were shocked. Some of these people have fought with Kizaru and know how terrifying Kizaru's strength is. The people who were more shocked were, of course, the Marine Admiral candidates Chaton and Momosugi. As Marine candidates, they know even more about the horror of Marine Admiral. But such a terrifying Marine general was defeated by a newcomer and forced to run away. Are all newcomers this scary? What? You said this newcomer is from the East Daxia Sea. Oh, that's okay. Akainu, one of the 3 Marine generals, was returning home, even though he had known the news in advance. But after seeing the newspaper, thick white smoke still came out of his body, and some lava flowed on his body. HMPH, Porcelino is such a useless guy. He was beaten away by a new guy, and he embarrassed our Marine. Although Akainu said this, his eyes were very solemn. He knew what Kizaru's strength was. Although Kizaru is lazy and will not fight with all his strength, this is on the premise that he will not be injured. If he encounters a powerful enemy, Kizaru will fight with all his strength. In the end, he was beaten to death and escaped, which proves one thing. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan is really powerful. On the other side, the client, Kizaru, was still grilling fish on the isolated island. He was very good at grilling fish when he was young. Although you are afraid of the sea after eating a devil fruit, catching a fish is still not easy. Use the hockey of knowledge to scan and lock it, and just shoot down a laser beam. Kizaru also has some change on him, and he also likes to read newspapers. So when the news bird flew over someone's head and screamed, Kizaru threw out a 100 belly coin and bought a newspaper. After seeing the content inside, Kizaru was not angry. Because it is a fact, even if it is spread to the whole world. Marine General Kizaru is so big. I saw Kizaru reading the newspaper while grilling the fish, and then pouted and muttered, "What a terrible newcomer. I have a headache. I was punched, and my body is still hurting now. Cough cough cough. Quote. 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 Lin Fan and others, who had not been sailing at sea for long, also bought newspapers from Newsbird. Looking at the photos in the newspaper, Lin Fan was a little jealous and said, "These photos are so good, damn, I really envy the big news guy Morgans for having such good photography skills." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nuo Chigao also covered her mouth and smiled. Nami complained directly. I envy you if you kill Morgans and occupy his property. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. He reached out and rubbed Nami's hair and said, Little maid, I will remember your proposal. When I encounter this big news Moses in the future, I will kill him and swallow him. His estate. Nami's expression froze, and she turned to look at Lin Fan with a look that seemed to say, Jen, are you serious? Quote. 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 Not long after, another news bird also sent a reward order. Nokigao stretched out his hand to get the reward order. When he saw the reward, he was surprised at first, then turned to look at Lin Fan with a smile and said, Mr. Captain, your reward is really high. It has suddenly increased to nearly 19 points. Billion Baileys, reaching 2.85 billion Baileys. What? 2.85 billion belly? Ah, with such a high bounty, I will be chased and beaten by Marine every day from now on. Nami's reaction was different, she screamed with despair. All in all, I am afraid of death. Lin Fan appeared directly in front of Nami, then stretched out his hand to rub her hair and comforted her with a smile. Okay, little maid, you continue to work hard to develop the ability of Yuyun fruit and practice domineering, and then accumulate some combat experience. You are also a powerful person can be compared to Shichibukai, so don't let other people's prestige destroy your own ambition. Lin Fan, who has watched some anime, naturally knows that Nami is afraid of death. However, no one in the world is not afraid of death, right? To say that I am not afraid is completely nonsense. Those who are not afraid of death have a reason. Chapter 36 Trigger Option, Little Fox. In the control room, Lin Fan was lying on the sofa watching animation unique to the world of One Piece. This is a thank you gift from a child in Kokosia village. The two sisters, Nami and Nokigao, are developing devil fruit abilities and practicing hockey in the training room. The storm charge has artificial intelligence and can sail on its own. The purpose of this trip is Zailuobu village. Lin Fan wants to accept Kaya as the ship's doctor and cure her illness. Well, it's definitely not because of triggering the option or seeing the other person being pretty and cute. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Host trigger options. On the way ahead, you will encounter the little fox Karina who is being hunted by the Alita pirates. Please choose the host from the following 3 options. Option 1. Turn a blind eye and pass by. Reward. See, hear, color, domineering mutation and advance. Option 2. Save the little fox Karina, one of the East Daxia Sea Thieves duo. Reward. Conqueror's domineering mutation advancement. Option 3. Kill Karina and ruin the Arita pirates. Reward. Armed color domineering mutation and advancement. 3 color domineering mutation and advancement. Lin Fan first checked the 3 rewards. Then I immediately felt distressed and it was difficult to choose. Then, Lin Fan remembered that he had forgotten to look at the options. The choice of options is definitely less confusing than choosing among 3 colors of domineering. Karina. Lin Fan frowned, and then he remembered who this person was. The final winner of the theatrical version of Golden City drove away a ship full of gold. I should be very familiar with Nami and be considered good friends. At the same time, Nami and Nami are known as the 2 most famous female thieves in the East Daxia Sea. Nami is called the thief cat, and Karina is called the little fox. The key is to have long legs, be able to sing, and be beautiful. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and made a choice. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the deck, just a certain distance ahead of the storm charge's sailing path. The little fox Karina was driving a ship forward with a frightened expression on her face, turning left and right from time to avoid the cannonballs fired from behind. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Karina was very unlucky to meet the Alita pirates who had been patronized by her in the vast sea, just like Nami was very unlucky to meet the Red Scorpion pirates. This is actually quite normal. After all, Karina and Nami have been stealing things everywhere in the East Daxia Sea for so many years. It is not surprising that they were caught by their enemies. On the boat with a pink hull and a heart printed on the sail, she holds a mace in her hand. Alita, who is super big and has a sinister face, is aiming the mace at Karina's big head with a ferocious expression on her face. Call. Fire the cannon for me, blow up that little beach's broken ship, I'll see you alive, and you'll see your corpse if you die. Yes, Sister Abita, fire the cannon, sink the broken ship, and capture the little fox Karina. Quote. 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 Seeing that the shells could not hit Karina's ship, Arita became angry, turned around and shouted, Stop firing, increase the power, and catch up with me. I will use my mace to smash that little BCH of the little fox head. Yes, Sister Abita, stop firing and pursue at full speed. Quote. 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 The gunfire stopped and the pirate ship began to chase Karina's ship. On the pirate ship, a pink-haired boy looked sad and at a loss. This kid is the future successor of Garp, the second-generation marine hero Kirby, nicknamed the Deserter King. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I unexpectedly met the Arita pirates. It's so damn good. Karina gritted her teeth and complained, saying that she was unlucky. If I had known, I would have listened to the thief cat and cooperated with her to steal that pirate group. On the deck of the storm charge, Lin Fan had already sensed how many people were in front of him through his sight and hearing. Then, the whole person jumped forward, turned into a line of light and disappeared. With the blessing of the speed fruit, Lin Fan used the telekinetic devil fruit to fly faster than just a little bit faster. After a while, he saw Karina with short purple hair and the pink pirate ship approaching behind her. Naturally, the huge Arita Lin Fan, who was holding a mace, also saw it. So strong. Were you so exaggerated before you ate the devil fruit? Lin Fan quietly appeared behind Karina, and then looked up and down Karina's figure. Well, her butt is perky, big and sexy, and her legs are really long. Karina also felt that someone was peeping at her, so she subconsciously turned her head and looked behind her. Well, I can't see the face, I just see the chest. Karina looked up out of habit. When she saw Lin Fan with a smile on his face, her eyes suddenly widened, her body remained motionless, and her mind went blank. She recognized Lin Fan's identity. After all, she had seen Lin Fan's news and reward orders before. Hello, Rob, little fox Karina. Seeing Karina turn around, Lin Fan smiled and said hello. Chapter 37 Conqueror's Domineering Mutation, Armed to Kill. You, here, give it all to you, this is all my money. The little fox Karina tremblingly pushed all the treasures forward, fearing that the big man in front of her would suddenly kill her. After handing over the money, Karina couldn't help but swallowed. The guy in front of me looked very handsome and had a sunny smile, but I had only seen the reports and reward orders about him not long ago. The man with a bounty of up to 2.85 billion Baileys is called the Fifth Emperor of the Sea, the Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan. You must know that in the East Daxia Sea, Aaron, the captain of the dragon pirates with the highest bounty, is worth 20 million Baileys. Little fox, I'm going to smash your head. At this moment, Arita's loud voice sounded. It turned out that the pirate ship was approaching quickly. A medium-sized ship like Karina is naturally not as fast as a pirate ship. There is only one possibility for Karina to escape, and that is a sudden change in weather, and then a large wave blocks the pirate group behind her, so it is possible to escape. Die. Lin Fan pointed his hand directly at the pink pirate ship and activated his telekinesis. With a shake of his hand, the huge pirate ship was instantly crushed. This is the move Lin Fan developed after the fruit awakened. It is very abnormal and unexplainable. All the pirates inside were immediately thrown into disrepute, including the famous deserter king. Lin Fan would not even blink an eye when it came to killing these people. He was originally a pirate who did all kinds of bad things, but as for the deserter king, he was just unhappy with him. Just like that idiot Momonosuke. By the way, there is also Momonosuke. I don't know where he is at this time. I only know that his first appearance was at the gas fruit of Punk Hazard Caesar. ... Then a wisp of black-purple flame was seen shooting out from Lin Fan's hand, and then hit the broken pirate ship. The next second, black and purple flames instantly enveloped the remains of the pirate ship. In less than 3 seconds, the residue was completely burned, and then the black and purple flames fell to the sea. What is unbelievable is that the black-purple flame has not extinguished, but is still burning brightly on the sea. There was no burning material, but the fire did not become smaller, nor did it expand. Karina was stunned. Her eyes were wider than ever before, her mouth was open enough to put down the egg, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Is that too exaggerated? Is this the strength of a bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys? Seeing Karina being frightened by him, Lin Fan also had the idea of scaring her. He walked over and patted Karina's frozen little face a few times and said, "What? You like it? I'll give you some too." Da-ah, da-ah, da-ah. When Karina heard this, her whole scalp went numb. He immediately shook his head and waved his hands crazily. Just kidding, I know that with my small body, even the ashes will probably not be left if touched by the black and purple flames. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, get on my ship and become my crew, become a singer, sing to me when you are bored. Second, I throw you overboard and burn the boat. I leave. Whether you survive depends on your luck. Choose. Do I have a choice? Karina had a pitiful expression on her face, staring at Lin Fan with her big eyes open, and you could see water mist appearing in her eyes. I don't know if this chick is really scared or just pretending. I'll go with you. Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. With a move of his finger, Karina's money floated up and then disappeared. Karina blinked, trying to see her treasure, but saw nothing. Then she reached out and wiped her eyes, and when she looked again, she still didn't see it. Where's the treasure? Where's my treasure? Why is it missing? That's my treasure. Lin Fan gave Karina a violent shock, then picked up Karina and flew away. Ah, it's flying. Karina ignored the pain in her head, closed her eyes, hugged Lin Fan tightly with both hands, and wrapped her long legs tightly around Lin Fan's waist. At this time, Lin Fan also felt the situation after his own conqueror's domineering mutation. It's very exaggerated. The mutated conqueror's haki can use wisdom to kill the enemy. Once it hits, the enemy will be mentally unstable and unable to use wisdom and wisdom haki. Not only does it have the function of killing by sight, but also the damage and distance of attacking enemies by releasing Conqueror's Haki from a long distance are also increased. Not only that, there is also a new function, armed killing. It has the same effect as witness and kill, but the effect is to prevent the enemy from using the weapon color Haki. Also, the quality of Conqueror's Haki has been improved again. This is Conqueror's domineering spirit after mutation, it's very awesome. In a short time, Lin Fan had already landed on the deck of the Storm Charge with Karina in his arms. Lin Fan didn't mean to remind Karina. After a few seconds, Karina overcame her fear and slowly opened her eyes. It turned out that it was still flying somewhere and had already landed. Then, Karina also saw Lin Fan looking at her and smiling. Although it looks good, he is a big bad guy. Karina immediately retracted her arms and legs and stood on the deck. Then, Karina was attracted by the Storm Charger and its wooden structure that was different from other pirate ships. Lin Fan ignored Karina and called Alice directly. Alice, please inform Noki and Nami that a new partner has joined. Karina, who was originally attracted by the different Storm Charge, came to Lin Fan's side after hearing Nami's name. He immediately hugged Lin Fan's arm, looked up at Lin Fan, blinked, and asked in a gentle and well-behaved manner, Captain, is the Nami you are talking about the Nami who is called the Thief Cat? Quote. Feeling the softness of her arms, Lin Fan roughly guessed Karina's size. A little soft, but Lin Fan still kept a smile on his face. He glanced sideways at Karina and asked, What? Do you know Nami? Of course I know you. Nami and I are good sisters. Our friendship is so good that we can wear a skirt. After Karina confirmed that this Nami was the Nami she knew, she rolled her eyes and began to brag to Lin Fan about how good her relationship with Nami was. The purpose of doing this is that Karina naturally wants to make her situation better by relying on her relationship with Nami. Chapter 38 Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. Yeah. I see. Lin Fan smiled brightly, but for some reason Karina felt a bad feeling when she saw Lin Fan's smile. Soon, Nami and Nuo Chigao also came out. The two sisters were wearing training clothes and were wiping their hair with towels at the moment. Originally, Nami also suggested taking a bath, but Nokigao rejected it. Nami, is it really you? Long time no see, I miss you so much. As soon as she saw Nami, Karina immediately smiled and looked like she was really happy to see Nami. There are too many acting elements and it looks very fake. Karina ran directly to Nami and took Nami's hand. She deliberately acted like she was very familiar with Nami in front of Lin Fan. Although she did know Nami and had a good relationship with her, they were not so good as to be exaggerated. Little fox, it's you. Nami recognized Karina immediately, with a surprised expression on her face. She had no idea that the new crew member Lin Fan mentioned would be her comrade in arms, the little fox Karina. It was at this time that Lin Fan spoke up again. Karina, since you have such a good relationship with Nami, from now on, you are also my maid, and you are also a singer. After Karina heard Lin Fan's words, the smile on her face froze. What the hell, maid and singer? Oh, I forgot to tell you just now, Nami is my maid and navigator. Lin Fan spoke out again to hit the target. Karina was about to cry, but in the end she could only nod and said, I understand. She wanted to refute, but when she saw Lin Fan's face, she thought of Lin Fan's bounty of 2.85 billion belly, and she immediately gave up. At this moment, Lin Fan noticed something and looked up at the sky. Right above the storm charge, there was an island floating on the island. The island was decorated like a pirate ship and had a pirate flag. In the monitoring room on the island, a young Karami in front of the monitoring screen looked behind a man with a rudder on his head and two swords under his feet and said, Admiral Golden Lion, there is a ship directly below our island. A ship I've never seen before. Let me see. When the legendary big pirate Golden Lion heard this, he floated to the surveillance screen and looked at the picture. This ship is indeed a bit strange. I have never seen a ship like this before. I'll go take a look. With that said, the Golden Lion also floated away. The subordinates of the Golden Lion pirates didn't say anything. They still knew how powerful their boss was. Even though the head should have lost some strength due to the rudder, it is still very powerful. After the Golden Lion arrived outside, it quickly floated down towards the storm charge. On board the storm charge, Lin Fan looked at the sky and said, a guest is here. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nuo Chigao, Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan. What guest? Lin Fan did not respond, but still looked at the sky with his hands in his pockets. Following Lin Fan's gaze, the three women also looked towards the sky. As a result, naturally nothing can be seen. Nami and Nokigao even used their haki, but they still didn't notice it. Ms. Nokigao, Nami, I'm very happy that you can use your knowledge and color to conduct investigations at this time. This means that you have grown up. I will be your sparring partner another day. But your domineering power is still too weak. You can only detect some distance. You can't find this guest who came without permission. Brother Fan, who are you here? Nami directly hugged one of Lin Fan's arms and shook it, and her voice immediately opened. The legendary great pirate, captain of the Sky Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. Feeling the softness, Lin Fan naturally spoke. After all, he likes to eat soft food. As a result, After hearing what Lin Fan said, the three women all had confused expressions on their faces. I have no idea who Shiki the Golden Lion is. Thinking about it, the Golden Lion Shiki has not appeared all year round, and the eldest Noki is only in his 20s, and Nami and Karina are only 18 years old. It would be strange if they have heard of the Golden Lion Shiki. It's nothing special. He's just a guy who almost wiped out One Piece Galdi. Roger and his team at sea. This guy was unlucky enough to encounter extreme weather, and a rudder was stuck on his head. Lin Fan spoke very calmly again. But what he said directly made the three women numb. Even the relatively calm Nuo Chigao didn't calm down. Seeing the appearance of the three women, Lin Fan burst out laughing. A-hole Captain, this is a big shot. Why are you laughing? Nami was immediately furious, then stepped on Lin Fan and began to spray. Quickly order Alice to run. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** want to die. I'm still so young, I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die. Karina just knelt down on the deck with a look of despair and kept babbling. It was Nokigao who noticed something was wrong. Lin Fan was too calm. Mr. Captain, do you still have something to say? Hearing this, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and rubbed Nami's hair and praised. Oh, Miss Najigao discovered her. I do have something else to say. This golden lion Shiki is now a younger brother. He is a weakling. He can't even use the Conqueror's Haki. He can use the Haki of the Wisdom Haki and the Haki of the Armament Haki, but he should only be very weak and won't be able to use them for much. Time's dominance is also based on the body. What he can use should be his devil fruit, Piao Piao fruit and some sword moves. After all, he was a great swordsman before eating the devil fruit, but after eating the devil fruit in the end, he relied too much on his devil fruit abilities, and his swordsmanship should have regressed a lot. Damn it, don't rub my hair. Nami frantically stretched out her hands to stop Lin Fan, but it was in vain. Karina, on the other hand, stood up after noticing Lin Fan's calmness. Then she thought of something and asked Lin Fan, Captain, as a legendary big pirate, this golden lion is very rich, right? Quote. As soon as these words came out, Nami let Lin Fan rub her hair and looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Obviously, these two women suffered from occupational diseases. Lin Fan, as for Lin Fan, touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, they must be very rich. After all, they are all old guys who have lived for who knows how many years. There was a pinging sound. Karina and Nami's eyes instantly turned into money, and their minds were full of gold and silver and countless Baileys. I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get rich. Lin Fan didn't say anything when he saw the expressions of the two women. He naturally knew that the two women were greedy for money. Not long after, loud laughter suddenly sounded in the sky, ha ha ha. Then, I saw an arrogant old man with long golden hair, a very obvious rudder stuck in the middle, wearing a warrior costume with a golden and brown coat on top, and two swords supporting his calves. On the bow deck. Ha ha ha, kids, let me introduce myself, I am the captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. I'm very interested in your ship, so it belongs to me from now on. What do you think? Chapter 39 Golden Lion, Defeat. Mr. Golden Lion Shiki, do you have a lot of treasures? Just when Shiki the Golden Lion thought he was making a shining and domineering appearance, and Lin Fan and others would be frightened and trembled when they heard his name, he had no idea that the orange-haired kid would actually ask him if he had a lot of treasure. Little girl, what do you mean? Your treasure is mine. As soon as Nami finished speaking, he took out an iron rod and waved it at the Golden Lion Shiki. A thunder snake came out of the stick and flew towards Shiki. Nami just heard Lin Fan say that the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary great pirate, was greatly reduced in strength because of the rudder on his head. He couldn't use Conqueror's Haki, and his Haki and armed Haki were probably better than those of his sisters. When the two were still weak, they started thinking about it. She wants to prove that she is not lazy, and if she defeats the Golden Lion Shiki, she can get the opponent's treasure. The other party is a legendary pirate, and I can't even imagine how much treasure there is. Nami. When Nokigao saw his sister taking the initiative to attack the Golden Lion Shiki, he was immediately worried. But after seeing the smile on Lin Fan's face, he felt relieved. Her captain, Lin Fan, obviously likes Nami and will not let Nami get hurt. Karina, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did Nami wield a lightning bolt? Golden Lion Shiki sensed the danger with his weak Haki, and immediately used the Piao Piao fruit to float. Snap. The thunder snake hit the railing directly, and the lightning crackled for a few times and then dissipated. The railing was unscathed. Damn it, a little girl dares to attack me. Golden Lion Shiki was instantly furious, gnashing his teeth with a fierce look on his face. He felt that he had been despised. Although his strength had indeed declined greatly due to the rudder, it was definitely not to the point where he could be despised by the little devil. Who is he? He is Shiki the Golden Lion. A man who almost killed One Piece Galdi. Roger. Brother Fan, leave this Golden Lion Shiki to me. Nami said something, and his lower body immediately turned into dark clouds, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and flew towards Shiki. Nami is really compatible with Yuyun fruit, and she has already developed a flying state. Lin Fan was also a little surprised by Nami's development. This girl's talent is a bit too good. Such a vacuum cage thunder and lightning strangulation. Nami released the clouds towards Shiki in the air. What was different from the last time was that this time it was filled with dark clouds. Obviously, Nami improved this move after last time. Logia. Damn ability. Golden Lion Shiki immediately recovered from his rage after seeing the dark cloud released by Nami, and his face was very ugly. His weapon is domineering, but he can only unleash some of it. For him, he would be at a huge disadvantage against Logia users. Hateful. Lion Chenggu Zan. Before Golden Lion got the Piao Piao fruit, he was a great swordsman. I saw the Golden Lion swinging its feet quickly, and directly slashed out more than a dozen golden sword energy. More than a dozen sword energy streaked through the dark clouds, heading straight towards Nami with undiminished power. Nami used the knowledge color haki to immediately notice that there were more than a dozen sword auras, but only 2 swords had additional armed color haki, so he flew upwards, avoiding only those 2 sword auras. Lin Fan also raised his hand to release telekinesis, and locked some places for Nami and Golden Lion Shiki as the battlefield. The sword energy dissipated instantly when it hit the telekinetic barrier, leaving no damage to the barrier. How strong is Lin Fan? How strong is the Golden Lion at this moment? The two are not on the same level at all. Even the Golden Lion Shiki in his heyday, Lin Fan could easily defeat him. And it's easier than beating Kizaru. After all, the telekinetic devil fruit can compete with the fluttering fruit. But Lin Fan also has other devil fruits. Sleepy. Nami shouted and clenched his hands. The dark clouds that had been dispersed by the Golden Lion quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion, trying to wrap it up. Golden Lion Shiki sensed the danger when he saw the color haki, and immediately floated away. Then he shook his hand towards the dark clouds that were spreading crazily towards him, and activated his fluttering fruit ability. Shishiwei Yufeng Earth Coiling. I saw the wind element in the sky quickly turning into 4 lions, and then pounced towards the dark clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds were torn apart and disappeared. The 4 lions charged towards Nami with his mouth wide open with unabated power. Nami seemed to be frightened, standing motionless in a daze. The Golden Lion smiled when he saw this and shouted, "Die, little devil." When Karina, who was on the storm charge, saw this situation, she was not calm anymore. Thief cat, get away quickly. Karina shouted with worry on her face, tears appearing in her eyes. Nokigao on the other side wanted to use her devil fruit ability to help Nami resist the Golden Lion's move. Lin Fan appeared next to Nokigao at this time, stretched out his hand to stop her, and said with a smile, "Miss Nokigao, don't you still believe Nami? She is very afraid of death." Lin Fan's meaning was already very clear. It was impossible for Nami, a person who cherished his own life, to stand there in a daze during the battle. Nokigao also stopped when he heard this, and then looked at Nami carefully. This observation really caused a problem for her. That Nami is not the real person. Nuo Chigao used his insight and domineering power to make precise observations, and still discovered the clues. Lin Fan also appeared next to Karina with a hiss, raised his hand and gave her a shudder on the head. What's all this fuss about? Didn't you say you're familiar with Nami? Ah, B****************, D, it hurts like hell. Karina immediately covered her head with her hands, but at the same time she also thought that according to what she knew about the character of the thief cat, it was very afraid of death and would not be confused in a battle. Sure enough, when the 4 lions composed of wind released by the Golden Lion bit Nami, Nami's body instantly collapsed and turned into white clouds. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki's few cognizance-colored domineering sent him a dangerous signal. Nami's figure is composed of some clouds not far behind the Golden Lion Shiki. At the same time, I don't know when there is a super big dark cloud above the Golden Lion's head. Lei Ying. Nami gave a sweet shout and pointed at the Golden Lion Shiki with the stick in his hand. Some static electricity quickly wrapped around the Golden Lion's body, causing him to fall into a state of paralysis. At the same moment, the dark clouds above the Golden Lion's head also burst with countless thick thunder and lightning. Under the precise control of Nami's domineering power, he slashed at the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki stiffly looked up at the top of his head, knowing that he could not hide. He used the last of his armed haki to force one arm back to action, and squeezed hard towards the top of his head to release the maximum power of the Piao Piao fruit. The strength of the Golden Lion is greatly reduced, even if it is forced to use the maximum power, it cannot use the awakened state. Shishiwei Yu lay heavenly scroll. Rumble. The Golden Lion was still a step too slow and was directly struck by countless lightning bolts. I was defeated again, defeated by the Donghai people again. After a while, the Golden Lion rolled his eyes. The thunder and lightning ended, and the legend of a generation, the captain of the flying pirates, the pirate admiral, and the famous Golden Lion Shiki's charred body struck by lightning fell from the air and smashed straight into the sea. Lin Fan had also removed the telekinesis barrier, and Nami returned to the storm charge in a flash. Chapter 40 Get Piao Piao Fruit. Lin Fanian activated his power and directly brought the Golden Lion to the storm charge. In the sky, the island that lost the ability to flutter fruit because of the Golden Lion's defeat and entering a dying state also began to decline. At the moment when the island just fell, Lin Fan locked the island in the sky with his powerful power of knowledge, and then activated his telekinesis to take over the island's right to fly. There were more and larger islands floating in the sky not far away, and Lin Fan also took over. For Lin Fan, who is physically strong, mentally strong, and has awakened his fruit, controlling these islands to continue to float is no big deal. At the same time, Lin Fan also used Conqueror's Haki to lock onto all the pirates on the island, and directly launched Conqueror's Haki to strike accurately. Lin Fan's eyes flashed red, Conqueror's domineering energy had already rushed out. The moment Lin Fan used Conqueror's Haki, Nuo Chigao, Nami and Karina all looked at Lin Fan. At that moment, they felt a shocking feeling from Lin Fan's body and wanted to kneel down and bow their heads in worship. The power of the Super King. In 1 second, the Golden Lion pirates were completely wiped out. After eliminating the minions, Lin Fan also found the 3 women looking at him with pale faces. What's wrong with you? You look so ugly. Lin Fan really didn't know the situation. This was also the first time he used the mutated Conqueror's Haki in a hurry. A-hole, what ability did you use just now? How come you can't tell the difference between us and the enemy? Nami suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan, then raised her foot and stepped on it. Hearing this, Lin Fan also thought that Conqueror's domineering power had mutated and his control was unstable and leaked out. Then I cooperated with Nami, after all, I made the mistake first. Pretending to be hurt by being stepped on, Lin Fan hugged his leg and screamed, then immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I will pay attention next time. Snort. Nami turned her head away proudly. Captain, why did you bring the Golden Lion to the ship? It was also at this time that Nuo Chigao asked the key question. Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan. The Golden Lion was obviously beaten to death by Nami and then fell into the sea, but Lin Fan got the Golden Lion to the deck. Of course it works. Lin Fan smiled and turned into a white spiral fruit out of thin air. This is a devil fruit without attributes. As long as the devil fruit user is killed, it can immediately grow into the corresponding devil fruit. This is the reward you get after defeating the Golden Lion. When the Golden Lion was detected before, the system gave another option. The other 2 options are, avoiding the pursuit of the Golden Lion will obtain the animal insect fruit in cockroach form. After defeating it, if you let the Golden Lion go, you will get the animal bug fruit in ant form. Seeing the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand, Nami said, this is a devil fruit. But it feels weird when it looks at it. After Karina heard about the devil fruit, her eyes lit up and she just stared at Lin Fan's hand non-stop. The expression on his face says I want 3 words. Noki Gao said nothing and looked at Lin Fan as well. Lin Fan had no intention of hiding it from the 3 girls, and said, this is indeed a devil fruit, but it has no attributes, and it is useless to eat it. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Karina immediately looked disappointed and lost interest. But if an ability user dies nearby, then the fruit can become the devil fruit that the opponent eats. Lin Fan spoke again. When Karina heard this, her eyes immediately became hot, and she stared at the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand with great desire. Why Lin Fan brought the Golden Lion on board the ship? The purpose was obvious, which was to kill the Golden Lion and obtain his devil fruit. Nuo Chigao and Nami were a little shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses. This is the advantage of being ignorant. If other knowledgeable people heard Lin Fan's words, they would probably be dumbfounded and doubt life, thinking, are there really devil fruits without attributes in this world? Although the 2 sisters were interested in the process of transforming non-property devil fruits into property-based devil fruits, they were not very interested. The reason, of course, is because they have all eaten devil fruits. As we all know, you can only eat 1 devil fruit. Lin Fan didn't waste any time. He directly raised the Golden Lion's body into the air, and then a wisp of black and purple flames popped out. The next second, the Golden Lion Shiki completely had no trace in this world, not even his ashes. At the same time, the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand also began to change. Then it turned into a gray fruit with all spiral patterns. Lin Fan took a look and the message also appeared. Paramesha Piao Piao fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop them yourself. Lin Fan disappeared and reappeared with an arm around Karina. Karina was startled and began to struggle subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Fan whispered, little maid Karina, do you want this fluttering fruit that is called a god-level ability? Want. Karina did not struggle, letting Lin Fan hold her waist, and then stretched out his hands towards the Piao Piao fruit, trying to get it. But Lin Fan took it away and missed it. Kiss me and I will give you this devil fruit. A-hole captain, what are you doing? Nami was furious all of a sudden. She learned the 6 moves of shaving without any teacher. She suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan, raised her foot and kicked Lin Fan in the head with thunder and lightning. Naturally, Nami didn't want to hit Lin Fan because Lin Fan wanted to give Karina the devil fruit, but because Lin Fan actually used the devil fruit to make Karina kiss him. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Fan being mean, she couldn't help but want to beat him up. Obviously she didn't like to hit people before. With a whoosh, Lin Fan hugged Karina and disappeared on the spot. He had already entered the boat, leaving behind this sentence. Little maid Nami, right above our heads is the Golden Lion's pirate ship. His treasures are also there, and I have taken care of the dangers above. If you go now, you will just get money for nothing. Don't say that I am not treating you badly. Okay, I'll help you hold down the little maid Karina, otherwise if she eats the Piao Piao fruit, she will fly faster than you, and the treasure will be hers. Nani, overhead. Sister Nuo Gao, I need you. Before Nokigao knew what was going on, he was carried by Nami and flew into the sky. Chapter 41 Karina gets the Piao Piao fruit. In the cabin hall, Lin Fan and Karina appeared. Ah, where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Karina expressed some doubts. Lin Fan stretched out his hand to lift Karina's chin, looked down at her youthful and beautiful face and said, "Don't change the subject, my little maid." Karina was forced to look at Lin Fan, and suddenly realized that Lin Fan, the guy who forced her to get on the boat, was extremely handsome, especially his eyes, which were very attractive and made people addicted without paying attention. Bang bang bang. Karina's heart began to beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her face turned red. Damn it, I seem to be attracted to this guy. Karina is also 18 years old and has never been in love. So, Karina, my little maid, do you want this fluttering fruit of divine power? Lin Fan also held the piao piao fruit in front of Karina's eyes and shook it. The moves used by the Golden Lion are very cool, right? He controls the wind to look like a lion. If it were you, Karina, what would you control the wind to look like? Lin Fan's whisper sounded again, just like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Quote. Karina swallowed, a look of longing on her face. Lin Fan didn't feel anything wrong at all about using devil fruit to lure a beautiful girl into kissing her. Really? Can I really get this fluttering fruit just by kissing you? Karina was obviously tempted, her eyes never left the fluttering fruit. Moreover, Karina convinced herself in this way. Karina, you are not at a loss, it was just a first kiss, the other party is the fifth emperor of the sea, the key is that he is a handsome guy, not to mention you can get the piao piao fruit. Then, Karina suddenly remembered what Lin Fan had just said to Nami, that the Golden Lion's pirate ship was in the sky, and his treasure was first come, first served. Immediately, Karina did not dare to hesitate and directly put her hands around Lin Fan's neck and kissed him actively. Quote. Damn man, he kissed me for so long, causing me to miss so much time. After eating the piao piao fruit, Karina immediately flew towards the sky with an anxious look on her face. Karina now just hopes that the thief cat has not found the Golden Lion's treasure, otherwise, where will her share be? Lin Fan looked at Karina, hurried away and shook his head. Why are you so greedy for money? In this world, as long as you have strength, are you still short of money? If you just find a big pirate and rob him, wouldn't he be able to get hundreds of millions of Baileys or even more than a billion Baileys? Alice, activate standby mode. If anyone comes on board, arrest them first. Okay, Brother Fan, Alice knows. After receiving the answer, Lin Fan also activated his telekinesis, and his whole body disappeared on the spot. He hugged Karina with his arms and soon arrived at the suspended island. I smell money, Karina shouted, and then floated towards the Golden Lion's lair. Lin Fan's body burned with black and purple flames, and his domineering power was locked. Wisps of black and purple flames were carried by telekinesis and flew towards all the corpses, and then landed accurately on the corpses. In an instant, all the corpses left no trace at all. He was a kind-hearted man who didn't want others to die without a burial place, so he was burned to ashes, out of sight and out of mind. Afterwards, Lin Fan circled around the Golden Lion's boat, which was also in line with the Golden Lion's imagination. He actually built a pirate ship on a small island, the only one in the world. No, there is no unique one. It seems that the thriller bark where Shichibukai Moonlight Moria lives now is also a ship built on the island. No, Thriller bark seems to be an island built on a boat, which is completely opposite to the Golden Lion. Lin Fan slapped his head and said, "Oh, why should I worry about this?" Immediately, Lin Fan also landed on the deck and went to find the three girls. On the other side, after Nami arrived at the floating island with her sister Nokigao in her arms, she also activated her knowledge and haki to explore the treasure. It was also at this time that Nami's power of knowledge rose to the next level. Sure enough, money is everything, and it's not because of money. Nami suddenly raised his domineering attitude to a new level. Then, the treasure house was successfully locked. He immediately flew over at the fastest speed. Just a minute after Nami entered the Golden Lion pirate ship, Lin Fan appeared with Karina in his arms. Then Karina immediately floated into the boat and headed straight for the treasure house. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to find the three girls. Well, the treasure house on the Golden Lion ship has really been found. Nami and Karina's eyes were shining with gold, their expressions were excited, and they were holding bags to pack their treasures. Nuo Chigao stood aside and watched helplessly. Miss Najigao, what are you doing standing here? Don't you like gold? Lin Fan suddenly appeared next to Nochigao, and then naturally put his arms around Nochigao's waist. Being held by Lin Fan around the waist, Nokigao did not resist and let Lin Fan hold her. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and smiled and said, "Mr. Captain, are you here? I'm waiting for you. There are so many treasures. Only you can take them all away at once. I'm a little curious, Mr. Captain, what is the ability of your devil fruit? It can create invisible barriers, attack from afar, create an extra-dimensional space, and release a black-purple flame." Nuo Chigao really couldn't guess what Lin Fan's ability was, it was too perverted. When Lin Fan heard this, he also approached Nokigao directly, and then said in her ear, "Miss Nokigao, come to my room tonight, and I will answer whatever you ask." B asterisk 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 D Captain, you did something to my sister again. Nami suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched Lin Fan. Lin Fan reacted immediately, stretched out his hand to hold Nami's fist, and released Nokigao with the other hand, then grabbed Nami's kicking foot and touched it. Smooth. It feels good in the hand. Damn it, little maid, you ruined my good deeds again. Seeing this, Nuo Chigao also covered her mouth and laughed. She just liked watching the interaction between Lin Fan and her sister. As for Karina, was completely attracted by the treasures, and only had eyes for the golden treasures. Mine, everything is mine. Hey. Chapter 42 Arriving at the Golden Lion's lair, Strong World. On the deck, Karina and Nami were both smiling, one on the left and the other on the right, squeezing Lin Fan's arms. Why did they pinch Lin Fan's arms? Was it because Lin Fan forcibly ordered them? Of course, not, but because Lin Fan took away all the Golden Lion's treasures, saying that there were too many and couldn't be taken away, so he was helping. Karina squeezed it, feeling that the time was ripe, and asked with a flattering smile on her face, "Well, handsome captain, do you have many treasures in your different dimension?" Yes, brother Fan, I want to know this question too. Nami also spoke immediately. Nuo Chigao, a mature elder sister, naturally stood aside and watched the show. Treasure. Use some force. Lin Fan deliberately gave it a try and then ordered to press harder. Hateful. Although Karina and Nami were smiling, in their hearts they wanted to beat up Lin Fan. But because the treasures were all in Lin Fan's different dimensions, they had to be obedient and stepped up their efforts. Crush UB asterisk 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 D. The two women thought this at the same time, increased their strength on their hands, and deliberately used a lot of force. But little did they know that even if they tried their best, Lin Fan still felt that it was just enough. Just when Karina, Nami and the two girls were very impatient, Lin Fan spoke appropriately. Treasure. It's okay. Not counting this harvest, it's several billion, or tens of billions. I'm not sure, I haven't counted them. Lin Fan wasn't joking. He really didn't know how much money there was in heavenly gold, and he didn't count it. In short, it is very much. Anyway, there must be billions, or even tens of billions. After the two women heard Lin Fan's words, their eyes instantly turned into money. Billions of billions. Nuo Chigao's expression also changed, and she was very shocked. Billions of billions, even tens of billions, is a bit exaggerated. How did Lin Fan get all this money? The Golden Lion's treasure is only about a billion if calculated. After swallowing hard, Karina squeezed Lin Fan's arm harder, and then Zhao Didi said, "Brother Captain, everyone who meets you has a share. Sister, give me your share now. Brother Fan, I want it too." At this time, Nami also transformed into a super clip and opened her mouth. Lin Fan got goosebumps after hearing the two women's voices. I saw Lin Fan pull out his arm, then hugged one with one hand, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little maid, you will naturally have a share of the money, but you are too young, so I will hold the money for you. You're not afraid of being stolen, it's absolutely safe." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nami and Karina's expressions froze. I don't intend to give money. Moreover, the treasure just now has been collected. A-hole. Screw you. Nami and Karina both raised their feet and stepped on Lin Fan's feet, then broke away from Lin Fan's hand. Nami picked up her sister Nokigao and flew away, and Karina also flew away. Lin Fan touched his nose and also left the island ship of Golden Lion. Turning around, Lin Fan aimed his hand at the island, and a ball of black and purple flames was released, surrounding the island in a short while. Not long after, the island was completely wiped out and disappeared. Lin Fan immediately caught up with the three women and told them about the situation on the island not far away. Finally, he unleashed his trump card. He would not take a single needle or thread of the treasure in the palace over there. The actual situation is that there is a high probability that there is no treasure there. After all, they had found the treasure on Golden Lion's pirate ship. There is a high possibility that there is only a thing called IQ in the laboratory over at the palace. IQ can make animals more violent and aggressive. It can also cure poison caused by a strange tree. The Golden Lion has taken over all the IQs and enslaved the men and young women on the only island to work in his factory. ... Hearing this, Nami and Karina paid attention to Lin Fan again. And with Lin Fan's repeated assurances, the four of them also flew towards the island called Wilmeo Island or Strong World. Nami was still holding her sister Nokigao, and she directly refused Lin Fan's request to help take Nokigao away. Nami knew with her toes that giving her sister Nokigao to Lin Fan to fly with him was undoubtedly sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth and giving Lin Fan an advantage by sending her sister. In Nami's eyes, Lin Fan was a handsome but extremely lustful pervert. A group of 4 people flew directly to the Golden Lion's palace, swaggering and not hiding at all. Therefore, he was discovered by the pirates in the palace immediately. The Golden Lion has a scientist named Indigo who is helping him study IQ, and there is also a thug gorilla who has some IQ but not much. Previously on the pirate ship, the gorilla was cold, but the scientist Indigo was not there because he was not there, so he was currently doing research in the laboratory of the palace. Since the Golden Lion was not there, the minion naturally informed Indigo, the highest ranking person at present, about the situation of the 4 of them. Nani. What did you say? A man and 3 women are flying from the sky towards our palace. Are you G kidding me? Indigo slapped the gangster who reported the news and sent him flying into the wall and he fainted. You D, do you think anyone is the boss of Shiki? Can you still fly? Cursing, Indigo also walked out of the laboratory and went to the main hall. In the air, Lin Fan turned to the 3 women and said, there are many pirates down there. I won't take action this time. You guys can deal with them. Just take action, huh? Quote. 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 On the other side, Indigo walked to the back of the main hall and saw Lin Fan and others in the air through the big screen. He immediately opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Nani, really flying? Indigo reached out and wiped his eyes, then looked at the screen again. What he saw was Lin Fan and others still flying. Follow me and be ready to fire at any time. Yes, Lord Indigo. Indigo immediately ran towards the palace gate, and the younger brothers behind him immediately picked up their weapons and followed. Someone's out. Nami also shouted when he saw Indigo and his men appearing from the gate. HMPH, let them see how powerful I am, Karina. After Karina ate the piao fruit, she was obviously a little bit piao. Just after Lin Fan and others landed, Indigo also shouted loudly, who are you? Where do you come from? This is the base camp of Golden Lion Shiki. Indigo was also smart and directly pulled out the Golden Lion flag. But he may have forgotten one thing. The Golden Lion disappeared for 20 years and has long been forgotten. When you meet younger people, you can't be scared at all. Chapter 43 Nami, Karina, full of interest. Get out of the way, don't stop me from finding the treasure. Karina took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and activated her piao fruit ability. The tiles on the ground were lifted up, and then they were thrown at Indigo and others. Don't block my way. Nami also took action at the same time, directly releasing a large dark cloud, and then released a thunder and lightning attack towards Indigo and others. Nani, as this Shiki's ability. A group of minions, including Indigo, the ship's doctor and scientist, were instantly killed. They fell to the ground with their mouths open and their eyes rolled, with black smoke rising from their bodies. The treasure is mine. Karina screamed and immediately flew towards the palace. Little fox, stop here, the treasure is mine. Nami also quickly flew into the palace, following closely behind Karina. Lin Fan directly activated Conqueror's domineering finishing blow, sending the unlucky ones on the ground to meet their boss, the Golden Lion. Later, Lin Fan also walked up to Nokigao, put his arms around Nokigao's waist naturally, and said, Miss Nokigao, you seem to have been abandoned by Nami, an incompetent sister. Then I will take you away. Nokigao seemed to be used to Lin Fan's actions, and did not resist. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Fan, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Captain. Looking at Nuoki's mature face, Lin Fan swallowed his saliva unconsciously. He had known her for a few days, but he was still very moved when he saw this face. Damn it, you're such a loser, you be D. Exhaling a breath, Lin Fan also floated directly into the palace with Nokigao. Speaking of which, his telekinetic devil fruit was even more powerful than the piao fruit. It seemed to be the superior fruit of the piao fruit. After all, Golden Lion said in the theater that fluttering fruits cannot make living creatures float. But he, Lin Fan, can use his telekinesis fruit, and even the opponent's strength is inferior. He can also control the opponent's actions like Doflamingo's thread fruit. Nuo Chigao also saw Lin Fan's performance, and his smile suddenly became brighter and more beautiful. On the other side, Nami and Karina refused to give in to anyone. Using their keen intuition, they also searched for the palace's treasure house. The pirates they encountered along the way were all taken care of by them. The Golden Lion's men are all a group of minions, and they are just a bunch of losers. Naturally, they can't hurt Nami, who has the domineering power of knowledge, and color. Although Karina is not domineering, her many years of theft experience have made her reflexes much quicker than normal people. Besides, according to Nami's personality, she couldn't let Karina get hurt. After all, no matter what, Karina is her good sister. In the same way, if Nami is in danger, Karina will naturally not just watch. This is the bond that has developed between the two women over the years. Not long after, the two women arrived at the laboratory. Because of Karina's competition, Nami even forgot to lock the location of the treasure house with Haki. As soon as the door opened, the two women blinked. This is a laboratory. Where's the treasury? Where's the treasure? Who? Just at this time, a pair of gangsters appeared from the corner with swords and guns. When they saw Nami and Karina, they shouted and asked. Nami and Karina looked at each other and then took action immediately. After a while, only one of the minions was left awake. Nami and Karina grabbed the collar of this young man at the same time and asked with fierce expressions, where is your treasure house? No, I don't know. The little guy's face was full of fear at this moment. The two beautiful girls in front of him killed more than a dozen people in their team instantly. It was terrible. Where is Golden Lion Shiki's room? Nami was smarter and asked directly about the Golden Lion's room. Generally, the treasure trove has a very high probability of being hidden in the captain's room. Many treasure houses on pirate ships are also built in the captain's room of the pirate ship, instead of having a separate room to store the treasure. Only a strong and confident guy would have a room alone. The Admiral's room. After getting the accurate position, Nami directly knocked out the minion with a fist filled with armed domineering energy. Mainly because she was afraid that her hands would hurt if she didn't have the armament hockey attached to her. After all, forces interact. Although Karina was a little confused as to why Nami's hand suddenly turned black and then turned back again, she didn't think too much after getting the location of the Golden Lion Shiki's room, but turned around and immediately floated away. Damn it, little fox, stop. When Nami saw Karina running away first, she immediately lost her composure and immediately increased her firepower and chased after her. There are really many minions in the Golden Lion Pirates. Now the minions in the factory who were supervising the villagers all ran to the factory with weapons and towards the palace. Golden Lion implements a two-shift work system, that is, day shift and night shift, both need to work 12 hours, including food and accommodation, no wages, no rest days, and the villagers are not allowed to return to the village to reunite with their families. If the villagers get sick, if so, they would directly kill the bodies and bury them in Lois without letting the villagers go home. This guy also placed surveillance giant telephone bugs in the village. The picture seen by the phone bug will be displayed on the big screen in the Golden Lion Palace. The Golden Lion pattern is still too small, and a group of old, weak, women and children who have no ability to resist even use giant phone bugs to monitor them. It's really a shame, very shameful. Not to mention anything else, only the old, weak, women and children are left in the entire village. And some people are infected with the disease. What the hell are you afraid of, Golden Lion? No matter how much your strength declines, no matter how rubbish you are you still beating ordinary people? As for that, they even used phone bugs to monitor a group of old, weak, women and children who had no power to resist. You must know that the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate, on the same level as One Piece Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. If One Piece Gall D. Roger knew what the Golden Lion did, he would probably get out of the coffin board in anger and clean up the door. The pattern is not even as good as Enel's. Although the entire Sky Island is covered by Enel's heart network, he can hear Enel's insults. But if you don't scold Enel won't know, and he doesn't always pay attention to the villagers on the empty island. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't scold Enel, he won't give you AFK. They are both leaders, but the difference in structure is obvious. It's clear at a glance. 2HT Chapter 44 Karina awakens two-color dominance. Along the way, Nami and Karina dealt with some more minions. Lin Fan and Nuo Kagao also headed straight to where the two women were. Lin Fan's domineering look locked onto the two women at all times. You can know their location, and you can take action in time when you sense that the two women are in danger. On the other side, Nami and Karina also arrived at the door of the Golden Lion's room in the palace in a very short time. Intruder. Don't move. A group of minions armed with knives and guns came towards Nami Karina and killed them again. It has to be said that the number of minions under the Golden Lion is really very large. Damn it, you annoying guy, just die, suffocating clouds. Nami was very annoyed. After finally finding the room of Shiki the Golden Lion, there were minions disturbing her again. I saw countless white clouds appear from Nami's hand and then spread towards the little minions. After a while, all the minions were wrapped up. The minions didn't have to hold on for long before they fainted due to lack of oxygen. Karina, on the other hand, took advantage of Nami's opportunity to open the door and sneak into the room. After dealing with the minions, Nami found Karina entering the room, and she was also annoyed for a while. Damn little fox, stop for me, that's my treasure. Lin Fan also noticed Nami's irritable mood, and then used the Hockey of Insight to target each pirate, and conquerors launched precise strikes. All the minions on the island fell down one by one in an instant. Including the minions who used swords and guns to supervise the villagers in the factory also fell. Baki is a consumable, but Lin Fan has a lot of it, so he always pays attention to Nami Karina. Anyone else would not dare to play like Lin Fan, always showing off his knowledge and being domineering. In the Golden Lion room on the other side, Nami and Karina were carefully searching for the existence of the secret room. At this moment, Nami had forgotten that she would meet Wen's Hockey. She had never thought about using Hockey to explore and find out if there was a hidden compartment in the room. Damn it, is the secret room so good? Karina Zai complained while searching carefully. Stinky Fox, we made an agreement. Whoever finds the secret room first will get 70% of the treasure. Don't go back on your word, otherwise I will be rude to you. Nami was also looking for the mechanism carefully, and then said the agreement between them again very uneasily. Smelly Cat, my credibility can always be trusted, unlike you who always lied to others. Smelly Fox, who would believe what you say? Are you the only one who still has credibility? Not long after, Lin Fan also floated into the room with Nuo Chi in his arms. Oh my, what are my two little maids doing? No eyes? Are you blind? Nami and Karina both turned and yelled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not used to having two maids, and the maid should act like a maid. As soon as the telekinesis was activated, the two women were moved directly in front of him. Then he stretched out his free hand and gave each of the two women a violent shudder. Who are you talking to? My little maids. Aw, damn it, it hurts so much. Ah, B asterisk 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 D, it hurts like hell. Nami and Karina covered their heads and lowered their heads at the same time, with tears in their eyes. It hurts, it really hurts. Nami, little maid, are you stupid? You know how domineering you are, why don't you use it? Wouldn't you know if there is a secret room in this room once you explore it? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nami's head stopped hurting instantly. He raised his head and his expression was frozen. Yes, she will look domineering. Damn Karina, it influenced me to think about this. What kind of domineering power is this? What is it? You can also detect treasures, so powerful. Karina's head no longer hurt, and her big eyes immediately lit up, full of eagerness and greed. That's right, she was thinking about the domineering S*X she saw. Nami calmed down, and then activated his hockey, exploring the entire room in an instant. It turned out that there was no fart, so where was the secret room? How is it possible? Why is there no secret room? Impossible. Nami was in disbelief. Her mood suddenly became very low, she was completely lifeless and looked like she was hopeless. But after Karina learned that there was no secret room, her mood was not depressed, because she had something called the hockey of knowledge and knowledge. Captain, what is the domineering power of seeing and hearing? Can you tell me, Karina, who is a little maid? Karina immediately hugged Lin Fan's arm and started shaking it. Her voice was just right. After she finally finished speaking, she looked up at Lin Fan with her big eyes open and blinked naturally. Feeling the softness on her arms and seeing Karina's pretentious look, Lin Fan's heart suddenly moved. No way, he just likes to eat soft food. Lin Fan also retracted his arm around Nokagao, then took out 2 biscuits and handed them to Karina, saying, eating these 2 biscuits has a half chance of awakening the hockey of knowledge and the hockey of arms. You eat them. Try it next and see if you can all awaken. After awakening, you will understand what domination is. Nuo Chi rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Although he was a very charming man, he was too carefree and made people both love and hate him. Without checking Lin Fan and Karina too much, Nokagao stepped forward to comfort his sister Nami. As soon as Karina saw the biscuits handed over by Lin Fan and heard Lin Fan's words, she was immediately very happy. Then she stood up on tiptoes and kissed Lin Fan's face, then took the biscuits and started eating. To Lin Fan's surprise, Karina's luck turned out to be very good, and both domineering powers were awakened. Karina opened her eyes and knew what seeing and hearing hockey and armed hockey were. The whole person was in a very good mood, even if he didn't find the Golden Lion's treasure. Thank you, Captain. Karina immediately jumped up and hugged Lin Fan, hooked her legs together, and then kissed Lin Fan on the lips. She fell in love with Lin Fan, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security from Lin Fan. She felt very comfortable and relaxed around Lin Fan. In the past, she was highly nervous and kept a vigilant attitude toward everyone, except Nami. But this man rescued him from the north, and then they got along with each other for a short time. And this man also gave her a powerful devil fruit. Now that she is a user with Piao Piao fruit ability, she can naturally realize how powerful the fruit's ability is. And now I've given her the biscuits of awakening knowledge hockey and armed hockey, which are really good for her. After kissing for a few seconds, Karina suddenly remembered that Nami and her sister were also present. Suddenly Karina swooped and hid in the Golden Lion's room, her face very red. I was so embarrassed that I was so excited that I forgot that Nami and Nuo Kagao were also there. Chapter 45 continues sailing, target Zailuobu village. A few hours later, Lin Fan and his party left Wilmeo Island. During this period, the 4 people also told the villagers in the factory that they were free and everyone could go home. If anyone in the family gets sick, IQ can also be taken back for treatment. In short, it is right that Lin Fan and the 4 of them were regarded as their saviors by the people from the only village on the island. But this is also true. It was indeed Lin Fan and his party who saved them. Lin Fan also asked them if they wanted to lower the island to the sea and contact other humans. But they were rejected, and the villagers said they were used to it. Lin Fan didn't say anything more about this. If no one else is willing, why do you care so much? Afterwards, the villagers held a banquet for Lin Fan and his party. I couldn't refuse the invitation, so I had no choice but to participate. The area where the palace was located was directly burned by Lin Fan, leaving no ashes behind. However, Lin Fan also took out some of the things inside and gave them to the villagers as compensation, which was to accumulate some virtue for the old guy Golden Lion. Lin Fan had no intention of occupying Wilmire Island. His dream was to accompany the people he liked to fulfill their dreams. Nokiko wants to see the scenery around the world, Nami wants to draw a map of the world, and Karina wants to become a super rich woman. To live a new life, how to be free and unrestrained. Kill whoever blocks the way. As long as you collect all the history books, what else do you want to do then just right? So, be the king of the world One Piece or something, get out of here. Storm charge, on deck. The 4 of them just stood on the deck and looked at the sky, except for Lin Fan. The 3 women could not sense the existence of Wilmeo Island at all, but they still looked straight at it. Let's go find a doctor, Lin Fan said with a smile on his face. He also looked away, and then walked towards the cabin. The 3 women also looked away, and then looked at Lin Fan's back. After seeing Lin Fan sincerely treat the enslaved villagers on Wilmeo Island, the 3 women's understanding of Lin Fan also improved. The 3 women all invisibly got closer to Lin Fan. Especially Karina, although she was very touched by Lin Fan giving her the Piao Piao fruit and the biscuits for awakening domineering power, and she also had a good impression of Lin Fan. But after all, the time we knew each other was a bit short. On the sea, the storm charge sailed towards Zailuobu village. The previously triggered options were as follows. Ding! Host trigger options. Navigation is full of uncertainties, and no matter how good your health is, you will still get sick. Please host choose from the following 3 options. Option 1. Go to Zailuobu village to find Kaya, the owner of the only wealthy family, and invite her to become the ship's doctor. The reward is a bottle of medicine with a perfect bloodline factor. Option 2. Go to the Drum Kingdom to find Tony Chopper, the only reindeer with a blue nose who ate a devil fruit, and invite him to become the ship's doctor. The reward: a set of One Piece World Encyclopedia of difficult diseases. Option 3. Go to the Thriller Bark in the Devil's Triangle in the first half of the Grand Line to find a weirdo named Hogbark and invite him to become the ship's doctor. The reward: a medical kit from the crazy doctor. Seeing the 3 choices, Lin Fan made his choice without thinking. The third one was passed by Lin Fan directly. A big man also had 4 fangs. How could he be allowed on the ship? Although Chopper is quite good, he is a fluffy reindeer that can be used to in his spare time, and he has great potential. But after all, there is still no beautiful girl fragrance. The key is the 3 kinds of rewards. No matter how you look at it, the first kind of reward seems to be more impressive. What is bloodline? Lin Fan, who has watched One Piece, knows it. Sanji and his brothers and sisters all have bloodline genes, and Sanji's bloodline genes are in perfect condition. Even without a devil fruit, one can still become a super strong person by relying on this bloodline factor. What's more, if he eats another devil fruit, his strength will not be 1 + 1 = 2. By the way, Captain, where are we going now? Nejigo suddenly thought of this key issue. Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan, and it was obvious that they were also interested in this question. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said with a normal expression, "We are going to Zailuobu village now. There's a person with good medical skills there. I want to invite her to be our ship doctor." He had previously obtained the pointer to the East Daxia Sea from Colonel Mouse and had already recorded it for Alice. The pointer does not mean that it records all the islands in the East Daxia Sea, but at least 90% of them. The other 10% are islands that have never been discovered. Vermeu Island is an unrecorded island, as is the empty island Gaia Island. Enel's hometown Burka is also unrecorded. Burka seems to have been destroyed by Enel. There is also no record of the island where the 7-star sword in the movie is located. Is she a pretty girl? Nami said this after hearing what Lin Fan said. Ha ha ha. Nami-chan, you actually guessed it. Lin Fan could only smile and scratch his head. Captain, isn't it enough to have 3 beautiful girls on board? You want another one? Nami got angry all of a sudden and started to criticize directly. That's right, isn't it enough to have 3 of us beautiful girls? Captain. Karina also stood beside Nami and joined the team that started the argument. Nojigao just smiled and watched without saying anything. A mature lady is just different. Oh my, Nami-chan, Karina-chan, why are you reacting so strongly? We need to get a doctor on board for our own health. Ms. Nokigao, you should be able to understand my good intentions, right? As Lin Fan spoke, he looked at Nejigo, the mature sister, with a pitiful expression, seeking comfort. Nokigao rolled his eyes at Lin Fan and said perfunctorily, yes, Captain, you are the best to us crew members. Oh, I'm all sticky, I'm going to take a shower. Having said that, Nejigo also turned and left. I'll go too, Miss Nochigo. I'll help you rub your back. My nickname is the back-rubbing prince. Lin Fan stood up immediately and ran towards Nejigo with a look of enthusiasm on his face. Stop right there, you D Captain. I know exactly what you're thinking. Do you want a back rub? I don't even want to point it out to you. Nami suddenly appeared beside Lin Fan, then punched Lin Fan in the waist, knocking him flying and lying on the sofa. Humph, even if it's just a back rub, it's not your turn. Having said that, Nami immediately followed her sister Nochiko. Lululu, lecherous captain. Karina stuck out her tongue at Lin Fan, then followed the team and left. Lin Fan was left lying on the sofa, holding his waist with his hands, looking indignant. Chapter 46: A Chance Encounter with the Black Cat Pirates and Their Destruction. Brother Fan, there is a pirate ship XX distance ahead. It is being identified. The identification was successful. It is the ship of the Black Cat Pirates. In the cabin hall, Lin Fan was reading a comic book, and then he heard Alice's Lolita voice saying that they encountered the Black Cat Pirates ship ahead. Noki, a senior in high school, was not in the cabin, but went to inspect the orange saplings transplanted to the ship. I checked the time and it was around 4 in the afternoon, which was still early. But why did you meet the Black Cat Pirates? There is still a long way to go from Zailuobu village. If the guess is correct, the Black Cat pirate ship should dock at the uninhabited island near Salop village. After all, their boss, Beiji Kella, is currently working as the housekeeper of Kaya's family in Zailuobu village. Its true purpose is about to be exposed, which is to call on his subordinates to kill Zailuobu village, then kill the residents of the island and kill Kaya. In this way, Beiji Kella can inherit the Kaya family's inheritance in the name of revenge for his master's family. The reason why Beiji Kela has been lurking for 3 years is because most of the Kaya family's money is stored in the institution. After 3 years of Beiluo's deception, Kaya gradually exchanged the money in the institution for gold and hid it at home. Because after her parents died, Kaya also trusted Bai Jila very much. How should I put it, she is just a girl who has not been severely beaten by society. That's why he trusted a stranger who fell at his doorstep. I don't even think about it, but my family is the only big family in Zailuobu village, located in the center of the village. By such a coincidence, someone else fell at the doorstep? Anyone who has been severely beaten by society will definitely think too much. Closing the comic book, Lin Fan stood up and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the bow deck of the ship, looking straight ahead. He couldn't see anything, but through seeing and hearing hockey, Lin Fan was able to detect some weak signs of life with evil aura on them and a pirate ship. The Black Cat Pirates, Captain Beiji Crow, has a bounty of 16 million Baileys. The important cadres are, Acting Captain Zhangao and Combatant Buzzy Sam. Among them, Zhangao offered a bounty of 9 million belly, while Butchie and Sam both offered the same bounty of 7 million belly. The overall strength of the pirate group is very average, and Aaron can easily destroy it with just one murloc. Lin Fan jumped off the boat and ran as soon as he stepped on the water, using the speed fruit. In this way, you can not only master the use of the speed fruit, but also fulfill your childhood dream of watching TV series and float on the water. I saw that the sea level where Lin Fan ran was being lifted up by the extremely fast speed. Not long after, Lin Fan also saw the black cat-headed pirate ship ahead. Then Lin Fan shaved his head and disappeared completely. When he reappeared, he was standing on the head of the black cat with one hand in his pocket. Then he tidied his hair with his other hand, making sure that he was in perfect control of his style. The pirates on the pirate ship also quickly discovered Lin Fan standing on the black cat sign on the bow of their ship. When they saw Lin Fan's tall and handsome appearance, all the pirates instantly began to shake unconsciously. Many of them fell to the ground with weak legs. Only a few pirates barely managed to remain standing, as their legs shook like a sieve. The hypnosis pocket watch in Acting Captain Zango's hand was unsteady and fell to the deck. They recognized Lin Fan. They had just seen a newspaper about Lin Fan and a reward order not long ago. The God Killer, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Wilk Lin Fan? The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at Lin Fan with horrified eyes, the legendary pirate who defeated General Marine and killed the celestial dragons. Even though Lin Fan looks sunny and handsome, he doesn't look like a big pirate at all. Seeing the pirate performance of the Black Cat Pirates, Lin Fan stretched out his hand to scratch his head, smiled and said, "Oh my, am I so famous?" It was a bit nerve-wracking to be recognized all of a sudden. After swallowing a sip of saliva, Zhangao forced out a smile and asked in a trembling manner, Sir, no. I don't know why you are here. Guiqin? You? Just give your orders, We will definitely complete your orders even if we go up mountains of swords and seas of fire." Withdrawing his hand, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and asked his doubts, "By the way, why are you here? I remember that you should stay near Zailuobu village, right?" Hearing this, although Zhangao was very confused as to how a big shot like Lin Fan could know where their pirate group was stationed, he did not dare to ask, but immediately smiled and nodded in response. "Sir, you are right. We are indeed stationed on an uninhabited island near Zailuobu village. This is not because the island is running out of daily necessities, so I am going to the town to replenish them, so I met you here, sir." Lin Fan also nodded in agreement and responded, "Oh, it turns out they're supplies." That's right, so many people live on uninhabited islands, and they really need to replenish supplies every once in a while. But it's a pity that you still have to die. If you want to blame your Captain Beiji Kela for planning to murder the companions I plan to invite on board. After telling the opponent why he wanted to kill them, Lin Fan directly sent Conqueror's Hockey. What? As soon as Zhangao heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately remembered the plan that Captain Beiji Kela was about to implement, and suddenly his whole body felt bad. The girl named Kaya, the great pirate Wilkie Lin Fan, actually wanted to invite She's on board. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Zhangao found that his vision fell into darkness. All the pirates on the ship were instantly eliminated by Lin Fan. The only remaining members of the Black Cat Pirates were the captain, Mokaku Klo, and a few minions on the uninhabited island. "Oh, I've only been in this pirate world for a few days, and I've already killed so many people, it's really a headache." With that said, Lin Fan directly took the pirate ship named Beiji Braku and the corpses on board into the system space. Then he took out the treasure in the boat alone. Not to mention, don't mention it, it's almost 12 million berry, which is quite rich. And if you take the heads of these pirates to Marine, you can get a lot of money. Chapter 47. Full speed ahead. The pirate ship was instantly retracted into the system space, and Lin Fan also fell into the sea. The moment he was about to fall into the water, Lin Fan's figure disappeared on the spot. The secret of 6 styles. Shaving, Lin Fan appeared again, already far away on the sea. Just like this, Lin Fan was getting closer and closer to the storm charge. The 6 secret skills are very physically demanding, but for Lin Fan, it is not a problem at all. His physical strength is not weaker than that of the 4 Emperor's aunts. Lin Fan didn't know how fleshy 4 Emperor's mother's steel balloon body was since she had never beaten her before. Flash by flash, Lin Fan finally ended up with a moonwalk and successfully returned to the deck. Only a short time had passed since Lin Fan discovered the Black Cat pirates and returned after dealing with them. The three of Noki, Nami and Karina were still at the orange sapling. As the captain, Lin Fan felt it was necessary to inform the crew about the matter. Therefore, Lin Fan also walked towards the orange grove area. Lin Fan did not use his devil fruit abilities to follow the 6 styles, but simply walked. Sometimes, why isn't walking a kind of enjoyment? Storm Charge, Orangery. This is an indoor garden with openable transparent glass installed above. Having an environmental simulation system running allows the orange tree to have an environment that is most suitable for its growth. Although it is said that they are just transplanting seedlings, in fact, several mature orange trees that are already covered with yellow are transplanted. At this moment, the 3 women are sitting on the deck chairs, basking in the sun, eating oranges and chatting. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I was smiling happily. What are you talking about? You are smiling so happily, can you join me? Lin Fan walked into the room and spoke at the appropriate time. You be *****D pervert captain, I won't let you join. As soon as Nami heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately snorted and refused directly. It's just that the big pervert captain won't let you join. Karina also answered immediately and stood by sister Nami's side. Nokagao didn't speak, but looked at it with a smile. Ignoring Nami and Karina, Lin Fan ran directly to Nojigao and said, Miss Nojigao, I want to eat oranges, please feed me. As he spoke, Lin Fan opened his mouth wide. Okay, Mr. Captain. Nuoki Gao responded with a sweet smile, then broke off a piece of orange in her hand and stuffed it into Lin Fan's open mouth. Lin Fan also took the opportunity to suck Nuochigao's finger into his mouth, and was immediately greeted with a blank stare. Miss Nuokagao, you are so kind to me. Lin Fan shamelessly said this, and then looked at Nami Karina and Nami Karina with sullen eyes. Damn it, Sister Nuoki Gao, why are you so nice to the pervert captain? Suddenly, Nami was furious. My sister Nokagao agreed to Captain Pervert's request without even thinking about it, and then complied with it. That's right, Sister Nuokagao, you are too kind to the big pervert captain, you can't spoil him. He is a guy who shines brightly when given a little sunshine. Karina also opened her mouth to hit the target, completely on the same front as Nami. You two are nakedly jealous of Miss Nagagao being nice to me. Lin Fan took the next step and immediately put his arms around Nuochigao's waist, and then showed a proud expression towards Nami Karina and the 2 girls. You be *****D, keep talking, why are you hugging my sister? Nami exploded and stepped on Lin Fan's foot. After teasing the crew members, Lin Fan also told the 3 girls about killing the Black Cat pirates, and also about the real captain of the Black Cat pirates, Beiji Kella, hiding in the house of the crew member he wanted to invite. As for how he knew it, it was very simple, he could just say that he heard it from the acting captain Zhangao. Anyway, Zhangao is already out of the game and there is no way to reply, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. Damn pirates, what it be *****D, actually want to attack a sick and powerless girl. As soon as Nami heard what Lin Fan said, she developed a strong desire to kill Beiji Crow. This is also related to Nami's experience, she just ended her 8-year nightmare life. At the same time, Nami also developed some feelings for Kaya, a girl she had never met before. Najigo was also unusually angry. Apparently, Beiji Crow's plan made Najigo think of the 8 years of fearful life he had lived. Karina also frowned, with an angry expression on her face, and gritted her teeth and said, he is really a scumbag, he is really patient. He endured for 3 years before taking action. Brother Fan, immediately order Alice to advance towards Zailuobu village at full speed. I'm going to give this Beiji Crow a good beating. Nami had a serious expression on her face. She didn't call Lin Fan the perverted captain but called him Brother Fan instead, which showed that she was serious. Although Nokagao did not say anything, he was staring at Lin Fan with an expressionless face, and his meaning was self-evident. Karina also said with a serious expression, that's right, Brother Fan, listen to Nami, you should let Alice go to Shila village at full speed. This Beiji Crow is really abominable. Lin Fan smiled and rubbed Nami and Karina's hair and said with a smile, do you need to tell me this? I have already told Alice to move towards Zailuobu village at full speed. Lin Fan was not worried about Kaya's safety, as Beiji Crow's plan would not begin for another month. Kaya is still safe at the moment. The Storm Charger is currently sailing at a speed of 80 knots per hour, which is definitely the fastest ship in the One Piece world. Of course, this is not the limit of the Storm Charge. The Storm Charge can also enter the second gear. The instant it enters the second gear, its speed can burst to 200 knots for 10 seconds, and then stabilize at 150 knots per hour. 150 knots equals 150 nautical miles equals 277.8 kilometers per hour. In the current situation, there is no need to use the second gear. In the evening, Nokagao prepared the meal, and the 4 of them sat down one by one and started eating. Since Najigo likes to cook, he did not use the infinite food maker. The machine is placed in the cabin lobby and you can use it if you want to have a midnight snack or drink juice. Anyway, it only costs 100 Baileys each time, which is not expensive and everyone can afford it. Holding a piece of One Piece World specialty meat, Lin Fan opened his mouth and took a bite, and also found it delicious. Ms. Nochigo, this meat you cooked is really delicious. It's great to have you here. Fortunately, I invited you on board. Lin Fan also did not forget to flatter him. I agree with Captain Big Pervert, Sister Najigo. the food you cooked is really delicious. Karina's mouth was stuffed full and she also spoke words of praise. Of course, it doesn't matter whose sister she is. Nami looked proud and started eating. Just eat it if you like. I've also prepared desserts, so you guys should try some later. Hearing the compliment, Nejigo responded with a gentle smile. After eating and drinking, the dishes and chopsticks can be cleaned with high technology, so no one needs to wash them. Then the four of them sat in the cabin hall and ate some fruit. After eating, they went to take a shower. Lin Fan was ruthlessly pushed into the men's bath by Nami, and then she pulled her sister Nochiko and best friend Karina into the women's bath. In response, Lin Fan shouted, "Ruthless." After taking a shower, everyone returned to the cabin hall. Those who want to read, those who want to chat. According to the map obtained from Colonel Mouse, at the current speed, it would take another 13 hours to reach Zailuobu village. The One Piece world does not have information about the distance between islands or the speed of ships, so I can only write it casually. After that, it was getting late and everyone went back to their rooms. The Storm Charge battleship has a lot of space. The new arrival Karina lives next door to Nami, and next door to Nami is her sister Nochiko, and next door to Nochiko is Lin Fan. The attentive Nejigo did remind them that they needed to take turns to keep watch at night, but Lin Fan directly told them that Alice was an artificial intelligence that could keep watch 24 hours a day without rest. In case of abnormal situations, reminders will be issued in time, and the defense and counterattack function is always ready to be opened, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by other pirates or sea beasts. Besides, isn't there still a great master who has a bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys on his head? There is no need to worry at all. The three girls nodded at what Lin Fan said and went back to their rooms. Chapter 48 Encountering CP0, Paramisha Spiked Fruit Power User. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The powerful domineering power of knowledge made him aware of two auras with relatively strong aura fluctuations. Well, this power is compared to scum like Colonel Mouse, Red Scorpion, Aaron, and Zangao. Lin Fan squinted his eyes slightly, and used his full power to predict the future. Lin Fanny also saw a picture of the future. He used moonwalk directly from the storm charge to go in one direction, and the last 6-style shave appeared on a medium-sized ship. On the boat, a guy wearing a white robe, a white suit, and a mask on his face was keeping vigil. CP0. The familiar and unchanging attire made Lin Fan immediately know the identity of the other party. He is a member of CP0, the world government's top espionage agency. Lin Fan cut off his ability to predict the future, and after a while he disappeared completely. With his current level of knowledge, color and domineering power, it is not a problem to predict the future all the time. But it's not necessary, it's just a CP0 minion. In fact, CP0's combat power is just that. I don't know who is the most powerful now, but 2 years later it will be Rob Lucci. That's right, Rob Lucci, the strongest CP0 player 2 years later, is exactly the same CP9 Captain Rob Lucci who disguised himself as a shipwright and sneaked into the shipyard of the City of Seven Waters to steal the Pluton design. The devil fruit he possesses is animal-type cat fruit cheetah form. In the future that I see, it is normal for me to act as moonwalk. After all, once you use it, won't your proficiency increase dramatically? The telekinesis devil fruit has been awakened and basically fully mastered. Naturally, it is necessary to practice more other moves. Lin Fan stepped on moonwalk and headed towards the two CP0 members. Since he encountered them, there was no reason not to kill them. On the sea directly in front of Lin Fan was a medium-sized ship. One member of CP0 is keeping vigil, while the other is resting in the cabin, taking over alternately after 4 hours. Not all ships are as smart as Lin Fan's ship. No, I have to say that. Lin Fan's ship is unique to the pirate world. The other ships, no matter who they are, have people keeping watch at night. In order to prevent being attacked or something. After all, danger can be encountered at any time on the sea. There are tall Poseidon beasts in the sea, and sometimes ships will be attacked. Silently, Lin Fan appeared on the deck of the ship, still looking casual with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his face. Since Lin Fan did not cover up his traces at all, the CP0 who was watching the night immediately discovered Lin Fan, who suddenly appeared and stood not far in front of him. Immediately, this CP0 member recognized Lin Fan's identity. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. As soon as the words fell, the CP0 member immediately disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the air above Lin Fan's head. This CP0 member is called Lucy, and he is a person with abilities who ate the spiked fruit of Paramisha. Any inanimate object he touches will grow sharp spikes. Spiked Pear Blossom Explosion. This CP0 member was seen throwing many spiked steel balls at Lin Fan very quickly, with a little bit of arm domineering attached to them. This was his strongest blow. His opponent was the God Killer Wilco Lin Fan, a guy who defeated Marine General Kizaru Perusalino. This is the difference between the members of CP0 and the pirates and marines in the first half of the Grand Line. Other people's attacks come with arm domineering energy, but you don't have it. How do you fight? Even Logia Devil Fruit users have to kneel down when encountered. This is the strength of the world government's strongest spy organization. Lin Fan didn't move at all, still putting his hands in his pockets. When the telekinesis is activated, an invisible shield directly blocks all the steel balls. What? Isn't Wilk Lin Fan the one with the ability to eat the Paramisha Shockwave Devil Fruit? What is going on? Phew, 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 phew. Phew, 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 phew. Following Lin Fan's thought, all the steel balls rebounded instantly, hitting their master Lu Shi at 10 times the previous speed. Lu Shi didn't react at all. His whole body had been penetrated by steel balls and died. All the steel balls passed through Lu Zai's body, and continued to fly non-stop until the power completely disappeared and fell into the sea, and then returned to their original appearance of a round ball. The level difference between Lu Shi and Lin Fan is not even a little bit, it is even bigger than the gap between Kizaru and those new superstars who are kicking one by one. Flash sales are really normal. Chapter 49 Recruitment of Saint Satan. After killing a CP0, Lin Fan directly raised his foot and violently kicked open the cabin door. The door was instantly kicked open. Then Lin Fan saw another CP0 member who was using a phone bug to contact the Five Elders' scientific defense god Jigalsia Satan. The two looked at each other, one's eyes were filled with fear, while the others were extremely calm. Compared with other CP0 members outside, the current CP0 is at least twice as fat. Lin Fan grinned and said, "You still contact an old man late at night to disturb other people's sleep. You are really a beast." With that said, Lin Fan walked towards the masked CP0 member. As for this CP0 member, he kept moving and was completely unable to move. He had been forcibly held down by Lin Fan's telekinesis. The gap in strength made him unable to resist at all. Even using the arm color hockey is useless. In the next second, the CP0 members, who were originally about 2.5 meters tall, immediately became taller and stronger. It turned into an animal using a devil fruit. I saw that the mask on the other person's face was stretched until it fell off, and the clothes on his upper body burst open, revealing the gray hair underneath. Opposite Lin Fan, stood a bear man. This CP0 member is an animal-type grizzly bear fruit user. But even if this CP0 member uses the devil fruit to transform into an animal, he remains motionless. There was even more sweat streaming down his face, and his eyes were full of fear. I even activated the devil fruit in its strongest state, but still couldn't move. How powerful is this god killer Wilk Lin Fan? Lin Fan didn't stop while the other party was transforming, and soon he walked in front of the bear man. At this moment, the call was answered. A majestic old man's voice came from the phone. "Number 61, have you found any trace of Wilkie Lin Fan?" Lin Fan directly reached out and took the phone bug from CP0's hand, and said calmly, "Old man, you are looking for me. What are you doing for me?" After Lin Fan's voice rang, the other side of the phone immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, the old and powerful voice of the god of science and defense, Saint Jigalsia Satan, sounded again. "You are Wilkie Lin Fan? Do you know that you are provoking the world government and provoking us five elders?" Hearing this, Lin Fan's toneless voice sounded again. "Ah, my behavior is so serious, I just know it." Hearing Lin Fan's tone of voice, Saint Satan frowned slightly, but finally regained his calm expression and said, "Wilk Lin Fan, young man, don't be so complacent. The strength of the world government is not something you can compete with. Now I will give you a way to survive. Come to the Holy Land Mariejoia within a month to see the old man and kneel down to the old man to express your surrender. By swearing to serve the world government, your killing of that brat Hells can be wiped out. I can also let you serve as the leader of CP0, with the same position as the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Army and Air Force." Faced with Lin Fan, a man who suddenly appeared and could defeat Kizaru, Saint Satan chose to recruit Lin Fan. It's really a great choice to have one more thug and one less enemy. Lin Fan was the one who defeated Marine General Kizaru Bluzolino. He was very powerful. Even if Perusolino lost because of his carelessness, Lin Fan's strength should not be underestimated. In silence, Lin Fan was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did you get the F***G confidence to say these things? Which? Old man, you don't have a fever, do you? After being silent for a while, Lin Fan also said this. Now it was the other side of the phone's turn to be quiet. In the holy land of Mariejoia, Saint Jigalsia Satan in the villa of the god of scientific defense exuded a powerful aura, and the conqueror's domineering power was directly leaked out, and he almost crushed the crutch that had been with him for decades. Okay, old man, let's stop talking here. It's late at night and I'm so sleepy. If you have any tricks, just use them. I'll pick them up one by one. In the end, for the sake of safety, Lin Fan still did not speak about I am. Who knows how powerful I am, the king of the world, is. After he synthesizes the history of the years, what I am, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people have to kneel down and call daddy and then do a striptease. After cutting off the phone, Lin Fan tried to collect the phone bugs into the system space. In the end, it was a damn success. Immediately, Lin Fan also looked at the CP0 member next to him, whose body was shaking unconsciously, and his face was extremely frightened. He had returned to his human form, with his upper body naked, and his appearance was very ordinary. If you charge it directly, the result will naturally be failure. Lin Fan was suddenly confused. Isn't a phone bug a living thing? This is a bug. Forget it, it doesn't matter, it won't have much impact. After adjusting his condition and returning to normal, Lin Fan also walked towards the door. The phone bug is good, it's mine. The next second, I saw this CP0 member holding his head with both hands, and then twisted hard, breaking his neck. At this time, he was not dead yet, just seriously injured. But in the next second, black and purple flames instantly enveloped the entire ship. In just a short time, the ship disappeared completely, including the people and objects on the ship. The flame of the immortal phoenix can be said to be a good tool for killing people, destroying corpses and erasing traces. And such a terrifying flame can actually heal wounds, can you believe it? Nami and Nuo Chigao's tattoos are gone now. They were done by Lin Fan using the immortal flame. While burning the tattoo and treating the wound, the immortal flame was controlled by Lin Fan. The whole process did not cause the two women to feel the slightest bit of pain. One day Lin Fan can no longer survive. He will definitely live a good life by becoming a professional tattoo remover. On the way back, Lin Fan also guessed that CP0 must be looking for him. I just don't know how many people the world government has sent. Wait a minute, it seems that it doesn't matter how many people are sent. Players of this level are simply not good enough to play. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the reason why he met the members of CP0 so quickly was completely accidental. These two CP0s were changed by Saint Satan during their mission. They were originally in the East Daxia Sea. The other CP0s who rushed to the East Daxia Sea from the Holy Land Mariejoia were still early. The location of the Holy Land Mariejoia is on the Red Earth continent between the first half and the second half of the Great Line. If you want to go to the East Daxia Sea, you need to complete the first half before entering the East Daxia Sea for normal navigation. Unless you can fly, you can reach the East Daxia Sea at the fastest speed. But looking at the entire One Piece world, there are only a few ships that can fly. The Golden Lion's ship counts as one, Enel's ship can also fly, and so can the Space Pirate's ship, but then it seems to be gone. Chapter 50 Conversation. I want it all back on the storm charge. Alice detected Lin Fan's identity information and automatically opened the hatch. Because it was night, Alice did not make a sound to welcome Lin Fan. Entering the cabin, Lin Fan was also preparing to go back to his room. Just when Lin Fan reached out to open the door of the next room opened. The light in the room leaped out, and Nuo Kagao came out of the room wearing thin pajamas and girlish-style slippers. Noticing a line of sight next to him, Nuo Kagao looked over subconsciously. Then, he met Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan also suddenly appeared next to Nokagao, his hands wrapping around his small waist very naturally. With a smile on her face, she asked, "Miss Nagagao, can't you sleep? Do you need me to accompany you?" "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Captain." Nuo Kagao also responded with a sweet smile. On the bow deck, Lin Fan and Nuo Kagao stood side by side, both hands on the railing, looking at the dark sea. The sea is so vast. After sighing, Nuo Kagao turned to look at Lin Fan with a smile and said, "Mr. Captain, thank you very much. If it weren't for your appearance, I would still be living numbly every day in Kokoja village." Hearing this, Lin Fan once again put his arm around Nuo Chigao's waist, raised his chin with the other hand, looked at the beautiful face in front of him and said with a smile, "Miss Nuo Kagao, thank you is not just what you say, otherwise, would you like something more practical?" After saying this, Lin Fan also showed a lewd expression. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan was ready to let go of Nuo Kagao and just tease her a little, but not too much. If it was too much, it would make others annoying. At this moment, Nuo Chigao's hands wrapped around Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan suddenly had a stunned expression on his face, and then, while Lin Fan was still stunned, his mouth was blocked. After coming back to his senses, Lin Fan also cooperated. After a long time, the lips parted. Nuo Kagao looked at the handsome face in front of her, stretched out her hand to touch it, and said softly, "That girl Nami likes you very much, you have to be nice to her. Otherwise I won't let you go. Thank you for blowing the sea breeze with me, Mr. Captain." After saying that, Nuo Kagao also disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, the cabin had been opened. On the deck, Lin Fan was left standing alone. Lin Fan licked his lips and thought about it carefully, then raised the corners of his mouth and said to himself, "Whether it's Nami, Kagao or Karina, I want them all." Speaking of the latter part, Lin Fan also performed a simple gesture of making a fist. After returning to the room, Nuo Chigao lay on the bed, her face turned red, and she unconsciously recalled her initiative just now. Captain Lin Fan gave the two sisters devil fruit and cookies to awaken their haki, and also guided the two sisters to practice, allowing them to successfully kill all members of the Dragon Pirates and end their nightmare. And she could completely feel Lin Fan's attitude towards their sisters. If he said he was not attracted to Lin Fan, he would be lying to himself. But she also noticed that her sister Nami was also attracted to Lin Fan and fell in love with him. As a sister, Noki is also a sister who has a good relationship with her sister Nami. Naturally, she will not compete with her sister Nami for a man. Therefore, Nokagao decided to hide his love deep in his heart and never reveal it. No, I can't think about Lin Fan anymore. Nuo Kagao was scared, afraid that if she thought about Lin Fan again, she would be unable to suppress her feelings. No, Nuo Kagao, you can't think of Lin Fan anymore. He is the man that sister Nami likes, you can't steal him. Then, Nuo Kagao suffered from insomnia and couldn't sleep at all. Lin Fan returned to the room and lay on the bed, his head resting on his hands, recalling the taste and touch difference between Nokigao's lips and Nami Karina's. After thinking about it, Lin Fan finally fell asleep with a smile on his face. Although Lin Fan fell asleep, his powerful power of knowledge and knowledge was still activated on his own, and he could observe the situation within a certain distance around him at any time. This is a sign of being too domineering. If the Golden Lion knew about Lin Fan's situation, he would probably be so jealous that he would lift the coffin board. Oh, by the way, the Golden Lion didn't even leave any dregs behind. You should know that the Golden Lion Shiki has a rudder on his head. The Conqueror's haki was directly sealed, and his brain became occasionally demented. The other haki of knowledge and weaponry could only be used a little bit. Also, the awakening ability of the Piao Piao fruit cannot be used, and the same goes for swordsmanship. It cannot be used at all, so it was defeated by Nami, who had only obtained the devil fruit and two-color haki for a few days. Of course, Nami's strength is also very good. It's not even the slightest bit more powerful than the so-called supernovae of this period. None of the supernovas in this period are domineering, and their fruit abilities are also very well developed. In addition, Nami is Logia's devil fruit. How should supernova fight Nami? How should you fight? Not to mention Nami, the supernova of this era can't even fight a pacifist. The night also passed quietly, and Nokagao kept yawning while preparing breakfast in the kitchen. I had insomnia last night and couldn't sleep at all. All she could think about was Lin Fan's handsome face and tall, muscular body. The less she wanted to think about Lin Fan, the more she could think of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's appearance was deeply etched in her mind. This also caused her to fall asleep after 3 o'clock, and then she woke up very listless in the morning. Because she promised to have breakfast, she could only get up, get dressed, wash up, and then take out 100 belly to buy a cup of coffee from Lin Fan's memory to refresh herself. Fortunately, the sun came out and she used her clone to bask in the sun. The situation improved, at least the dark circles under her eyes dissipated. While Nokagao was preparing breakfast, other people also got up one after another. Then they greeted each other and said hello, very harmoniously. Chapter 51. Arriving at Zailuobu village. Miss Nuokagao, did you miss me until too late to go to bed last night? You look a little bad. Lin Fan's voice suddenly came to mind, and Nokagao noticed that Lin Fan had arrived beside her at some point. At the same time, Nuo Chigao's heart skipped a beat because Lin Fan told him the truth, and she felt a little guilty. Mr. Captain, you think too much. I did fall asleep very late, but it wasn't because I missed you. Nuo Kagao calmed down and pretended to be calm before speaking. Yeah? Okay, then let me help you relax so that you can sleep well tonight. After saying that, Lin Fan also directly stretched his hand to Nuo Chigao's head, and the black and purple flames of the Immortal Phoenix were igniting. The flames of the Immortal Phoenix can cause powerful damage, and can also be used to heal injuries and effectively relieve fatigue. It can be said to be very effective. If the world government learned that the devil fruit they lost was not the Paramecia shockwave devil fruit, but a super abnormal animal type fruit called bird fruit, phantom beast species, and immortal phoenix form, they would probably vomit several liters of blood on the spot. Ah, B*******, D Captain, what are you doing? Stop it. After Karina finished washing, she was about to walk to the dining table, but she saw Lin Fan's hand burning with black and purple flames, and then pressed it on Nokigao's head. She was so familiar with that flame that she couldn't forget it. She had seen with her own eyes many times that the flames burned corpses until not even ashes were left. It was very terrifying. Karina used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit directly on the kitchen knife, and then controlled the hand that attacked Lin Fan with black and purple flames. Wait, Karina. Nami saw Karina's performance and immediately knew that Karina had misunderstood. She had experienced Lin Fan's flames personally, there was no danger and it was very comfortable. But before Nami could say anything, Karina had already taken action. Kitchen. Lin Fan and Nuo Kagao also noticed something wrong with the kitchen knife immediately. Lin Fan had a thought, activated his telepathy fruit, and the kitchen knife returned to its original place. Nami also explained Lin Fan Hoyen's situation to Karina. Finally, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Lin Fan also told Nami and Karina that he was helping Nokagao relieve his fatigue. The matter was over, and everyone started to have breakfast. By the way, how far are we from Silab village? Just after taking a bite of breakfast, Nami also thought of business, and then asked Alice directly. Alice, at the current speed, how long will it take for us to arrive at Zailuobu village? Just as Nami finished speaking, a screen appeared in front of everyone. On the screen, a red dot is moving, and the endpoint is Zailuobu village. Alice's lowly voice also sounded. Sister Nami, according to our current speed, if there is no accident, it will take 53 minutes and 41 seconds to reach Zailuobu village. Yoshi. Nami also smiled happily when she heard that she could reach Sarab village in 53 minutes. Great, we are about to arrive at Zailuobu village. I have long wanted to teach that shameless Beijilok a lesson. Karina also spoke with indignation. Mr. Captain, I'm about to meet the girl you're thinking about. I'm looking forward to it. Nokagao looked at Lin Fan, smiled and spoke softly. But there was some jealousy in her tone. Huh, lecherous B****** D man. Snort. Nami snorted and continued eating breakfast. Big pervert. Karina also said something and then ate fiercely. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed not to hear or see anything and ate his breakfast very calmly, then turned to look at Nuo Kagao and praised loudly. Miss Nuo Kagao, it's so delicious, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Fan's move to change the subject was met with a blank stare. I saw it, the village ahead. Karina's voice sounded somewhat surprised, and a slope appeared in her sight, which was the entrance to Zailuobu village. There are 2 entrances and exits in Zailuobu village, both with the same slope. I don't know who designed them. This design cannot prevent pirates, but it will hinder the villagers from bringing things back from the sea. Did you see it? The tallest building is the goal of our trip? At this moment, the four of them were standing on the bow deck, and Lin Fan pointed at the only tall building on the island. This is the only villa in the entire village, and it really stands out from the rest. Nami also knows why Baijila is eyeing Kaya, because except for Kaya's family, there seems to be no rich people on this small island. There is only one high-rise villa on the entire island, which is so conspicuous. It's normal to be targeted by Beiji Crow. Nokigao's inner thoughts at the moment were the same as those of her sister Nami. It was normal for Kaya to be targeted by Baijila. You are the only big family in the whole village. Since you want to occupy other people's property, you will naturally choose the one with the most property. Beiji Kela, I want your life. Karina ignored martial ethics and flew directly towards Zailuobu village. You be *****D, you cunning fox, stop right there. Upon seeing this, Nami cursed and immediately chased after him. Lin Fan turned to look at Nu Okagawa and said with a smile, Miss Nu Okagawa, you have been abandoned by Nami, an incompetent sister again. It's okay, Mr. Captain, have you forgotten my devil fruit ability? Nokagawa winked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, and then he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the door of Kaya's house. Nokigao's devil fruit is a grass fruit, and with the haki of knowledge, she can appear in the position of a plant within her perception of haki. Seeing Nu Okagawa disappear next to him, Lin Fan curled his lips helplessly, and the whole person also disappeared on the spot. The storm charge was controlled by Alice, and Lin Fan was relieved. This is a battleship from the future that can fire laser cannons. The power is no worse than the laser shot by Kizaru's shining fruit, or even more powerful. In less than half a second, Lin Fan appeared next to Nokagawa, and then wrapped his arms around Nokigao's waist out of habit. Miss Nagagawa, you can't run away. Lin Fan looked at Nu Okagawa and said, with a double entendre. When Nu Okagawa heard the words, she immediately understood the meaning of Lin Fan's words. Her heart beat faster and faster. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end no sound came out. Chapter 52. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Lin Fan stepped forward and pressed the doorbell, then stood back and waited. After a while, a man wearing a black suit and with hair that looked like a sheep walked to the iron gate. When Lin Fan saw the person coming, he immediately recognized him. This man's name is Mary, and he built Luffy's first ship, the Mary. Of course, it was the Kaya family who provided the funds. Mary just wanted to ask what happened between Lin Fan and Nagagawa, but as soon as he saw Lin Fan, he recognized him. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. The super pirate with a bounty of 2.85 billion. How did this god of death come to Zailuobu village, and even came to the door? Melly's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and he was too frightened to speak. The next second, he fell to the ground, his legs completely unable to support him. At this moment, Karina and Nami arrived from the air one after the other. Huh? Captain. Why are you and Sister Nu Okagawa here? I didn't even see you passing by me. After landing, Karina was very puzzled and said. Lin Fan smiled and said, how else could I be the captain instead of you? What are you still doing here? Rush in and kill Beiji Kela. Nami flew in from the air and was not surprised when she saw Lin Fan and her sister Nokagawa on the ground. Instead, after saying a word, she prepared to fly directly into the Manor Kaya's house. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Nami. Nami immediately returned to normal, and then flew towards Lin Fan uncontrollably. Oh, what's going on? Why can't I move? What happened? Why can't I move? Whole captain, is it your fault? Nami was stunned for a moment in the air, and then she guessed that it was Lin Fan who was responsible, and immediately started questioning him. Captain B********, D, why did you attack Nami? When Karina found out that Lin Fan had taken action against Nami, she frowned and asked in confusion. Nokagawa didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Fan. She believed that Lin Fan would not do anything to his sister Nami, and there must be a reason to take action. The moment Nami landed, Lin Fan gave her head a violent shudder. Oh, it hurts me to death. Immediately, Nami lowered his head, covered his head with both hands, cried out in pain, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Every time she was beaten by Lin Fan, Nami found that she could not control the tears from flowing out. Little maid, girls, don't open your mouth or shut up and fight. Besides, the master is still at home. How can you trespass without permission? It's so rude. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at Meili again. Meili was looked at by Lin Fan like this, even though Lin Fan didn't show any ill will toward him. But Mary couldn't help but tremble even more. In the final analysis, it was because Lin Fan's deeds were too brutal and the bounty was too high. Seeing that Mary was shaken to pieces by himself, Lin Fan's mouth twitched unconsciously, and then he thought about the future situation. Most people would tremble when they saw him, as if he was some kind of savage beast. Weak humans. You are much more powerful than savage beasts. We may still survive when attacked by savage beasts. When I encounter your attack, I will be thankful to God if I can leave a whole corpse. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, activated his telekinesis, and the iron door immediately opened. When Mary saw this, he stood up tremblingly, took out a pistol from his arms and pointed it at Lin Fan, but his body was still shaking. Don't move, Wei. Wilkie Lin Fan, say. Tell your purpose. Although he was extremely scared, Mary took out his pistol and pointed it at Lin Fan, and then asked Lin Fan's purpose. If it were before, I would have seen a gun. The three girls Nokagao, Nami and Karina will definitely be very scared and run away immediately. But now, the three of them have calm expressions on their faces. No, there were two calm expressions. Nami was covering her head and staring at Lin Fan fiercely. Judging from the look on her face, she must be thinking about how to get revenge. She completely ignored the pistol issue because it was the slightest threat. For those with Logia ability, without armed hockey or sea tower stone weapons, they cannot hurt the main body. This is also the reason why Smoker, the guardian of the East Daxia Sea, is invincible. Even if you encounter a person with Logia's ability, the end of his weapon is also made of sea stone, and it can still cause damage to him. Although Karina is not a Logia devil fruit, the Piao Piao fruit is abnormal. When the bullet hit, he was controlled before he could even get close. Also, the three girls all have armed domineering and knowledgeable domineering. If you are injured by a bullet, you will really laugh to death from the people of New World. With the gun pointed at him, Lin Fan also ejected a wisp of black and purple flames. Then, the gun in Mei's hand was gone. Lin Fan's control was very subtle and did not hurt Mei at all. Seeing the gun in his hand disappear instantly, Mei was dumbfounded and looked at his hand with an expression of disbelief. Where's the gun? Where's a gun my size? Your name should be Mary. I won't introduce myself. Anyway, you should know me. They are my crewmates, the gardener Miss Nokagao, the navigator Nami, and the singer Karina. As for me, I didn't have any ill intentions when I came to Zailuobu village. I came specifically to see your lady Kaya. It's strange to say that I got a precious medicine that can cure any disease in the body, and then I had a dream that night. I dreamed of a girl named Kaya in a village called Zailuobu village. It happened that this girl was sick and needed the precious medicine I got. I am a kind-hearted person, and I believe in fate, so I came all the way to Zailuobu village. So, Mr. Mei, please, can I meet Miss Kaya? Since we are destined, I want to hand the precious medicine into her hands. After saying that, Lin Fan looked at Mei with a smile on his face. As for the three women next to Lin Fan, their eyelids or mouth kakuzu were twitching at the moment. Their captain actually had a serious look on his face while talking nonsense. Is this the captain? He is obviously a super big shot, but he is so polite to an ordinary person. Karina's understanding of Lin Fan has deepened a lot. Chapter 53 Kaya, Bijikela. So, Mr. Mei, please, can I meet Miss Kaya? Since we are destined, I want to hand the precious medicine into her hands. After saying that, Lin Fan looked at Mei with a smile on his face. Do I have any room to say no? Mei looked sad and stuttered. What do you think? Mei could only take Lin Fan and others to the villa. Ordinary people like Lin Fan couldn't resist a guy like Lin Fan who had a bounty of 2.85 billion. I hope what you said is true. No, otherwise I will die with you even if I risk my life. Although there is a high probability that he will not be able to resist, he still has to say harsh words. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Mei, I never lie. Lin Fan reached out and patted Mei on the shoulder and said, but Mei was frightened. It happened that Kaya was watering the flowers in the garden at this time, and Beiji Crow was standing next to her, like a loyal knight guarding the princess. But what Kaya doesn't know is that this Beiji Kela is all pretending, and he has long wanted to go on a killing spree. As a pirate captain, Beiji Crow's hands were stained with an unknown amount of blood. But, Miss Kaya, you have a visitor. Mei brought Lin Fan and the others to Kaya in the garden and spoke unnaturally. Kaya, who was watering the flowers, and Beiji Kela, who didn't know what he was thinking, heard Mary's voice and looked back at Mary. I have a guest here. Who is it? As a result, Kaya recognized Lin Fan at this glance. There is no way, Lin Fan is too famous. The 5th Emperor defeated General Marine and killed the Celestial Dragon, with a bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys. It's hard for others to forget Lin Fan's appearance. Beiji Kela was also frightened when he saw Lin Fan, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat, densely. The person in front of me who looks younger than me is actually a super big shot. The bounty was even higher than he knew how many times. Hikuji Crow, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 16 million Baileys. Seeing the expressions on Kaya and Beiji Kaluo's faces, Lin Fan knew that the other two must have recognized him. Lin Fan disappeared with a whoosh, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Kaya, holding Kaya's hand, and said with a smile, Hello, Miss Kaya. I think you should know who I am, so I'm not going to introduce myself either. In the name of Captain, I invite you to become my crew member. I wonder if you are willing? Just after Lin Fan said what he said, the system's voice also sounded in his mind. Ding! Host achieved the option goal and received a bottle of Perfect Factor Potion of Medical General Lineage. A bottle of red potion appeared in Lin Fan's space. Lin Fan suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, already in front of Kaya and holding her hand. When Mary saw this, he was almost ready to take action. But fortunately he held it back. As for Beiji Kela, he was sweating even more. Can't see clearly at all. It's a quicker way than his spoon. Is this a strong person? It is indeed terrifying. The third-grade girl Nuo Chi's expression changed when she saw Lin Fan's operation, but she did not take action. Instead, she complained about the big pervert captain in her heart. The person involved, Kaya, was a little stunned. She had no idea that the world-class criminal Wilkie Lin Fan reported in the newspaper would actually invite her, a frail and sickly girl from a wealthy family, to be a crew member. Ah, open your mouth wider. Lin Fan kept his promise and directly took out the healing pill and stuffed it into Kaya's mouth. It doesn't matter whether Kaya gets on the boat or not, respect her choice. Anyway, she has already received the reward. As for giving Kaya healing pills, that's not a big deal. She doesn't need them anyway, and she just needs them. Kaya stupidly took the healing pill, and Mary watched Kaya's changes nervously after seeing it. When he saw Lin Fan taking out a pill and feeding it to Kaya, he believed what Lin Fan said before. Otherwise, how could we explain that Lin Fan, such a big shot, would know his name and the name of the eldest lady? It melted in your mouth, and Kaya was about to ask what Lin Fan had given her. But in the next second, she only felt that her whole body began to warm up, and then her whole body suddenly became very good, and her body was no longer tired, and she had an unprecedented comfortable feeling. In the past, she was always in a bad mental state, physically weak, and always needed to sleep for more than 10 hours a day. Kaya clearly feels the changes in her body. Is her illness cured? Miss Kaya, the pills I gave you can cure all diseases. You should be back to normal now, right? Well, I'm back to normal. My body is no longer so weak, and my hands and feet are no longer so weak. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkie Lin Fan, Kaya said, also thanking Lin Fan very much. At this time, she discovered that Lin Fan was so handsome and he was her type. By the way, Miss Kaya, you haven't responded to my question yet. I wonder if you would like to be my crew member? Lin Fan also asked Kaya again. To be honest, it would be better if Kaya was willing to get on the ship. It's okay if you don't want to. I won't do anything to you. At this moment, Beiji Kellogg couldn't help but speak. Sir, we are very grateful to you for restoring the eldest lady's body to health, but on board your ship, please withdraw this invitation. The eldest lady's parents has passed away and has no brothers or sisters. The huge family business needs to be taken care of by the eldest lady, and the eldest lady is just an ordinary person. If she comes on your ship, she will only cause trouble for you. Beiji Kellogg spoke, but Kaya did not speak again, but fell into deep thought. What she was thinking was similar to Beiji Kellogg. She thought she was just an ordinary person. She really didn't know what she could do to help Lin Fan after getting on the ship. She would only be holding him back, right? As soon as Beiji Kellogg spoke, the smile on Lin Fan's face suddenly became stronger. And he also knew why this guy prevented Kaya from getting on the ship. He has no intention of giving up his plan and wants to embezzle Kaya's property. By the way, how many years in the Haiyuan calendar is it now? Lin Fan did not answer Beiji Locke, but asked an unimportant question about the history of Haiyuan. My lord, it is now the year 1520 of the Hainan calendar. Melly also subconsciously answered Lin Fan, 1520? Lin Fan thought for a moment and then smiled. Isn't this the year that the protagonist Straw Hat goes to sea? He didn't know if Arita was killed by him, and whether Luffy would be caught by someone else. It's interesting to think about it. Chapter 54. Beiji Crow holds Kaya hostage and plans to escape? When Beiji Kellogg spoke, Lin Fan also looked at him. By the way, if you don't say anything, I almost forgot about you. Beiji Crow, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, has a bounty of 16 million Baileys. Right? I shouldn't have said the amount of your bounty wrong, right? After hearing what Lin Fan said, the third-year girls in Nuoki all looked at Beiji Kellogg with very unkind eyes. It turns out that this guy who looks very polite and decent is the damn Beiji Kellogg. Sure enough, you really can't judge a book by its cover. If Lin Fan hadn't told her, the senior girl Nuochi wouldn't have even guessed at the elegant-looking and well-dressed Beiji Kellogg. The three women were ready to make a move, but they still resisted the urge to take action. After Beiji Kellogg heard Lin Fan's words, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then he immediately returned to normal. He pushed up his glasses with his signature move, and said with a forced smile. Sir, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? My name is Krabater, not Beiji Kellogg. I don't know about the Black Cat Pirates. I'm just Miss Kaya's housekeeper. Yes, Master Lin Fan, Krabater is my butler. He has been since 3 years ago, and he has never left the manor during this period. He cannot be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates as you mentioned. Kaya also stood up to speak for her butler. How could a pirate captain lie dormant for 3 years? Melly also said, Sir Lin Fan, I can testify to what the eldest lady said. Mr. Krabater has stayed in the manor for the past 3 years and has never left. How can a pirate captain stay on land for 3 years? Yes. Lin Fan shook his head, still with a smile on his face. You are still too naive. What can a pirate do to achieve his own goal? The great pirate Golden Lion cut off both of his own feet in order to be free, just to break free from the stone shackles of Kaihai Tower, and then successfully escaped from the impelled-down city Great Prison, which is known as an iron-walled city. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, in order to wait for the Dark Fruit of Logia, stayed on Whitebeard Edward Newgate's ship for more than 20 years, and finally waited for the Dark Fruit, killed the fourth captain, snatched the Devil Fruit, and escaped the Whitebeard Pirates group. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was willing to have his arm eaten by the king of the offshore in order to bet on his future. Doflamingo, one of the pirate Shichibukai, in order to steal the kingdom of Dreyrosa, directly used his thread fruit to control the king and made him a murderous tyrant. Then Doflamingo stood up and defeated the so-called tyrant and became a hero, and then step by step become the king. Use the devil fruit ability of your subordinate Sugar to turn all the people who resist into toys that the world will forget, and successfully steal the country. Those who were turned into toys will have to work for Doflamingo. These are just examples. There are many, many pirates who can do anything for their own purposes. The 3 examples Lin Fan mentioned shocked the entire audience and made everyone's eyes widen. Each one is a super secret. Forget it, I won't tell you too much, just show me the evidence. As he spoke, Lin Fan waved his hand, and the bodies of Zhangao and Buji Sam, the 2 Kadri brothers, appeared. Okay, stop denying it. This is the body of your crew member. I happened to encounter it on the road, so I took care of it. Your matter is what they told me. The moment he saw the corpse, Beiji Kelaw could no longer remain calm. He knew he could no longer pretend. Seeing that Beiji Kelaw immediately thought of the most likely way to escape, that is to kidnap Kaya. Based on Lin Fan's attitude towards Kaya just now, he would never see Kaya get hurt. Beiji Kelaw is worthy of being a man with an IQ second only to Beckman. At this time, he can still calm down and think of a solution. And it's the only way. Beiji Kelaw moved and directly launched his famous move, Silent Step. This is a move that increases your movement speed. Beiji Crow also created a super high moving speed indiscriminate attack move called the Spoon based on the Silent Step, but the Spoon has a forward swing, so Beiji Crow uses the Silent Step instead of the Spoon. Beiji Crow used Silent Steps to quickly appear next to Kaya, stretched out his claws and pointed at Kaya's neck and shouted, "Don't move, or I will kill her." Lin Fan could have stopped Crow, but he didn't. Instead, he just watched and learned the Silent Step directly. His idea is, give Crow hope first, and then crush him into despair. Of course, Lin Fan naturally guarantees Kaya's safety. He expected that Crow would take Kaya hostage. "Miss? Krabattle, let me go, miss." When Melly saw Clara holding Kaya hostage, she immediately became anxious. Seeing that Crow had successfully held Kaya hostage, Noki, a senior in high school, had expressions of confusion on their faces. Shouldn't it? According to their understanding of Lin Fan's strength, Crow shouldn't have successfully held Kaya hostage? With doubts, the 3 women stepped forward one after another. "Wilk Lin Fan, you hateful guy, why did you suddenly appear? My plan is obviously about to start, damn it." After Beiji Kelaw kidnapped Kaya, he thought he was safe. He lost all fear of Lin Fan and even questioned Lin Fan. "Prepare a boat and 100 million belly for me, or I will kill this woman." "Oh, you actually think you can run? What did you think?" Lin Fan's figure appeared next to Crow and spoke calmly. As for Crow, he was motionless, his back already wet with cold sweat. Then, under Lin Fan's control, he let go of Kaya. "Hole, damn it, what did you do to me? Why can't I control my body anymore?" After Crow saw that he let go of the hostage Kaya, he completely broke his guard and yelled, "Miss Kaya, let's stand aside. I believe some people can't bear it anymore." Lin Fan ignored Beiji Kelaw, took Kaya's hand and led her aside. By the way, the control of Beiji Crow was released. Crow found himself back in action and preparing to escape. But it was too late. Noki, a senior in high school, has already taken action. Nokagao aimed at Beiji Kelaw and shook his hand, and activated the grass fruit, tangled with thorns swallowing. Nami took out the iron rod and waved it like this, "Beiji Crow, follow my move, 100,000 volts razor." Karina imitates the golden lion, uses the fluttering fruit to capture the wind element, and then condenses it into a bird. Smelly B***************** D, die. Karina's power. Go show wind scroll. Beiji Kelaw was directly tied up by the thorns that came out of the ground and couldn't move. Then a thick-armed thundersnake and a fierce bird composed of wind rushed towards him. He was instantly killed and fell to the ground. He could no longer die. His body was still shaking, and thunder and lightning crackled. Chapter 55. The 4 girls quickly met and reached a deal. Melly was also shocked by the 3 girls. At first, seeing how delicate and beautiful the 3 girls were, she thought they were just vases. As a result, each one of them was so violent and powerful. Also subconsciously, he took 2 steps away. The loud noise also attracted all the bodyguards of Kaya's family wearing black suits and armed with pistols. There are a total of 16 people, which means that the Kaya family is really strong. "Miss, Butler Melly, what happened?" The bodyguard captain ran at the front, holding a pistol in his hand, and walked up to Melly and asked. Then he saw several corpses on the ground, and he recognized Crow at a glance. In the past 3 years, Crow has established a good relationship with everyone in the village. At this moment, Crow's body was darker, his hair was curly, and his glasses were gone, but he could still be recognized. "It's okay, you can go back. Krabater's true identity is a pirate. He wanted to attack Miss Kaya, but was saved by Mr. Lin Fan and 3 ladies." Meili also immediately explained aloud, fearing that the bodyguard would do anything to anger Lin Fan and others. As a bodyguard, the most important thing is to be obedient. Moreover, the eldest lady, Kaya, was fine in holding the hand of a strange man. She was obviously acquainted with her. "Then if you want to leave at this time, just obey and leave." The bodyguard captain also left with a group of bodyguards and returned to their posts. Looking at Beiji Kaluo's fallen body, Kaya's head was still buzzing and she had not reacted to the situation of being held hostage just now. Suddenly, Kaya thought of something. That is, her parents had not returned since they went to sea 2.5 years ago, and on that day, Coincidentally, the housekeeper Krabater was not there either. As for the butler Krabatel, his true identity is Crow, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and he became his own butler in order to obtain his family's property. Then, could his parents be killed by this pirate Captain Crow? No, there is no doubt that since Crow wants to plan her family's property, she must kill her parents. After all, his parents are in good health, and because they are businessmen, their IQs are relatively high, and their keen observation is better than anyone else's, so it is possible to see through Crow's disguise. So, when she thought of this, Kaya's tears flowed out uncontrollably, and her body was trembling slightly. She really never thought that her family was just kind enough to take in a person, but she would be left to live alone, and her parents would have been killed long ago. What Kaya didn't know was that even her family didn't save Crow. But her family will also be targeted. After all, her family is the only rich and unique family in Zailuobu village. Unable to bear it any longer, Kaya directly hugged Lin Fan beside her. Then, he leaned into Lin Fan's arms and cried. Leaning in Lin Fan's arms, Kaya felt very at ease and reliable. It seemed that as long as she leaned in his arms, she wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt. When Nami saw this, she gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Fan. Karina did the same, glaring at Lin Fan with angry eyes. Nokagao saw another girl crying in Lin Fan's arms. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't show it. Meili saw her eldest daughter crying in Lin Fan's arms and didn't know what to do for a moment. As for Lin Fan, he naturally noticed Nami Karina's angry gaze, and immediately looked at the two women, then raised his hands with an innocent expression on his face. The meaning is very obvious. It's none of my business. I didn't hug her. It's not my fault that she's handsome. It's her who hugged me. Huh, you got a good deal and behaved well. Snort. Nami and Karina snorted together, then turned away from Lin Fan. After a while, Kaya had finished crying. At the same time, she realized that she was leaning in the arms of Lin Fan, a person she had just met not long ago. Her face suddenly turned red and she left the embrace. For some reason, Kaya found herself a little reluctant to leave Lin Fan's arms. After wiping her tears, Kaya looked at Lin Fan with a forced smile and said softly, "Sorry, Mr. Lin Fan. I was thinking of my parents who went to sea 2.5 years ago and never came back. That day, it happened that Clo, the pirate, was not here either. My parents would most likely have died in his hands." As Kaya spoke, tears flowed out unconsciously. She looked very pitiful, making people feel like she wanted to hold her in her arms for comfort. The three girls were also a little moved after hearing Kaya's words, even though the three of them are now orphans without parents. But they can feel Kaya's mood. Soon, Lin Fan and his party were invited by Kaya into the villa. The bodies of Crow and others were put away by Lin Fan. He said that after passing through Rogtown, he asked Nokagao to take his head to the marine base to exchange money. Crow is worth 16 million Baileys, Zhangao is worth 9 million Baileys, and Butch and Sam are both worth 7 million Baileys, which adds up to 39 million Baileys. It's also a huge amount of money. No wonder there are so many pirate hunters. This industry is really profitable. If you kill just one pirate group, you can earn tens of millions or tens of millions. Lin Fan's decision was highly approved by Nami and Karina, who praised the captain for being wise and the most handsome. They would hold a swimsuit show for him. Well, the last swimsuit show was Lin Fan's request, and Nami and Karina agreed, and also said they would wear Nokia high heels and Kaya when the time came. Of course, the premise is that Kaya is willing to come on board. The swimsuit show requires money to be given to Nami and Karina before they can start it, otherwise there is no need to discuss it. Also, Kaya formally introduced the three girls to each other, and after a while, the four girls were chatting so happily that Lin Fan couldn't get a word in at all. Regarding this, Lin Fan could only draw circles in boredom. As for chatting with Meili, haha, forget it. Lin Fan said that she was not a cute girl and had no interest in chatting. Kaya has also come out of the high probability of her parents being killed, thanks to her three daughters. He was really bored, so after saying that, Lin Fan walked out of the villa and walked around. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, Lin Fan put on a mask. There is no way, his handsome face is too famous in the entire pirate world. Chapter 56 Usopp appears. Zailuobu village is not very big. After coming out of the villa, Lin Fan looked around and then chose the road on the right. It doesn't matter where it leads, there is no danger anyway. With his strength, it seems impossible that he will encounter danger. I may have something, but this guy is sitting on the supreme throne of Mariejoia. How can he come out when he has nothing to do? As he walked, Lin Fan noticed three vigilant eyes looking at him. After seeing and hearing his domineering look, Lin Fan also knew who it was. It was the three brats who followed Usopp, a guy who liked to brag. Lin Fan ignored the three brats and continued walking. Behind the big tree, the three little ghosts watched Lin Fan walk away and then gathered together. The kid with green hair said, "That strange guy is wearing a mask. How come I've never seen it before? Could he be a bad guy?" The brown-haired kid nodded and said, "Yes, I have never seen this person before. He must be an outsider. I don't know if he is a bad person. Will it have any impact on the villagers in the village?" The purple-haired kid also opened his mouth and said, "Hey, you can't just think someone is a bad person just because they're wearing a mask, right? Anyway, let's go find Captain Usopp. Well, let's go." After some discussion, the three little boys also decided to go to Usopp and inform Lin Fan, who had never seen the masked man who suddenly appeared in Silent Village. Lin Fan on the other side also walked to the streets of the village. The shops on both sides were open and there were quite a lot of people coming and going. Zailuobu village has not been invaded by pirates. The village's economy has always been good, with a population of hundreds to thousands. There is also a large Kaya family, which is relatively wealthy among the dozen nearby villages not far from each other. Lin Fan's appearance also attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with curious eyes, but no one came forward to talk to him. Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to anyone, just looking like he was going shopping. The things sold in these shops in the One Piece world are similar to those sold in the 21st century. There are vegetable shops, butcher shops, clothing shops, shops selling daily necessities, shops repairing things, etc. Among them, there are shops selling fish. There are quite a few, probably because the village is a small island, and some villagers make fishing their profession. There is no institution similar to a bank, so you probably need to go to the town. After walking, Lin Fan left the village and walked to a forest. After walking for a few minutes, Lin Fan stopped and turned to the tall trees and grass next to him and shouted, "Come out, come with me. Do you want to see me for anything?" It was quiet, and after more than 10 seconds, a long-nosed young man came out with 3 little kids with different hair colors. It is the sniper of the protagonist Luffy and Usopp, who was rewarded by Marine with a bounty of 500 million belly after killing Kaido. His father's name is Jesus Bu, and he is a crew member of the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Usopp directly aimed his slingshot at Lin Fan, and then asked, "Wearing a mask and sneaking around, you are definitely not from the village. What is your purpose in coming to Zailuobu village? Tell me, otherwise I'm not polite to you." "That's right, tell Captain Usopp your purpose. Say your purpose." The 3 little boys also pointed slingshots at Lin Fan, as if they would launch them if they disagreed. Lin Fan also thought about it, tilted his head and said, "Oh? Are you rude to me? Okay, I want to see how you can be rude to me, please begin your performance." Lin Fan spoke very calmly, but Usopp was different in comparison. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body became nervous. "Captain Usopp, what should we do? Captain, what should I do?" Being questioned by 3 little brats, Usopp was even more stressed. He was already a coward, what else could he do? In the end, Usopp could only forcefully finish the show. The great Captain Usopp will give you another chance to take off the mask and tell you your purpose of going to Silub village. Let me tell you, I am a super captain with 50 million subordinates." After pretending, Usopp only had one prayer at the moment, that Lin Fan would really believe his words and cooperate obediently. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "I don't need the chance, just do it. I just want to see how you can be rude to me." "What a hateful guy." Usopp was furious. "You be *****D, how dare you look down on the great Captain Usopp? Captain Usopp, do it quickly, give him some color to see." The green-haired man couldn't help it anymore and started urging Usopp. "Captain Usopp." Helpless, Usopp could only grit his teeth and take action. "One move from me will kill Leadstar." Usopp shouted and fired a lead ball directly towards Lin Fan. The 3 little kids followed Usopp's shot and looked in the direction of the shot put, expecting to hit Lin Fan, the masked bad guy. Usopp himself was watching with anticipation, and he swallowed his saliva because of his nervousness. Then, the 4 of them saw that the guy wearing the mask moved his hand, stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the black lead ball. Effortlessly, easily, just like drinking water. "That's it." Immediately, the 4 of them heard 2 words spoken by the masked man, with a very disdainful tone. "A-hole, don't underestimate me, Captain Usopp." Usopp exploded immediately and used his ultimate move directly. "Take the move, Usopp will kill the smoke star. Usopp must kill the serial flame star." Usopp quickly fired several balls at Lin Fan, one of which was white and the rest were green. The white one is the smoke star that releases smoke, and the green one is the flame star that releases fire. First use smoke to confuse others, and then set fire. It's a pretty good combo. Moreover, Usopp was indeed a natural sniper. He was extremely accurate and his shots were absolutely accurate. He shot towards Lin Fan completely. Chapter 57. The 4 members of Usopp's team collapsed due to fright. With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded, and white smoke quickly filled the air. Lin Fan's entire body was shrouded in it, and then the flame stars exploded one after another, igniting blazing fire. Did it succeed? Usopp looked at the smoke and murmured. "The captain is so awesome, everything is a straight line." As expected of the captain, long live Captain Usopp. Under the cheers of the 3 younger brothers, Usopp also floated, and put his hands on his hips with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Usopp, am actually not that powerful. It's just a big pirate with 50 million subordinates, ha ha ha." "Are there 50 million subordinates? I wonder if you can take me to see the world? I have never seen so many lively scenes of people together in my life." At this moment, Lin Fan's voice sounded from behind Usopp and others. In an instant, it became quiet. Usopp and 3 little kids all turned their heads and looked behind them unconsciously. Then he saw Lin Fan with one hand in his pocket and the other playing with a black shot put. When did you show up here?" Usopp was frightened and fell to the ground, stammering when he spoke. The 3 little kids were also frightened and took several steps back, with a look of horror on their faces. "When did I show up here? It's very simple." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. "Just show up like this. Lin Fan's voice sounded again, from behind Usopp. Usopp and the three little kids turned around in disbelief, and then saw Lin Fan. Ah, ghost. Ah, help, quick, run. I saw Usopp turning around and running away with three little kids. The four of them had frightened expressions, which showed that they were very frightened by Lin Fan. Seeing the four people running away, Lin Fan, who had a bad taste, was not going to let them go. Lin Fan flew up and quickly caught up with the four of them, keeping a certain distance. Then as soon as he thought, pebbles flew to Lin Fan's side. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a stone quickly hit the four of them. Of course, Lin Fan deliberately missed the target and hit it 1 meter in front of Usopp, and instantly a hole appeared on the ground. Lin Fan deliberately let the four Usopps see the effect, just to stimulate their potential. Sure enough, after seeing something hitting the ground, a medium-sized pothole appeared. All four of Usopp burst into tears, collapsed instantly, and then ran faster. Bang, 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 bang. As the four of Usopp ran, they heard B***** G sounds one after another. They didn't dare to stop or look back. Run quickly, don't stop, you will die. Usopp ran with tears and snot on his face and shouted loudly. Ah, so tired, Captain Usopp, will we die? Ah, I can't run anymore, Captain Usopp. Ooh, I'm so tired. When Lin Fan saw that he was almost done playing, he stopped. Then he noticed something, and disappeared with a hiss, even using the Speed Fruit's ability. And where are there any potholes on the ground? There are none at all. Obviously, Lin Fan tricked Usopp and others. Captain Usopp, I can't run anymore, so I'll die. The little kid with purple hair stopped and then lay down directly on the ground. Don't stop. Usopp immediately turned around and shouted after hearing the purple-haired child's words. The other two children also turned to look at their partners and shouted, you can't stop. As a result, the three of them saw nothing. The ground behind them was intact and nothing happened. Only then did the three of them realize that they had been deceived. There was no time to get angry, and the three of them collapsed to the ground one after another, breathing heavily. On the other side, Lin Fan suddenly appeared on the coast of the island, and then jumped into the sea without hesitation. Although he is a devil fruit user, the side effects have been removed due to his 7 orifices exquisite heart. He is not afraid of seawater and is still a handsome young man jumping around in the sea. If this scene is seen by revolutionaries, big pirates, people from marine headquarters or world government, it is estimated that they are frantically looking for trouble with Lin Fan in order to get the secret that Lin Fan is an ability user and is not afraid of seawater. These guys will even choose to cooperate after discovering that individual forces are no match for Lin Fan. These people will do whatever it takes. For example, if you catch the woman on Lin Fan's boat, if you can't catch him, use the island where the woman on the boat was born to threaten you. There is no doubt that this kind of thing can definitely be done. Whether it is the pirate side, the marine side, the revolutionary army side or the world government side. The human heart is the most complex, the most greedy, the most unpredictable, and the most changeable. The sun can barely be looked directly at, but the human heart cannot. You taste it carefully. After Lin Fan entered the sea, he went straight in one direction. With the speed fruit, Lin Fan is still very fast in the sea, ridiculously fast. In addition, Lin Fan's body was hard enough, so there was no need to worry about being squeezed by the water pressure. Almost 10 minutes later, Lin Fan also saw a huge guy, a Super Poseidon. Just now, Lin Fan, who had reached the ultimate level of domineering power, suddenly sensed a huge vitality coming from the sea. Being bored, Lin Fan also decided to find out who the owner of the huge life was. This is a huge and weird fish. Its whole body is yellow with some black moderate spots. What is different from ordinary fish is that it has a pair of huge arms. Is this a super large Poseidon? It's really big? If it weren't for the distance, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to clearly see the appearance of this Poseidon. This is a terrifying creature unique to the world of One Piece. The bigger it is, the stronger it is. In addition, they are on the sea, and people with abilities are very afraid of them. After all, if you fall into the sea, your chances of surviving are very slim. Lin Fan was a little excited when he saw the Super Poseidon class for the first time. It's not that you're afraid. If you can't fight, can't you run? The speed of the speed fruit is not limited. It is a devil fruit that is as fast as Kizaru Paluzalino's shiny fruit. Of course, this is what Lin Fan thinks. The real situation is whether it can match the speed of Kizaru. This is unknown. Last time Lin Fan just ate the fruit, he was obviously not as fast as him. Chapter 58 Super Poseidon Class, New Techniques, Fighting. Strong human being, are you here to see me? Just when Lin Fan was sighing at the hugeness of this Poseidon, an old man's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and then saw the Super Poseidon opening its eyes. Human beings, I am chatting with you through my knowledge and color hockey. Your knowledge and color hockey is not weaker than mine, and it can be done. You only need to concentrate, condense your knowledge and color hockey, and then lock the target in the other person's mind. Talk inside and hear what the other person says back. Super Poseidon probably knew that Lin Fan didn't know how to use the hockey of visibility, and directly informed Lin Fan of the method. It had been sleeping in the deep sea, and it just moved slightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan noticed it and came over. In the same way, the huge power of knowledge and information also predicts the future and knows about Lin Fan's arrival. As for Lin Fan, after getting some advice from Super Poseidon, he also started trying it with his eyes closed. The Super Poseidon class just looked at Lin Fan, a little guy. It didn't look down on Lin Fan, but put Lin Fan in the same position as it. It felt an extremely fierce aura from Lin Fan's body, which was not weaker than itself at all. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, and his haki began to operate, finally locking on the Super Poseidon type. "Thank you, Senior, for your advice," Lin Fan said, and also clasped his fist in thanks to the Super Poseidon. "Young people are terrible. I think you have only been alive for more than 20 years, but you are so powerful. Humans are really a strange race." After chatting for a while, the Super Poseidon also felt Lin Fan's fighting spirit and laughed loudly. "You can't wait any longer. Naturally, I have to follow your wishes. It just so happens that my old bones are also old. There is no movement, and I don't know if I can move again. Human, take my move." The Super Poseidon moved, as fast as a runaway wild horse, and a jet black super fist with red and black thunder and lightning hit Lin Fan. This is obviously a fist equipped with armed haki and conqueror's haki, plus the physical fitness of the Super Poseidon class itself. This punch is not small. If Kaido-sensei received such a punch, he would probably be seriously injured and faint. In the past, death shouldn't be possible. After all, Kaido-sensei's physical hardness plus the Phantom Beast's blue dragon fruit was there. Well done. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth. This punch made him feel threatened. I saw black and purple flames burning on Lin Fan's body, and his body suddenly doubled in size, although it was still smaller than the Super Poseidon type. The armed domineering power is attached to the fist, the conqueror's domineering wind is entangled, the black and purple flames are ignited, the shockwave fruit ability is activated, the speed fruit ability is activated, and a punch is blasted out. Before the two fists, one big and one small, had touched each other, they had already entered into a confrontation. The two powerful conquerors' haki collided with each other, and the powerful momentum directly caused the sea water to separate. Conqueror's haki soared into the sky, and the sky opened instantly, looking like the end of the world was coming. The entire East Daxia Sea started to rain instantly. The strong men within a certain range all looked in one direction with horrified expressions on their faces. Garp and Bogart all looked in one direction with serious expressions. What a powerful momentum. This is Conqueror's haki facing off. There are two strong men fighting. A-hole. Bogart, set sail immediately. I want to see who is fighting in the East Daxia Sea. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. On the Red Fourth heading towards Windmill Village, all the members of the red-haired pirates stopped their movements and looked in one direction. This is Conqueror's haki duel. Shanks, shall we pass? Beckman exhaled a puff of cigarette with a serious expression and turned to ask Shanks. The captain is Shanks, and the decision-making is also Shanks. After hearing what Vice Captain Beckman said, the other members all looked at Shanks. As long as it was Shanks' decision, they all accepted it. The youngest of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks wears a yellow, damaged straw hat. At this moment, his eyes are blocked by a layer of shadow, making it difficult to see his expression clearly. Shanks stretched out his hand to put the straw hat in place, opened his mouth and laughed loudly and said, "Brothers, we are on vacation this time, so we don't want to cause trouble." Although he was smiling heartlessly, Shanks was not at peace inside. That powerful conquerors is completely comparable to him. Who is it going to be? This is going to be a tough guy. Luffy, you have to grow up quickly. I can't wait. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. On an unnamed island not far from Windmill Village, the man hidden in his robe also turned to look in the direction of Conqueror's domineering confrontation. It can be seen that the man is about 30 or 40 years old and has a tattoo on his face. At this moment, it is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most vicious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Drago Dragon. Dorag frowned slightly and murmured, "What a powerful conqueror's haki. Which two top experts are fighting in the East Daxia Sea?" After thinking for a moment, Dorag glanced at Windmill Village, but disappeared completely on the spot, heading towards the direction where the two conquerors' domineering collisions created a powerful force. The sudden appearance of two powerful men in the East Daxia Sea is not a good thing. Nautical miles. Two waves of black and red conquerors' domineering energy exploded crazily, squeezing towards each other crazily. Finally, after a short period of time, both sides released their strength at the same time. The Super Poseidon found himself moving a little further, but Lin Fan didn't. It knows it has lost. Human, I lost, what is your name? Lin Fan, Wilkie Lin Fan. Lin Fan also directly informed his name. Wilk Lin Fan. I remember. As a victor, you are qualified to know my experience in practicing color and domineering for more than 3,000 years. I hope it can be helpful to you. The Super Poseidon said and nodded slightly to Lin Fan to show respect. Afterwards, the Super Poseidon also told Lin Fan all the various techniques and new skills he had perfected over the past 3,000 years of practicing haki. These include clairvoyance, predicting the future, and hearing the voices of others. Chapter 59, Various Development Directions of Tsubaki. Lin Fan left, taking with him thousands of years of experience and understanding in various development techniques and directions. The Super Poseidon class is indeed an existence that has lived for thousands of years, and its understanding and development of Haki has reached unprecedented heights. Of course, what it doesn't know is that Jinwen's Haki has a fatal weakness. That is the highest use of Conqueror's Haki, kill with sight. Once you are attacked, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to use it. However, it is not easy for opponents of the same level to use the knowledge kill to hit them. Others won't just stand there obediently, right? After Lin Fan left, the Super Poseidon also closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. On the way, Lin Fan also thought of a guy who had practiced the domineering power of seeing, hearing, and color to the point where he had the ability to see through things. One of the New World 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. Her domineering ability is that she can see through things, which is very perverted. One of the abilities that old men want most, the other one is naturally the invisibility fruit and the silence fruit. Lin Fan remembers that Poseidon Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Otahime, was born with this ability. The protagonist Luffy's Haki is similar. The difference is that Princess Otahime is even more domineering and perverted. She can influence other people's minds and change other people's thoughts. On the sea, a strong wind blew, and a figure appeared in the sky. The breath is gone. Staring in one direction, Dorag narrowed his eyes and disappeared in place. If you can't find it, there's no need to look for it. The powerful men from all walks of life also looked back one after another. They didn't know what they were thinking, and then they started to do their own things. Lieutenant General Garp, the breath has disappeared, should we still look for it? An ensign-level officer ran to Garp Bogart to report. Garp picked up his nose and said, look for a fool and return to the destination. Yes. Quote. 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 Silab Village. Usopp stood up again after resting for a while, and then decided to go to Kaya and inform him about the masked man. Kaya is Usopp's good friend, and Usopp also has a crush on Kaya. However, Usopp had no intention of confessing to Kaya because he knew he was not worthy. He is just a child from an ordinary family. His father went to sea, his mother died of illness, and his family is generally poor. And what about Kaya? She was born with a golden key in her mouth. There is no shortage of food, clothing, and the living conditions are good. She is highly educated and knowledgeable, and her family is the only big family in the village. Although her parents have been missing for 2.5 years, Kaya is even better off without her parents. After all, if you marry her, no one from above will pressure you. Captain Usopp, wait for us. Seeing Usopp running away, the green-haired kid yelled and immediately got up and chased after him. Wait, here we come, Captain Usopp. Quote. 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 The purple-haired kid and the brown-haired kid also immediately got up and chased after them. Usopp ran straight towards Kaya's house. He wants Kaya to be more careful, the bodyguards to be more strict, and to be careful about the masked man. In Usopp's opinion, the masked man Lin Fan is definitely not a good guy but a bad guy. What Usopp didn't think about was that if Lin Fan was a bad guy, how could he just play tricks? After all, as soon as they met, they were shot with steel balls and hit with explosive ammunition. If Lin Fan was really a bad guy, Usopp and the three little brats would have died long ago. Don't think it's funny in the anime, but in the real world, being hit by a steel ball is not a minor injury, let alone something that explodes. Lin Fan just teased Usopp and the others, which was already very generous. If it were someone else, haha, no matter who you are, if you dare to attack Lousy, you will die. At around 11 o'clock, Usopp came to Kaya's villa. Naturally, it was impossible for him to enter through the front door, but there was a large piece of grass on the lawn that could be removed. Usopp headed straight for the lawn, with the three little kids behind him panting heavily from exhaustion. Captain Usopp, haven't we arrived at Miss Kaya's villa? Where else are you going? Yes, Captain Usopp, where else are we going? I can't run anymore. I'm so tired, I can't feel my legs anymore. Quote. 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 Usopp ignored the three little brats. Now he only cared about his sweet smiling, gentle-voiced, nice-speaking Miss Kaya. Soon, Usopp stopped. I saw Usopp reaching out to the lawn very skillfully, and then took out a large square piece of grass. This was the secret entrance. Ah, this. Quote. Quote. The three little kids were stunned to see that there was such a hole in Miss Kaya's lawn. Usopp didn't have time to pay attention to his three little followers, and he slipped into the hole. Then he said, remember to return to normal after you come in. If others find out, I will give you three a hard lesson. The three little kids also followed closely into Kaya's house, then restored the lawn and ran to the villa. Usopp, who entered first, ran towards a big tree with ease. The branch of this tree happens to be at the same level as Kaya's room on the second floor, so you can talk to Kaya. In the past, Usopp would tell stories to Kaya in this branch. Just as Usopp approached the villa, Nokigao, one of the 4 girls in the room who was chatting happily about clothes and bags, suddenly said, 4 strangers are approaching the villa. As soon as Nokigao said these words, the other 3 women immediately stopped chatting, and the smiles on their faces also faded. Nami and Karina also thought about how Nokigao knew someone was invading the villa, and immediately activated their knowledge and aggressiveness to explore the area around the villa. Kaya looks dull in comparison. 4 people approached the villa. Kaya thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. That's when Usopp came to find her. The remaining 3 people should be the 3 children I met before. Nami Karina, the 2 girls, quickly discovered the 4 strangers Nokigao said through their knowledge. Really, it's really 4 people. It's really 4 people. Nami and Karina spoke almost at the same time after finding out. At this time, Kaya also told her guest to Noki, a senior in high school. Finally, the 4 girls decided to go and have a look. Kaya stands in position C, which is also a protected position. Having seen Nami and others take action before, Kaya naturally trusts the 3 women. Usopp on the other side had just climbed up the tree branch and threw the pebbles in his hand to hit the window in an attempt to attract Kaya's attention. In Usopp's mind, there is a high probability that Kaya is lying in her room at this time. Kaya is sick, and Usopp naturally knows about it. The 3 little kids also gathered around the tree scratching their heads and wondering what to do. The tree was too high and they couldn't climb up. Chapter 60 Resolving the Misunderstanding. Usopp, are you here to tell me a story? Kaya and her 4 girls came out of the gate, turned a corner and saw 3 little kids with different hair colors under the tree and Usopp standing on the branch. After Kaya confirmed it was Usopp, she smiled sweetly and spoke softly. Strange, this guy with a long nose seems familiar to me. Could it be that I have seen him before? As soon as Nami saw Usopp, she felt that he looked like an attribute, and then she murmured. Ah, Nami, have you seen that long nose? Karina heard Nami's muttering and turned around to ask. Nokigao also looked at Nami. Nami thought for a moment, then finally shook his head and said, probably not. This person's nose features are so obvious. I wouldn't forget it if I had seen him before. That's right. The nose is such an obvious feature. If I had seen it, I would definitely not forget it. Karina also said with a smile. Nokigao didn't speak, but had a smile on his face. Kaya, Usopp heard the shout and looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Kaya, he immediately smiled, shouted, and then got down from the branch of the tree neatly. Miss Kaya, good morning. Miss Kaya, quote. The 3 little kids also greeted Kaya loudly. Hello to you too. Kaya still responded with a sweet smile, then looked at Usopp and said, Usopp, did you come to me to tell me a story? Usopp immediately shook his head in denial and said nervously, Kaya, I'm not here to tell you a story this time. It's about the sudden appearance of a masked man in our village. Oh, if there is no second masked person in Zailuobu village, then you are probably talking about me, right? Lin Fan's voice suddenly sounded, then fell from the sky and landed next to Usopp. Mr. Lin Fan. Big pervert. Captain pervert. Mr. Captain. Ah, it's the masked man. Run quickly, it's the masked man. Quote. 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 Various different voices sounded, and the expressions were also different. Usopp pointed at Lin Fan, who was stuttering and speechless with a frightened expression on his face. Haha, I was joking with you before, but it's not my fault. After all, it was you who attacked me first. My name is Wilkie Lin Fan. Maybe you know me, Lin Fan said, reaching out and taking off the mask on his face, revealing his super handsome face with a smile. Your name is Usopp, right? I heard that there are 50 million subordinates. I wonder if you can show me the world sometime. As soon as Usopp saw Lin Fan's face, his expression instantly collapsed, his eyes popped out and his mouth opened wide. You, God Killer Wei, Wilkie Lin Fan. Hi, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the bounty is 2.85 billion Baileys. Bounty orders are free, and Usopp often collects bounty orders from various pirates. Among them, the most recent one with a reward is Lin Fan. Why am I so handsome? I am always recognized by others at a glance. Lin Fan touched his face and muttered to himself with a troubled expression on his face. When Nami and Karina heard Lin Fan's words, an angry symbol appeared on their heads, clenched their fists, and wanted to hit Lin Fan. The 2 girls, Kaya and Nuaochi Gao, covered their mouths with their hands and laughed at Lin Fan's narcissism. Quote. 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 In the villa, after Kaya's explanation, the misunderstanding was resolved. However, the 4 Usopps were still very scared, embarrassed, and unable to let go when facing Lin Fan. After all, no matter what, Lin Fan is the 5th Emperor of the Sea with a bounty of 2.85 billion, the super boss of this sea. In response, Lin Fan could only wave his hands to everyone. The shadow of a person's famous tree was not Lin Fan's intention. Not long after, Usopp also said goodbye and left. Even Kaya refused to let him have lunch. Lin Fan noticed that Nami Karina was looking at him, and immediately raised his hands to explain. Don't look at me like that, I am innocent. After all, I did not do the reward order and the news. In response, he received 2 blank looks. Naturally, Kaya covered her mouth and laughed again. Lunch soon began, and Kaya was worthy of being the head of a wealthy family. Lunch was very luxurious, with all kinds of exquisite food one plate after another. Due to his physical condition, Lin Fan's food intake has increased a lot. In this way, Lin Fan and others stayed at Kaya's house for half a month. It was requested by the 3 women. The relationship between the 4 of them is really good. We had only known each other for a few days, and the close relationship was like the sisters we had known since childhood. These days, the 4 girls still sleep together. Kaya's bed is really big, very big. During this period, Lin Fan also proposed to join, but naturally he was severely rejected. I was almost beaten by the 2 little maids, Nami and Karina. However, Lin Fan was not the kind of person who would not react when being beaten. He directly blocked the 2 women's attacks, and then took advantage of the 2 women's efforts to take advantage of them. For example, kiss on the mouth, touch the thigh, kiss the face, touch the arm, etc. In short, Lin Fan didn't get to sleep with 4 beautiful girls as he wished, but in total he was still making money. Chapter 61 Returning to the Sea, Marine Headquarters Marinefando Supreme Council. In the past half-month, Lin Fan has not been idle. He is even more comfortable with the use of the hockey of the observation color. He uses the hockey of the observation color to lock the target and then talk to him and predict the future to his fullest advantage. This also resulted in Lin Fan being struck by Nami with lightning and shrouded in white clouds many times. He was also chased and beaten many times by Karina with various attacks. Just because every time when Lin Fan was taking a bath with 2 beautiful girls, he used his domineering power to directly force his voice into the other's brain. Lin Fan also tried Nokigao and Kaya, but after trying it once, Lin Fan stopped continuing. Kaya's eyes turned red from fright, and she looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful and tearful expression. Lin Fan said he couldn't bear it, and then in order to express his apology, he also gave Kaya the biscuits of awakening hockey and armed hockey. Then, it failed. Helpless, Lin Fan could only give the last awakening knowledge color domineering cookie to Kaya. I just hope she can awaken successfully. As for the awakening armed color domineering cookies, I didn't panic. After giving Kaya the second piece, I still had 5 pieces left. I wasn't afraid that Kaya wouldn't be able to awaken. There's no way Kaya's luck is too heaven-defying and everything fails. Fortunately, Kaya's second awakening was successful, which also made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief. There were 3 women explaining the use and training of dual color domineering to Kaya, and there was no need for Lin Fan to explain it to Kaya. Lin Fan completely became a tool. After helping Kaya awaken, the 4 girls left together, leaving Lin Fan alone to enjoy the cool breeze. Nokigao's reaction was completely different from Kaya's. She was panicked at first, but she quickly calmed down and started chatting with Lin Fan calmly. Of course, Lin Fan didn't notice that Nuo Chigao's face was as red as blood. How could any girl remain calm after being suddenly hit like this? Also, in the past half-month, Lin Fan accidentally developed the ultimate move of the 6 secrets, Return of Life. At first, Lin Fan just wanted to use the 6 moves skillfully, but when he became proficient, a light flashed in his mind, and his life was restored. Life Return is a more advanced application. Lin Fan used Life Return to restore his taller height to his original height. It's not good to be too tall, but Nami is only 169, and Noki is about 170. Kaya is also 169 like Nami, but she looks thinner than Nami. After all, she has been sick before. Karina it is 168, the shortest. Life Return also has other effects. For example, if you eat too much and become fat, you can use Life Return to return to normal shape in a snap. Food can also be used to recover injuries or be stored for consumption during battles. It can make your combat effectiveness last longer. Another point is that during this half-month, Usopp rarely looked for Kaya. Maybe after discovering that Kaya had a new friend, he felt that it was time to retire, or he simply didn't dare to see the super villain, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's bounty is as high as 2.85 billion Baileys, which is still very scary. According to Usopp's character, there is a high probability that he will not dare to meet Lin Fan. Usopp's character is that he loves to brag, is timid and afraid of getting into trouble, and has average fighting ability. However, when his friends and partners are threatened, he will still be brave enough to stand up. On the East Daxia Sea, 5 medium-sized ships modified by Vegapunk appeared, traveling faster than pirate ships. There were only 2 figures on the boat, both guys wearing white robes, white suits and masks. That's right, he is the nominal supreme leader of the world government, a formal member of CP0, the most powerful intelligence organization sent by the 5 elders to the East Daxia Sea to search for Lin Fan's traces. Full members may be different from previous probationary members. Most of the official members are not weaker than the major generals of the Marine headquarters, and some are even comparable to the lieutenant generals of the headquarters. But for Lin Fan, there was actually no change, the punch was still the same. The difference in strength is too big. Should we crush them, we should crush them as usual. The 5 medium-sized ships did encounter some short-sighted pirates along the way, but they were all destroyed at sea. But for the entire East Daxia Sea, 5 medium-sized ships are still too few. It would be even harder to find Lin Fan in the vast sea, and then pass the news back to the world government without being discovered by Lin Fan. If Lin Fan knew that Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, had sent CP0 to look for him, he would definitely complain like crazy. If you send a guy with the strength of General Marine, it's almost the same. What's the point of sending a guy with the strength of a major general? Isn't this just a food delivery? So what if the location is sent back to the world government? Can the 5 elders rush to punish Lin Fan in a hurry? Even if you can shout and rush there, it's not certain who will deal with it. So, what's the point of sending CPO? Just like people can only stay in one place, people can move around. Even if CP0 finds Lin Fan's location, will Lin Fan stay where he is? So, again, what's the point? The first half of the Grand Line, Marines Headquarters, Marineland. In the Supreme Conference Room, Sengoku Fleet Admiral Lieutenant General Suru, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Bogart. Marine Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr, code name Akainu. General Sakaski, code name Iokiji. General Kuzan, code name Kazaru. General Porosalino, Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, code name T Dolphin. General Candidate Edition, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, Lieutenant General Doberman, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Lieutenant General Stoloberg, Lieutenant General Basti in particular, Lieutenant General Dalmasha, Lieutenant General Stieras. Except for the General Candidate Mamasagi Gion, all other Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals except the base commanders were present. Even the giant Lieutenant General was outside attending this meeting through a telephone bug. This time, the meeting only discussed one thing: how to arrest or kill the god killer Wilk Lin Fan. Jiaoan and other warring states countries also wanted to do it, but the problem was that Lin Fan killed the Tianlong people, and it was impossible for the world government to let Lin Fan not pay the price. The price is naturally Lin Fan's life. Of course, this is what warring states himself thought. Little did they know that Saint Sardan had already offered to surrender to Lin Fan, and also promised Lin Fan the position of CP0 leader, but Lin Fan refused without hesitation. Lin Fan even told Saint Sardan to use whatever moves he had. As for Saint Satan, he would naturally not tell anyone about his failure to recruit Lin Fan, especially to the people at the Lackey Marine Headquarters. Chapter 62 Garp Kazaru raises his hand to ask for leave. Everyone, all of you participating in this meeting are the highest combat capabilities of our Marine Headquarters. We only have one topic to discuss this time, and that is about the god killer Wilk Lin Fan. Warring States Fleet Admiral said. He also stood up and pointed at the reward notice posted on the blackboard behind him. On the reward order, Lin Fan's handsome appearance was clearly photographed. UB ******** D kid, he's so handsome and photogenic, he almost caught up with me. Just as Warring States Fleet Admiral finished speaking, Garp reached out and picked his nostrils and said seriously. Suddenly, the entire conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Garp, and even the serious hawk leader like Akainu was silenced by Garp's sudden arrival. Seeing everyone looking at him, Garp didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. He stretched out his fingers from his nostrils, flicked his boogers away, and said with a laugh, "You think I'm right, right? That kid is really tall. He's handsome, but still a little worse than me." Garp, shut up, you be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** something and threw it directly at Garp, hitting the head accurately. Shut up. Just shut up, why are you throwing things at me? Garp squatted down in the corner of the conference room and drew a circle. He looked very lonely, but no one paid him any attention. Lin Fan, a native of a small island in the first half of the Grand Line. Both his parents died. The island he was on was burned to ashes. No one in the village survived. He has no relatives in the world. He was originally a member of the 13th Fleet escorting the Heavenly Gold. Ordinary sailors, according to the responses from the sailors in the same team, Lin Fan is just an ordinary person and does not have any strength, but this is just his disguise. Quote. Half a month ago, Lin Fan's fleet escorted Tianshengjian to sail normally. However, because Tianjin had a devil fruit with unknown properties during this trip, Lin Fan didn't know how to get it. Knowing this, he might even have learned the properties of the devil fruit, so he chose to snatch and betray Marine. But due to coincidence, the heavenly dragon Saint Hells was also on board. The final result was that Lin Fan seriously injured 2 CP0s, killed the heavenly dragon Saint Hells, and then used Conqueror's domineering power to shock all the sailors. He fainted and fled, so he was put on a reward. Then, very accidentally, Lin Fan met Garp and started a battle. Garp also learned from the battle that what Lin Fan snatched and ate was the Paramesha Shock Wave Devil Fruit, and also returned it. Among the 6 styles of Grandmaster, Shaw is used very skillfully. At the same time, the Armed Color Hockey and the Knowledge Color Hockey are also very powerful. In the end, the battle ended with Garp suffering internal injuries. Quote. Warring States Fleet Admiral paused when talking about the outcome of the battle between Lin Fan and Garp, looked up at Garp, his old friend, and then said that the result was that Garp suffered internal injuries. In fact, Warring States Fleet Admiral didn't believe it, but when he thought about Garp's attitude towards the Tianlong people, he also chose to help his old friend buy time to recuperate. After hearing what his old friend Sengoku said, Garp immediately pretended to cough a few times, then covered his chest with one hand and said in a weak voice, "Cough cough cough. It's a very serious injury, half a month. I haven't recovered yet, and I still cough from time to time. It's so uncomfortable, I'll have to rest for at least another month. Cough cough cough." Just as Garp finished speaking, suddenly there was another cough in the conference room. Everyone subconsciously looked at the place where the cough came from. The person who coughed was Marine General Pelusolino, codenamed Kizaru. "My chest suddenly hurts so much again. Mr. Garp, I understand you. That Wilkie Lin Fan's moves were really cruel. I was punched by him and he vomited blood. It was published in the newspaper and everyone around the world knew about it. Oops, young people today are really terrible." Quote, Warring States Fleet Admiral, "I also need to rest for another month. The injury is a bit serious, cough cough cough." At the end of the sentence, Kizaru continued to cough a few times, as if to prove that what he said was true. Warring States Fleet Admiral heard Kizaru's words and saw his performance, his hands clenched into fists, veins popped out on his forehead, and he wanted to explode. However, it is a fact that Porcelino was punched by Lin Fan and vomited blood. What's more important is that it made the F*********G headlines of the newspaper. The picture almost occupied the entire newspaper, and the high definition was terrifying. Coupled with Kizaru's obscene temperament, it was difficult for others to forget. Marine was ruthless. It has become famous. Kizaru's performance was obviously a bit fake, which made many lieutenant generals present twitch their mouths, but all of them still kept their mouths tightly closed with no intention of saying anything. No matter how hard he tried, Kizaru was still a Marine general, their superior, and more powerful than them. They are not qualified to preach and laugh at Kizaru. Sitting on the chair, one of the three generals, Kuzan, nicknamed Aokiji, was completely drowsy at the moment, dozing off again and again. It was clear from the look on his face that he had not listened to what Sengoku said at all. If it weren't for Sengoku Fleet Admiral's strong objection not to allow him to put the eye mask on his eyes, Kuzan would have put the eye mask on and fell asleep. One of the other three generals, Sakazuki, nicknamed Akainu, looked very dissatisfied when he saw Kizaru's poor performance. However, because of the same level, he couldn't say anything, so he snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Warring States Fleet Admiral suddenly felt a headache again, and once again thought of resigning Fleet Admiral's accusations and traveling around. Quiet, the meeting continues. Wilk Lin Fan arrived at the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea a few days later and killed all the sailors. Everyone present was a senior member of Marine, and they all knew the inside story of the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea. But now after hearing the story of the Warring States Fleet Admiral, their expressions and eyes looked a little strange. As for the Warring States Fleet Admiral, he completely ignored the changes in other people's expressions and continued. Then Porcelino arrived and fought with Wilk Lin Fan. According to Porcelino, Wilk Lin Fan is not an ordinary human being, but a special race. When racial abilities are activated, his eyes will glow red, and his speed, strength, etc. will be greatly increased. Porcelino was attacked by Wilkie Lin Fan's sudden change. Chapter 63 Prepare to impress Lin Fan with the high-profile buster call led by two Marine generals. Also, Wilk Lin Fan was able to hold up an invisible shield to resist attacks. Porcelino's use of the 8-foot Magatama was blocked by the shield held up by Wilk Lin Fan, and he was not able to do anything. Lossless. This person's strength is very strong. It is completely impossible to keep the opponent behind just by sending a general-level combat force. Moreover, there is no clue about the opponent's whereabouts. We only know that the opponent is probably still in the East Daxia Sea, inside. I wonder if everyone here has a plan to deal with Wilkie Lin Fan. After saying that, Warring States Fleet Admiral stopped talking, but quietly looked at the other people present, ready to listen to their suggestions. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, since Wilkie Lin Fan is so powerful, wouldn't it be great if we just launched a buster call led by two generals? As expected of Akainu was the first to speak, and what he said was straightforward. Most people only know that Marine Buster Call is very scary, but they don't know that Buster Call is actually divided into levels. Under normal circumstances, the most common Buster Call consists of 5 Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals, 10 Marine Headquarters Major Generals, and hundreds of Marine Headquarters Colonels, leading 10 large warships, carrying a huge amount of ammunition, and tens of thousands of Marine Headquarters soldiers. The large fleet formed carried out devastating artillery strikes on the target area. For example, Spandam accidentally touched the phone bug and launched a Buster Call to destroy Judiciary Island. This Buster Call is the lowest configuration. The higher level Buster Call configuration is that a general personally leads the team and drives his own general warship. The rest of the configuration is the same as the ordinary configuration. For example, the destruction of Nicole Robin's hometown O'Hara was initiated by Sengoku, who was a general at the time, and led a team there. He was accompanied by Lieutenant Generals Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, etc. The highest level Buster Call is led by a Fleet Admiral plus 2 generals, driving a Fleet Admiral warship and 2 general level warships. The rest of the configuration is the same as that of an ordinary Buster Call. This level of Buster Call was launched once, when Bullet was arrested. At that time, Cyborg Sora of Marine Fleet Admiral was leading the team, and Garp was traveling with Sengoku. There is nothing wrong with a young Garp at his peak equaling the strength of a general, right? The Buster Call configuration Akainu mentioned has never appeared before, but it is very suitable. It is not appropriate to launch the highest level Buster Call, because the Fleet Admiral of warring states needs to be stationed in Marineland. The world is different now. Fleet Admiral needs to guard Malinfando to receive news from various places at any time, and cannot leave at all. I agree with General Sakaski's proposal. After Akainu spoke out, Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters of Ghost Spider, a hawkish group, also immediately spoke in agreement. I also agree with General Sakaski's proposal to launch a Buster Call led by 2 generals. After Ghost Spider, another hawkish Marine Lieutenant General spoke out in favor of Akainu's proposal. It was Doberman. Ahem. I also agree with Sakaski's proposal, but I am injured and need to recuperate, so let Kuzan go with Sakaski. After the 2 hawkish generals took the lead in expressing their opinions, Kizaru was the fourth to speak. But after listening to what he said, it's not surprising. It's very Kizaru. I don't have any objections. Just make your decision. I'm going to train recruits. Black Arm Zephyr stood up and said, then nodded to warring states and left straight away. In fact, Black Arm Zephyr, who is the chief instructor of Marine recruits, does not need to attend this kind of meeting. After all, he is no longer a general, but a recruit instructor. He has only one responsibility at Marine, and that is to train recruits. The doves headed by Aokiji did not speak out and continued to remain silent, which can also be said to be a tacit agreement. The god killer Wilk Lin Fan has nothing to do with them, so just activate the Buster Call. Quote. 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 The warring states fleet admiral looked at the others and saw that they had no intention of speaking, and nodded, and then said, in that case, it has been decided that 2 generals and 5 lieutenant generals will attack Wilk Lin Fan. A Buster Call of 10 major generals. Sakaski, Kuzan, you 2 will lead the team. Jaji, Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Flying Squirrel, the 5 of you will go together as deputy commanders. Just after Sengoku Fleet Admiral finished speaking, an old female voice poured cold water on him. Sengoku, are you too naive? The prerequisite for launching Buster Call is a location. And we don't know where Wilkie Lin Fan is at all. Also, we don't know if Wilkie Lin Fan has a ship. Quote. 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 Quiet. As soon as he said these words, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Warring States Fleet Admiral felt his face was burning. It was so embarrassing. High Ambition had just announced a huge Buster Call against Wilk Lin Fan, but they had forgotten something important. They Marine have no trace of Wilkie Lin Fan at all, and they don't know if Wilkie Lin Fan owns a ship or anything. Since there are no powerful pirates in the East Daxia Sea and Garp goes back from time to time, the Marine headquarters deployment there is only a symbolic number of troops. This also caused the Marine headquarters to have almost no idea about the East Daxia Sea intelligence, and was completely confused. PFF'd. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Although the person who laughed quickly covered his mouth, it was still very attractive in this silent conference room. Everyone looked at the place where the sound came from. The person who made the sound was Iron Fist, Garp. Garp was seen covering his mouth with both hands, but his shoulders that kept shaking still betrayed his intention. Garp, get out of the conference room. Warring States Fleet Admiral slammed the table and shouted angrily. As soon as Sengoku Fleet Admiral said the words, Garp immediately stood up and whispered, get out of here, why are you so angry? Why are you angry at me? Why are you angry at Wilkie Lin Fan? Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Warring States period Fleet Admiral had veins popping out on his forehead, and an angry symbol appeared. His fists were clenched, and his anger was about to be suppressed. Garp seemed to be aware of the situation of his old friend Sengguo, and he immediately quickened his pace and rushed out of the conference room. Chapter 64 Start again, Target Rogtown. After Garp left, the conference room became quiet again. Everyone's face was not very good looking, and Akainu's face was even darker. He had long planned to let Lin Fan taste his Dark Hound Flame Mountain Fist. However, there are exceptions, that is, Aokiji is still drowsy, and Kizaru is looking like he is fishing. The 2 of them are obviously not interested in meetings. The Marine generals present all knew why Marine had insufficient information about the East Daxia Sea, so none of them said anything. The East Daxia Sea is really not worthy of Marine investing more troops to guard it. Marine mainly needs to invest its troops in the New World, and then the first half of the Grand Line and the other 3 seas. After driving away Garp, Warring States Fleet Admiral stood up with a dark face and said, Sakaski's proposal has been approved. Once we have the information about Wilk Lin Fan, we will take action immediately. Meeting dismissed. After the meeting, Warring States Fleet Admiral also went back to the office. As a result, at the gate of opening, I saw the old guy Garp eating the senbei he had hidden. Warring States Fleet Admiral's expression suddenly changed, he immediately rushed over and shouted. Garp, You old B asterisk 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 D, stop it, why did you steal my senbei again? Stop it. Sengoku ran up to Garp, raised his hand and grabbed the senbei back, then gritted his teeth and looked at Garp and shouted, what are you doing in my office? Get out of here. Just leave, why are you so angry? Garp stood up, stretched out his hand to pick his nostrils as he walked, and spoke with a careless expression on his face. Finally, he bounced the boogers away at will. Warring States Period Fleet Admiral saw that the veins were popping out on his forehead, his teeth were clenched, and his fists were clenched. Damn Garp, one day Lousy will definitely blow your head off. Cursing, Sengoku Fleet Admiral picked up the senbei and took a bite to eat. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Silip Village, Kaya's house. Miss Kaya, this is a parting gift for you. Lin Fan had a sunny and handsome smile, took out a bottle of red potion and handed it to Kaya. It is that bottle of perfect factor potion of medical general lineage. Lin Fan had already decided to find shopper, a doctor, pet, and food reserve. Lin Fan was still a little regretful that Kaya, a beautiful and gentle girl, did not agree to come on the ship. However, he is not a bad guy, so he has no intention of forcing Kaya onto the boat. What is this, Mr. Captain? Kaya took the potion, then looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes and asked. Lin Fan didn't notice the name Kaya called him for a moment, but smiled and explained, this thing is called the medical bloodline perfect factor potion. After drinking it, it will change your physique and make you more knowledgeable about medicine. You can master the knowledge in this field as soon as you learn it. Didn't you say you like medicine? I think this bottle of potion is quite suitable for you. Quote. Thank you very much, Mr. Captain. After Kaya said that, she hugged Lin Fan directly. Feeling the familiar and safe embrace, Kaya smiled sweetly. Nami saw this and moved her head to the side. Karina also looked away. Nuauchi Gao still had a smile on her face and sighed inwardly, thinking, girls really like this guy who is a playboy. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Silawabu village is located on the coast of the small island. Miss Kaya, just send it here. Go back. Lin Fan took Kaya's hand, kissed the back of it, let go and said. Then he waved his hands and said goodbye, turned around and walked towards the steps of the storm charge. Mr. Captain, wait a minute, don't you welcome me on board? Just when Lin Fan turned around and took 2 steps, Kaya's voice rang out. Lin Fan stopped and then turned around with a surprised expression on his face. Kaya reached out to Lin Fan with a sweet smile. Lin Fan quickly reacted, with a smile on his face as well, and stretched out his hand to hold Kaya's hand. At this moment, Melly shouted with tears in her eyes, Wilk Lin Fan, you must take good care of Miss Kaya, otherwise I will not let you go. Lin Fan, who was holding Kaya's little hand, turned back with a smile and said confidently, don't worry, as long as I live, nothing will happen to Kaya. Even if I die, I will ensure the safety of my partner before I die. After finishing speaking, Lin Fan pulled Kaya up the steps of the storm charge without looking back. On the boat, Nami, Karina and the senior girl Nuauchi were standing on the boat with smiles looking at Lin Fan and Kaya. The 3 of them naturally knew about Kaya's agreement to board the ship before Lin Fan did. Speaking of which, the 3 girls still put in a lot of effort when Kaya agreed to get on the boat. In the grass not far from the shore of the island, 3 little kids watched Kaya board the boat and looked back at Usopp on the big tree and asked, Captain Usopp, Miss Kaya is gone, you really don't want to say goodbye. Yes, Captain Usopp, it's not too late to go now. Captain Usopp. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote comma dot dot quote. On the branch of a tree, Usopp used a homemade telescope to watch Kaya being led by Lin Fan onto the boat. He stretched out his hand to wipe his tears and said, no, I believe we will meet again soon. The storm charge finally has a pirate flag, which was made by Kaya. The most special thing is that there are a pair of black and purple wings on both sides of the skull. Lin Fan killed the celestial dragon and defected to Marine, so he was naturally classified as a pirate. Alice, set off, target Rogtown. Lin Fan stood on the deck, waved his hand, and gave the order directly. The storm charge battleship also began to move, but the speed was not as fast as before. This is also the request of the girls. It would be bad if they traveled around the world too fast. The battleship storm charge also headed towards Rogtown at normal speed. The pirate flag was swinging in the sea breeze, and the huge flag was very conspicuous. Nami, Karina, our trip is to Rogtown. You should still remember our agreement, right? In the cabin, Lin Fan looked at Nami Karina with wide eyes and a slightly different smile than usual and asked. Hearing this, Nokigao was a little confused and said, Nami, Karina, what's the agreement? Kaya also looked at Nami Karina and the 2 girls with doubts, waiting for their response. As for the 2 girls, Nami Karina, they both blushed after looking at each other. Chapter 65 Swimming Pool. It was Nami who spoke. Remember, we will never break our promise, but you must also do what you promised first. Right. Karina also immediately added, don't worry, I'll bring it with me. After receiving the affirmative answer, Lin Fan smiled so excitedly. Beautiful girl plus swimsuit equals beautiful girl swimsuit show. Hey hey hey. When Lin Fan thought of that scene, he smiled obscenely. Seeing Lin Fan's smile, Nuo Chigao and Kaya were pulled away by Nami and Karina respectively without reacting. Finally, Nami, Karina and the other two also revealed their agreement with Lin Fan. The two girls, Nuo Chigaoji and Kaya, immediately blushed like blood. Oh, Nami, Karina, how can you agree for us? Just be your own master. Nuo Chigao, the royal sister, couldn't calm down either. Let alone Kaya, the homely eldest lady, she has long been as shy as an ostrich. What's the point of this? Isn't it just a swimsuit show? And the only audience is Lin Fan. He just changes into a few sets of swimsuits. It's easy. The reward is 39 million belly. Even if it is divided equally, one person still has it. It's more than 9 million Baileys. Nami spoke nonchalantly, and then her eyes turned into money. That's it. Just change into a few swimsuits. The only audience is the big pervert captain, and you can get more than 9 million Baileys. What's wrong with that? Karina also answered immediately, and her eyes turned into money. Nokigao had just said a word, but Nami immediately spoke first. Sister, Kaya, the matter has been decided. We will first go to the marine branch in Rogtown to exchange the heads of those pirates for money, and then go to the commercial street to buy some. We also bought swimsuits by the way. The swimsuit show is not a big deal, it just changes into a swimsuit after a while. We also wear swimsuits when we go swimming. What's more, the only audience for this swimsuit show is the big pervert Lin Fan. Just imagine that he is the heir and we are showing off our bodies for our own appreciation. Quote. How's it going? When you think about it this way, don't you think it's not a big deal? Nami obviously won't let go of the opportunity to get Bailey this time, and in her opinion, wearing a swimsuit and walking around, changing another one and walking around, maybe changing several sets of 10 sets and walking around a few times 10 laps and no big deal. Moreover, the only audience was Lin Fan. She also wanted to be looked at and appreciated by Lin Fan. She, Nami, doesn't have any objections, so her sister and best friend also don't have any objections. Well, yes, that's it. Quote. 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 In the end, after Nami and Karina acted cute, acted coquettishly and begged hard, Nokigao could only nod and agreed with a blushing face. As for Kaya, she was shy and didn't say anything during the whole process, so naturally she didn't refuse. She didn't refuse, so she accepted it by default. The swimsuit show has also been finalized and can be held at any time when we arrive in Rogtown and go to see again. After making the decision, the four women also returned to the cabin hall. Kaya blushed and was very shy, lowering her head like an ostrich and not daring to look at Lin Fan. The thought of wearing different styles of swimsuits for Lin Fan made her even more shy. Also, while she was shy, she was also looking forward to seeing what Lin Fan's expression would be like. Will you be satisfied? Kaya is very confident about her figure. Before, she was relatively thin, but after taking the elixir given by Lin Fan and eating a reasonable diet for half a month, her flesh has grown and her figure has become very good. At least, people like Nami, Karina and others say that her figure is not inferior to them at all. The places that should be big are big, the places that should be small are small, and the places that should be warped are warped. When Nuo Chi first saw Lin Fan, her face turned slightly red. This royal sister was obviously not as calm as she appeared on the surface. When she saw Lin Fan, she thought of wearing various swimsuits to show Lin Fan, and her face turned red unconsciously. Nami and Karina also had blushes on their faces. This was the first time they agreed to such a thing. Although the two of them agreed so happily when they were greedy for money, in the final analysis, they were just young girls who had just grown up. Quote. 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 From Zailuobu village to Rogtown, it will take about 4 days at the current speed. No boats operating at night. In the afternoon, at Nami's suggestion, the 4 girls were going to swim in the swimming pool on the 3rd floor, and Lin Fan was invited to join them. According to Nami, it's all about getting used to the swimsuit show in advance. Kaya still didn't express an opinion or refuse, so she obviously agreed. The 3 girls have known Kaya for a while and already know her character very well. Kaya is the youngest, Nami and Karina are all very fond of her, and they often tease her until her face turns red. On the lounge chair of the swimming pool on the 3rd floor, Lin Fan was lying comfortably in a pair of swimming trunks with no upper body. He was holding a glass of juice in his left hand and a newspaper in his right hand. He seemed a little absent-minded, and his eyes always moved away from the newspaper from time to time. Aiming at the door. That's right, Lin Fan couldn't wait to see the 4 girls in swimsuits. Lin Fan could see the 4 girls wearing normal clothes every day, and it was really eye-catching. But now if I don't wear, well, if I wear less clothes, it will definitely look good. Lin Fan also noticed that his heart was beating very fast. No matter what he said, he was just an ordinary loser in his previous life. It has only been less than a month since I traveled to the world of Poseidon. The key is that Nami, Karina, Nokigao, and Kaya are so good looking. I have never seen such beautiful women in my previous life, and now they are wearing swimsuits to show me, how can I not be so G excited? That's right, it's DOC mentality. We have only traveled through time for less than a month. If it were you, how could you completely change? Just like some people suddenly become rich, but still cannot squeeze into the circle of rich people. In the final analysis, the time to be rich is too short. As long as time goes by and you still have money, a circle will automatically form. Just as Lin Fan was expecting, the door was opened by a pair of hands. Then, Nami, wearing a very sexy swimsuit, appeared first in Lin Fan's sight. When watching anime, Lin Fan had never seen Nami wearing a swimsuit, but now she was in front of her. Chapter 66 Gambling, Physics Cheating, commonly known as cheating. When Nami and others arrived, Lin Fan stopped pretending and looked towards the door without any concealment. When he saw Nami wearing an orange bikini, Lin Fan swallowed hard. On weekdays, Nami always wears a t-shirt and denim pants. Although the figure can be seen, it doesn't reveal much. And now, in bikini, her good figure can be seen at a glance. Lin Fan just stared at Nami, with such fiery eyes that Nami couldn't stand it. Then he couldn't help but blushed and said shyly, "Captain, big pervert, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman wearing a bikini?" Lin Fan immediately disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at Nami's side. Lin Fan took Nami's hand, bent down and kissed her, then looked up at Nami with a handsome smile and said, "I have indeed seen women wearing bikinis before, but those are just vulgar and pink. Is it as good looking as Nami-chan?" Nami was in a very good mood immediately, and then, Lin Fan saw Karina behind her who was also wearing a bikini. He disappeared on the spot with a whoosh, and when he reappeared, he had finished kissing the back of Karina's hand. After 2 more swooshes, Lin Fan also kissed the backs of Nokigao's and Kaya's hands. "A-hole, you big pervert." Nami punched Lin Fan directly, and Lin Fan fell directly into the swimming pool in a parabola. The next second, Lin Fan also came out of the water with a smile on his face, and then began to admire the 4 girls. Nami is wearing an orange bikini, which proves that she really likes oranges. Karina is also wearing a bikini, the color is purple, very charming. Nuo Chigao also wore a bikini, which was blue, and also showed off her good figure. Kaya, a little otaku, wears a relatively conservative swimsuit, light yellow, and the kind of swimming trunks with a small skirt. It is very cute and fits her temperament very well. While watching, Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. So eye-catching. Then he subconsciously reached out and touched his nose, and found that there was no nosebleed. It was a good thing that he exhaled and exhaled. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself and the captain's dignity would have been lost. At the same time, Lin Fan also discovered a problem. That means he still needs to press the gun. This is a very fatal problem. Fortunately, he was in the water now and would not be seen by the 4 girls, otherwise it would be embarrassing. There is no way, he is also a normal man. He has been a loser for more than 20 years and then saw 4 super girls in swimsuits, 3 of them were in bikinis, and they were so close. This is a completely normal reaction. When the girls saw Lin Fan's appearance, they were all very satisfied, and then they laughed. Kaya, the shyest one, covered her mouth and snickered, and then glanced at Lin Fan quietly. The more she looked at Lin Fan, the more handsome she felt, the more she liked him, and the redder her face became. I started swimming, you can do whatever you want, there are drinks and newspapers on the table. By the way, 3 of you are devil fruit users. You may feel a little uncomfortable swimming in the water for the first time, but it's okay. You'll get used to it soon. After saying that, Lin Fan immediately looked away and got into the water. Note: although normal water has an effect on devil fruit users, it is very weak and will not be affected after they adapt. In anime, people with abilities take baths normally, and some even go to hot springs. After Aokiji was defeated by Akainu, he went to a hot spring and met the protagonist Luffy and his friends while taking a bath. Therefore, swimming in normal water has no effect. P.S. The Shasha fruit is the only devil fruit whose power can be directly restrained by ordinary water. After Lin Fan got into the water, he also started swimming, and put aside the pictures and all dirty thoughts in his mind. On the shore, Nami also turned around and said with a smile, "Sisters, move freely." After saying that, he put on a very professional posture and jumped directly into the swimming pool. Nami is a professional swimmer. As a thief cat, she sometimes needs to jump into the sea to escape, so swimming is also her strong point. Of course, Karina is also a good swimmer. The reason is naturally the same as Nami. Sometimes they jump directly into the sea to escape for their lives. Nami did feel slightly uncomfortable the moment she jumped into the swimming pool, but she quickly adapted to it. Immediately, Nami also started swimming, like a mermaid, and very fast. The other 3 women also entered the swimming pool. Among them, Kaya could not swim and she was wearing a swimming ring. Because she had been weak since she was a child, her parents would not allow her to learn to swim. Therefore, Karina and Nokigao also taught Kaya, their cute and shy sister, to swim while playing in the water. On the other side, Nami also swam to Lin Fan's side, then changed her posture to face up, and said loudly, "Captain the big pervert, let's have a competition to see who can swim faster. If I lose, I'll kiss you. If I win, you give me 500,000 belly." Lin Fan was almost suppressed at first, but Nami suddenly came closer, allowing him to see clearly, and his efforts were in vain, and he could not suppress it at all. Lin Fan was furious when he heard Nami's words again. Well, your little maid came to your door. I didn't force you to do this. Okay, I agree. Lin Fan agreed immediately. Then the two of them swam to the edge of the swimming pool. After a while, the game started. The speed of the two was almost the same, and it was impossible to tell who was ahead with the naked eye. Nokigao, Karina, and Kaya also stopped and started watching. Soon the circle was reached, and the two of them continued to swim in the same direction. Nami was a little anxious. She didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to be so strong, not inferior to the speed she had developed when her life was threatened. In terms of strength, Lin Fan is not as good as Nami, but Lin Fan has the speed fruit, which directly cheats physics. It seemed that Lin Fan just patted the water, but in fact Lin Fan patted it twice. In other words, Lin Fan's normal swimming speed is half of Nami's. Nami's swimming speed is really fast, and it is worthy of the swimming skills learned while escaping. Soon, the destination will be reached. Nami also accelerated directly, but Lin Fan also continued to increase the cheating speed, and then beat Nami by 1 second. Lin Fan chuckled and said to Nami, Nami-chan, I win, come on, give me a kiss. After saying that, Lin Fan also pointed at his face. Chapter 67. A leisurely and happy life. Damn it. Nami curled her lips and said, looking very unconvinced. Then she rolled her eyes and continued, why urge? I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his words. Then, Nami blushed slightly and slowly moved her head closer to Lin Fan. If she and Lin Fan were the only two people in the swimming pool, Nami wouldn't be shy. But now in the swimming pool, there are still 3 of her good sisters. As expected, Nuauchi, a senior in high school, was looking towards Lin Fan and Nami with her eyes open. Kaya is very familiar, shy but curious, with eyes that want to dodge, and she is very cute. Karina also blushed and muttered, what are you doing, 2 of us, are we still there? Do you want to go back to the room? Why are you making love to me in front of us? Although she said this, Karina did not take her eyes away from Nami and Lin Fan. Nochigao looked at her sister interacting with Lin Fan with an ant smile, but there was a hint of unexplainable meaning in her eyes. When Nami moved her head closer to Lin Fan, she naturally noticed that someone was looking at her, and her face became redder. Just when Nami's red lips were about to kiss Lin Fan's face, Lin Fan immediately turned his head, and then his lips touched. Nami's eyes widened instantly, realizing that she had been deceived by Lin Fan. When Kaya saw this, she covered her eyes with her hands and became even more shy. However, Kaya's hands did not come together, there was such a big gap, her eyes were still staring at Nami Lin Fan, her face became redder and redder, and she kissed her. In the past, Kaya had only seen it in books, but now she saw it live. I also had an idea in my mind. What would it feel like to kiss? Why don't you go find Mr. Captain and try it yourself at night? When Kaya came back to her senses and realized what she was thinking, her face became even redder and she became even more shy. I saw bursts of white smoke rising above Kaya's head. When Karina saw Nami kissing Lin Fan, she stood motionless and watched. Then I subconsciously thought of the scene and feeling of myself and Lin Fan mouth to mouth. Suddenly I felt my mouth was dry, my heartbeat was racing, and I was blushing with embarrassment. Karina subconsciously licked her lips, and then looked at it without blinking. When Nokigao saw his younger sister Nami and Lin Fan kissing each other, she looked at them with an anti-smile, but she felt a little weird in her heart. Nami and Lin Fan were kissing mouth to mouth, and Lin Fan subconsciously stretched out his arms to hug her. Then, Nami noticed something was wrong with Lin Fan. Nami is not a young lady like Kaya who stays at home when she is sick. She has been going to sea to steal from nobles and pirates since she was a child. Naturally, I know a lot of things, including the situation of men. She knew that this must be Lin Fan's normal reaction. And she also guessed that Lin Fan had a high probability of being a virgin, which she could slowly understand through her life these days. After all, she had seen Lin Fan blush and feel shy before. If Lin Fan were an experienced driver, it would be impossible for him to blush and be shy. He thought that he really liked Lin Fan too. And according to what I know, if adult men do not get vent for a long time, they will develop mental illness. I also remembered the practices in the pornographic magazines I had accidentally read before. One of Nami's hands moved unconsciously. Then, Lin Fan immediately became stiff and looked at Nami in front of him with disbelief. It turned out that Nami's eyes were closed tightly. Quote. 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 Don't close the door tonight. I don't know much about fruit ability development, and I want to ask you for advice. Nami finished speaking in Lin Fan's ear, and then left. Quote. 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 When it was close to 12 o'clock that night, Nami, who was wearing cool pajamas, quietly opened her door and walked straight to Lin Fan's room. With a twist, the door opened. Lin Fan confirmed that the door was unlocked. Nami, the thief cat, also immediately got into Lin Fan's room, for fear of being discovered. Then, there is the paid content. A lot of words are omitted here. I only know that when Nami learned that the soundproofing of the room was very good, she could no longer suppress her screams and learned that the teaching content in the room must be very cruel, and the possibility of bloodshed was also ridiculously high. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Until midnight, Lin Fan's door opened, and Lin Fan walked out holding Nami, who was scarred and unable to walk. Then he turned straight into the bathroom. After spending some time taking a bath, Lin Fan soon sent Nami, a good student who worked very hard and came to him for advice in the middle of the night, to his bed in her room, and covered her with a quilt. Before leaving, he kissed Nami on the forehead. As for Nami, she fell asleep with a tired look on her face. She was too tired. Even though Nami learned armament hockey and greatly improved her physique, she still couldn't compete with Lin Fan. She was just a loser. Lin Fan also thought of seeing if he could get a physical bonus and give it to Nami first. This would enhance Nami's combat effectiveness, literally enhancing her combat effectiveness. After returning to his room, Lin Fan also tidied up. Finally, I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes and went to sleep with a smile on my face. Tonight was a good day. It's great to travel to this world. At least you don't have to work hard every day, you are strong, you don't have to worry about being photographed to death, and you have a beautiful woman traveling around the world with you, and tonight you become a real man, so cool. This is life, this is the meaning of living. As for the so-called becoming One Piece. Haha, even dogs are not suitable. Little did they know that Gall D. Roger, who became One Piece, was unable to achieve so-called freedom, and was eventually executed live on live broadcast. Although he defeated Marine and World Government before his death, it was of no use. World Government was still superior, and the Celestial Dragons were still the masters. Lin Fan's idea is very simple, just to travel with his women, fulfill their dreams, and stay with them for the rest of their lives. As for the threat from IM and the World Government, it's not a problem at all. As long as we collect the history books, everything can be solved with just a few hands. Dot 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 dot. Chapter 68. Rogtown arrived. A new day comes, morning. Nokigao, the big sister who always has a smile on her face, is still in the kitchen preparing breakfast for everyone, while Kaya, a simple girl, has been sitting on a chair reading medical books early. Originally, she stepped forward to help Nuo Chigao. Although she didn't know how to do it, she could learn. However, she was rejected by Nokigao. The reason why Nokigao refused was very considerate of other people's thoughts. She said that cooking for others is her hobby and she hoped that Kaya could meet her request and cook for her. Looking at the smile, sincere eyes and sincere tone of her mature sister Nokigao, Kaya gave up helping and asked Nokigao to make a breakfast for her. The third person to arrive at the table was Karina. She also sat on a chair after saying hello to Nokigao and Kaya, and then read a novel called The Money King. The content of the novel is an adventure story of a little girl who vows to find the legendary treasure of the King of Money, Two-Piece. It starts with the girl going to sea at the age of 18. The story is about various adventures, finding various treasures, etc., and at the same time meeting like-minded people. People form a team to take adventures together. If Lin Fan reads the book, he will definitely complain that this is a copycat version of One Piece. Lin Fan also arrived at the dining table not long after, and then greeted his three beautiful companions in turn. Sitting on the chair, Lin Fan held his head with one hand and admired his three beautiful companions. Take a look at Nachiko, then look at Karina, then look at Kaya, and so on. In short, I just can't get enough of it. Karina is already used to the sight of Lin Fan, just look at him. But after Kaya was looked at by Lin Fan, she raised her head and asked Lin Fan if there was anything on her face. In the end, Karina spoke up and directly said that Lin Fan, the pervert captain, was like this. He stared at them like this every time they ate and refused to change his words. She had no choice but to let Lin Fan look at her. Karina also said just let Kaya get used to the sound. Kaya also nodded to show that she understood, but her blushing face and shy look still completely betrayed her and she was unable to ignore Lin Fan. When Lin Fan saw Kaya's appearance, he also smiled. At this moment, Nami also came. The way she walked was a little weird, and she scolded Lin Fan a lot for it. Then, she could only walk as normally as possible. As a result, I saw Lin Fan, a big pervert, staring at Kaya. He also rolled his eyes and was not angry. She knew that Lin Fan liked more than just her, and she had thought about it for a long time, otherwise she wouldn't have sent him to her door last night. Nami also greeted the other girls except Lin Fan, and then walked towards the chair. Then, her walking posture was also found to be strange. Nami, are you injured? Why are you walking weird? Let me help you. Kaya, who had been sick all year round and stayed at home in bed in her room, naturally couldn't see Nami's condition, thinking that Nami was injured and looked a little uncomfortable walking. So I said it directly, then walked towards Nami and supported Nami. Nami didn't know how to explain it, so she could only say thank you to Kaya. Karina, who is in a similar situation to Nami, has long been aware of this situation, but it's just a matter of actual combat. She could tell at a glance that Nami lost her virginity and was walking like this, and the only person on this ship who could lose Nami's virginity was one guy. As a mature royal sister, Nuo Chigao naturally understands this kind of knowledge. It was also obvious at a glance that her sister was broken. She didn't say anything about it, but she felt strange in her heart. Then, Kaya suddenly said this. Suddenly, Karina, Nuo Chigao, and Lin Fan burst out laughing. Nami also blushed after hearing the laughter, and then glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Only Kaya has a cute expression on her face, and I don't know why Lin Fanuo is so tall. Karina suddenly laughs. She looks really cute. When Nami took her seat, she noticed Karina's see-through eyes, and her face turned even redder. Quote. 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 After the meal, Nami was taken away, and the task of clearing away the dishes was naturally assigned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no objection to this at all, and activated his telekinesis directly, washing the dishes easily. Quote. 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 We'll reach Rogtown in 20 minutes. Great, I can exchange money. After Nami finished speaking, Karina also spoke excitedly. Kaya thought of the swimsuit show and blushed again. Nokigao still had a smile on her face, playing the role of the big sister. Captain the big pervert, give me the heads of those pirates. My sisters and I will go to Rogtown first. If Marine sees that he got off the pirate ship, they won't give me money in exchange. Karina stood directly in front of Lin Fan, then stretched out her hand to ask for Lin Fan. In the past few days, Karina was also captured by Lin Fan. Nami contributed a lot to this. Lin Fan's physique was too strong. She was afraid of being outplayed, so she prepared to pull her teammates. Kaya, a kind-hearted little sister, was naturally the first to be passed. According to Nami's observation, Kaya may have liked Lin Fan, but the time was short. We will talk about it later. Then, Nami chose her sister Nuo Chigao. As the saying goes, the good news should not go to outsiders. What's more, Nami has long seen that her sister Nokigao also likes Lin Fan, but she didn't expect to be rejected. She said that seeing you and Lin Fan together makes me very happy as a sister, blah blah blah. Nami was immediately annoyed and left. After Nami left, Nuo Chigao felt regretful in her heart, but she quickly shook her head and told herself, no Chigao, you can't steal your sister Nami's man. Kaya Pass was rejected by her sister Nokigao, so Nami's only choice was Karina. For the last hope, Nami worked hard and spent a lot of effort to finally get Karina to help her share the pressure from Lin Fan. Take it. Lin Fan also took out a box from the system space, which contained the heads of Crow and others. After taking the box, Karina also used her fluttering fruit ability to make the box float, then turned around and left. Lin Fan also continued to read comic books. One Piece's comic book is naturally Vinsmoke transformed into a comic book. Chapter 69 Rogtown, Nochigao Kaya arrives at the marine base. After Karina got the box containing the pirate's head, she turned around and went to find the three Nami girls. Then she used her devil fruit ability to levitate aboard from the air and fly into Rogtown, arriving first. You must know that the storm charge has already hoisted the pirate flag, and as soon as it approaches Rogtown, it will be known to the Marines in the town. If Karina and others don't land on the island first, they will be considered pirates as soon as they come out of the storm charge, so the heads in their hands cannot be exchanged for money. This is unacceptable to both Nami Karina and Nami Karina. The two women had long been sad about the wasted heads, especially the head of the Golden Lion, which was a legendary pirate and was worth hundreds of millions. As a result, all these corpses were burned to ashes by Lin Fan, leaving nothing behind. For this reason, Nami and Karina worked together to ravage Lin Fan, but it was a pity that their physiques were too different. Even if the number was two, people were also beaten to pieces by Lin Fan, PD off, and yelled that I was wrong, I couldn't do it anymore, let me go, and so on. However, Nami Karina also reached an agreement with Lin Fan. That is to say, the heads of pirates killed in the future should be saved and exchanged for money. Although how to exchange money is a problem when the identity is exposed, it is just right to keep the heads anyway. The world of One Piece is like this. Even the innocent, kind and lovely Kaya, when she saw Beiji Keluo die, her face was pale and her eyes were frightened. She didn't vomit or anything, and she quickly adapted to it. In contrast, Nami Karina, two girls who have been mixed up in society since childhood, have seen many dead people and have long been used to it. In the cabin, Lin Fan closed the comic, stood up, stretched his arms and yawned. Rogtown is coming soon, where One Piece Gal D. Roger will be executed. It is rare to travel to the world of One Piece. This tourist attraction is a must-see. With a whoosh, Lin Fan disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the bow deck of the ship. The powerful domineering power of knowledge has enveloped the entire Rogtown ahead, and the location of several women was also discovered. The girls are already in Rogtown, probably going to the Marine branch base to exchange money. Lin Fan was not worried at all about not being able to exchange the women for money. Rogtown was Smoker's territory, and this guy was very trustworthy. Besides, with the fighting prowess of these girls, even the weakest Kaya can easily beat up Smoker. Bloodline is a thing that increases combat power no less than devil fruit. If it is developed to the extreme, it can reach the top. Rogtown, I'm here. Lin Fan disappeared again, and soon he had landed in Rogtown. The Storm Charge battleship has artificial intelligence anyway, so just leave it alone. In order to avoid being exposed, Lin Fan also disguised himself by wearing a pair of glasses and a hat. Looking at the road with obviously more people on the street, Lin Fan also walked towards the execution platform. He had the domineering power of knowledge and had already locked onto this place. Not to mention, just wearing a hat and a pair of glasses, Lin Fan was really not recognized. Lin Fan has no intention of finding the fourth girl, and he is not stupid. What is the most favorite thing for girls to do when they arrive in a place? It is shopping. Aren't you just a tool person who takes things to go shopping with you? On the way, Lin Fan also bought some snacks, and then ate while walking towards the execution platform. After the four girls Karina, Nokigao, Nami, and Kaya landed in Rogtown, they were also planning to go straight to the Marine branch to exchange money. Not long after, the four girls also walked into the town. The four of them are all beautiful young girls, only in their teens or 20s. As soon as they appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Well, it's normal. After all, four beautiful girls with almost equal beauty and different characteristics appear together. This has never happened in Rogtown. However, what is more eye-catching is the box floating behind Karina. The passers-by were all dumbfounded and stood there with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Soon through questioning, the four women also learned the location of the Marine branch, and then walked towards the location. There is nothing different. Wherever the four women go, they attract the attention of passers-by. In the end, everyone stayed in place. The four girls stopped not far from the Marine branch base, and Nami Karina could not follow them to change money. Because the two of them are wanted persons, both of them are thieves. Any Marine base in the East Daxia Sea must have the wanted information of the two of them. Even if they are disguised now and wear a hat and a pair of glasses, there are still risk of exposure. Therefore, I only wear Nokia high heels Kaya during this trip. Karina released the floating ability of the box, and Nokigao used her ability to grow vines from the ground to move the box. Every time Nokigao takes a step, new vines will appear on the ground to relay the boxes pushed from the vines behind. After pushing, the vines behind will disappear again. Nami and Karina were waiting next to the big tree for the two girls Noki and Kaya to come back. Not long after, the two girls, Nokigao and Kaya, also arrived at the gate of the Marine branch. Just as Daski, a girl with eyes, was about to lead some sailors to patrol the streets, he met two women. Daski is a Marine who loves to help others. After seeing Nokigao and Kaya, she also smiled and asked, "Hello, do you know what happened to you when you came to Marine?" "My name is Daski. First I'm a Marine, my position is Ensign, this is my ID." As Daski said, he also took out the ID, and then opened it for Noki and Kaya to see. "Hello, Miss Marine Ensign, my name is Nokigao, and this is my sister Kaya. We are bounty hunters. We came to the Marine base with pirate heads in exchange for bounties. This is the head I brought, please confirm." As Nuo Chigao said, he also controlled the vines to bring the box to a few people, and then opened it. It was only then that Daski and the sailors beside her discovered the existence of the vines, and everyone looked a little dumbfounded. However, the Marines reacted quickly. After all, they were knowledgeable. At least they know the existence of devil fruit, and the boss of their base, Smoker, is a devil fruit user. Daski came back to her senses and realized that the beautiful girl in front of her turned out to be a devil fruit user. Immediately, Daski also looked at the head in the box. They are the heads of the captain, vice captain, and two combatants of the Black Cat pirates. All of a sudden, Daski recognized it. The other sailors also recognized who the head was in the box, and they were all shocked. It's the heads of the four bounty criminals of the Black Cat pirates. All of them are here, including Beiji Crow, Hypnosis Master Zhangao, and Cat Claw's two brothers, Sam Butchie. What? The Black Cat pirates? I remember their captain had a bounty of 16 million Baileys on his head. He was a powerful guy. He once killed one of our marine warships, killed everyone, and left. These two girls are so powerful. They actually killed the Black Cat pirates, even though they looked so weak. This is a devil fruit user. It's normal to be powerful. Our Colonel Smoker is so powerful, largely because he is also a devil fruit user. The Black Cat pirates, the captain by Jichiu has a bounty of 16 million belly, the deputy captain Hypnosis has a bounty of 9 million belly, and the combatant Cat Claw and the two brothers Sam Butch both have a bounty of 7 million belly. The total profit is 39 million belly. These two beautiful bounty hunters are going to make a fortune. Quote. Hey, do you think the Black Cat pirates are easy to eliminate? That's a big pirate with a bounty of 16 million belly. If they can bring their heads to collect the money, it proves that they are very strong. You think that no one like you can stand a single move at the hands of the two combatants. Chapter 70 The Execution Platform, the place where One Piece fell, and the beginning of the Age of Discovery. After confirming the identity of the head, Daski also called for someone to take the box, and then invited Noki, Gao and Kaya to enter the branch base. Daski understood what he was thinking. Noki, Gao, and Kaya are bounty hunters, so is it possible to invite them to become Marines? After placing the two women in the living room, Daski immediately ran to report to Smoker. In the drawing room, Naki Kao and Kaya were sitting on the sofa chatting, very leisurely. What Dasky meant was that Bailey was making arrangements with the finance department and asked the two of them to wait in the living room. Sister Nuochigao, we say we are bounty hunters, does Marine believe it? Kaya blinked her big eyes and looked at Nokigao to ask. Hearing this, Noki smiled and looked at Kaya and explained, Sister Kaya, Marine and the others only need to confirm that we are not Marine. They do not need to confirm whether we are bounty hunters. As long as we are not pirates, bring the pirate's head. They will be responsible for paying after Marine confirms. Oh, I know. Kaya also understood Nokigao's words and nodded obediently. It is indeed the same as what Nokigao said, as long as you are not a pirate and you bring the pirate's head, Marine will be responsible for paying you. ... Colonel Smoker's office. Dasky also told Smoker the situation, and Smoker, who was chewing a cigar, also became interested in the two sisters Noki and Kaya. Then the two of them also walked out of the office and went straight to the living room. As long as the two sisters Noki and Kaya are not pirates, they can become Marines through recruitment. In One Piece, the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Django, didn't know how he ended up becoming a Marine. I searched it on Baidu and the answer was that he didn't do anything. He didn't do any bad things when he was the acting captain. But I think this guy has been whitewashed. Just from the fact that he attacked Nami with a ring knife in the anime, I know that this guy must have someone killed. Not long after, the door of the living room opened, and Smoker and Dasky walked in one after another. Dasky also introduced Smoker's identity to Nuochi and Gao. Smoker was also direct. He said that he wanted the two sisters, Noki and Kaya, to join Marine and work for Marine. Without any surprise, he was naturally rejected by Nuochigao. The reason for using it is also very simple. When Marine is not free and cannot get the corresponding bounty after catching a pirate, he can only get a merit promotion, but the promotion only increases his salary by a small amount, which is not the same as the money he gets when he is a bounty hunter. The gap is too big. For this, Smoker and Dusky could only express regret and hope that the two women would continue to be bounty hunters and not do bad things. Not long after, a box of Bailey was delivered to the living room personally by the head of the finance department. Nokigao Kaya can leave after confirming the count in person. Because Dasky was on patrol, he happened to drop off Nokia Kaya out of the base. Miss Nokigao, Miss Kaya, it's such a pity that I couldn't become comrades with you. Dasky still felt a pity that Sister Nokigao Kaya did not join Marine, and couldn't help but speak out. Hearing this, Nochigao responded calmly with a smile. Miss Dasky, although we have not joined Marine, we are still bounty hunters, and our goals are still the same. That's right, our goal is to fight against pirates. Quote. 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 When we arrived at the gate of the base, we had to separate. Goodbye, Miss Nottingham, Dasky said, stretching out her hand. Goodbye, Miss Dusky. Nuochigao also stretched out his hand to hold it. Kaya also shook hands with Dasky, and then the two parties separated. After a while, Kaya also joined Nami Karina. After that, the four girls also walked towards the main street in the center of the town. On the other side, Lin Fan also arrived at the execution platform. Looking at the old and unremarkable execution platform, Lin Fan, who was eating, also automatically imagined the scene where Roger was executed. On the stage, One Piece Gal D. Roger was sitting on his knees with his hands and feet shackled, and on the left and right stood two faceless executioners holding long knives. Under the stage, there were densely packed people standing. There are many big names here, as well as newcomers who will be great in the future. Everyone looked at One Piece Gal D. Roger on the stage with different expressions and different thoughts. Then came the classic, One Piece Gal D. Roger spoke with a smile. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it all to you. Go find it yourself. I will put everything away, it's there. Then, the people in the audience began to shout enthusiastically. The age of discovery has officially begun. But Lin Fan knew that the so-called great secret treasure One Piece was not a treasure of countless money, or that the treasure did exist, but there was another thing, the blank historical truth that had disappeared for 100 years. The final island of the Grand Line, Ravdru. The thing is there. Devil's Descendant. Douglas Bullet has a permanent pointer to this final island. Chapter 71 Dashichi. When the fantasy time is over, the execution platform is still the same ordinary execution platform. After taking a sip of the juice in his hand, Lin Fan turned around and left, preparing to stroll around Rogtown. I remember that there seemed to be a shop selling knives in Rogtown, and there was a third-generation Kitetsu. Try your luck and see if you can meet one. If you don't meet one, forget it. If you do, try to see if you can conquer third-generation Kitetsu. Conquering the demon sword is much more difficult than conquering a girl, but it is also more direct. All you need to do is release your swordsmanship. If the demon sword recognizes you as its master, it will not resist, but will violently riot. I have inherited the legacy of Ryoma Great Swordsman, so it should be easy to subdue a demon sword. But it seems that he already has a Yishin sword, and besides, he doesn't seem to have any intention of fighting with the sword. Every time I fight, I use my fists or use the power of wrong thoughts to kill the enemy instantly. I never use a sword at all. While thinking about the situation, Lin Fan also started to move around. Then, quite by coincidence, I met an acquaintance. In front of Lin Fan was Dusichi, who was leading the patrol on the street. As the guardian marine of Rogtown, he was still very dedicated. There were many marine teams patrolling the streets, and Smoker, the nemesis of the East Daxia Sea pirates, was on duty. For this reason, Rogtown has basically not been disturbed by pirates, and the residents live a relatively happy life. Smoker is a Logia smoke fruit user. As we all know, Logia devil fruit users cannot hit the sea tower stone without armed hockey. In addition, the East Daxia Sea is called the weakest sea area, with an average bounty of 2 million. Bailey, almost all pirates in this area do not have devil fruits, and due to lack of knowledge, Smoker is invincible. This is how Smoker got the title of pirate nemesis. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar girl with glasses in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Not to mention, wearing these small glasses and this short hair still looks very charming. Coupled with the fact that Tashi is also a beautiful girl and she is a marine, the contrast becomes even greater. It seems like many young women in the pirate world are beauties, right? At this moment, a gust of wind blew by chance, and the hat on Lin Fan's head was blown away by the wind. Just at this time, Dasky also looked at Lin Fan. Then, Lin Fan was recognized. Lin Fan was so handsome, charming, and recognizable, and he was so famous that it didn't seem surprising that he was recognized. Stop, are you the god killer Wilk Lin Fan? As soon as Dasky recognized Lin Fan, she shouted out. She is just a girl with big breasts and no brains. Come on, Wilkie Lin Fan is a super criminal with a reward of 2.85 billion. You recognized it, why are you pretending not to know? What kind of strength do you have? Do you have to know something about it? Aren't you afraid that your life will be in vain and that your teammates in your team will die with you? Lin Fan was speechless. This girl was really stupid and a bit stupid. Maybe it's true that he doesn't have any intentions, but he is definitely deceiving people. Fortunately, he met Lin Fan, a person who was not interested in killing innocent people. It would have been a shame if he had met a guy like Kid who relied on killing civilians to increase his popularity. As Dasky said, he also took out his famous sword Xiaoyi Shiger and pointed it at Lin Fan, getting into a fighting stance. However, it can be seen that her face is very nervous, the hand holding the knife is trembling, and her long legs are shaking uncontrollably, and she looks like she will be unable to stand in the next second. As for the sailors behind Dasky, after hearing Dasky say Lin Fan's name, all of them were filled with fear and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. None of them had the courage to draw their swords or point their guns at Lin Fan. The residents on the street ran away one by one and watched from a distance. The store owners also quickly closed their doors and watched the excitement through the windows. The street soon became deserted. Lin Fan reached out and fiddled with his glasses, showed his signature smile, and said, "It's me, Wilkie Lin Fan. But Miss Marine, where did you have the courage to draw a knife on me? I can understand, are you declaring war on me?" Lin Fan once again got into a bad mood and started to scare Dasky. Lin Fan obviously stood there without showing any breath, but Dasky and the sailors behind her all had their backs wet with cold sweat and their foreheads were covered. I see the trick. No matter how clueless Dasky was, at this moment he knew that he had offended someone extraordinary. But she, who had always believed in the concept of justice, could not turn around and run away at this moment, but decided to fight to the death. Dasky held the famous sword Xiaoyi Shiger and ran towards Lin Fan. After reaching a certain distance, she made a posture and used the move. Take the move, Wilkie Lin Fan. One sword style. Cold Moon Slash. After Dasky used the sword move, he instantly accelerated and appeared in front of Lin Fan. If Dasky's move is faced with an enemy at the same stage as her, it is indeed very effective. He will be unable to react at all, and then he will be hit. There is a high probability that he will not die, but will lose his combat effectiveness and be caught immediately. But now the person in front of Dasky is Lin Fan. The gap between the two is not just the slightest bit. It was easy for Lin Fan to raise his hand and kill millions of Dasky instantly. The combat power of the One Piece world cannot be won by the superposition of numbers. Lin Fan raised his hand and easily pinched Xiaoyi Shiger with 2 fingers. Even though Tashi tried his best, he couldn't move even half a step, and his face turned purple. No, Dasky Ensign's sword has been caught. What should I do? Quick, go and notify Colonel Smoker. The opponent is the god killer Wilk Lin Fan, who has a bounty of 2.85 billion, a man who defeated General Kizaru. Even calling Colonel Smoker is useless. Let's wait to die. Quote. 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 Come on, even if you die, it's just for justice. A sailor shouted and rushed towards Lin Fan with a saber in hand. The other sailors were also infected and prepared to fight Lin Fan desperately. Lin Fan directly activated Conqueror's Haki, and everyone fell to the ground, leaving only a sailor holding a knife standing there shivering. That sailor, go tell Smoker to redeem this woman at the execution platform for 10 million belly. After saying that, Lin Fan directly snatched Xiaoyi Shiger from Dasky's hand and put it directly into the system space. This is your apology for attacking me. Then, Lin Fan directly picked up Dasky, who had not yet recovered, and walked to the execution platform. Finally, Dasky came to his senses and began to struggle. A-hole, let me go when I come down. Give me my weapon back. There was a snapping sound, and Lin Fan gave Dasky's butt a slap with a lot of force. Woman, be quiet and shut up. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. A-hole, where are you hitting? Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Not to mention, the elasticity can be compared with Nami Karina and others, and it is also very smooth. Quote dot 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 quote. I haven't moved or spoken, why are you still hitting me? Dasky, who was being carried on Lin Fan's shoulders, blushed, her eyes were misty, and she spoke with an aggrieved look on her face. Well, Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the other party had really stopped just now. I'm used to being beaten. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Quote dot 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 quote. Dasky was speechless. I'm used to G being beaten. It's not you who dares to feel pain. But Dasky didn't dare to refute, for fear of being beaten again. Chapter 72 Smoker, the pirate nemesis of the East Daxia Sea. Marine Branch Base. Smoker was also about to lead a team to patrol the streets, and then a sailor with an anxious look and unsteady walking ran towards him. Colonel Smoker, it's bad, Dasky Ensign has been captured. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Hearing what the sailor said, Smoker's expression immediately changed. Then he reached out and grabbed the sailor's collar and asked loudly, tell me clearly. What happened to Dasky? What happened? Dasky is Smoker's lieutenant and one of the few people Smoker cares about. And now he's in Rogtown, on his Smoker's territory. Quote dot 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 quote. After calming down for a while, the sailor organized his speech and spoke. Colonel Smoker, I am a sailor in the team led by Dasky Ensign, named XEX. As usual, we are patrolling normally under the leadership of Dasky Ensign, and then when patrolling to East Street, a gust of wind blew off the hat of the person opposite. Dasky Ensign immediately recognized the person opposite as the god-killer Wilk Lin Fan. Dasky Ensign directly drew his sword and rushed forward, and was easily subdued. Wilkie Lin Fan also used unknown means to make everyone in our team faint except for me. Wilkie, Lin Fan asked me to bring you a message, saying that he would go to the execution platform to redeem Dashy Ensign with 10 million belly. After saying that, Wilkie Lin Fan picked up Dashy Ensign and left. I also immediately just come and report. Quote, what? Who did you say you met? God killer Wilk Lin Fan. Smoker lost his composure and the cigar in his mouth was bitten off and fell to the ground. The marine soldier nodded and responded. Yes, yes, it is the god killer Wilk Lin Fan, the strong man who defeated General Kizaru. Quote dot 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 quote. After a moment of silence, Smoker said, tell the finance department to quickly come up with 10 million belly, and tell them that Smoker will be responsible for the matter. Yes, a sailor immediately ran to the finance department after receiving the order, very fast. Dasky is the flower of the branch. He is young, a lieutenant-level officer, and very powerful. He is the second person under Colonel Smoker. Basically, all the sailors in Rogtown know about Dasky. The rank of lieutenant is an officer, and the rank of ensign is the lowest rank. However, many people may not be able to become one after working hard all their lives. Smoker also took out his phone and contacted Marine headquarters. Each branch officer can contact the Marine headquarters, and must contact him once a month to report news on the waters near his branch. Boom 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 boom. The call was quickly answered by Marine Fandu, and not long after, it was handed over to Marine Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Colonel Smoker, this is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Do you have anything urgent to report to me? Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Smoker, and the god killer Wilk Lin Fan appeared in my base camp of Rogtown, and also kidnapped my stopper Dasky Ensign, saying that I need to redeem it with 10 million belly. Smoker also told the story. He knew very well that he knew that with his own strength, it was impossible to deal with Lin Fan, so he chose to report to Fleet Admiral Warring States and wait for arrangements. Quote dot 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 quote. Warring States period Fleet Admiral suddenly had a headache again when he heard the news about Lin Fan. It is really impossible for Marine to mobilize large-scale troops to find Lin Fan in the East Daxia Sea. It would be nice to have an accurate location, but the key is not. However, it was a good thing that Lin Fan appeared in Rogtown, because Rogtown was the last town before the Grand Route. It also means that Lin Fan is about to enter the Grand Route. In the first half of the Grand Line, although there were not many Marine deployments, it was much easier to know Lin Fan's location. It was not like in the East Daxia Sea, where you had no idea how to find it. Colonel Smoker, since Wilkie Lin Fan wants money, you should give him money. Don't anger him and cause unnecessary losses. He can do whatever he wants. When he enters the Grand Line, we Marine will target him immediately. Yes, Warring States Fleet Admiral. The phone was also hung up. After the 10 million Baileys were brought, Smoker immediately rushed to the execution platform. At the same time, the news that God Killer Wilk Lin Fan appeared in Rogtown quickly spread throughout Rogtown, and almost everyone knew about it. Of course, the four girls including Nami and Nami, who were crazy about shopping, also knew about it. Chapter 73 Smoker challenges Lin Fan. Execution platform. Lin Fan found a place to sit. There was no one around, but there were many eyes looking at Lin Fan. The residents hid in their homes and opened a crack to peek at Lin Fan, the super bounty criminal. At this moment, Lin Fan was without his hat. Although he was wearing glasses, the camouflage rules of the One Piece world seemed to have failed, and he was completely recognized. Dasky stood aside with a red face and stared at Lin Fan, her eyes full of anger. Wilk Lin Fan, return Xiaoyi Shiger to me. It's not like Dasky never tried to escape, but she always returned to her original position inexplicably, and then got a slap on her butt. After several attempts, she gave up and ran away. As for the 10 million belly used to redeem her, she will return it to the base. Although Marine's salary is not high, Dasky, who has the rank of ensign, only earns 50,000 belly a month. But Marine has performance. If you catch pirates, you will get corresponding bonuses. There will also be a year-end bonus after 1 year. Lin Fan turned to look at Dasky with a smile and responded, that is my trophy. From the moment I got it, it belongs to me. Of course, you can challenge me. As long as you defeat me, I will return the sword to you, and I will also cooperate with you to lock the Shanghai Tower stone handcuffs and enter the Impel Down City Great Prison. But if the challenge fails, you will be sold to me. You will be a handyman on my ship for the rest of your life. Even if I fall in love with you, you can suddenly change from a handyman to the captain's wife. Bah, who would fall in love with you? AB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* head to the side, not looking at Lin Fan. But when she thought that Xiaoyi Shiger no longer belonged to her, Tashi still wanted to cry, but she held back and did not cry. Because she didn't want to cry in front of the bad guy and be laughed at by Lin Fan, the bad guy. Dasky was seen biting her lips tightly, with an unwilling expression on her face. Her eyes were misty, trying not to cry, and she looked a bit pitiful. But Lin Fan didn't care, and he didn't know. There were enough women, and only 2 of the 4 on the boat were eaten. The other 2 hadn't been conquered yet, so how could he have time to find others? Besides, Dasky at this time is so peaceful. Really peaceful. Not at all, just like a boy. On the other side, the 4 women were also walking towards the execution platform. They had almost finished shopping, and everyone had big and small bags in their hands. There are clothes, bags, hats, shoes, jewelry and so on. Of course, swimsuits are the most purchased. With a huge sum of money, it's not like no one is interested in the 4th girl. Even in Rogtown under Smoker's governance, there is still some petty theft. The town is not small, and Marine's troops cannot take care of it all. As a result, those people ended up being disabled. The 4th girl was still kind and did not kill them directly. If Lin Fan knew about it, he would definitely tell them that as long as they were enemies, they could not hold back and must eradicate the roots to avoid future troubles. Execution platform. Smoker hurried over with Bailey in hand, and saw at a glance that there was nothing wrong with Dasky, and he also exhaled. Then, Smoker looked at Lin Fan. Godkiller Wilk Lin Fan, I have brought you the 10 million belly you asked for. I hope you will keep your promise. With that said, Smoker also took the box and threw it towards Lin Fan. Smoker is also very nervous now. After all, Lin Fan is the guy with a bounty of 2.85 billion. In all his years as a Marine, he has never been so close to a guy with so many bounties on his head. The guys have come into contact with in the past were just goods with a reward of several million, and they were all picking on each other's feet. Just when the box was about to hit Lin Fan, it suddenly stopped. Lin Fan reached out to catch it and put it directly into the system space. He also found out that the amount was correct, 10 million Baileys. Miss Glasses, you can go now. After getting the money, Lin Fan kept his promise and notified Dashichi. Dashichi glared at Lin Fan hatefully, then ran towards Smoker. When he arrived, Dashichi immediately bowed to Smoker and apologized. Colonel Smoker, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. I will return the 10 million Baileys as soon as possible. Dashichi, this is not your fault. After all, the person you met was Wilk Lin Fan. Smoker said, patting Dashichi's shoulder, indicating that she didn't need to apologize. After saying that, Smoker walked towards Lin Fan and pulled out his 10-handed weapon tipped with sea stone. Wilk Lin Fan, I, Smoker, want to challenge you. I want to know how big the gap between you and me is. I don't know, but Smoker is a bit stubborn. Although he knew that he was no match for Lin Fan, he still challenged Lin Fan. Just like when Zoro first met Hawkeye, he challenged him headlong. At that time, Zoro naturally knew that he could never be a match for the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk. But he still sent out the challenge, and Hawkeye accepted it. Now Smoker challenges Lin Fan. Will Lin Fan agree? Oh, you want to challenge me? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Smoker, a guy who looked exactly like his anime character with a head full of white hair and a cigar in his mouth. After thinking for a while, he raised a finger and said with a smile, "For 10 million Baileys, you can challenge me once, and I promise not to kill you." As soon as Lin Fan said this, Smoker almost bit off the cigar in his mouth. 10 million Baileys challenge once, are you serious? Smoker looked at Lin Fan and was sure that Lin Fan was serious. After saying that, Smoker looked at his subordinates and said, "Go get 10 million Baileys, and I'll make up for it when we get back." "Yes, Colonel Smoker." After receiving the order, the subordinates immediately ran to the base. "Wilk Lin Fan, I've sent someone to get the money, come on." While Smoker was talking, he had already walked forward several steps and came to a vacant space. "Okay, you can take action now." As Lin Fan spoke, he also stood up, put one hand in his pocket, and kept smiling. Sure enough, as a time traveler, I still have to fight Smoker. Lin Fan thought that since he was so awesome, he shouldn't have any friction with Smoker. But things turned out to be so strange that Smoker came to him looking for a fight. Smoker didn't say any more nonsense. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, his body quickly turned into white smoke and then moved towards Lin Fan. Speaking of which, Smoker's smoke fruit is pretty good. Perhaps it should be said that all Logia's devil fruits are good. Including the swamp fruit that is as trash as shit, if it is developed well, it can also be very awesome. Each Logia devil fruit is capable of unleashing massive damage, and this requires the user to develop it themselves. It's just a pity that the smoke fruit developed by Smoker is still too weak. Just like in the anime, you can beat everyone in the early stage, but no one can beat you in the later stage. Chapter 74 Smoker still can't escape being beaten by the time traveler. White smoke gradually enveloped Lin Fan until he was surrounded. Lin Fan, however, remained motionless, still keeping one hand in his pocket. In fact, Smoker's actions were completely exposed to Lin Fan's sight. Too slow. Suddenly, Smoker appeared in front of Lin Fan, holding 10 hands and stabbing Lin Fan's throat as fast as possible. Smoker used all his strength to attack, and his opponent was Lin Fan. Naturally, he would not be as careless as he used to clean up those little trash pirates. If the enemy facing this move is at the same level as Smoker, there is a 90% chance that he will be attacked if he cannot dodge. First, it covers the entire battlefield with white smoke, affecting the enemy's sight. However, he is on the home field and can appear wherever he wants. This move is well developed, but it is only suitable for the first half of the Grand Route. Because the new world in the second half of the Grand Line will be domineering, as long as you have the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, Smoker's position in the white smoke will be found in minutes, and then he will be attacked. The pirates in the new world basically understand the two-color hockey, and Smoker's elementalization will completely lose its advantage. It's a pity that Smoker is stationed in the East Daxia Sea instead of working at the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, he should have started learning the Marine 6th style and his domineering power. After learning it, and using the Logia smoke fruit, Smoker's combat power will be fully achieved. The level of an elite lieutenant general can even reach the level of a general in 5 or 10 years. This is how deep the potential of Logia devil fruit users is. Just when the 10 hands were about to stab Lin Fan's throat, Lin Fan moved a step to the side, then stretched out his hand, made a fist, and smashed it casually. Everyone saw Smoker flying out of the white smoke, spitting out a mouthful of blood while flying upside down. After landing, Smoker rolled around on the ground several times before stopping. After stopping, Smoker subconsciously reached out to cover his chest, and then couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood again, and then began to cough. Cough cough cough. Colonel Smoker. Smoker. Quote. 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 When Dasky and other Smoker subordinates saw Smoker flying out of the white smoke, they shouted and ran to Smoker immediately. Dasky came to Smoker, knelt down and asked, "Colonel Smoker, how are you?" Cough cough cough. "I'm fine. Cough cough cough. I knew there was a gap between me and Wilkie Lin Fan, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It seems I have to work harder in the future." Cough cough cough. The white smoke dissipated, and Lin Fan appeared in everyone's sight with one hand in his pocket. Everyone, whether they were sailors or residents, looked at Lin Fan with even more fear. After all, it only took Lin Fan so little time to deal with Smoker. Smoker's reputation has long been resounding throughout Rogtown, and almost everyone knows that he is very powerful. Not long after, 10 million Baileys were also handed over to Lin Fan. The marine base was not far from the execution platform, so it was normal for the money to be sent so quickly. I got Bailey. I also saw the execution platform, and my friends have finished shopping, so goodbye everyone. After saying that, Lin Fan also pushed up his glasses, and then walked in the direction of the 4 girls. Everyone also watched Lin Fan leave without making any move. Smoker stood up despite the pain and said, "Ignore Wilkie Lin Fan, cough cough cough. A big man like him won't do anything. You continue to patrol." After saying that, Smoker also walked towards the base, preparing to go back and rest. Dasky, on the other hand, gritted his teeth as he watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, with a look of reluctance on his face. Her Xiaoyi Shiger was snatched away by Lin Fan. In the end, Dasky had no choice but to continue patrolling with his men. The weapon was replaced by a mediocre knife. I used it reluctantly for the time being and bought a good knife when I got rich. Wherever Lin Fan passed, there was no one around. There wasn't much time, so he met up with the four girls. After putting their things into the system space, Lin Fan held Nami in one arm and Karina in the other and took them to the sky. After looking at the execution platform, he also headed towards the storm charge battleship parked at sea. The trip to Rogtown is also over. Back on the boat, Lin Fan also took out his things and said, "There should be a lot of swimsuits in here, right?" Suddenly, Kaya's face turned red visibly, and she became shy. Nami Karina, a senior in high school, also blushed slightly and was slightly shy. No swimsuit, just ordinary clothes, skirt, hat, shoes, etc. Come on, sisters, let's try on clothes. The four women took their things and left. The four of them bought a lot of clothes, so naturally they couldn't try them all on when they bought them. In other words, I didn't try it on at all, I just bought it because I liked it and thought it was good. At night, the ship also stopped sailing and entered a state of alert. At around 7 o'clock, Lin Fan's long-awaited swimsuit show began. The first person to appear was Nami. She walked out from behind the curtain wearing a swimsuit with a slight blush on her face. Due to her body shape, the swimsuit looks particularly good on her body, and her good figure is clearly visible. Even though Lin Fan had watched it many times and used it many times, he still couldn't take his eyes off it and even forgot to drink the drink. Next is Karina, then Nokia, and finally Kaya. Nami, Karina and I didn't know how to convince Nogi and Kaya, but they actually agreed to participate in this swimsuit show. Lin Fan couldn't take his eyes off what he was looking at. His mouth was dry and he swallowed several times. After the swimsuit show was over, Lin Fan couldn't bear it anymore and took Nami, Karina and the two girls to check their level of domineering and devil fruit development. Lin Fan held a woman in one hand and walked towards the room. Kaya looked at her directly and blushed, lowering her head. Chapter 75 Daily Leisure, Bharati Restaurant on the Sea. No words were spoken that night. At around 11 o'clock, Lin Fan and others stood on the deck and looked at the Bharati Restaurant on the sea not far away. This is a fairly large ship. The bow is shaped like a fish with its mouth open, and there are 3 cannons inside. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I was saying it was strange that I hadn't seen this restaurant on the sea, Bharati, before. Now I finally see it." Looking at the ship named Bharati, Kaya said curiously, "How novel. Someone actually opened such a large restaurant on the sea." Nami continued, "I have seen it before, but I didn't go up there." Karina followed suit. "I've seen it too, but I didn't go up there." Nohigo murmured, "I wonder what it tastes like. The Bharati restaurant on the sea is mobile, but it only moves in the East Daxia Sea." The boss and chef was once a pirate named Red-Legged Zeph, who had traveled to the Grand Line before. At this moment, there are many ships docked next to Bharati and business is very good. But Lin Fan was thinking about something else, that is, Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk, and wondered if he could meet him. The current time period is about 1 or 2 months before the protagonist Luffy goes to sea. In the plot, when the protagonist Luffy and his crew arrived at Bharati, they met Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk. Nano Azoro also fought against Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk, although he was easily killed instantly. This Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk is known as the world's greatest swordsman, and he used to fight against the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Lin Fan was also itching to fight with him to see who was stronger between him, who inherited the legacy of the dragon-slaying swordsman Longma, and Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk. Before crossing over, Lin Fan had read a forum where people were discussing who was stronger, Longma or Hawkeye. The answers were basically one-sided, and everyone said that Hawkeye was definitely stronger. After all, Ryoma's corpse was so weak after being resurrected by Gecko Maria, one of the Shichibukai, that he was KO'd by Nano Azoro at that stage. What no one noticed was that Long Ma's weapon, Black Blade Chu Shui, was a black sword, which was on the same level as Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk's weapon, Black Blade Black Knight. Both relied on their own powerful weapons. The domineering color is nurtured over a long period of time, not a natural black sword. Moreover, in the entire One Piece world, these two are the only swords that are nurtured into black swords with domineering power. Ace, the weapon of Gal D. Roger from One Piece, did not become a black sword. Neither did Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors, nor did Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, nor did Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Pluton Rayleigh, the great swordsman's weapon, didn't have it either, nor did Akoku, nor did the 2 weapons of the Golden Lion. None of these sword masters had nurtured their weapons into black swords. Soon, the storm charge also stopped next to the Bharati, the sea restaurant. It looked out of place with all the other ships around it. There was no way. Other people's ships were still at the sailing stage, while Lin Fan's ship, Storm Charge, was already at the fully intelligent automatic mechanical stage. After going down the stairs, Lin Fan and the 4 girls walked towards the main door of the Bharati restaurant on the sea. Lin Fan was quite interested in the sea restaurant Bharati. Sanji's cooking and leg techniques were all taught by the owner and head chef Hongjiao Zapu. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan and the 4 girls walked in. The four chattering girls also attracted many people to turn their heads and look at them. Then, everyone's eyes widened and their bodies began to shake uncontrollably. Just because they saw Lin Fan. And they also recognized that Lin Fan would behave like this, including the chef and the waiter. As the old saying goes, a person's fame is like a tree's shadow. Lin Fan is too famous, and too terrifying. The bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys was offered for killing the celestial dragons. Also, he defeated Marine General Kizaru Pelusolino and bloodbathed all the Marines in the 16th Marine Branch, leaving no one alive. The methods were extremely cruel. Well, seeing that the atmosphere became weird because of him, Lin Fan also rubbed his head and felt a little embarrassed. He will pay attention next time and try to disguise it a little bit. When Nami saw this, he covered his face with his hands and said a little weakly, I knew this would be the case. I forgot to remind the big pervert captain just now. Quote. 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 Pretty ladies, I am your waiter Sanji, please go to that table. Just when everyone was in a hurry, a guy with yellow hair and a suit entertained Nuo Chigao and the others in a normal manner, and ignored the handsome Lin Fan. At this moment, Sanji looked like a complete gentleman, with a very good temperament. It was completely different from him who would get nosebleeds every time he saw a woman after 2 years of training. Don't ignore me, boy. Lin Fan was ignored and was not angry. Instead, he put one arm around Nami's slim waist and the other around Karina. Immediately, Sanji's defense was broken, and his whole body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hugging beautiful girls on both sides is his dream. Lin Fan was satisfied after seeing Sanji's appearance. This was the best counterattack. There is no need to start a fight or anything, just put one arm around a beautiful girl in front of Sanji. Thank you, young man. Lin Fan showed a very kind smile to Sanji, then hugged Nami Karina and took Kaya to the table indicated by Sanji. After sitting down, Lin Fan coughed, then said to everyone with a smile, well, I'm here to eat, don't be nervous, just do whatever you have to do. Quote. 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 Although the situation has returned to normal, the atmosphere is still a bit worse. At least the restaurant is now unreasonably quiet, and some people's body movements are obviously very stiff. The dishes for Lin Fan and others were served quickly, and there was a large table full of various delicacies. Sanji actually showed up again and took a bottle of wine. You beautiful ladies, this bottle of wine with a lower alcohol content is very suitable for you to drink. Let me treat you to it. By the way, let me introduce myself, I'm the sous chef Sanji. Thank you, Mr. Sous Chef. I like wine very much. Pour me a glass. Thank you. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, Lin Fan politely picked up the cup and stretched it out in front of Sanji. An angry symbol suddenly appeared on Sanji's forehead, but in order to maintain his grace in front of several beautiful girls, Sanji poured wine for Lin Fan. After pouring, Sanji regained his gentlemanly smile and looked at the nearest Nojiko and said, this beautiful lady, let me pour you a glass of wine. Nuo Chigao smiled politely and refused with a glass of juice in his hand. No, thank you Mr. Chef, I drink juice. Quote. 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 In the end, Sanji left in despair. He had never been so shocked. Chapter 76 Starting to climb upside down mountain. Lin Fan and others also started to eat the delicious food, and I have to say that it tasted really good. While eating the delicious food, Nochigao said with emotion, it's so delicious, much better than what I cook. It deserves to be the famous sea restaurant Barati. It seems I still need to work hard. Barati's boss and chef also exhaled when he saw that Lin Fan was not causing trouble and was really just eating. The pressure he felt on Lin Fan was really too much. He also clearly knew that there was a huge gap between him and Lin Fan. If there was a fight, I would definitely be unable to make a move in Lin Fan's hands. Sanji, you be ************ D, do you know what you did? After realizing that Lin Fan had no intention of doing anything, Zippu also went to Sanji angrily. He was scared by Sanji just now, and he was afraid that Lin Fan would be angered by Sanji or something. A guy like Lin Fan who defeated General Marine would be very terrifying if he started to fight. Soon, Sanji was beaten hard, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he completely lost his gentlemanly temperament. After eating, Lin Fan also found Zippu and bought a cookbook for 1 million belly. The recipe was naturally given to Nuauchi. Until Lin Fan left, Zippu still stood there in a daze with 1 million Baileys. This can't be blamed on Zippu, after all, Lin Fan is a big shot. Even though Lin Fan was young, the bounty was there. As a result, such a big shot actually used money to buy recipes from him instead of robbing them directly. This was beyond Zippu's expectation. After Nokigao got the recipe, she was also very happy. She kissed Lin Fan on the face and then went to retreat to study the recipe. Nami Karina took Kaya to exercise, while Lin Fan was reading comic books in the lobby. The storm charge is also heading towards its next destination, Upside Down Mountain. Climb Upside Down Mountain and enter the Great Waterway. Lin Fan had obtained the pointer for the first half of the Grand Line from a CP0 before, and it had also been recorded in the storm charge. When the time comes, I won't be afraid of getting lost on the grand route. In the training room, Kaya, Nami, and Karina are practicing moonwalk, one of the 6 secrets. They have already learned how to shave, and can basically release it naturally. They just need to use it regularly to increase their proficiency. The 6 postures also have physical requirements, requiring a relatively strong physique. Kaya now meets this requirement, and the bloodline factor greatly improves body strengthening. Nami, Karina, and Nuauchi, the female seniors in high school, are in poor physical condition. Lin Fan also considered how to increase their physique. It would be best to create something similar to Mad Blood's perfect physique. But these things are all rewarded by the system. If you want to get the rewards from the system, you have to trigger the option. It has been a long time since he has triggered the option. At around 4 o'clock, I also saw the huge upside-down mountain in the distance. What's amazing is that the water flowing in upside-down mountain is pointing upward at the moment. When Newton saw it, he would probably jump out of the coffin board and yell, "I'm wrong, what a bullshit law." Nami felt the situation and said with a smile, "The moisture in the air is normal and the wind strength is within the normal range. There will be no sudden storm. It is suitable to climb the upside-down mountain." "Nami, you're so cool, you can actually check what the weather is like." Karina looked at Nami with an adoring look on her face as she opened her mouth, her big eyes blinking as if she wanted to imitate him. Seeing this, Nami approached Karina's face and asked, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Hearing this, Karina hugged Nami excitedly and asked, "Is it true?" Quote. Kaya, a weak girl, looked at the getting closer and closer to the upside-down mountain and sighed, "What a big, spectacular and strange mountain. It's the first time I've seen it." Hearing this, Lin Fan came close to Kaya and said, "Miss Kaya, travel with me, and you will be able to see more incredible things in the future." After hearing what Lin Fan said, Kaya tilted her head and smiled softly and said, "Mr. Captain, I'm looking forward to it." Immediately, Kaya also looked at the increasingly huge upside-down mountain. Lin Fan turned to look at Nochigao on the other side and said, "Miss Nochigao, are you shocked by the strange water flow in the upside-down mountain?" "Of course, Mr. Captain. I grew up in Kokosia village since I was a child, and I have basically never left the village. I only rely on newspapers to learn about the outside world. This world is really interesting." Lin Fan subconsciously stretched out his hands, hugged one with one hand, looked left and right, and then looked forward and said, "Of course it's interesting. There are giants tens of meters tall in this world, mermaids with fish tails, mermaids that can walk, and behind them the Skylanders with wings are different from the ones we met on Vermeo Island before. The Skylanders have wings on their backs." Quote. 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 Finally, the storm charge began to climb to the top of upside-down mountain. Among the 5 people on the boat, Lin Fan held Kaya with one arm and Nuauchigao with the other and stood firmly. Nami entered the elemental form and stood firmly in place. Karina also used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to float steadily. Lin Fan was a little puzzled by this at first. Nami, a little girl, did not bring her sister Nokigao with her. But when he thought about it, Lin Fan also knew what Nami meant. Nami wants her sister Nokigao to be taken into the harem by Lin Fan and help share the firepower. Even with Karina, Nami still felt too tired, and her physique was too different from Lin Fan's. She was afraid that one day she would die in bed. If Lin Fan knew Nami's thoughts, he would definitely give her a shock. "What are you thinking? In your eyes, is lousy the kind of person who would ignore a woman's physical condition?" "Nami, Karina, that's you. A big pig's hooves. You make us fall asleep from exhaustion every time, doesn't that count?" Lin Fan. As this. Chapter 77 Whale Laboon. When the storm charge reached the top of Upside-Down Mountain, it immediately encountered a downhill current. The captains and everyone were still observing the surroundings with smiles on their faces. The color of Upside-Down Mountain was reddish, and there were rings of stone pillars built above it. Lin Fan's gaze, on the other hand, was looking at the end directly in front of him. There is a lighthouse there and a whale. There is an old man living in the lighthouse, his name is Kurokas. He was the ship's doctor of Galdi. Roger of One Piece. Logically speaking, his medical skills are very good. After all, he is the ship's doctor of One Piece. You can buy some blood record notes and medical books from the old man. Well, I will give you 1 million belly. I believe that with this old man's medical book and the experience gained from a lifetime of painstaking efforts, Kaya can quickly grow into a great doctor in her own right in a short period of time. Lin Fan also thought about it, and ordered the disease fruit for Kaya's devil fruit. This is the ship's doctor who has probably been successfully recruited by Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach at this moment, a guy who looks sickly. When the time comes, you can ask Kaya to turn him into a woman and see if he's pretty or not. Anyway, as long as the armor is strong enough, he can break the devil fruit's ability at any time. Mr. Captain, what are you thinking about? Your smile is very strange. Just when Lin Fan was thinking about things, Kaya, who was hugging him next to him, suddenly said this, which brought Lin Fan back to reality. After regaining his expression, Lin Fan turned around and responded with a smile. It's strange that I didn't smile. It must be Miss Kaya that you saw it wrong. Mr. Captain, I also saw it. Your smile just now made me feel very perverted. After Lin Fan denied it, Nuo Chigao's voice came from the other side. Immediately, Lin Fan knew that he could not deny it, and said directly, okay, I admit it, I was really thinking about something very strange just now, and that's why I showed the perverted smile you said, Miss Najigao. What pervert? What are you talking about? Pervert, the captain is a big pervert. Nami and Karina appeared in front of Lin Fan and others and blinked curiously. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, glared at Karina, this girl, and decided to let her call her daddy that night. So, he immediately said angrily, nothing perverted, you two heard wrong. Mr. Captain, I don't know what he was thinking just now, and the smile on his face suddenly became very abnormal. As soon as Kaya's words came out, Lin Fan turned to look at her in disbelief. This girl is so bad at learning that she can stab her with a knife. Oh my god, you give me back my innocent and lovely sister next door, Kaya. Kaya blushed when Lin Fan looked at her like this, and then looked away. Quote. 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 After Nami whispered in his ear that he promised to unlock new tricks, Lin Fan put on a straight face and said calmly, actually, it's nothing, I just thought of preparing some devil fruit for Kaya. It's called sick fruit, and it goes well with Kaya. The sick fruit can also turn men into women and women into men. I'm thinking about letting Kaya turn me into a girl when the time comes, and then I'll just use it to practice my hockey and devil fruit abilities. I have absolutely no curiosity to see how beautiful I look as a girl and how well dressed I am. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. The big pervert captain actually wanted to experience being a girl and went out of his way to find a devil fruit. The other three women couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan's face suddenly darkened, he raised his hand and gave Karina a violent shudder, and then explained, what are you talking about? I've already said it, I want to practice armed domineering. As long as the armed domineering is strong enough, you cannot affected by various strange devil fruit abilities. Quote. 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 Although the last four girls all said they knew Lin Fan was trying to practice his armed domination, Lin Fan knew from the look in their eyes that they were talking nonsense to coax children. In this regard, the matter has come to an end, and the distance between the five people has become closer. As a partner and at the same time his woman, Lin Fan will naturally keep close relationships with them at all times, allowing them to understand him better while giving them a sufficient sense of security. Not long after, the ship was about to enter the current. At this moment, I suddenly remembered a bang. When everyone looked around, they saw a huge whale hitting the mountain. Its head was already bloody, but it didn't seem to notice the pain and continued to hit the Red Earth continent. It's a pity that the Red Earth continent is notoriously hard, so it would be no big deal if a big whale bumped into it. Lin Fan was actually very curious about the world of One Piece. The entire One Piece World Cup was divided into 4 sea areas, divided by the Red Earth continent and a whole Great Sea route. The Red Earth continent is very high, and it is impossible for ships to fly over it. Of course, there are some ships that can, such as the old guy from the Golden Lion, but he is cold now, and the devil fruit is in Karina's place. Big news. Morgan's spaceship can also fly around the entire One Piece world, which is why he hasn't been caught by the world government yet. In fact, Lin Fan could also directly enter the second half of the great route called the New World and fly over the Red Earth continent. But Lin Fan planned to play with his woman, so he never thought about it at all. As mentioned earlier, the entire world is cut into 4 sea areas by the Red Continent and the Grand Line. The reason why the Red Continent should be too high for ships to pass through is that what is the reason for the Grand Line? The Great Route is due to the windless sea areas on both sides. As we all know, most of the ships in the One Piece world are sailing ships and rely on ocean currents to travel. As for the windless zone, there is no sea breeze or waves in that sea area. Generally, ships will not move at all if they enter. What's more important is that the Overlord Poseidon class lives in the windless zone. The powerful Poseidon class will make generals hateful if they are not careful. The Poseidon type that Lin Fan encountered before would have been GG if Lin Fan didn't have the weakness of the devil fruit. On the sea, even if you are a general, you must keep a low profile. Once you fall into the sea, even if you are not a devil fruit user, you will not have landlubber attributes. But after all, you are not an aboriginal person like Poseidon who lives in the sea. You will eventually run out of energy. At that time, all you can do is wait for death. Even if Marine now has new technology and uses seastone as the bottom of the ship, it can travel in windless zones. However, the speed has been affected, traveling much slower than normal ships, and there is also the risk of being attacked by Poseidons. There is no way, there is no wind zone and no waves, so we can only rely on the power system of our own ship. Under normal circumstances, Marine does not dare to cross the windless zone at will, and always travels in normal sea areas. In short, the windless zone is very dangerous. As everyone knows, the 9 snakes pirates who live in the windless zone have to be dragged by 2 sea snakes when traveling. Chapter 78 One Piece's ship's doctor, Kuroka's. So, is that a whale? So big. Why does it keep hitting the mountain? There is blood on its head. There must be some reason. Whales are relatively humane and would not harm themselves by hitting such a mountain for no reason. Sister Nuao Chigao is right, there must be a reason. It looks so painful. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. The four women were discussing one after another, and their expressions were not very good. That was a whale called Laboon. The reason why it hit the red continent was because it had been waiting for its old friend for 50 years, and then it couldn't wait any longer. It wanted to go to the other side of the red continent to find its old friend, so it started hitting the red continent. What it doesn't know is that its old friend died in the battle, leaving only one person lost in the Triangle of Terror and unable to leave. This is the truth about why we made a promise but haven't come back for 50 years. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice also sounded. Lin Fan was seen looking at Laboon with a very indifferent expression. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the four girls all turned to look at him. Nami was the first to ask the question on everyone's mind. Big pervert, how did you know? Karina also nodded, and then looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Although Kaya did not speak, she was also looking at Lin Fan at this moment, waiting for Lin Fan's answer. Lin Fan suddenly smiled, raised his eyes and said, I know a lot of things. If you want to know, come to my room at night and I will tell you everything I know. FKU, big pervert. Nami immediately reached out and pinched her. Big pervert, come and die. Karina also pinched the soft flesh on the other side. It hurts, I'm sorry, I'm losing my skin. Lin Fan also cooperated with the performance to add fun to life, and various things can still be coordinated. Although they received such an answer from Lin Fan, the four women did not continue to ask further questions. Anyway, Lin Fan would not harm them. Forget it, it looks pitiful. When we travel, if we meet the lost person, let's help him so that he can come back and fulfill his promise to this whale. As Lin Fan said this, he also disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing on Laboon's head. Stop, big man. After Lin Fan finished speaking, his telekinesis was activated, and Laboon was unable to move on the spot. Even though Laboon was very huge, Lin Fan could still control it easily. This has nothing to do with its size, but with its strength. If it is powerful, for example, armament hockey can counteract devil fruit abilities. Even if Lin Fan's mind-powered devil fruit awakens, it can still be offset. After all, Lin Fan's ability directly affects the opponent. You are pirates from the East Daxia Sea. Aren't you afraid of the dangers of the Grand Line? As soon as Nami and others approached the lighthouse, an old man's voice rang. Only then did the four girls notice that there was an old man there. Their attention was previously focused on the whale, which also revealed that their domineering skills were not as good as training. It's not that it's worse, but that this old man has no ill intentions. If there is any malicious intent, the four girls will be able to detect it immediately. After seeing the four girls on the deck, the old man said again, it's really strange that they are all girls. Grandpa, we are not all girls, our captain is over there. As Nuo Chigao said, he also pointed at the top of Laboon's head. Nokigao didn't sense any malice from Kuroka's, so he smiled and started talking to him. But secretly, she was still wary and was ready for protection at any time. The Sao Sao fruit has strong defense compared to attack. Nami and Karina are also on guard at all times, and as soon as they sense something is wrong, they will launch a powerful attack on Kuroka's. Kaya is relatively simple. After she didn't detect any malice in Kuroka's, she didn't become wary of him just in case. Kuroka's looked where Noki's master pointed, and saw Lin Fan standing on Laboon's head. His expression suddenly changed, thinking that Lin Fan was going to attack Laboon. Stop! Don't hurt Laboon! Kuroka's shouted and ran in that direction. Noki's high power was activated, and in the next second, vines emerged from the ground under Kuroka's feet, and then entangled him. Nuo Chigao's voice came one after another. Grandpa, don't worry, our captain does not want to harm Laboon. That's it. Quote quote. Quote quote. After hearing what Nokigao said and seeing that Lin Fan did not attack Laboon, Kuroka's also calmed down. Nuo Chigao also controlled the vines to let go, and then got back into the ground. Laboon was controlled by telekinesis. He was immediately shocked and prepared to struggle immediately. Lin Fan also went straight to the topic and activated the Hockey of Insight and said, Laboon, don't move. I know where the Lombard pirates are. I am preparing to enter the Grand Line now. I will go to find the Lombard pirates on the way and tell them that you are still in Gemini. The Strait is waiting for them. I believe they will come back to see you immediately. Laboon, don't hit the Red Earth continent again. You don't want Brook and the others to see your scarred appearance, right? As he spoke, Lin Fan's hands also appeared with black and purple flames. Lin Fan squatted down and put his hand on Laboon's head. The next second, black and purple flames completely enveloped Laboon. When Kuroka saw this scene, he was about to explode, but he saw the flames dissipated. The injury on Laboon's head was healed, and he made a cheerful sound. Immediately, his favorable impression of Lin Fan increased a lot. Because I am old, I cannot see clearly. Until now, He still hadn't recognized that Lin Fan was none other than Lin Fan, the fifth emperor of the sea who praised Godslayer before. Lin Fan's slaughter of the celestial dragons was not a big deal to Kurokas, who had participated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. There were quite a few Tianlong people who died back then. Chapter 79 Transaction. Lin Fan squatted on Laboon's head, stretched out his hand to touch it, and continued to speak with a sense of knowledge. Laboon, I am Lin Fan. The time traveler who owns the system has a bounty of 2.85 billion belly. I promise you make a promise that anyone who encounters the Lombard pirates will tell them that you are still waiting for them in the Twin Straits. So, now you have to live a good life for me so that you can meet the old friend you miss in the future. Do you understand? Laboon may have sensed Lin Fan's sincerity, and responded with an energetic shout. However, since Laboon cannot see and hear hockey, he cannot talk to Lin Fan. But Lin Fan could also understand the meaning it expressed. Its general meaning is, Laboon knows it, and Laboon will wait patiently. Okay, then I'll go say hello to Kurokas, and you can move around freely. Lin Fan said, patted Laboon's head, then stood up, directly used moonwalk, stepped onto the ground in a few steps, and appeared in front of Kurokas. Lin Fan's sudden appearance also allowed Kurokas to see his true face. He was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and said with a smile, the god killer Lin Fan, with a bounty of 2.85 billion belly, is called the fifth emperor of the sea. I thought it was you, the god tier, who came here. I wonder if you have anything to do with me, little old man. Lin Fan and others did not leave directly, but stopped the boat and went ashore. Kurokas naturally guessed that Lin Fan and others were looking for him. As expected of a man who has seen the world, he didn't show any fear when he saw me, Kurokas, One Piece Gal D. Roger's ship's doctor. As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, the senior girl Nuauchi was shocked and covered her mouth and looked at Kurokas. I never expected that the white-haired old man in front of me was once the ship's doctor of One Piece Gal D. Roger. Kurokas's expression didn't change when Lin Fan revealed his identity. He took a puff of cigarette and said, that's all in the past. It's been a long time ago. I, the little old man, am now just an ordinary lighthouse keeper. I just want to spend the rest of my days in peace. Seeing the calm expression on Kurokas's face and the airs of the hermit boss, Lin Fan didn't like it very much, and immediately dismantled him. Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you old man. Quote. 1 million Baileys to buy your medical experience and all medical books. I have scanned the lighthouse with my knowledge and domineering attitude, and found that your funds are in critical condition. This is also a deal for you to continue to live. I hope you are not ignorant and don't think that I won't take action because you are an old man. It's really funny that the dignified ship doctor of One Piece is so poor. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Kurokas fell to the ground and was defeated. The reason why he is so poor is not because of his high integrity. When the association was disbanded, he did not take his share of the treasure actually because he was too weak and was guilty of having a treasure for fear of losing his life, and then returned to this Twin Straits, continued to be a lighthouse keeper. When I ran out of money, I went to a small island not far away to see a doctor and then bought some food and left. It has always been like this, a poor group. There is no way, the residents on the island are also poor. Kurokas, even as the ship's doctor of One Piece Gal D. Roger, his combat ability is indeed not very good. He has practiced a few skills and can fight a dozen ordinary people, but when he encounters some people who have learned a lot, it's difficult. B************ D brat. What are you talking about? Lousy was once the ship's doctor of One Piece Gal D. Roger. How could a man who went to Lovedrew have no money? How could he sell it for 1 million Baileys? So many years of medical experience manuals and medical books. Kurokas stood up from the ground, grabbed Lin Fan's clothes with both hands, and roared angrily. Here, 1 million Baileys, count it yourself. Lin Fan very calmly took out a stack of $10,000 bills and handed them directly to Kurokas. Deal, let me count it and see if the number is correct. Without any hesitation, Kurokas directly let go of Lin Fan's clothes and reached out to take the money, and then started losing. This sudden change made the 4 women on the side dumbfounded. The 4 girls' heads are now in a state of confusion. Is this the ship's doctor from One Piece? Why is it completely different from what they imagined? According to normal circumstances, One Piece's ship's doctor shouldn't be a very powerful person, right? After counting the money and finding that the amount was correct, Kurokas also saw the reaction of the 4 women and said calmly, what about One Piece's ship's doctor? I also need to eat, and if I want to eat, I have to spend money, not to mention old man, I'm making a fair deal with that brat. After saying that, Kurokas turned around and walked towards the lighthouse, while continuing, follow me, newcomer. I'm not responsible for sending things to your boat. Old man, I don't have much strength. Lin Fan waved his hands to the 4 girls, showing an innocent expression, and then followed them. Sisters, let's go and help too. After all, it was bought for 1 million Baileys. For the rare time Nami saw Lin Fan spend $1 million, he was not angry at all, and Karina didn't say anything either. This is normal, because they know why Lin Fan bought these books and experience notes. Besides, that's the lifelong experience of One Piece's ship's doctor. It's almost priceless, okay. 1 million is a lot of money. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Kuroka's is actually smart and an old man who knows how to adapt. Even though he was once the ship's doctor on the ship of One Piece Gal D. Roger, in today's world, One Piece is no longer a genius. He has been dead for so many years. The identity of One Piece ship's doctor cannot scare anyone. In today's world, only strength has the right to speak. Lin Fan was called the fifth emperor of the sea, and he was able to chat with him calmly, and then offered to buy medical books and experience manuals for 1 million berries. This was already a great honor. When a very powerful person gives you face, then you have to accept it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the outcome will be very bad. After all, you only have one life, and if you die, you will have nothing. Pirates have never been a good thing. The number of pirates who don't commit robbery or go to sea for their dreams is very rare. Pirate, one word, thief, can cover what it means. Robbery, murder, and all kinds of situations where people attack because they don't like you, it's just daily life. This is a pirate, the purest pirate. Are those pirates who help the weak and take risks as their daily routine real pirates? No, they are just adventurers flying the pirate flag. Chapter 80 Set sail again, the Great Route. The storm charge set sail again, and Kuroka stood on the ground smoking a cigarette and watching Lin Fan and the others leave. He murmured, "Such a powerful newcomer has appeared. It gives me the feeling that he is even more powerful than Roger back then. It is true that there are outstanding people from generation to generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous generation. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, Garp, I wonder if you two old guys are still strong enough with their fists." What Kurokas didn't know was that Lin Fan had already fought against Garp, and he was not the same person at that time, but he was even stronger now. I was able to gain an advantage before, but now let alone gaining an advantage, killing Garp is not a problem at all. Directly use one move to kill and the other to kill with weapons. Without Garp's two-color domineering force, Garp can only be a piece of meat on the chopping board, and be slaughtered. Not to mention Garp, the same goes for Fleet Admiral from Warring States period, and the same goes for Kaido, the most powerful creature in the world. Dot 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 dot. Laboon also let out a cheerful cry to say goodbye to Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, look, can you teach me how to talk to animals?" Nami suddenly came to Lin Fan's side, hugged Lin Fan's arm directly, letting Lin Fan's arms enjoy the softness on her chest, and spoke with a cooing sound. Yes, Brother Fan, just teach us. Is that good?" Karina also hugged Lin Fan's other arm and spoke coquettishly and swaying as she spoke. Both women have the same idea, which is to learn to talk to animals, and then they can ask the animals to help them find treasures or something. Animals are much better at finding things than humans. Even during the voyage, let the sea creatures search for sunken treasures in the sea. There are many shipwrecks on the sea, and I don't know how many people die on the sea every year. It is unknown how much treasure was lost and sank into the sea forever with the ship. For Nami, Karina and the two girls, it was a complete waste. Rather than letting the treasure sink in the sea all day long and never see the light of day, it is better for them to get it and then let go of their hands and feet. This is the meaning of the treasure's existence. Mr. Captain, I'm quite curious too. Nuo Chigao's voice sounded, and she was seen leaning against the guardrail, turning her head and looking expectantly at Lin Fan with a smile on her face, waiting for a response. "Mr. Captain, I am also looking forward to talking to animals. I wonder if you can teach us." Kaya also had her eyes wide open at this moment, staring at Lin Fan with an expectant expression. Being watched by four beauties, Lin Fan naturally didn't hide anything. And there is no need to hide this kind of thing. With a smile, Lin Fan nodded and said, "It's actually very simple to talk to animals. As long as you practice the domineering power of knowledge and color to a certain level, and then through purposeful training, you can talk to animals. If the other party also has the haki of seeing and hearing, you can communicate normally. But if the other party doesn't have the haki of seeing and hearing, you can still understand its general meaning. Is it the domineering power of seeing and hearing? The domineering power of seeing and hearing is so magical. Yes, it's really amazing. Seeing, hearing and coloring can actually allow us to communicate with animals. Historical haki is really a magical thing. It not only plays an important role in combat, but can also be used to survey the situation. Now it can also communicate with animals. It is really a multifunctional magical thing. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Seeing and hearing color domineering can also have clairvoyance function. Lin Fan didn't think much and said this directly. But just after Lin Fan finished his words, the four women who were still talking enthusiastically suddenly became quiet, and then all looked at Lin Fan. Kaya's face was red and her eyes were ashamed. She didn't dare to look at Lin Fan and lowered her head. "I just felt that my whole body was hot and a little dizzy. Mr. Captain actually saw all of her a long time ago. This is so embarrassing." Nuo Chigao's face was flushed, and she was rarely shy. "I thought to myself, he is really a big pervert. Even I, Nami's sister, is worried about me. How could this be possible?" Nami and Karina had expressions on their faces like, "I finally exposed you as a pervert." No wonder they asked to watch the swimsuit show. The two women already had images in their heads. The four of them were walking in front of Lin Fan in sexy swimsuits. In Lin Fan's eyes, they were indeed naked. Moreover, Lin Fan, a pervert, could turn on and off his domineering manner at the same time. Thinking of this, the two women also blushed. So perverted. Lin Fan also immediately knew that the four girls were overthinking, and immediately explained. Don't look at me like that, I don't know how to see through, I really don't know how to see through. Ah, yes, you are right, you don't know how to see through things, I believe you. Nami said, also covering her chest. I believe you, big pervert, I absolutely believe you. Karina said, also hugging her chest. Mr. Captain, I believe you. Kaya said with a voice like a mosquito moan, her legs tightened subconsciously, her hands protected her chest, and her face became even redder and hotter. I thought to myself. Oh, it's so embarrassing, I'm naked in the eyes of Mr. Captain. I don't know if he likes the style of hooded panties I'm wearing, or maybe he didn't even see it and saw his own body directly. Then I don't know if Mr. Captain likes what I'm wearing. The more Kaya thought about it, the more she blushed, her face became even hotter, and she was so embarrassed. I saw white smoke coming out of Kaya's head. I believe you too, Mr. Captain. As Nuo Chigao said, she also covered her chest with her hands. Looking at the movements, expressions and eyes of the four girls, even Kaya lowered her head, Lin Fan's mouth twitched, knowing that they didn't believe it. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a little aggrieved. He really doesn't know how to see through things. It would be fine if it would, but the problem is that it really won't. It was so painful, and I felt a burden on my back for no reason. Oh my god, how should I practice fluoroscopy? Let someone teach me, woo woo woo. Chapter 81 The Devil Fruit Delivered to Your Door. After setting off from the Twin Straits in the first half of the Great Line, the storm charge sailed normally toward the next island, Whiskey Island, on the vast sea. On the deck, Kaya sat in a chair and carefully read the book and Kuroka's experience notes. A large parasol blocked her from the direct sunlight. There were many books on the table, as well as a pot of coffee, 4 cups, 4 spoons and a small jar of sugar. One of the cups contained the coffee that had just been poured. Steaming. Nami, Karina and the other two continued to practice the 6 postures in the training room. Their bodies were wet with sweat, but the two women still did not stop exercising. At this moment, Nami covered her arms with armed haki and used her finger gun to quickly attack Karina. Karina, on the other hand, uses the haki of insight and paper to quickly dodge. In the kitchen, Nuo Chigao was looking at the recipe carefully and preparing to make it. She originally liked cooking, and now that she had Zippu's recipes, Nokigao couldn't wait to learn them. Of course, as a rational sister, Nuo Chigao also knows how to arrange her time appropriately, improve her combat effectiveness, develop more new devil fruit moves, master the 6 secrets, and use the 2-color domineering skill slowly. Promote. As for Lin Fan, he was standing on the deck of the bow of the ship, staring at the endless sea in a daze. Unknowingly, he has been in this world for some time, and he already has a lover to accompany him. Not only that, his own strength is also very powerful, crushing most people in the pirate world. Only I am, who doesn't know the depth, is currently in a dark state, and I don't know how the strength compares. Adhering to Lao Lu's approach, Lin Fan had no intention of provoking a Mu, or to put it this way, before the history book of the years could be synthesized, he still had to grow up. Killing a celestial dragon is not considered provoking Yim. After all, in Yim's eyes, the celestial dragon is just a ball. Is it worth taking action? Lin Fan looked at the scenery, and Alice came to Lin Fan and said, Brother Fan, we found a pirate ship right ahead, traveling in the opposite direction to us, and according to my calculations, if the other party did not move if it travels in this direction, it will eventually collide with our ship head-on. Pirate ship. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, then reached out and touched Alice's head and responded, I know Alice, you are awesome. Hee, Brother Fan, this is my responsibility. Alice enjoyed Lin Fan's touch very much. She was moving her head and hands in conjunction with Lin Fan's. Her expression was full of enjoyment, very anthropomorphic. Not long after, Alice's incarnation also disappeared. As a super intelligence, it knows that things require a certain degree of propriety, but it cannot always rely on its master Lin Fan's side, as it will affect his master Lin Fan. After receiving the news from Alice, Lin Fan also released his domineering energy and headed straight ahead to explore. It didn't take long to lock the pirate ship. Lin Fan had already used the domineering probing method of seeing and hearing, and took it a step further. Now, he can already see the real-time picture of the investigation through seeing and hearing haki. Very awesome. Lin Fan obviously didn't need the system's help as he had mastered the power of knowledge and color to the point of mutation. Seeing the pirate ship, Lin Fan ran through the memory in his mind. The result was that it was very strange and he had no memory at all. So, in other words, it is a free-roam pirate ship. Lin Fan also took a clear look at the situation on the ship. A group of pirates were having a party. They are pirates from West Blue. They have been in the Grand Line for more than a year. They were lucky enough not to die. They also picked up a treasure map and record pointer by coincidence. Then after nearly a third of the people died, he finally got the treasure, a devil fruit and 2 large boxes of gold jewelry. Originally, They didn't plan to go back to West Blue, but they were very unlucky and encountered a Poseidon beast. After losing 5 ships and the people on the ship, he escaped being swallowed by the Poseidon beast. After this incident, the pirate captain was frightened and decided to return to West Blue, and auctioned off the devil fruit and exchanged it for Bailey. They rebuilt the ship and recruited new people to prepare to dominate the West Blue. This decision was also approved by the frightened crew. Through seeing and hearing say hockey, Lin Fan also saw what the devil fruit looked like. It is a round fruit with a spiral pattern and a green color all over. Although he saw it, Lin Fan didn't know what kind of devil fruit it was, and the dragon pirates didn't know what kind of devil fruit it was. In short, they just knew it was a devil fruit. The next second, Lin Fan's eyes flashed red, Conqueror's domineering force was released, and he rushed straight ahead. Kaya seemed to notice something and raised her head to look at Lin Fan. Suddenly, Kaya's heart started beating faster. She just felt that Lin Fan at this moment, even if she only saw his back, was so domineering, so powerful, so hard to look away from, so heart-pounding, and so safe. As if as long as you hide behind it, you will always feel at ease. Nokigao also felt the domineering power of Conquerors released by Lin Fan. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Lin Fan, but soon continued to check the menu. She didn't need to worry about what Lin Fan did. Anyway, she believed that whatever Lin Fan did was right and he wouldn't get into trouble. However, the 2 girls Nami and Karina who were in the training room did not notice anything at all and were still sparring and training. I saw Lin Fan unleashing Conqueror's haki and rushing toward the target at super fast speeds. Along the way, the creatures in the sea noticed the overwhelming Conqueror's haki and fled away or were stunned. It didn't take long for Conqueror's domineering power to hit the target accurately. Many cracks popped out of the pirate ship's hull instantly. Without exception, all the pirates on the ship rolled their eyes and were shocked to death. Even if this sidekick captain was a so-called big pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys, he still couldn't withstand Lin Fan's blow. Seeing and hearing say Baki sensed that there were no signs of life on the ship, and Lin Fan had no intention of going over quickly to take a look. Instead, he waited for the storm charge to pass before finishing. Lin Fan didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about killing this pirate. When you become a pirate, you have to be prepared to be killed suddenly. Maybe others attack you just to see that you are unhappy or in a bad mood. But Lin Fan knew that few of the so-called pirates were any good. Even he himself is not a good person, he just doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chapter 82. Capture Kaya and get the devil fruit. Lin Fan naturally noticed Kaya's hot eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and then appeared in front of Kaya the next second, took her hand, and started playing with it gently. While looking at Kaya, her very pure eyes opened his eyes and said, "Ms. Kaya, are you distracted? And your heart is still beating so fast. If you do this, I won't be polite." After saying that, Lin Fan didn't wait for Kaya's reaction and directly blocked her mouth. After being together for so long, Lin Fan never had the right time to take down Kaya, and now is an opportunity. When this opportunity came, Lin Fan immediately grabbed it and did not give it the chance of missing it. Kaya's eyes widened, her face was already red, and now it was getting redder and redder. Less than 10 seconds later, Kaya came back to her senses and followed her inner decision, so she closed her eyes and began to move her tongue to cooperate with Lin Fan. However, because she had never tried it before, her movements seemed very strange, clumsy. Lin Fan also felt that Kaya's cooperation, although clumsy, can be taught. Then, Lin Fan also taught Kaya carefully. Kaya is also studying very seriously. Feeling that Kaya had reached her limit, Lin Fan also took the initiative to part his lips. Kaya began to breathe rapidly and opened her eyes. Then she saw Lin Fan smiling at him very close to him. Kaya saw herself and sincerity in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan really likes me. Kaya got such an answer, and she was happy and happy at the same time. How lucky I am to meet Lin Fan. Not only did he avenge his parents, but he also treated himself well, liked himself, and felt very at ease and safe when he was by his side. Lin Fan approached Kaya's ear and whispered, "Kaya, I feel a little sore in my waist recently. Please help me massage it." After saying that, Lin Fan directly picked up Kaya and walked to the cabin. Kaya also realized something. Her face turned redder, her heart beat faster, and her breathing became rapid. At the same time, she was very expectant and a little nervous. But suddenly, Kaya saw the sun that had not set yet, so she whispered shyly, Lin Fan, the sun hasn't set yet, why don't I wait until night to press the button for you?" Lin Fan didn't stop, looked down at Kaya in his arms, smiled and said, "No, I'm going to be very sore now, I can't wait any longer." "That's okay then." Kaya lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan, and responded in a low voice. Lin Fan only felt happy, and after a while he opened the door of his room and walked in with Kaya in his arms. As for the group of pirates who were cold, it doesn't matter. And the other party has already stopped on the sea. If you want to meet it, at the current speed of the storm charge, it will take more than an hour. From here, we can also prove how powerful the storm charge's radar is. Of course, it also proves how powerful Lin Fan's haki and Conqueror's haki are, and how exaggerated their power is. Close the door to the room and get down to business. An hour later, Lin Fan walked out of the room feeling refreshed and smiling. Kaya was so tired that she fell asleep. Don't say it yet, don't say it yet. Kaya's voice can be said to be an accelerant to improve combat effectiveness. If it weren't for the first time, Lin Fan wouldn't want to let her go so quickly. After spending some time, Lin Fan took a shower, drank a cup of coffee, and then stood on the deck. Not long after, he saw a pirate ship full of cracks on the sea ahead. Moonwalk was in the air, and Lin Fanren had already boarded the pirate ship. In order not to block the path of the storm charge, Lin Fan also used telekinesis to move the entire pirate ship to the side. There was no living thing on the boat, including the fish and other seafood in the kitchen. When Lin Fan made a move, he directly wiped out all life forms. He raised his hand and waved out black and purple flames, and the corpses were burned to ashes and disappeared from the world one by one. The telekinesis was activated, and the box containing the devil fruit flew towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan reached out and took the box, opened it, and saw the blue spiral devil fruit. Paramecia emerald fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop them yourself. Paramecia emerald fruit? This thing doesn't seem to be suitable for Kaya. Forget it, let's put it away first and ask Kaya what she means. This is also a good devil fruit, at least in terms of defense, there must be no problem. If you can develop your attack power, that would be great too. If Kaya didn't like it, Lin Fan planned to eat it himself. After harvesting the treasures on the pirate ship, Lin Fan burned the ship and left on the moonwalk. After a while, the entire pirate ship was burned to ashes and disappeared completely on the sea. I have to say that this animal type, bird fruit, and devil fruit in the form of an immortal phoenix is truly abnormal. The flame can not only be used to burn all things, but can also be used to heal injuries. And this flame is just incidental. The real power of this devil fruit is that it can transform into an immortal phoenix. The incarnation of the immortal phoenix is very huge, with black and purple flames burning all over its body. It can spit out advanced black and purple fireworks when it opens its mouth, and its own healing and recovery speed is even more amazing. Similarly, its defense power has also become extremely high. Its own flying speed is also fast, and its claws are extremely sharp and indestructible. The mouth is also a weapon with extremely high damage, and it can also break mountains and rocks. Even an ordinary person with this devil fruit can become the overlord of a party. Momonosuke is useless and ordinary, right? But he just ate an artificial blue dragon fruit and became very powerful. The immortal phoenix is stronger than the blue dragon. The immortal phoenix may not be as good as the Qinglong in terms of strength, but in terms of resilience, the immortal phoenix completely beats the Qinglong by 10 blocks. There is another difference. The entire body of the immortal phoenix is covered in immortal fireworks. If you want to attack the body at close range, you will suffer fire damage. Even if you have armed hockey, you still have to have a relatively large amount of it, otherwise the undead fireworks will make your physical strength drain away quickly until you have no physical strength, and then devour you. This is the scary thing, and the undead fireworks are nothing. The cost is just the flame that comes with the immortal phoenix. Chapter 83 Daily Life. Lin Fan returned to the ship and walked into the cabin. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kaya walked out of the room. Lin Fan also appeared at the door at the moment of her gate of opening. He put his arms around her waist and said with a smile, "Are you awake? Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Lin Fan also blocked Kaya's little mouth. Kaya was gagged and didn't respond at first, then she started to respond. After a moment, the lips separated. Lin Fan also took out the devil fruit and said, "Kaya, this is a devil fruit called the emerald fruit from Paramecia, do you want it?" Hearing this, Kaya whispered, "Emerald fruit? Paramecia?" Kaya frowned and began to think about it. Ordinary people can only eat one devil fruit. This is a matter of a lifetime and is indeed worthy of careful consideration. Lin Fan didn't mean to disturb him and just waited for Kaya's choice. After careful consideration for a while, Kaya also made her decision and said, "Forget it, I don't feel like it's suitable for me." Hearing the answer, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Well, okay, I understand. I will help you find another devil fruit that suits you. I'll eat this one." After saying that, Lin Fan prepared to eat the devil fruit in front of Kaya. Seeing this, Kaya was shocked. She knew that Lin Fan was a devil fruit user, but now Lin Fan was preparing to eat the devil fruit in front of her. Isn't this seeking death? Kaya stretched out her hand and blocked Lin Fan's mouth. At the same time, she said anxiously, "Brother Fan, what are you doing? Aren't you a devil fruit user? Why are you planning to eat the second devil fruit? It will kill people." After hearing Kaya's concerned words and anxious expression, Lin Fan also reached out and touched her head. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the palm of his hand that was on his mouth. Kaya noticed that her palm was being licked and subconsciously took her hand back. "Kaya, it's okay. My body is different from ordinary people. It's true that ordinary people can only eat one devil fruit, but I can eat 7. I have eaten 4 devil fruits now, and this one is the 5th one. Look, aren't I still living well? So you don't have to worry that anything will happen to me." Kaya was very shocked when she heard Lin Fan say that he could eat 7 devil fruits. Yeah, later, under Kaya's watch, Lin Fan also ate his 5th devil fruit, the Paramecia emerald fruit. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't feel any strange after eating the devil fruit, Kaya felt completely relieved and a smile appeared on her face again. In the next second, Lin Fan turned into an emerald man. Colorful and very gaudy. Seeing Lin Fan's look, Kaya's eyes were filled with joy. "I am glad that I did not choose this emerald fruit. If I had chosen to eat this fruit, I would have become colorful and gaudy." Of course, Ban Ping also noticed it, and there was a sense of joy in his eyes. He also smiled at this. It's normal for girls not to like it if they become colorful and gaudy. If jade is turned into a bracelet or a necklace hanging around the neck, it will look very beautiful. But if someone like Lin Fan turned into emerald, it would be unacceptable. Lin Fan also followed the thought, and the colors on his body also changed into the same color. Then the same color changed into another color. There is no effect, it's just a different color. The hardness is still the same, and it has nothing to do with the color change anyway. After playing for a while, Lin Fan returned to his normal appearance. While eating, Lin Fan also told Nami and Karina about capturing Kaya. The two women's reaction was not very big when they heard this, because this was what they expected. After the two women had a friendly conversation with KK, they also began to call them sister and sister. Immediately, he turned his attention to the only person who seemed out of place at the dinner table, Nu Okagao. Feeling the eyes looking at him, Nokagao also pretended not to see it and ate his own meal. She can't do anything like robbing her sister's man. Even if the sister is not a relative, it still doesn't work, duh. At night, Kaya pushed Lin Fan to Nami, Karina and two other girls, using the excuse that his body had not recovered yet. The sun rises in the east, which also heralds the arrival of a new day. After breakfast, the storm charge started up again and headed to the first island, Whiskey Peak. Lin Fan also recalled the situation at Whiskey Mountain based on the memories in his mind. This place has been occupied by a group of bounty hunters from all over the world. Among them, Studio Baroque founded by Sand Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, also has a base here. Princess Wei Wei of Alabasta is also on the island and is a member of the Baroque studio. Of course, her purpose in joining the studio was to find out who was behind the studio. Normally, when they see a pirate, everyone on the island will pretend to welcome the pirate's arrival. Then he took the opportunity to drug the pirate's drink or something. Anyway, it was just a dirty trick. The purpose is to chop off the pirate's head in exchange for money. Lin Fan didn't care at all about this. It's just a group of little karami, and a little bit of domineering impact can kill them all. What interests him even more is Princess Wei Wei, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, a princess of a country, and the only heir. This also means that Princess Wei Wei will become the queen of a country in the future. Just thinking about the future queen of a country begging for mercy makes me very excited. Captain the Big Pervert, what are you thinking? Are you smiling so lewdly? At this moment, Nami roared. Then, Lin Fan was knocked to the ground with a punch to the head from Nami. It turned out that Lin Fan was sparring with Nami, which in layman's terms was a sparring partner. Karina, you better do it. Good. Lin Fan was ruthlessly abandoned by Nami and turned to look for Karina. Not to mention, the fighting power of the two women is also very strong. The two women have learned the 6 secrets, among which the iron block is the most proficient. There is no other reason, just because he is armed and domineering. Every time you practice your weapon color hockey, the iron block will also increase your proficiency. The iron block can be perfectly integrated with the armament color domineering, which can effectively achieve stronger defense capabilities. Lin Fan, on the other hand, took a few seconds to make any move. He stood up with his hands on the ground, shook his head and quietly left the training room. Not to mention, Nami's fist was really painful. I don't know what the principle is. It was obvious that his own defense was very abnormal, but he was still beaten very painfully. In game terms, Nami's fist attacks are real damage that can ignore defense. Chapter 84 Pirate Admiral, Krieg. Cabin, living room. Lin Fan was lying on the sofa and reading comics comfortably. There was a drink and a large plate of fruit on the table in front of him. Kaya and Nokigao went to the orange grove, while Nami and Karina were still sparring in the training room. After the two of them visited the orange orchard, Kaya and Nuauchigao also planned to train. They believe that they cannot hold back, and while learning to improve their own experience, they must also appropriately improve their actual combat capabilities. At this moment, Alice suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan. Brother Fan, a huge pirate ship with a Black Panther logo is directly ahead and is heading towards the storm charge at a fast speed. A pirate ship with a Black Panther logo. Lin Fan began to fall into deep thought, and soon he also thought of who owned this ship. The captain, who is known as the Overlord of the East Daxia Sea, has 5,000 men, and has a bounty of 17 million belly. Krieg. Wasn't this guy being chased by Mahawk? How could he be encountered by him? No, this is just the right time. Meeting Krieg being chased by Hawkeye, it seemed just right. So, I will soon be able to meet Mahawk, Jorakal Mahawk. Not bad, I can finally meet a master. I just happen to have inherited Shimotsuki Ryoma's lifelong swordsmanship. He is also a great swordsman, but I don't know who is stronger. In a swordsmanship competition alone, Lin Fan was really not sure that he could defeat Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. But if you add something else, let alone a Hawkeye, even if you add a Garp, you can still kill 2 people. This is the confidence of being a time traveler. 5 devil fruits added to his body, a crazy blood constitution, 3 colors of top-notch domineering, among which Conqueror's domineering is mutated into an armed killer, and he has almost mastered the 6 secrets of the sword to the extreme, and the swordsmanship of a great swordsman. Possessing a strong physique and extreme speed, he can directly attack the enemy's body regardless of defenses. The crazy blood physique can cause tear damage that cannot be recovered within a month, and will leave permanent damage after the tear damage stops. Healing of hidden wounds. Tear damage. This kind of damage is very terrifying. What's more, you are still in a battle and have to endure damage all the time. Kaido has a strong physique, which can reduce the damage he feels from tearing wounds. Alice, go and inform Nami and the other four, tell them to come to the living room. I have something to ask for. Lin Fan decided to let the four Nami girls deal with Krieg and other little Kurami. They can only use Haki and the 6 secret skills, and are prohibited from using Devil Fruit abilities. This way we can intuitively see the results of the 4 girls' hard work these days. Lin Fan was not worried at all that the 4 girls would be injured. After all, the strongest person he faced was Krieg, a small character with a bounty of 17 million belly. Okay, brother Fan, Alice responded, and the next second she disappeared on the spot and went to find the 4 girls. Not long after, the 4 women also arrived in the living room one after another. Captain Big Pervert, we are here, what do you want from us? When Nami saw Lin Fan, she spoke rudely. The other 3 people did not speak, but they all looked at Lin Fan, waiting for Lin Fan to say something. Soon we will encounter a pirate ship. The captain is Krieg, nicknamed the Admiral, who has a bounty of 17 million belly on his head. It will be up to you to deal with this ship of pirates then. During this period, you cannot use your Devil Fruit abilities. Otherwise, you can do whatever else you want. When Nami and Karina heard Lin Fan's words, their eyes were already shining with gold, and the symbol of money appeared in their eyes. There is a bounty of 17 million baileys on the head, and there is also treasure from the pirate ship. This is indeed a huge wealth. At the same time, both women know Krieg and know that he is a supervillain. They burned, killed, looted, and did everything. Okay, brother Fan, I will do my best. Kaya also read reports about Krieg from the newspaper. When she heard that this bad guy was going to be eliminated, she was full of energy and clenched her fists to kill the pirate. Nuauchigao responded with a smile and nodded. Since it is the captain's arrangement, as a crew member, I will naturally obey it. The 4 women, who took a quick shower and changed their clothes, and Lin Fan were already standing on the deck. The 5 people stood on the bow of the boat and looked at the sea directly in front of them. There was currently no trace of the Krieg pirate ship. We will meet the pirates in 10 minutes. Alice also appeared suddenly, said this, and then disappeared again. Kaya, this is your first actual combat. I will always watch you, just take action. Well, I understand. Sister Kaya, don't worry, sister, I will also watch over you and I will never let you get hurt. That's right, Sister Kaya, just take action. Quote. 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 On the sea, the dreadnought battleship Saber was traveling at an escape speed. There were about 100 people on the boat, and one of them was a tall man wearing a golden armor who stood out. This man is none other than Krieg, who has a bounty of 17 million belly on his head and is nicknamed the Admiral. Krieg, nicknamed Admiral, is a non-devil fruit user with natural strength and can easily wield weapons and guns weighing 1 ton with one hand. He is also a sinister villain who can use poison gas bombs for sneak attacks. His self-defense equipment is naturally the armor on his body. In addition, he also has a cloak covered with spikes and long needles. He is very arrogant, greedy, cruel, cold-blooded, violent, and selfish. Standing on the left is the Commander-in-Chief, Akin, nicknamed Ghost Man, with a bounty of 12 million belly. Standing on the right is Second Captain Baloo, who has a bounty of 3 million belly. The others are all minions. At this moment, every one of the more than 100 people on the ship looked very uneasy and frightened. Because, they are being hunted by Jorakal Mahawk, one of the great swordsmen of the Shichibukai. Originally there were 50 pirate ships in the entire fleet, but now only 1 was killed. It wasn't that Jorakal Mahawk specifically left 1 ship uncut, but because a storm hit, the pirate ship called the dreadnought battleship Saber took the opportunity to run away. After escaping, Captain Krieg gave the order to move at full speed and return to the East Daxia Sea. As for whether Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk continues to pursue him, no one on the ship knows. Anyway, after escaping, I didn't see Hawkeye again. Hawkeye's ship was an ordinary one, and it was helpless when it encountered a storm, so Krieg had no choice but to let Krieg run away with the last ship. Stormy weather is no joke, but little did you know that it almost killed One Piece Gal D. Roger's Golden Lion. It was in the stormy weather that his car overturned, and his strength was sealed because of it, and he never recovered from the fall. Any natural disaster cannot be underestimated. Chapter 85 Easy Solution. Chief, there is a strange pirate ship right in front of us, heading towards us. It's an unknown flag. The lookout on the observation deck saw the storm charge heading in their direction through the telescope, and immediately used the loudest voice he could make to inform Krieg of the situation. Due to the distance and mental exhaustion, he did not see the man and 4 women standing on the bow. Krieg, who was sitting in a chair on the deck and was still in a state of panic, didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear anything. However, the ghost man agent next to him heard it, so he turned to Krieg and said, "Chief, the lookout said that we found a pirate ship heading towards us right in front, and we don't recognize the flag." Quote. Ghost man agent directly ignored the word, strange, and said that he encountered a pirate ship. Huh, pirate ship. Krieg finally reacted. He opened his eyes and looked at Akin and asked, still an unfamiliar pirate ship? Ah Jin nodded and responded. Yes, leader. Chief, we don't have much food. Baloo, the second captain, said this. The meaning is also self-evident, that is, killing people and intercepting ships. Well, let's go down and get ready to fight. After saying that, Krieg also stood up, picked up the gun, and walked towards the bow of the ship. Having been chased by Hawkeye for so long, I was finally able to vent my fear. They had been escaping from Hawkeye for 2 days and 1 night. I didn't see Hawkeye during this period, so I thought I had gotten rid of Hawkeye. Krieg had already decided that he would brutally kill some people to vent his frustration. There is no way, the shadow in my heart is really too heavy. It would be too uncomfortable if I didn't kill some people to vent my anger. The Ghost Man agent also followed in Krieg's footsteps. Baloo shouted. Young men, get your weapons ready for battle. Yes, second captain. But I'm so suffocated that I can finally kill someone. It's so frustrating to be hunted down. I have to kill someone to vent my anger. Quote. 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 The hundreds of people on the ship were very popular, and all of them had already picked up their weapons and were ready to fight. In fact, they were all feeling aggrieved and angry. A team of more than 5,000 people met the ruthless Eagle Eye, and was killed by 49 boats with about 5,000 people. Then he ran away, feeling frightened on the way. They were afraid that Hawkeye would catch up and capsize their entire boat with a single blow. As for the death of so many accomplices, it doesn't matter to them at all, as long as they are not the ones who die. If others die, they are dead, it doesn't matter. This is a real pirate. Not long after, Krieg and his group on the dreadnought battleship Saber could also see the Storm Charge driving ahead with their naked eyes. When they saw the Storm Charge for the first time, everyone had this thought in their mind. This ship is so strange. It is a style that has never been seen before. This captain is so strange. What material is this boat made of? Quote. 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 Krieg interrupted everyone by yelling and giving an order. Stop talking nonsense and shoot me. Yes, Captain Krieg. Yes, Chief. Quote. 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 After a while, the sound of artillery fire started, and many shells flew straight towards the Storm Charge. Continuously, one shell after another. On the deck of the Storm Charge, facing the flying cannonballs, Lin Fan had an idea, and all the cannonballs entered the water within 3 meters of the hull. The cannonballs in one piece are still the same kind of cannonballs from the Middle Ages. They will not explode and are very backward. After getting close to a certain distance, Nami couldn't help it anymore. This distance is enough. After speaking, Nami disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the dreadnought Saber. Nami is taking action, let's do it too. Good. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan was the only one left on the deck of the Storm Charge. Lin Fan was also paying attention to this guy Krieg. Although he is a rookie, this guy is despicable enough to use poison gas bombs. It is said in the anime that poison gas bombs are so powerful that if you smell them, you will become weak and die soon. In order to avoid accidents, you have to keep an eye on this guy. On the other side, the 4 women who arrived at the dreadnought Saber battleship had already begun a one-sided massacre. Not long after, everyone including Krieg, Ajin, and Baloo fell. Lin Fan's worries were completely unnecessary. In the face of the hockey, Krieg had no chance of a sneak attack. Krieg was hit directly on the head by Nami with a stick and died on the spot. Naturally, Krieg would not obediently hit Nami with a stick on his head, but in front of the attached weapon room and cursed the stick. His defenses completely lost their effect and were all smashed. This is the complete crushing of those who have mastered domineering over those who have not mastered domineering, without the slightest resistance. It is worth mentioning that Kaya's fighting style. Her fighting method is to get close to the enemy and then use poison to poison the enemy. She didn't hold back the slightest bit against pirates. After the battle, Nami and Karina immediately got into the cabin to look for the treasure. Lin Fan also used Conqueror's Haki to kill the hidden pirates. There was no point in hiding in front of Lin Fan's powerful domineering power. Maybe only those with the Silence Fruit ability can deceive Lin Fan. Of course, it still needs to be developed to the extreme. The potential of the Devil Fruit is very great, although the Silence Fruit is shown in the anime to simply silence people. But in fact, there are still many directions in which this fruit can be developed. For example, if the traces of one's own existence are completely erased, even the Haki that can be seen and heard cannot be sensed. It's possible. Following the old rules, Lin Fan directly burned the dreadnought Saber battleship. On the deck, Nami and Karina kept laughing at the 10 boxes of gold that were found on the dreadnought Saber battleship. Hey, I'm getting rich, it should be 1.5 billion. He, yes, I've made a fortune. I didn't expect that this guy with such a low bounty could hide so much gold. So much money. The delivery is good. Nokigao also had a smile on her face. Even though she was not a money lover, she was still shocked to receive about 1.5 billion belly in gold. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot 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 quote. Kaya, you did a great job. Lin Fan smiled and touched Kaya's head and praised her loudly. Kaya looked like she was enjoying Lin Fan stroking her head and said, well, I will work harder. Seeing Kaya's fighting style, Lin Fan also made up his mind to attack Blackbeard's member Poison Q and snatch his disease fruit for Kaya.